Our crazy story begins in South Korea, in the city of Seoul, where everything is quiet and peaceful today. First, let's meet a guy named Song Jin-woo, who possesses superhuman strength and regenerative abilities. Unfortunately, he's hardly what you'd call a dangerous hunter. He's so weak that he doesn't even stand out from the crowd. He's constantly getting injured and has been on the brink of death more than once. After all, when you're a hunter, your job always involves risking your life. He does this not because he enjoys it, but because he needs to provide for himself and his family and survive in this cruel world. The salary he receives from the Hunters Association is barely enough to cover his mother's medical bills. He wasn't born with any special talents, so he had no choice but to become a hunter. His comrades don't speak of him in the most flattering terms, though they consider Jin a decent guy. Sometimes, because of this positive attitude, it seems as though he is a very talented hunter. In reality, this isn't the case, since even within the association, he's called the weakest hunter in human history. Unfortunately, our hero gets injured even in the lowest level dungeons. Sometimes he feels drained, but his need for money forces him to get out of bed again and again and go to a job he hates. It looks like a new raid awaits him today, which he'll embark on with his girlfriend, Juhee. She was upset that he'd sustained new injuries, so he had to tell her how the last raid ended. Today, a new battle awaits them. They need to clear out another dungeon, and a team of hunters is already gathering for it. Many volunteers have signed up, confident that their skills are enough to quickly handle this easy task. Sung Jin-woo and his girlfriend Juhee have also expressed a desire to join the raid and face the unknown. Today, Jin is determined. No matter what happens during the raid, he must succeed. This vicious cycle of misfortune must be broken. Otherwise, he'll be forced to spend his entire life as a failure. The local guards are even taking bets. They're certain Jin will return from the dungeon with serious injuries. There has never been a single instance where he emerged from a raid unscathed. As soon as the hunters were inside, the fun began right away. There's always plenty of work in the dungeons, so there's no time to get bored. Every team member knows what to do. Some heal their teammates, some cover their backs, and others attack the monsters. Jin almost always falls out of sync with the rest of the group. He gets injured quickly and needs help. This guy is jealous of his stronger friends, who have obvious talents and strengths. After killing monsters, each hunter receives a magic crystal. Such an artifact is worth a fortune, even when a weak monster is slain. But unfortunately, Jin was such a weak hunter that he couldn't even kill the weakest opponent. He went through a huge number of trials and, in all that time, received only one magic crystal. Soon, the team of hunters discovered another passageway, beyond which lay the unknown. There had already been many rumors about a second monster lair, and it seems those rumors are true. The dungeon's gates are still open, which means the boss is somewhere inside. According to the rules, you must contact the Hunters Association and wait for their orders. The problem is that if other hunters reach the boss first, they'll take all the loot, so it's best to take a risk and get there first. A large team has gathered here, and the captain suggests taking a vote to decide what to do next. Most everyone agreed that they should take the risk and face the dungeon boss. Juhee was against this idea. She had always been cautious and understood that one shouldn't recklessly risk one's life. Many other hunters shared her opinion, so the vote ended in a tie. All that was left was to pressure the last member of the team, a young underachiever named Song Jin-woo. He's short on money, and his younger sister needs help paying for college. His mother is also facing serious problems. She is ill, and her treatment costs a huge amount of money. For the sake of his family, Jin must face the unknown and take a step forward. The decision was made to continue the raid, but Juhee was very unhappy with Jin's decision. She said she was fine, but it was clear from her expression that she was about to explode. Soon, the team reached the end of the tunnel and saw a large gate that wouldn't be easy to open. The place seemed very dangerous, but the gate opened much more easily than expected. Inside, blue lights immediately came on, illuminating the enormous inner hall. Large stone statues resembled humans and struck fear into the hearts of the raid members. In the middle of this large room was a magical seal with something written on it. Soon after, the translator explained that anyone who fails to observe the temple's commandments will never be able to leave here alive. As soon as he spoke those words, the temple doors slammed shut automatically. One of the team members decided to forgo the loot and leave the area immediately. As soon as he touched the doorknob, he lost his life. A massive statue standing nearby came to life and destroyed the hunter. It was extremely brutal and completely unexpected. Everyone around was terrified. Even Juhee couldn't contain her emotions and begged the gods to help her return home. All the statues around them began to come to life. They opened their eyes and showed their displeasure with every fiber of their being. This wasn't the first time our hero had found himself on the brink of death. The same thing had happened during the first raid. Back then, he fell behind the group and got lost. He was then wounded in the back and hospitalized for several weeks. Then history repeated itself. He nearly starved to death when he fell into a trap in the dungeon. All these raids took place in low-level dungeons, but he always risked his life, while other hunters easily leveled up. He didn't have the money for good gear, so he had to fight with his bare hands. People around him started making fun of Jin. They called him a loser who couldn't even kill a green goblin. Over time, Jin began to ignore such jokes, since he always emerged from the dungeon wounded. All he cared about was getting the job done, even though he always knew that sooner or later it would lead to his death. Now that very day has come. He needs to run and save himself, but it seems it's already too late. For now, the genie is still fighting for his life. Not only did he react to the monster's attack, but he also managed to save his girlfriend. It turned out that only those who stay on the ground and don't get to their feet can survive. Everyone who disobeyed this order has already gone to meet their maker. The situation has calmed down a bit, but the hunters still don't know what to do next. The temple's commandments were simple: worship and praise the Lord, prove your faith, and bow your head to fate. It seems that the very Lord mentioned in the commandments is sitting right in front of our heroes right now. First, let's talk a little about the gate. It's a tunnel that connects another world to Earth. More than 10 years ago, after the gate appeared, many strange things began to happen in the world. One example of these strange occurrences is the hunters who appeared to protect humanity. Their strength hasn't changed at all since their awakening, and Sun Jinwoo has also become one of the hunters. He's stronger than most people, but the gap between him and the other hunters was enormous. His rivals could fight large monsters and level up. Jin was supposed to do the same, but he always ran into problems. There are only 3 healers on today's team because the boss was confident there wouldn't be any problems with the dungeon. A healer like Juhui had never seen anything like this before, so it's hard to count on her support at a critical moment. The captain suggests waiting until things are completely quiet and then trying to escape. If they start moving, they'll be attacked immediately, so a plan like this will be difficult to carry out. One of the players recently joined a major guild and therefore can't just die here. He's confident he can break through the enemy's defenses since he's considered one of the fastest hunters in the country. His speed was truly outstanding, but even that wasn't enough to get through the gates. This guy was torn to pieces by a single glance from the Temple Lord. It all happened so fast that some didn't even realize where Sonic had gone. These monsters can kill hunters at any moment, but for some reason, they're in no hurry to do so. Other monsters from the dungeon immediately rush into an attack without hesitation, but here, things are different. The guardian statue attacks anyone who approaches the door, and the huge statue obliterates anyone who moves from the spot with a beam. Their attacks follow a clear pattern, which means the room has its own rules. Jin remembered the commandments inscribed on the back of the statue, and an interesting idea came to mind. Given the very first rule, he had to remember that the monster doesn't attack those who are moving. Jin took a few steps forward, then immediately dropped to his knees before the main statue. He ordered everyone to do the same immediately and bow to the lord of this place. Jin is considered a madman, but only the captain sensed that there might be a grain of truth in his words. If you bow low enough, the statue won't attack, because it will sense that it is being praised. It looked rather strange and unusual, but the entire team of professional hunters trusted the opinion of humanity's weakest warrior. They all bowed to the statue of the Lord and immediately saw a hellish smile light up his face. Now we just need to figure out how long we need to keep bowing and what to do next. At first, it seemed as though the attacks had stopped and the hunters could finally relax. As it turned out, things got even worse, because the giant statue of the Lord rose from his throne. Only Jin didn't panic and was determined to take charge of the situation. He ordered all the hunters to immediately praise the Lord. At first, it seemed to be working, but the first guy who tried to follow the second commandment was crushed like a cockroach. It was at that very moment that total panic set in, and no amount of logical reasoning could stop the hunters' madness. They all tried to flee and do whatever they could to find a way to survive this horrific raid. It seemed to them that just a few hours earlier, they had been calmly enjoying life and hadn't even thought that anything could threaten their happiness. In today's world, everything changes very quickly. The pace is incredible, and those who fail to adapt to it face a terrible fate. Some hunters realized that the statues holding weapons wouldn't attack, so they needed to stay close to them. By some miracle, the genie was still alive, even though he'd previously struggled even against ordinary green goblins. He used to constantly cling to a thread between life and death, but now he realized there would be no second chance. Jin was very lucky to have managed to run to the statue of the singer, who began to hum a melody and stopped the battle. Unfortunately, no one could help his legs anymore. During the escape, the Lord had managed to strike with his sword and sever our hero's legs. Only with his girlfriend's help will he be able to stay alive for a little while longer, but in a temple like this, it's hard to hope for anything more. Only a small number of survivors remain from the large team of professional hunters. They've all lost hope of being saved, but perhaps that very altar the Lord just activated might shed some light on the situation. In ancient mythology, sacrifices were made at such places. This aligns with the final point of the commandment, which speaks of proving one's faith. This will likely be the hunter's final trial. They must sacrifice someone. Everyone understands that they ended up here precisely because of the captain's will, so he must be held responsible for all the problems. He must take responsibility for the deaths of all those men who entrusted their lives to him. When the genie looked at the captain, he felt a sense of utter injustice, because he understood that the captain was not to blame for anything. He merely proposed a vote and didn't force the hunters to choose to clear out the dungeon. The captain, just like everyone else, had participated in the mission and had even lost his arm, but now he was being made the main culprit in the tragedy. A flame appeared near the captain, as if to hint that the sacrifice must take place according to the victim's will. After a moment's thought, Sun Jinwoo made a decisive statement that he wanted to take the captain's place. Jin fully understands that the gates will open completely in a week and all the monsters inside will burst out. If the trial isn't completed, humanity will face unprecedented problems. This monster will enter the human world, and darkness will follow. That's why it must not be allowed to escape. As soon as Jin approached the main altar, bright lights flared up all around and the gates immediately opened. The hunters couldn't believe it had actually happened. They were free now, and their nightmare was coming to an end. At that moment, their rosy dreams vanished instantly because a huge knight rose to his feet and began advancing toward the hunters. It turned out that if you didn't look at the knights, they kept getting closer. But it was a different story if you looked them in the eyes. One of the girls began to panic and tried to run away, and as a result her head was cut off. The open gates are a false hope, a trap that will not bring the hunters salvation or return them to their warm homes. Now it's clear that every hunter must fully prove their faith. Amidst terror and danger, and in the face of sweet temptation, they must always trust the Lord. Some hunters could not resist this temptation and began to flee, clinging to their last hope. It seemed as though they might actually escape, but this was merely an illusion that could not be trusted. Jin understood this perfectly, which is why he kept repeating that no one should move from their spot. Their numbers were dwindling, and if they didn't examine every statue, they would soon be saying goodbye to life. It's now becoming clear that Jin turned out to be a much more capable guy with a sharp mind. The people who had underestimated him all this time are apologizing and admitting that he's much more useful than they'd previously thought. It's thanks to his advice that they're still alive, but it's already too late. Reality is full of disappointments. In the heat of the moment, it's hard not to give in to sweet dreams of salvation and a good life. No one wants to die, so it's always better to take a risk and do everything possible to survive, even if it's a one-way ticket. Another hunter refused to follow the plan, abandoned his friends, and ran into the arms of death. At that moment, the genie finally realized that things couldn't go on like this. It was time to make a choice. He had lost his legs, so he couldn't leave this place. That meant he had to sacrifice himself for his friends. Jin handed his girlfriend the crystal he'd obtained during the battle and asked her never to give up and to always keep moving forward. He also said goodbye to Captain Song, who lifted the exhausted girl into his arms and prepared to return to his family. It was a difficult decision for Jin, but he understood that otherwise no one would make it out of here because someone had to stay behind as a sacrifice. He took his sword in his hands and before dying promised that he would not die without one last battle. Jin would fight like a true hero, even in the face of formidable opponents who outclassed him in every way. Within seconds, it became clear that the knights would be merciless and that our hero didn't stand a chance. Right there on that very altar, he was brutally slaughtered without even managing to land a single blow. The young man didn't want to die. His whole life flashed before his eyes, but the monsters in the dungeon didn't care about a human's suffering. If he'd had just one more chance, he would have definitely said everything right, but now it was too late. Just before his death, a notification appeared, stating that the hunter, Sun Jinwoo, had fulfilled all the necessary requirements of the secret Courage of the Weak quest. He didn't understand what that meant, but he sensed that at that moment an unknown force had given him a chance to start all over again. There was a powerful burst of energy. His entire body was torn apart into tiny molecules, and then he rose from the dead. He awoke like a phoenix that burns and then rises from the ashes to begin a new life. When the genie opened his eyes, he saw that he was in a bright room, and there were no monsters around him anymore. He was sure it was just a dream, but realized he was in a hospital, surrounded by some strange people dressed in black. Representatives from the Korean Hunters Association approached him and told him that he had been asleep for more than 3 days. His girlfriend and Captain Song were safe. Unfortunately, the captain had lost an arm, so he would have to retire, but at least he was alive. Joo-hee suffered severe trauma, so she will be undergoing treatment for psychological trauma for some time. Only 6 people survived the expedition to the Twin Caves, and although hunters constantly put their bodies to the test, such a massacre is rare. Soon, the Hunters Association and the White Tigers Guild arrived at the scene and found no monsters there. In the dark cave, there was only one hunter, barely breathing on the central altar. Based on the hunter's testimonies and information about the dungeon, it appears that the Jinn underwent a process of reawakening. Hunters' stats stop increasing once they undergo an awakening or gain power, though some hunters can undergo an awakening again. Only a few have managed to rise several ranks after reawakening. Representatives from the Hunters Association have come here to measure our hero's strength metrics. They doubt that a human could survive an encounter with high-rank monsters, but everything needs to be verified. Jin touched the device and recorded one of the lowest strength readings ever recorded. The association representatives immediately bid the hunter farewell and said they had been wrong to suspect him. It seems they don't notice the system window right above him, which only Jin can see. His body has fully recovered from all his injuries, and he still can't tell the difference between a dream and reality. After that, a terrified girl named Sun Jinna, our hero's younger sister, ran into the room. His sister immediately started yelling at her brother and accusing him of putting his life at too much risk. She too couldn't see the system window that pops up before Jinwoo's eyes. He had to calm his sister down and pretend that everything was fine with him, so that she would finally go home. By that point, Jin had already received a notification that he hadn't completed his daily quest and needed to get stronger immediately. Every day, he'll receive specific goals that he must complete in order to make the desired progress. Today, he didn't complete his daily quest, so he'll be in the penalty zone for a certain period of time. Jin found himself in an unknown desert and saw a giant poisonous centipede right next to him. The penalty task is to survive in hellish conditions, and completing this mission will be extremely difficult. First, he needs to try to escape, since that's the easiest and surest path to survival. Jin ran for a long time until the penalty task finally ended. After that, he immediately ran out of the desert and found himself back in his hospital room. The very next day, every nurse in the hospital was talking about our hero since he was acting as strangely as possible. Just a few days ago, he was in critical condition, but now he's constantly exercising. He's been running since last night, causing the nurses to worry about his health and mental state. The system he sees before his eyes isn't an illusion, even though no one else can see anything like it. Magic helps heal his body from the fatigue of his workout, and afterward he feels great. He also received detailed statistics on his body, which he can constantly improve through training. It all started to feel like a game where he could level up his character, learn new skills, and expand his inventory. Jin doesn't fully understand what's going on here, but deep down, he's starting to enjoy the process. The next day, he asked to be allowed to leave the hospital and sort out his problems. Just a few hours later, he finally returned to his everyday life. A random box appears in his hands every time he completes a daily quest. Today, he found a dungeon key inside that box. Other people would have laughed at him if they'd heard that humanity's weakest hunter had gone through the reawakening. Now he's confident in his ability to win and is ready to use the key to unlock the entrance to a new dungeon. Dangers and adventures await him there, but Jin no longer wants to return to his usual life as a failure. The time has come to conquer the galaxy, make significant progress, and forget about his constant recurring failures. It feels like he's entered some other dimension. This doesn't resemble the typical dungeons he's encountered before. Jin won't be able to leave this place until the boss is defeated, and for him, that's terrible news. Before, he couldn't even take on ordinary goblins, but now he's expected to clear the entire dungeon on his own. They're asking the impossible of him. After all, he used to go on raids with a team, but now he's on his own. When there's no choice, he has to accept the rules of the game and hope that some miracle will help him pass the test. He caught a foul smell, and within seconds, he sensed the presence of a monster. This enormous hellhound didn't even ask for permission to start the battle. This monster is called Riken, the Steel Fang, and to defeat it, he'll have to push himself beyond his limits. At first, the genie didn't believe he stood a chance of winning, but once the battle began, there was no time left to think. He couldn't let himself get injured because his girlfriend, who could restore his health, wasn't there. Very soon, the young hunter began to realize that his body had changed. It had become light, agile, and strong. His reaction time and muscle fibers had reached a completely different level compared to before. Now, the genie has no intention of running away in fear or begging for forgiveness. Now, he will fight not for his life, but to the death. Incredible emotions must be raging inside him right now. After all, he'd been a failure his whole life, and now he felt as though he were striking with dynamite hidden in his hands. Thanks to a few training sessions, he's improved his strength, and now he's not afraid of monsters like this. He drew his sword and began fighting with even greater fury, determined to completely decapitate his opponent. He had just defeated the Steel Fang, thereby significantly raising his base level. Now he's no longer afraid to face monsters, even if their numbers increase exponentially. Jin began swinging his sword and slicing the monsters to pieces like bacon. He hadn't even felt this powerful in his dreams. Compared to the monsters he'd faced in the previous dungeon, these dogs were nothing more than toys in his hands. His stats began to rise very quickly, which meant that the leveling up process had only just begun. If he's under the control of the game system, there's a high probability that these dungeons and monsters were created specifically for him. That's exactly why the monsters don't drop magic cores, but that's not the worst news. The boss of this dungeon is probably very strong, but if he levels up first, clearing this place will be possible. Of course, this will require going through hell, but after many years of failure, the genie is ready to risk his own skin. He has nothing left to fear. He has already come to terms with death once, and now lives as if he were all-powerful. No matter how many monsters stand in his way, a man who has faced death no longer feels fear. A fierce slaughter has begun. It's a pleasure to watch the main character's evolution after his reawakening. Right now, he's completely surrounded by enemies who are doing everything they can to tear off his arms and legs. Jin cannot afford to show weakness, because if he dies, he won't be able to protect his family. He can't give up like a weakling. He must accept reality and adapt to the new rules of the game. Although the number of monsters kept growing, the hunter's confidence was also rising rapidly. He significantly raised his level when he finally cleared this hellish location. He had just earned the title of Wolf Slayer, a title granted only to hunters who skillfully fight wolves and pay no heed to the enemy's numerical superiority. The genie also obtained a return stone, but isn't in a hurry to use this artifact just yet. He'll have to continue on his path, venture into the unknown, and become a reckless hunter eager to level up. After each battle, his stats improve, and things become a little easier for him. Jin definitely feels himself growing stronger, and it's like a sweet drug that's hard to give up. He hasn't faced a boss yet, but he's already turned into a professional hitman. If he fails to build a career as a hunter, he can always go get a job at a restaurant to slice meat professionally. Now his senses are heightened. He can sense monsters approaching several minutes before a battle. After another sweep, it's time to descend into the depths of the dungeon. There he'll face the ruler of the swamp, a blue snake with venomous fangs. This monster's skin was so thick that a sword struck against its head broke in two. Ordinary weapons won't pierce the snake's scales, but at the same time, the genie must weaken his opponent's defenses. He'll have to think on his feet and devise a whole strategy to win this battle. A missed strike could cost him his life, for we must not forget that the ruler of the swamp is a venomous monster. In the opening minutes of the battle, Jin faced such incredible pressure from his opponent for the first time. In the past, he would immediately lose and retreat, but during the battle with the wolves, he felt much more confident. He needs to accept his strengths and weaknesses to escape his past and his weaknesses. He had always felt incredibly weak and dreamed of becoming as strong as his teammates. All living creatures recognize only the language of strength. Only strength forces them to retreat. No matter what your opponent does, sheer strength will inevitably crush him. He will begin to fear, and his knees will buckle under the pressure of death. Even the bravest warriors begin to weep and beg for mercy in the face of strength. Jin has seen this firsthand. As a weak genie, he has faced betrayal more than once, and so now the time has come for him to choose the path of strength. He came here to change, to become stronger, and to gain the ability to protect himself and his family. This noble desire must be fulfilled, even if it means staring death in the face once again. Right now, a terrifying monster with enormous poisonous fangs is fighting our hero. This means that things are far from easy for the genie, but he has faced even more dangerous creatures in the past. After that, he has nothing to fear. He must cast aside all doubts and act as if today were the last day of his life. Jin didn't even realize how it happened. He had just managed to defeat the terrifying Lord of the Swamp. As a result, all his stats were instantly boosted, and as a reward, he received several important artifacts. His whole body aches, but in return he received a blade with which he can now challenge even monsters with the best defense. After defeating the boss, the dungeon's interior will return to normal. Everything ended successfully, and Jin found himself back at the subway station. Now he can return to his everyday life. When he tried to return to the city, he ran into a soldier. The man was very surprised to see an ordinary guy there. Jin explained that he was a hunter, and the soldier immediately promised to escort him to a safe place. It seems that a portal to the underworld has opened not far from here, and monsters have escaped from there into the real world. Most of the monsters have already been eliminated, but that doesn't matter right now because Jin feels a bit strange. His senses have sharpened, so he can pinpoint the boss's location even from a distance. Members of one of the most skilled guilds are fighting and risking their lives to stabilize the situation. A large crowd has gathered around, eager to film the battle on their cameras, unaware that they risk losing their heads. Jet approached the crowd and also began to watch everything that was happening during the battle with the monsters. He saw that the hunters weren't the strongest warriors on the planet and didn't work well as a team. They don't understand each other's strengths and weaknesses, so the situation is already approaching a critical point. It turned out that Juhi, who had returned to her everyday life, was part of this team of hunters. She had been prescribed psychological treatment, but she didn't finish the course of therapy and hurried back to work so she wouldn't starve. Unfortunately, this isn't working. During battles with monsters, she recalls the terrifying events she went through a week ago. Juhi feels weak, but she understands that if she takes a step back now, she won't be able to come back. Even a week later, she hasn't overcome that fear, which is hardly surprising. But Jin must push through this wall of doubt. Compared to the monster he fought in the dungeon, this boss is a weaker opponent. If they do everything right and weaken its defenses, there's definitely a chance of victory. They need to land a blow that will shatter that very stone and help the hunters survive this difficult confrontation. Perhaps panic is now setting in among the team because they realize that at this rate, death will carry them off to the realm of the dead. Soon, the battle reached a critical moment, and the team leader ordered an immediate attack. Strange as it may seem, this strike worked. And within seconds, the monster showed no further signs of life. Previously, these attacks hadn't worked at all, but now the monster suddenly collapsed, as if struck by an unknown force. The team captain saw a strange sword sticking out near the monster's core. The team captain turned to the soldiers and began asking them who could have attacked the boss from a distance. The soldiers tried to find that strange guy, but he had already vanished into thin air. Meanwhile, Jin was truly surprised by his own abilities. He hadn't thought he could defeat the dungeon boss with a single blow. Shuhi was right nearby and saw what her friend had done, but she was afraid to approach him to talk. After the battle, Jin returned to the hospital to finish his treatment. Instead of lying in bed, regaining his strength and taking his pills, he trained constantly and pushed his body to the limit. Such intense workouts used to be an insurmountable obstacle for him, but now everything was different. After a while, he was finally discharged from the hospital once they were sure his health was back to normal. Jin returned home and ran into his sister, who was just getting ready for school. His sister noticed that her brother had gotten a little taller and broader. She guessed that he had recently joined a gym. After she left for school, he would indeed notice that his muscles had become stronger and more defined. There's no way to change one's physical condition so quickly in just a few weeks. It's all thanks to his new awakening. If Jin keeps up this pace, he'll soon be able to compete with the strongest bodybuilders on the planet. Now, he needs to channel his energy wisely and focus on his body's weak points. While he was pondering this, Jin received a phone call. His landlord was demanding rent, but he didn't have nearly enough money right now. If Jin has truly undergone a double awakening, then he is now capable of earning a living. The key is to keep growing at the same pace, and then becoming a top-tier hunter won't be a problem. When hunters kill monsters, they earn money. The higher the monster's experience and rank, the more the magic crystals are worth. To defeat a high-level monster, you have to enter a gate of the same level, so there's fierce competition to clear the best gates. That's why low-rank hunters aren't accepted into guilds. And even if it were the other way around, it would still be difficult to find a decent job. Hunters are selected based on competence, which is why Jin couldn't shake off the title of humanity's weakest hunter. Now he needs to earn recognition and change people's opinion of him. Only then will he be able to secure the most valuable contracts. Jin can't reveal his true self until he becomes a top-tier hunter, so first he needs to raise his level. He plans to work as part of a team, but he won't try to become a local superstar or seek fame. He found an ad online and agreed to take the first job that came his way. It immediately became clear that people here had already heard about humanity's weakest hunter, so Jin once again faced ridicule from his teammates. Right now, the captain is primarily concerned with the number of team members. He isn't particularly worried about their quality. Jin quickly assessed his new team and figured out which of them were truly dangerous hunters and which were just average. He was about to sign the contract when he spotted a guy named Jin Ho, who had been summoned here under the exact same circumstances as Jin Woo. It's strange to see someone here with such great gear. He looks like the son of a millionaire. Jin Woo was promised everything he needed and asked not to fall behind the main group since they were heading there without a healer. This squad consists only of tanks and attackers. Our hero has never had an experience like this before. Jinho kept smiling and promised to protect his new friend, no matter how ridiculous it might seem. Within a few minutes, all the hunters had gathered their belongings and set off to face the monsters. Jinwoo was made to carry all the gear, and even though the bag was very heavy, he'd gotten so strong lately that he had no trouble with it. Jinho started bombarding him with endless chatter. This guy really loves to talk and tell stories about himself. For him, being a hunter is just a hobby. For a simple guy like Jinwoo, listening to all these stories is a real pleasure. Soon they finally reached the dungeon gates and could now go inside. For Jinwoo, this is his first time entering a C-rank dungeon. He's a little nervous, but he knows he's ready for such challenges. When they went inside, they didn't see a single monster. It was very dark, even though you usually find glowing stones in dungeons. If there's no light here, it means the monsters prefer the dark. Most likely, the monsters here are intelligent and don't rely on their eyesight. Jinwoo quickly realized that the monsters here resembled insects and ordered everyone to prepare for battle immediately. After he began rapidly boosting his stats, his intuition increased several-fold. At first, none of the hunters could see anything, but within a few seconds, strange sounds were heard, and huge ants began crawling out of the ceiling. They'll have to try hard to stay alive, since no one was prepared to face such a large number of opponents. The team captain, one of the bravest members of the raid, clearly didn't come here just to give orders. When you enter a dungeon, you have to understand that you'll have to take risks to earn a living. Not all hunters are destined to return from the dungeon, which is why this job belongs to the bravest beings on planet Earth. Jinwoo quickly realized that he had joined a team of true professionals. They operate with such sophistication that they don't even need healers' help. Now a lot of things are becoming clear. As for his new friend, this guy doesn't have any special talents, but his high-quality gear hides his weaknesses. For now, Jinwoo has no plans to take action. He's pretending he's here just to carry tools and act as support. Most likely this dungeon contains a monster much stronger than the ants the team has already encountered. This means there's big money to be made here, and that's exactly why hunters venture into the dungeon. Jinwoo noticed the captain's behavior and that of his team members. He immediately grew tense and asked his new companion to be careful. Regardless of rank, the size of the dungeon varies, and there are different circumstances that affect the speed of clearing it. Sometimes it takes weeks, while some hunters manage to clear it in just a few hours. This dungeon is laid out like a maze, so there won't be many battles here, but it will take a long time to navigate. Jin is in charge of carrying the luggage. He doesn't really need to get involved in battles. He came here for the chance to earn money without fighting. It's a fair deal, since he risks his life carrying the team's luggage. The system warned him to be wary of lizards. This is the first time a hunter has received such a notification. His bad gut feeling is never wrong, and today he sensed that he didn't trust the members of this team. After a while, the captain began to voice his doubts in the dungeons. They had already come a long way, but hadn't found any huge, living monsters, only corpses torn to pieces. Moving a little further, they saw a vast amount of cobwebs that had engulfed monsters of various sizes. There was no doubt that they had reached the boss room, which meant they needed to prepare themselves and put their fears aside. After a while, they reached some enormous blue crystals that could be worth a fortune. The team captain immediately began thinking about his brother, who had abandoned him and left to work in America. Now, Mr. Huang can stop thinking about his brother and calmly get rich and expand his own guild. One of the team members approached the captain to discuss Jin Woo's contract. The contract made no mention of how the magic crystals would be divided. This means the crystals will have to be divided among absolutely everyone on the expedition. The captain pretended that it didn't matter to him and that he'd gladly split the money evenly, but only after they returned home. It's too early to be thinking about earnings when you're in the lair of a massive dungeon boss. Only beginners make mistakes like this, but these guys are more experienced and still let their guard down too soon. They're about to face a massive monster, which is why the captain wants to play dirty with his friends. He said he'd left some gear in his car and therefore had to go back there with the rest of the team. They were just acting and pretending that all of this happened completely by accident. Now the captain is asking the newbies to stay here and guard the crystals until they return. Of course, this is complete madness. It seems like the whole thing was set up just to get rid of the newbies. The captain assures them that the monster won't attack the hunters as long as they don't invade its territory. After that, Huang promised to return soon and left the boss's room along with the rest of the attacking team members. According to the rules, at least 10 people can enter the dungeon. Without the 2 newbies on the team, there were about 8 hunters. All of this suggests that this isn't the first time the captain and his team have pulled off this scheme. They go inside, get rid of the unwanted ones, and then make easy money. Now they'll block the entrance to the boss room so that Jinho and Jinwoo can't escape and will be devoured by the giant monster. To do this, they use dynamite to blow up a rock and block the door with huge boulders. As expected, Jinho began to panic. He wasn't prepared for such difficulties and couldn't believe the captain had betrayed them. Sun Jinwoo, on the other hand, remained calm because he had long since realized that the captain couldn't be trusted. For some reason, it suddenly dawned on our hero that the crew members were lizards. He had learned this from the captain of his previous team, with whom he had worked for many years. Incidents inside the dungeon are not uncommon, as this is quite dangerous work, and even if a crime occurs, it is very difficult to investigate. Horrible acts are constantly being committed here because there are no cameras around and no one can stop the hunters. The weaker you are, the faster people will get rid of you, but if a hunter is strong, everyone around him will gravitate toward him as if he were a god. Such people are called lizards because they shed unnecessary members of their team just as a lizard sheds its tail. The captain had always told the world's weakest hunter to be careful, but only now did Jinwoo finally appreciate the wisdom of those words. They were completely sealed off in this hellish place, and escaping from here would be extremely difficult. The real problem isn't the rocks blocking the exit at all, but the monster that has finally awakened from its slumber due to the loud explosion. The team captain is incredibly experienced in situations like this, having dealt with them more than once. He realizes that he's left some very weak hunters in the boss's room. He knows these guys won't be able to stop the boss, but once the monster devours them, it will quench its thirst and go back to sleep, forgetting all about guarding the crystals. These guys are certain that 2 low-rank hunters couldn't possibly survive, but sometimes miracles happen at the critical moment. It's nice to see how brave Jinho is, even in the face of death. Even now, he's trying to protect his weaker partner. This guy deserves respect, and if they manage to get out of here, they should consider teaming up with him in the future. The boss of this dungeon has multiple eyes, a hideous maw, and enormous size, which give it power on a completely different level. Jinwoo has faced something like this before, but back then, his opponent was much stronger and more cunning. This means there's no need to be afraid now either, and just like in the previous dungeon, he needs to gather all his strength and defy fate. It seemed as though this guy had lost his mind. After all, challenging a dungeon boss is tantamount to signing your own death warrant. For some reason, Jinwoo doesn't feel any particular pressure that could bring him to his knees. The Lord of the Swamp was very powerful, but even compared to him, today's opponent is a true monster. Despite all this, Jinwoo isn't trembling with fear, which shows that his level has risen, and now nothing can stop him. Now that Jinwoo is at a higher level, he's ready to take on even a monster like this. Fighting him will clearly not be easy, especially given the difference in size, but nothing is impossible. The young partner feels as if he's been thrust into a nightmare that could never happen in real life. Just a couple of seconds ago, he wanted to protect Jinwoo, but now everything has flipped completely. It's hard to believe that this guy is the man who was once called the weakest hunter in human history. Jinho knows that among hunters there are people who hide their rank and deliberately downplay their abilities. Such hunters are called false-ranked. They're mostly psychopaths who kill for their own pleasure. Eventually, Jinwoo began to struggle in his battle against the spider after the monster activated its venomous ability. To avoid paralysis, he must act as quickly as possible and push himself to the limit. Now our hero is starting to feel fatigue. Because of this, he's not as fast as before and is beginning to miss his strikes. The monster decided to take advantage of this opportunity and crush the pathetic slug with its enormous paw. At that moment, Jinwoo saw everything that had happened to him recently, everything he'd gone through on his path to a new life. The realization of everything that had happened gave him an extra burst of energy, allowing him to get back up and land a devastating blow. Now the spider would no longer be able to gaze at its victims with its beautiful eyes, because it simply wouldn't have any left. The enormous monster, who was the dungeon's boss, had just been defeated by the man whom everyone considered the weakest hunter in the world. Thanks to this, Jinwoo raised his level several times over, even though he had to deplete his energy reserves to do so. Jinho looked at his partner and was certain he was facing a psychopath with a fake rank. He had to force a smile because he was terrified that his head was about to be cut off. He offered his partner some water, then went to expend all his energy reserves to open a passage. The rest of the team must have heard the loud noises and decided to return to the dungeon. They were certain that the monster had already destroyed the newbies, finally had its fill, and had now gone to sleep, leaving the crystals unattended. Now the most interesting events await us because the captain has just realized that the newbies are still alive. At first, everyone thought they'd managed to defeat the monster thanks to Junho's expensive gear, though that's not the case at all. The captain has no idea what special properties this gear has, but thanks to it, a miracle really did happen. It turns out that the captain recently went online and found out everything about this guy. He learned that he is the son of a very influential man. Junho received his gear thanks to the well-known chairman of a construction company, Yu Jin, who is his father. Now the captain is ready to let this guy live. To do so, he'll just have to kill his partner, Jin Woo. As far as he's concerned, this is the only way to survive. Otherwise, he and his partner will be slaughtered by a ruthless team of assassins. They promise that no one will ever find out about this anyway, because whatever happens in the dungeon stays in the dungeon. It's no surprise that Jin Woo faces betrayal once again, since everyone considers him the weakest person in the world. Then something surprising happened. Instead of killing his partner to save his own life, Jin-ho turned his weapon against the real traitors. He decided to stand by his friend and fight against professional assassins, which is practically the same as suicide. In the most crucial moments, justice always prevails. Let's hope today is one of those moments. The system warned of an approaching danger. One of the enemies was a high-level mage. He directed his power against Jin Woo and unleashed a massive explosion in just a few seconds. It seemed that Jin Woo was now dead and that his partner might give up on revenge and join the team of traitors to stay alive. Jin Woo really took a beating. The blow knocked him off balance for a while, but it didn't kill him. In a place like this, you have to focus on survival and try to adapt to your surroundings. Up until that moment, our hero's thinking had been wrong. This had happened many times during his journeys through the dungeons. He had entered places like this many times and had even pushed past his limits, but he still made the mistake of thinking the dungeons were safe. The system is forcing him to kill enemies. For him, this has become today's quest, and if he fails to complete it, he'll be sentenced to death. The system is doing everything it can to make him stronger because everyone wants to see a formidable son Jin Woo. The wizard thought he had missed, because when he hits the target precisely, no living creature can get back up. The hunters from the traitors team were too cocky, so even now, they underestimated what was in store for them. They kept mocking this little guy and calling him a pathetic loser who was headed for death. As a result, one of them had to pay the price for his excessive overconfidence and carelessness. When his head was severed, everyone around froze, unable to tell whether this was really happening or if it was just a dream. The first enemy had just been killed, the system demanded a complete sweep of the perimeter, and Jin Woo finally accepted the rules of the game. It doesn't matter how unprepared he was before. Now this guy is on par with even professional sicarios. He's turned into a veritable devil, even though just yesterday he was a little birdling that couldn't fly away from the nest. The wizard tried once again to repeat his trick and roast his opponent with a fiery wind. That was a big mistake. Professionals always learn from their mistakes, but this wizard never learned from his previous failure. His best ally had just died right before the captain's eyes. Scenarios like this would likely alter anyone's sense of self. At that moment, all the team members went mad. They lost their minds and began to furiously attack their enemy. When a warrior loses his mind, he stops acting logically, and his actions become all too predictable. Jin Woo acts with a cool head, so fighting enraged opponents is no more than a walk in the park for him. Without any unnecessary emotion, he calmly cuts them to pieces and takes another step toward the captain. Thanks to his victories and constant training, he has already leveled up and unlocked new skills, such as the bleeding effect and the paralysis effect. Every member of the traitors team endured incredible pain before leaving this ancient world. Now it's time to have a little chat with the captain, since he's the founder of this terrible cult. At first he was frightened, but then rage completely took over his mind and channeled all his strength against the enemy. Jin Woo didn't even have to fight. Once his skills reached a new level, he learned to attack opponents from a distance. After that, he approached only to personally savor the sweet taste of revenge and punish his chief tormentor. The captain's head was severed at the very moment he begged for mercy and promised to pay Jin Woo any amount of money. Money means nothing when the moment of reckoning arrives. Jin-ho had just seen this with his own eyes. The urgent quest to kill the enemies had just been completed. It was time to collect the reward and head off for a well-deserved rest. Let's take a brief break from this story and head to Washington, D.C. in the United States. Early this morning, Captain Huang's brother had a terrifying dream that caused him to wake up in tears. The very next day, rumors began circulating within the Korean Hunters Association about a strange incident in a certain dungeon. Information had just come in that 8 people had died in this dungeon, with only 2 low-rank hunters surviving. At first, it seemed like there was nothing strange about it. The newbies had abandoned the party and fled, while the more experienced hunters had fought the monsters and died. The problem is that when they started digging deeper, it turned out that the newbies hadn't fled at all. They had cleared the dungeon themselves. One of them had incredible gear which allowed him to defeat the boss, a giant spider named Arachnid. The other survivor turned out to be a hunter named Sun Jin Woo, who had previously been mentioned in the Hunters Association. It's strange. The magic power meter didn't detect anything suspicious about this hunter, but the situation is truly ambiguous. It also came to light that one of the hunters who died was Captain Huang, the older brother of Hunter Dong-soo. This means that the head of the Special Situations Division, Mr. Kim Chul, cannot ignore this incident. By that time, Jin Woo had returned home and had no idea that he might be in trouble because of the dungeon clear. He was having a wonderful time with his sister, especially considering that he had earned a considerable amount of money from the dungeon crystals. Now he's even developed immunity to poisons, and when he drinks beer, he doesn't feel intoxicated at all. His sister noticed the changes in her brother. He used to be completely different, but now he had become very serious. After that, Jin-ho called him and suggested they meet at the nearest coffee shop. Somehow he'd managed to find his partner's number, and he arranged the meeting to thank his savior. After selling the magic stones, they made a decent amount of money, so their collaboration was a success. Jinwoo didn't tell anyone anything. He hopes that what happened in the dungeon will remain between them. In reality, they have nothing to hide. They were simply defending themselves against traitors who were trying to kill them. Jinho still doesn't understand his partner. This guy hides his rank as if he were a maniac who enjoys killing. Nevertheless, he called Jinwoo here to talk about forming a guild, but oddly enough, he immediately abandoned the idea. He has no intention of babysitting the children of wealthy parents, even though he enjoyed working with Jinho. He had to offer him a substantial reward just to get Jinwoo to give it even a moment's thought. If even that isn't enough, he's ready to offer him the role of team captain and all the perks that come with it. Jinho wants to start his own guild because it's directly linked to his father's company. Although dungeons are dangerous, you can find mountains of treasure there that could make you a millionaire. Of course, business sharks have taken an interest in all of this, so Jinho's father has also decided to start his own guild and has asked his son for help. His father plans to hire a top-ranked hunter and make him the guild leader, while his eldest son will serve as the deputy captain. Jinho doesn't want to sit idly by. He plans to gain experience and then make his father proud of him. He won't tell anyone about Jinwoo's true abilities. This will remain his secret until the day he dies. If Jinwoo isn't ready yet, he's about to see something that will definitely pique his interest. It's unclear what his partner showed him, but in any case, Jinwoo felt his heart start to beat faster. Early the next morning, the brother and sister went for a run, even though that used to be a very rare occurrence. Today, Jinwoo wants to talk to his sister about what she would spend her money on if she won the lottery. She said she'd happily buy herself an apartment and pay for college. After that, her brother picked up the pace as much as he could and forgot that today's run was supposed to be a family run. In fact, he's not thinking about sports at all right now, but rather about the proposal he received from his partner yesterday. It turns out that Jinho's father's company is planning to build a large building that will serve as the guild's headquarters. This building is worth a lot of money, and Jinwoo can get his hands on it if he becomes the guild leader. Of course, to do that, he'll have to become a top-ranked hunter, even if that seems impossible right now. But we mustn't forget that Jinwoo is a unique character, since all other hunters cannot increase the level they were born with. If he raises his rank to the maximum, he'll have the opportunity to become the guild leader and acquire a building worth a fortune. This would solve all his life's problems, so he's ready to accept his partner's offer, but only on the condition that they work together. It turned out that they would have to recruit additional team members after all, because you can't enter the dungeon if you have fewer than 10 people. They agreed to start recruiting people immediately. Jinho would mainly handle this since Jinwoo had to complete his daily training. Now we need to digress from our story again and shift our focus to Washington. Dongsu has already learned that his brother was killed. He's gathered all the information about that raid and now wants to see the files on the surviving hunters. His assistant informed him that he is free to kill the Korean hunters. This opportunity has arisen because Korea has not signed the Indian Pact on hunter crimes, so Americans have free reign. It won't be difficult to cover up the case, so Don Soo, a top-ranked hunter and member of the Cleaners Guild, plans to travel to Korea to carry out his act of revenge. In 2 weeks, he'll have some free time, and he hopes that by then, his brother's killers will still be alive. He has no doubt about this, especially regarding Jinwoo, who will not only be alive, but will have significantly increased his level. After completing today's training, he received another bonus key. The hidden quest was activated, and a new dungeon gate opened before our hero. Everything around him had changed. He found himself in a world ablaze with fire and realized he was in a top-tier dungeon. The chance of survival here is 0, so if it gets too hot, he'll have to use a return stone and go back to his cozy little nest. Today, he must test the limits of his strength, and the monsters here will help him do just that. Under no circumstances should he retreat out of fear, because that would start a vicious cycle from which there would be no escape. To become stronger, he'll have to face the guardian of the gates of hell named Cerberus. Jin has found himself in a very dangerous place. This is a dungeon of the highest rank. Gates like these have already opened on Jeju Island. After the gates were breached, the area turned into a scorched desert unfit for life. Even if the strongest hunters gather, there's no guarantee they'll be able to clear a dungeon like this. Given his current stats, Jin should have refrained from venturing into this place because the threat level here is at its highest. Most likely his expedition into the Stone Lord's dungeon influenced him. After that experience, he fears nothing. This guy has gone mad, challenging the highest difficulty level. We'll see how this plays out, but by all the rules of the genre, he's bound to die. Jin is very curious to find out just how powerful S-rank monsters' attacks are. If it's really that dangerous, then he'll have to activate the skill called Wolf Slayer. All his stats have been boosted to take on Cerberus. He can't do this without his skills. Once the Bloodlust skill was activated, Jinwoo no longer felt like a victim. Quite the opposite, in fact. He had become a predator. Today, he had a perfect opportunity to test his abilities against the strongest opposition. So far, his attacks aren't working, and the system keeps reminding him of the level difference. Just now, for the first time in a long while, he smelled his own blood. It's the very scent that no hunter in the world should ever have to smell, but as we've already said, reality is full of disappointments. The system kept sending notifications that the character's health was rapidly dropping to 0. The internal system helps the player as much as possible, but Jinwoo's life still depends on him alone. It feels as though he's a character being controlled by someone else, but even if that's the case, why not use it to his own advantage? When death is already staring you in the face, you need to muster patience and show some grit. Just a few months ago, Jinwoo would never have done this, but now this guy has completely changed. It feels as though he's turned into a madman who isn't afraid of death. On the contrary, he's rushing toward it. Perhaps this was the only way he could kill the guardian of the gates of hell named Cerberus. His power level has increased many times over, and there's no doubt that when he returns, he'll be much stronger. That same evening, a secret meeting took place at one of the city's cafes. A meeting that cannot be kept quiet. Two adults met, one of whom was a representative of the Korean Hunters Association. The second person had heard about what happened in the dungeon and brought 20 billion won with him today. He brought this money so that the association would help kill the survivors in the dungeon. Representatives of the association said he would have to pay extra, but in any case he was happy to kill people instead of monsters. As it turned out, after the last raid on the dungeon, Captain Song left to work for the Hunters Association. He lost an arm, but he can still fight, even if he can only use a fraction of his skills. He's a fairly experienced master who can teach any young hunter to fight blindfolded. He's even gained some apprentices who follow his instructions to the letter. Captain Song has long dreamed of retiring, but as long as he's alive, he'd like to be of use to this world. He is pleased that a top-ranked hunter is learning the way of the sword from a low-ranking hunter like himself. A high rank doesn't make up for a lack of skill. That's probably why things like this happen sometimes. During his usual walk the next day, Captain Song ran into an old acquaintance. It's unclear whether this encounter was intentional or not, but standing right in front of him is his student, Song Jinwoo. It's hard to recognize this young man now. In the past, he was small and frail, but now he has transformed into a handsome young man. Sometimes this happens in just a few months, but the most interesting thing is that Jinwoo has regenerated his severed leg. Of course, he can't reveal that this is simply the result of the will to live, which allows lost body parts to regenerate. I had to say that Jinwoo doesn't remember anything and doesn't even know how his limbs grew back. They talked for a bit and then walked over to the site of the rupture. It seemed that each of them was acting on orders from the guild. Strange as it may seem, all the survivors of that fateful day are gathered here today. Coincidences aren't really coincidences. Chu-hee was the happiest of all to see our hero, and she didn't hide her surprise. Also present was Master Kim Sung-sik, who, as we recall, abandoned his team and fled. It's immediately clear that he finds it unpleasant to recall those events, and is trying his best to avert his gaze, but the rest of the team doesn't pay any attention to it. The squad captain doesn't feel like a perfect person either, because, to be honest, he has to admit that he too abandoned his partner. He knew full well that he was leaving Jinwoo to certain death, but he walked away anyway. They have a lot in common, and today they met again, though of course they were under very different command back then. It's hard to believe now that this young man has changed so much, and yet many people have no idea just how strong he is now. Just then, a car pulled up beside them, carrying criminals who began joking about the hunter's romantic scene. One of the association's representatives ordered them to shut up or they'd regret it. These people are undergoing rehabilitation, so they must join the hunters on the raid. Are our heroes really going to have to go on a raid with criminals? It seems like the world has gone completely mad. The number of hunters in this area has decreased, so they have to resort to measures like this. A hunter from the supervisory department named Gan Tae-si will also be joining this raid. Jinwoo immediately sensed that something was off here. He can't refuse the raid, but he asks his girlfriend to skip today's outing. Unfortunately, if he's going to a dangerous place, she can't leave him alone. They'll have to team up with criminals and go through some real trouble. It seems like fate. People who have gone through hell must return to the very same place. Within a few minutes, the criminals were released and finally regained their freedom of movement. Captain Song will lead the squad because he is the most experienced hunter on the roster. Just a few minutes later, they encountered the Green Goblins deep within the dungeons. We remember very well how these Green Goblins nearly killed Jinwoo in the past. Now he has learned his lesson and should be much stronger. If, of course, he's given the chance to show his strength. The bandits had been imprisoned for so long that they had taken on all the monsters. As the captain watched the fight, he couldn't even tell which of them was the real monster. He was too distracted, and because of that, he was nearly killed by a cunning goblin. It was only thanks to his incredible instincts and magic that he managed to roast that guy over a fire. If the goblins think they can just go ahead and attack a disabled person so easily, they're wrong. During the battle, the captain and the rest of the crew noticed that Jinwoo had changed significantly. He had become stronger and more experienced, as if he'd been through several dangerous battles during that time. It also became apparent that Captain Song had improved his skills as well, even though he hadn't been the most confident man before. Jin also noticed that his girlfriend seemed frightened. If she was afraid of the Green Goblins, it meant her psychological trauma ran very deep. Right after the first battle, Tasik suggested they split up. The danger would increase, but they'd make much faster progress through the dungeon. Tasik, along with the prisoners, would take the right path, while Captain Song, along with his experienced team, would go the other way. Jin analyzed the situation and realized that the most interesting events would take place on the left side, so he suggested heading there. It soon became clear that the group would be split into 3 parts to further speed up the process of clearing the dungeon. Our hero is very frightened of Tasik. This guy looks strange and too mysterious to be safe. He hardly ever engages in combat. The prisoners do all the dirty work for him. Today they're set to face hundreds of goblins, so sooner or later he'll have to join the fight anyway. Master Kim took a different route with the big guy. They've already finished clearing the area. Soon they saw something strange that didn't fit the overall plan of the raid. For the first time in a long while, Master Kim Sang-sik was frightened. It turned out that at that moment, Tasik was killing the prisoners, even though they were supposed to be doing their jobs. He hadn't expected other hunters to spot him at that moment, so he'd let his guard down. Even as new witnesses to his actions approached, he still cut off the prisoner's head right before their eyes. A few seconds later, loud noises rang out. Jin immediately heard and recognized the voices of his comrades. They ran to save their loved ones, and at that moment, nearly lost their own heads when they were attacked by the madman Tasik. Even in the face of this unexpected attack, Jin managed to react and defend himself, as well as protect his close friends. Tasik realized he couldn't leave any unnecessary witnesses here, so he would have to destroy everyone in the dungeon. We recall that a few days earlier, he had received a substantial reward from an unknown man. It seems he took the money to kill everyone around him today, and if he isn't stopped, that's exactly what will happen. At the moment, Master Kim is still alive, though it's immediately obvious that he's lost a lot of blood.
Joo-hee reacted instantly and ran to treat her partner, hoping he could still be saved.
Master Kim said he couldn't be saved. He'd lost too much blood, so it was better not to waste her energy. The experienced hunter didn't want to apologize like this. He thought it would happen under completely different circumstances. Unfortunately, he had to apologize to his comrades just before dying in a pool of his own blood. But thanks to that, he was able to find peace. He was very sorry that this had happened. He didn't want to betray anyone and had always lived for his family. It seemed to him that he had made the right choice. Within a few seconds, the bleeding stopped due to cardiac arrest, and the experienced hunter bid farewell to life. Our hero cannot forgive such a murder. He has a strong sense of justice, and therefore cannot turn a blind eye to the crime. Tasik wants to make it look like he killed the prisoners when they tried to escape, because they had killed all the other team members beforehand. That way, no one will suspect him of the crime. He'll survive unscathed and claim the entire raid reward for himself. Jin has never encountered such a psychopath in his life. It's immediately obvious that Tasik is completely detached from reality. Captain Song asked his young comrade not to worry. He himself wants to avenge the team member. Joo-hee will help him with this. The young sorceress can cast additional magic on his body to boost his stats. After that, Song will be forced to close the distance and do everything possible to ensure his opponent doesn't dodge his strike. The battle began sooner than expected because Tasik decided not to wait for the attack but to strike first. He is an assassin-class hunter. People like him always know how to fight under any circumstances. He's facing a true master of the sword, which is why the battle is so fascinating. Jin was very worried about his comrade, but he understood that experience must prevail over strength. He was very surprised when, with his very first strike, the experienced master sliced his opponent in two. It turned out to be just an illusion. The assassin was far more dangerous than expected, so it would be difficult for the team to make it out of the dungeon alive. The battle continued, but there was no contest here. With a single fluid movement, Tasik inflicted a serious wound on his opponent. He doesn't want this battle to drag on, so he'll do everything possible to spare his opponent unnecessary suffering. When two hunters face off against each other, their individual strength isn't as important as the balance of their classes, which has the greatest impact on the battle. Tasik prepared to deliver the final blow. He was tired of playing games and decided to end this pointless scene without regret. At the last moment, Captain Song found the strength to activate a magical explosion. He was confident it would work because of the element of surprise, but once again, he underestimated his opponent. There was just 1 second left before Mr. Song would bid farewell to life and go to meet his maker. If the Jin hadn't intervened in time to block that blow, that's exactly what would have happened. Some crazy rookie, who's called humanity's weakest hunter, had just challenged a professional assassin. Now for Tasik, this is a matter of honor. He wants to teach the young man a lesson and make him suffer excruciating pain. Before the fight begins, Jin wants to understand why this man is capable of such terrible acts. Now, we must go back to that very evening when the two men met at one of the city's cafes. It turns out that Tasik received money from a man whose family had been victimized by prisoners. One of the gangsters had harmed his daughter, causing her to hang herself, and her mother is still in the hospital from the shock. So this man gathered all his money and asked Tasik to go on a raid and kill the ruthless gangsters. Tasik didn't mind doing a good deed, although in reality he simply enjoys killing people for money. If the surviving hunters promise not to tell anyone anything, Tasik is willing to let them live, since he has no grudge against them. Though, judging by his appearance, that's not really the case. Jin didn't trust him from the very beginning. There's no reason to trust someone who recently made up stories about their deaths. The battle was inevitable from the start, so you'll have to hold your breath and enjoy the clash of fighting styles. Tasik always fights with excessive confidence, and this time he's pushing forward even more because he knows about the difference in their levels. This could backfire on him because the guy he's fighting is actually a reawakened one. Watching this battle from the sidelines is a true privilege that only a few have been granted. Jin has no intention of backing down. Not only has he grown stronger, but he's also gained a confidence he's never had before. For Tasik, on the other hand, this is a perfect opportunity to prove himself. He enjoys killing when he feels resistance. He should have charged more for a job like this, but it's too late to dwell on the past now. Any mistake will cost him his life. Using her magical abilities, Juhee amplified her companion's energy to support him in battle. It feels like we're watching not a battle between hunters, but a battle between two Star Wars characters. The difference in experience was too great, so the genie faced serious difficulties during the fight. Our hero has just received a new quest from the system. He must kill his opponent and ensure his own safety, or his heart will stop. The system senses when someone is trying to kill Jin, so it activates self-defense and grants additional skills to its user. Now the battle has reached a new level, and for the first time in his long life, Tasik felt his own life was in danger. Jin realized he needed to use his skills, so he caused his opponent to experience paralysis and internal bleeding. After sustaining all those injuries, he had to activate his recovery skill to fully restore his potential. Finally, Jin would use his special ability, known as the Thirst for Killing. Tasik found himself in the deep waters of darkness. He could see nothing around him and realized that a shadow was engulfing him. A few seconds later, his opponent's glowing eyes appeared before him, resembling the gaze of death. It was impossible to react to this merciless strike. The Jin acted as quickly and ruthlessly as possible. Anyone who fights monsters must be careful not to become a monster themselves, for if you stare into the abyss for too long, the abyss will also begin to stare back at you. Jin had completed his emergency mission from the system. Now he looked terrifying, and his shadow blended into the darkness. During such horrific killings, he begins to sense that something within him is changing, and in the process, he grows stronger. His friends thanked him for saving them. Juhee looked especially happy, while the captain remained silent. Only after a few seconds did he smile. But it seemed as though Song was doing so with great effort. First, you need to seal off the dungeon and only then call for backup and bury the dead hunters, even the bandits. After completing a special quest, the Jin received a rune of invisibility. Once the artifact is destroyed, he'll be able to become invisible immediately. The friends went ahead to report everything that had happened to the guild members. They realized they needed to give Jin a little time. When everyone had left, Jin didn't rush to catch up with his companions. He approached the bandit and ordered him to get up immediately. He had known for a long time that this guy was alive and pretending to be dead, waiting for everyone to leave so he could escape imprisonment. If the bleeding isn't stopped, the thug will die too, but if he asks Juhee for help, he can be saved. This doesn't mean the genie really intends to save such a terrible person. Sometimes justice demands punishment. They went to the boss's room, where they encountered a huge goblin and his closest henchman. At moments like this, one wonders if this gangster remembers the faces of all his victims, whom he mercilessly killed. He's scum, so he can't even dream that the genie will let him out of this place and send him to prison. No, he realizes that the goblins have grown hungry and wants to satisfy their desires by giving them the chance to kill this terrible man. There was a lot of blood all around, and the genie calmly watched everything that happened. As strange as it may sound, he felt that he had done everything right. After leaving the dungeon, Captain Song and his assistant, Juhee, explained to the guild official what had happened. The scale of the incident frightened many. They had to contact their superiors, and the elite didn't take long to arrive. Just a few minutes later, the top officials from the Korean Hunters Association arrived. They were briefed on everything that had happened, and Mr. Jin Chul was surprised to see the very same young man named Jin Woo there. He explained that he was the head of the oversight department and apologized for the inconvenience caused by his staff. The association offered a formal apology, but at that moment Jin wasn't listening to him at all because he could sense just how powerful this man was. His rank was incredibly high, and even Jin wouldn't be able to handle him with his current stats. Mr. Chul decided to get to the bottom of it directly. He didn't want to beat around the bush, so he demanded to know immediately who exactly had killed the hunter named Tasik. Jin was ready to answer honestly, but at that moment, Captain Song stepped forward and said that he was the one who had killed Tasik. He did so thanks to the support of the sorceress standing behind him. With her help, he gained additional abilities and found the strength to accomplish the impossible. After that, the conversation ended, and the representatives of the Hunters Association immediately headed back to the office. Jin was still in shock and therefore wanted to ask the captain why he had decided to take such a rash and unexpected step at the table. Song was certain that his friend had a compelling reason to hide his abilities, so he decided to go out of his way to help him, despite the danger of being exposed. For him, this was simply an opportunity to repay his friend for what had happened to them in the past. Even so, the representative of the Hunters Association still suspects that something might be amiss here. He already knows that in the past, Jin has found himself in strange situations, and these situations keep repeating themselves over and over. Soon, a hunter named Dong-soo will arrive in Korea. He has lost his brother and is ready to take revenge on everyone involved. The law is unlikely to stop him. This madman never pays attention to the rules, and his actions strike fear even into the hearts of real monsters. Therefore, Mr. Chul suggests that our hero leave the country for a while to avoid unnecessary stress. 3 hours after the investigation began, the CEO of the gold business turned himself in, confirming the findings of the investigation. The CEO of the gold business turned out to be the man who, a few days earlier, had paid Tasuku a large sum of money and asked him to kill the prisoners in the dungeon. After the whole affair was over, Jui suggested to her friend that they take a short walk and finally talk face to face. She had long since noticed that he had changed a great deal, even though she, at the same time, had remained the same. Everyone changes in their own way. Jui is trying to overcome her fears, but it's not easy at all. The emotional wounds run too deep. She had always supported her friend and never stopped tending to his wounds, even though sustained in the safest dungeons. Sometimes it was even annoying, but she couldn't help but admire this guy's ability to survive anytime, anywhere. Those eyes were always full of life and constantly screamed that they wanted to survive and see tomorrow's dawn. Today she invited him for a walk to return the very crystal that Jin had given her at a critical moment in the Dungeon of Stone Statues. Now she was leaving for good and planning to return to her hometown of Busan. If he happened to be in the area, he should definitely call her and meet up for a cup of coffee. This separation was unexpected. Ju-hee had always played a major role in Jin's life, but now he has his own path to follow. Today he gained yet another reason to become stronger, because, by all accounts, a determined killer is on his way to Korea, seeking revenge for his brother's death. Just a few days later, Jinwoo was forced to meet up again with his partner, Jin-ho. His partner had managed to round up a group of licensed hunters to help them enter the new dungeons. Here, you might encounter a wounded warrior, an alcoholic, and even those who came for a quick buck and look like children. The partners can't enter the dungeon just the two of them, so today they need additional team members. They rely only on themselves, so even if the other hunters are weak, they don't really care. The other hunters just need to be there, but they won't have to do all the dirty work. Jin-ho hasn't strayed from his traditions. Thanks to his father's money, he bought himself new gear and now looks like a space samurai. A single push from Jin-woo was enough to knock him off his feet, which shows that gear can't replace true strength. It's better to shed excess gear so as not to lose speed and to be more agile. As soon as the team approached the dungeon gates, they opened and two teammates went inside while the rest remained outside. Just a few minutes later, Jin-ho emerged from the gate. Everyone thought he had abandoned the mission because clearing the dungeon with just two people was completely absurd. A little later, the hunters who had come to join them realized that this was no accident at all. Jin-ho didn't come out of the dungeon because he'd abandoned the mission, but because the raid was over and the dungeon was closing. Today they plan to clear 3 more dungeons so they can't waste a single minute. After all, time is money. The hunters who had gathered here for easy money were shocked and couldn't understand who these two were or why they were so strong. Let's take a break from these events and see what's happening at the White Tiger Guild's headquarters. They've just found out here that someone has spent a huge amount of money to clear a C-rank dungeon. Recently, a team has emerged that has started buying up the rights to all the gates that appear for low-rank hunters. They don't even care that the price keeps going up. The leader of this group is named Jin-ho. According to rumors, he is the son of the CEO of a large company. Also among the members of the clearing team was Jin-woo, the very same guy who recently suffered a serious setback in the dungeon. One of the guild leaders ordered all hunters to drop what they were doing and find Jin-woo and Jin-ho immediately. Later, at the White Tiger Guild's headquarters, the leader began searching for all available information against the two. Jin-woo had recently survived 3 incidents. He had cleared the double lair, survived the death of Captain Huang's party, and had been in the dungeon where the supervision inspector was killed. Jin-woo and Jin-ho met during the second incident and are now working together thanks to the support of a large corporation. Rumors are circulating that they want to open a large guild in order to maximize their profits from the dungeons. This suggests that the hunter song Jin-woo may have been reawakened, which is very, very interesting. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to survive these hellish incidents, since each time there was a major disaster with numerous casualties. Chief Sanmin wants to go on a reconnaissance mission, although he rarely handles such matters on his own. He has assistance for that. This means the chief is very concerned about the situation, but now is not the time to think about that. It's much more interesting to watch a hunter named Jin-woo gain experience and effortlessly take down werewolves. He blends into the terrain and moves like a shadow, which is why his attacks are so unpredictable and practically invisible. Jin-ho is still amazed by his friend's new skills, even though any other guy would have gotten used to his partner's quirks long ago. Our hero's stats are constantly rising. There's no doubt that he'll soon break through all limits of what's possible. When the White Tiger Guild leader set out on a reconnaissance mission, he couldn't even have imagined that the oddities would only increase. When he arrived at the dungeon clearing site, he saw that most of the team's hunters were calmly spending time together and having a picnic. He quickly learned that 2 hunters had gone inside and hadn't taken the rest of the assistants with them. At that very moment, the 2 partners finally finished clearing the dungeon and emerged into the outside world. They'll have to take tomorrow off because Jin-woo has urgent business to attend to, but then work will continue. Just then, Sanmin, the head of the 2nd Division of the White Tiger Guild, approached them. They decided to go to a nearby cafe to have a serious conversation. The White Tiger Guild is one of the best guilds in South Korea, and so they want to recruit Jin-woo to their team, offering him twice as much money as any of their competitors. Our hero seemed calm and showed no unnecessary emotion. He felt that this was too generous an offer for a hunter who was considered low-ranking. When Mr. Sandman heard how much money Jin was asking for, he was shocked and even started shouting. The people in the cafe were frightened because it seemed to them that a conflict was brewing, even though it was just a business discussion. Jin-woo explained that he had been offered a huge sum of money, and that if the White Tiger Guild wanted to hire him, they would have to pay twice as much. Sandman hadn't even expected the offer to be so huge. It felt as if his counterpart was bluffing. Jin-woo said he wasn't going to play games and was ready to back up every word he said with facts. He realized that the White Tiger Guild wouldn't be able to satisfy his appetite, so he decided to end the conversation prematurely. It seemed as though Jin had already left, but he had merely used his invisibility skill and approached his interlocutor from behind. Now Mr. Sandman must explain why he was trying to get his hands on all the information about Jin Woo and his associates. There was no longer any doubt that the guild representative was speaking with a man who had been reawakened. And this was not someone to be trifled with. He began to tell everything honestly and even shared all his theories regarding the previous events. Only Mr. Sandman's direct subordinate knows about this entire investigation. No one else is aware of it. Clearing out low-level dungeons attracts a lot of attention, and Jin Woo doesn't want the number of people who know about him to grow. He warned his companion that this information must not fall into the wrong hands, or else he would face death. After that, their conversation ended, and a delighted Jin Woo went outside to tell his friend that everything was fine. Strange as it may seem, the guild leader has no intention of backing down. He realizes he's found a real gem and needs to recruit him to his team. Meanwhile, Jin had no intention of resting. On the contrary, he wanted to level up even more. A new dungeon has just opened up before him, and now he must once again put his skills to the test in real combat. He likes it when things are real. But sooner or later, he'll face an insurmountable obstacle, and then his life will once again hang by a thread. A few minutes later, our hero was already in the dungeon, battling a massive Iron Titan. Thanks to his steadily improving stats, he now feels much more confident during combat. Skillful combinations and constant changes in angle also allow him to fight comfortably. Even despite the opponent's strength and high level, victory was only a matter of time. Now he needs to focus on conserving mana, because he can't leave this dungeon until the entire area has been cleared. Sometimes the dungeon is too difficult. There's no way to heal or escape because Jin Woo is completely alone. This dungeon is tied to unlocking a new class, which is why the quest is particularly interesting. First, you'll have to deal with these bruisers who rely solely on their defense. If they think size matters, they're making a big mistake. Skills are always more important, and that goes beyond just combat. There were more opponents now, but they didn't feel like monsters at all. It felt like cornered deer that had run into a lion. We're not watching that same guy who used to be called a weakling and shunned by everyone. No, this is a completely different person who, without a shadow of a doubt, attacks enormous monsters and rips their heads off with his bare hands. 3 knights had just been destroyed, and as a reward, Jin Woo received high-ranked knight's armor. He was just about to relax when, at that moment, an unexpected rival approached him. It turns out there are monsters here that use invisibility skills and also possess magical abilities. It felt as though the battles were repeating themselves, which meant the dungeon was much more difficult than Jin Woo had initially anticipated. With his last ounce of strength, Jin Woo continued to fight these opponents, but they had no intention of stopping. Before long, he was feeling incredibly exhausted, but he couldn't leave the dungeon until he'd cleared it. Just as his stamina dropped to its lowest point, his opponents, on the contrary, seemed to feel even more energetic. So they wouldn't let him rest, so he had to launch a full-scale sweep and destroy everything in his path. For defeating the monsters, Jin Woo received various pieces of equipment that would help him fight even stronger opponents in the future. He didn't even realize how much his level had increased, but now he'll have to step into the boss room, where he'll need that level. It's hard to even imagine what kind of monster lurks behind those doors, because the cold that bursts out from there chills you to the bone. Our hero found himself in a fairly spacious hall, filled with torches and utter silence. Walking a little further, the genie saw the royal throne, but no one was sitting on it at the moment. Just a few seconds later, the silence was finally broken by the sound of footsteps. Our hero had been incredibly confident up until that moment, but now quite the opposite. He felt fear because he remembered that something similar had already happened to him in the past. Everything here strongly resembles a double dungeon. It seems that this terrifying icy power emanates from this guy. The blood-red commander Igris didn't come here to joke around, but to behead this unexpected guest. The knight is here to defend the empty throne. You might find this funny, but Jin Woo is definitely not one to mess with. The battle began almost instantly. The hunter was lucky to have good instincts, because without them, he wouldn't have dodged that blow. Like a professional boxer, Jin Woo immediately struck back, though it's unlikely that would be enough to pierce the iron armor. We're going to have to work up quite a sweat here, especially considering that even the ordinary knights in this dungeon put us under incredible pressure. It's hard to even imagine what their boss is capable of. Despite his massive size, he moves as lightly as a feather. It's unlikely you'll be able to win here without special weapons, or at least some key skills. As soon as Jin Woo set his sword aside, the knight did the same, thereby emphasizing his nobility. Sometimes the most noble opponents turn out to be incredibly ruthless, so you can't let your guard down. While reaction time was crucial at the start of the duel, it was no longer enough to dodge an attack. It's not even clear whether Jin Woo can stand a decent fight against this monster. The power disparity is simply too great. In moments of such overwhelming disparity in strength, one must rely on intelligence. That is the only way to find the key to victory. At first, Jin Woo faced great difficulties and even began to lose faith in his own victory. He realizes he must fight, for otherwise, the entire journey he has undertaken will remain unfinished. Somehow, miraculously, he was given a second chance to change his fate. He grew stronger and more confident in his own abilities. Now is not the time to give up. On the contrary, he needs to seize the initiative and show who's in charge here. It's been a long time since I've seen Jinwoo this enraged. It feels like this guy has snapped like a rabid dog. He was landing titanic blows on the knight and didn't even pay attention to the difference in their sizes. In this frenzied manner, the blood-red commander was slain, and the hunter's level was raised many times over. Any mistake could have cost him his life. It was a truly close call since he was inferior in every key attribute. In return, Jinwoo received not only gold and various artifacts, but even the Red Knight's helmet. Now, he'll gain additional protection and physical damage absorption along with stamina and strength. For some reason, the system notified him that the quest was not yet complete, even though a return stone had dropped from the knight. A mysterious portal opened right next to Jinwoo. And he wasn't alone, because identical portals opened on every side of the hall. Only now does the real class change quest begin. The longer the hunter can hold out, the more points he'll be able to earn. The number of points determines how high-ranking a profession he will receive. As soon as the system announced that the timer had started, massive iron killers began pouring out of all these open portals. Jin has no intention of playing games. He'll easily handle these guys, since they're nowhere near the level of the Red Knight Egress. The only problem was the sheer number of opponents, as well as the fact that a mage who uses a detection skill had just appeared. Even when Jinwoo activated his invisibility skill, that mage still found him with ease. The knights received the signal and immediately rushed into the attack, thereby completely ruining our hero's plans. The problem is that Jinwoo had planned to win by relying on his invisibility technique, which is why he was so confident. Now he'll have to activate his bloodlust skill and give it his all to secure the best class. The young hunter fought without regard for the fear of death. It felt as though he had conquered that fear and had now become death itself. Knights kept pouring out of the gates. They were coming much faster than he could destroy them. His mana is running out, and at this rate, he'll soon be unable to use his skills and will be left virtually defenseless. If he used the return stone, it would mean he'd failed the quest and would end up with a weak profession. Only 5 minutes had passed, but Jinwoo could no longer stay in this hellish place. He prepared to activate the return stone, but it was too late. One of the knights managed to land a very powerful blow on him, and the stone fell from the hunter's hand. Now he found himself completely defenseless, surrounded by a massive army of knights. In critical moments, incredible things happen. We've known this since ancient mythology. Today is exactly that kind of situation, where a wounded beast turns out to be twice as dangerous. It seems that when this hunter feels the fear of death, his muscles are filled with an unknown strength that drives him forward. Having hit rock bottom, he always dreamed of reaching the summit, and he knows better than anyone what it means to be weak and defenseless. He was dubbed the weakest hunter in the world, but now he's on his way to becoming the exact opposite. Now he wants to become the strongest in the world. And even if no one believes in him, he still won't give up until he stands on the podium. Deep down, he's having an inner dialogue with his past self. This could be a turning point in his story. Jinwoo chose his own path. He didn't take the safe route, and now he dances with death at every opportunity. He's been given an incredible opportunity, one that comes along for only one person in a million, so he has no right to give up. His past self tries to humiliate our hero, saying that Jinwoo has always been weak and defenseless. Perhaps that was once true. Perhaps he once closed his eyes and trembled with fear at critical moments. In any case, things are different now. This guy has changed and has now taken his own destiny into his own hands. He'll have to learn to control himself, otherwise, his courage will turn into recklessness. But if he can conquer and rein in his instincts, learn to control his emotions and maintain a cool demeanor, then boundless horizons will open up before him. Usually the hardest moments in life are turning points on the path ahead. Every character has their own arc, and now is the very moment when Jinwoo must change course. He's only just begun to take off, so if he falls now, he'll never get back up. Just as a rocket can never fly again after it crashes. From now on, he'll have to kill even more people and sacrifice many, including even his friends and family. In the end, he'll be the only one to blame for his own death. Luck is a skill too, but if the system leaves him here to die now, it will be a complete waste of time. The chief knight was about to deliver the final blow, but at the very last second, the mission's time limit ran out. When the massive sword struck the ground, the hunter named Jinwoo was no longer there. In a cold jolt, he opened his eyes and found himself in a completely different place. He had to lift his head and look around to realize that he was in the desert. It's hard to believe he made it out of that situation, even though it seemed like a guaranteed one-way ticket to death. The last dungeon had turned out to be too difficult, but sometimes you have to stumble along the way to gain extra motivation. Jin has never felt better than he does now. He's even more eager to level up. He'll have to work really hard to do that, but that's exactly what he's about to do. Whatever doesn't kill him makes him stronger. With this truth in mind, he must continue on his path into the unknown. Sun Jinwoo didn't come home for a long time. For many hours straight, he was slaying monsters. Because of this, his younger sister began to worry, especially since she'd had a scary dream. She thought her brother might have a girlfriend, but that was ridiculous. Anyone could have a girlfriend, but certainly not him. Sooner or later, he'll come home anyway. There must be a good reason why he's taking so long. His killing blows skill level had just been raised, as had the overall balance of all his stats. He completed his penalty quest and destroyed all the monsters that were in this heartless desert. Many new skills have become available to the hunter, and now he wants to use a rune called Touch of the Ruler. This rune will allow him to gain an additional skill and add another ace to his deck. He has acquired an active ability that requires mana. Now Jinwoo can control objects without even touching them. Right now it's difficult for him to use this skill because his overall level needs to be raised. The quest timer has run out and the penalty quest is fully completed. From here on out, he can only rely on luck. The second attempt is bound to be more successful, even though the number of nights has tripled over the past 4 hours. Whether he likes it or not, he must kill every opponent who comes within arm's reach of him. There definitely won't be a third chance, so if he wants to get a good profession, he'll have to strain every muscle in his body. His invisibility skill isn't working because the knights are getting help from a wizard operating from the rear. But if he eliminates that mage, the situation could improve immediately. Jinwoo quickly figured out what he needed to do and killed the mage who was causing the most trouble. After that, fighting the knights would be much easier. They'd turn into puppets who couldn't even see where the attacks were coming from.
A total bloodbath began, and at that very moment, the hunter earned the nickname the Mad Butcher.
Very soon, a whole pile of knights' corpses had formed around our hero. Unfortunately, he couldn't defend himself against attacks from all sides at once because he's a human, not an octopus. Injuries are part of war. The genie must continue fighting regardless and not look at the blood flowing from his wound. Another wizard emerged from the dungeon and began granting the knights additional powers. As soon as this wizard was destroyed, the hunter immediately gained additional motivation and a source of energy. A huge golem formed from the dead warriors, even though the system had said nothing about such a trial. Now he's fighting not only wizards and knights, but also a massive monster. They've decided to overwhelm it with sheer numbers. All of this is the work of the wizards, so if Jinwoo manages to destroy them, your situation will immediately improve. He charged in and completely wiped out all the mages. After that, the enormous monster was destroyed with a single blow, since it was left without magical support. All the monsters in the room were defeated, which means the system officially declares the quest complete. Now the hunter can choose a profession based on the number of points earned. The scoring and analysis of the player's actions have begun. Now all that remains is to guess what profession the genie will choose. Wherever the player goes, the Reaper follows close on his heels, for the player's path is paved with corpses and steeped in the smell of blood. His thirst for power burns so fiercely that it can summon those who wander the Valley of Death. The army of the dead obeys the hunter's command. Now he'll be able to summon the army of the dead in critical situations, which will help him forget his need for outside help. This means that our protagonist has just acquired a new class, the Necromancer. The Necromancer's magical subclass is known as the Dark Wizard, who summons an army of the undead to follow him. It's unknown whether there are necromancers among hunters, but in games, this is the class that leaves most of the fighting to its minions. Now Jin will be able to create his own army. To do so, he needs to take on a hidden class and acquire unique abilities. According to rumors, Yoon-ho, the leader of the White Tigers Guild, can transform into a monster thanks to similar skills. The mages I had to fight during the battle also used something similar to summon the undead. If a wizard has melee abilities and can create a personal army, he'll be able to defend higher level dungeons on his own. This means that summoned creatures will also become stronger, and it will no longer be a solo leveling run. Jean agreed to add a hidden profession, but that's not all. The scoring had just wrapped up. Thanks to his high performance during the trial, the hunter earned the opportunity to become a Lord of Shadows. This is no longer just an ordinary necromancer, it's a skill that allows him to earn the title of Unrivaled Master of Darkness. Every profession has the opportunity to level up. Jin learned this right at the very beginning, when he became a hunter. A warrior can become a berserker, a knight can advance to become a master of the sword, and a wizard can become a grand wizard. For his part, a necromancer has the opportunity to advance to the level of Lord of Shadows, which is exactly what just happened to Jin. Now that he has defeated his opponents, our hero can calmly extract their shadow souls. All it takes is the word rebellion, and the shadow souls immediately rise from the dead and begin to serve their master. Thus begins the uprising of the army of the dead, which is ready to go to the ends of the earth for its master. All he has to do is move them to the Shadow Vault, and in any dire situation, these dead souls will come to their creator's aid. They have a standard rank, and at the initial level, Jinwoo can summon only 30 shadows. This isn't the largest army, and unfortunately, there's currently no way to claim the soul of a stronger monster. To do this, you'll have to release a few ordinary knights to free up space in the repository. Only then will it be possible to take control of a blood-red commander named Igris. If he really manages to take control of such a powerful servant, it will be a great victory. He failed to claim the knight's soul on his first attempt, but after a short rest, Jinwoo subdued Igris. Now his army is truly gaining real strength, and even has its own commander. Now that the mission was complete, there was no longer any reason to stay in that dreadful, dark place. Jin finally returned to the outside world and headed home to recover his strength. His younger sister just called him and reminded him that today is the day he's supposed to visit her school. Today, he'll have to meet his sister's teacher, so he needs to dress a little better and look more presentable. Before heading to school, the hunter decided to stop by the bank to open an account so he could save his money. It turned out that while working with his partner, he had earned a decent amount of money and now wanted to keep his savings safe. It's dangerous to keep money at home, so it's best to entrust his finances to professionals. After that, he immediately went to meet his sister, who wasn't exactly thrilled to see him. She probably wasn't used to her brother looking like a real alpha male, since he had always been a loser. All the girls around him immediately turned their attention to this guy because they too were shocked by his transformation. Now it's time to meet the teacher, who, although she's already a grown woman, also has a thing for young guys. She said that Jin has a good personality and is a model student, so there's no need to worry. The girl is aiming to get into medical school, and given her grades, that shouldn't be a problem. Then the conversation took an unpleasant turn. The teacher said that Jin might develop the abilities of a hunter. If that happens, Jin-woo has no intention of letting her pursue a career in that field, because he's very worried about her. Recently, there's been a student who's been trying to drop out of school after going through an awakening. Right now, he isn't attending school at all. If this continues, the school will be forced to take action, so the teacher wants to ask Jin-woo for a favor. It turns out that the problematic student is Jin-woo's sister's friend. Her name is Hansong, and the teacher asks him to talk to her. Jin-woo immediately got scared because he remembered this very girl. She had taken part in his raids. After all, even South Korea is a small country, so it's no surprise that they ran into each other again. Hansong doesn't understand why this hunter came to her school, since they had never interacted as friends before. The hunter immediately explained what had happened and why he decided to talk to Hansong. The girl said she had no plans to return to school because she was only interested in a career as a hunter. He had to explain to her that without magical weapons and gear, it would be difficult to succeed in this line of work. In fact, he liked her persistence, especially given her low level. After all, she was just like he used to be. Jin-woo didn't come here to convince her to give up hunting. On the contrary, he wants to train her and turn her into a great warrior. By this time, a plane flying from America, more specifically from Washington, had landed at Seoul Airport. As many have already guessed, a young and very confident hunter named Dong-soo stepped off the plane. Not long ago, his brother had been brutally murdered in one of the country's dungeons. He had flown here to take revenge and rip the traitor's heart from his chest. Quite unexpectedly, a representative of the Hunters Guild, Jin Chol, who had received instructions from the leadership, decided to meet him. He's the head of supervision and realizes that the arrival of an American hunter could result in tragic news on television. Dong-soo smiled and said he didn't plan to stay here long. He would return to America as soon as he finished all his urgent business. The conversation wasn't over yet. Chol decided to pull an ace out of his sleeve and immediately declared that he knew Dong-soo's motive. He wanted to take revenge on Jin-woo and Jin-ho. As expected, the head of supervision must be aware of such information, but it's unlikely that this information will help stop an enraged bull. The Hunters Association knows that Captain Huang was suspected of being a lizard and of being involved in the murders of many hunters. These brothers are very similar. They are both ruthless and heartless, so nothing good can be expected from them. The conversation led nowhere. The Hunters Association won't be able to stop Dong-soo, so he opens the hunting season. By that point, Jin-woo and his new apprentice were ready to clear out the dungeon, but first they had to meet an interesting person. The head of the 2nd Supervision Division of Sandman hadn't been in touch for a long time, but today Jin-woo reached out to him himself. He said he had a student who wanted to test herself in real combat. If she succeeded, she would be able to secure a contract with the White Tiger Guild. Real monsters have gathered near the entrance to this dungeon, fully aware that a grueling ordeal awaits them. I'll have to clear out this dungeon alongside a tank named Kimchuk, since he was the first one to arrive here. Besides him, there are plenty of other dangerous fighters here, but most of them are rookies who've come to gain experience. This way, little Hansen will finally be able to figure out if she's truly ready for this tough game called The Life of a Hunter. It's time to enter the dungeon and face the challenges that lie ahead. As soon as the hunters found themselves inside the dungeon, the gates immediately began to glow red. The guild staff didn't understand what was happening. The gates were changing size. Something had clearly gone wrong. A decision was made to immediately summon the main group in order to stabilize the situation. Jin-woo tried to leave the dungeon, but it was clear that some unknown force was pulling him back in. This problem couldn't be solved simply by summoning the main group. He would have to contact the guild leader directly. The White Tiger's boss, Yoon-ho, had just learned that the dungeon had changed color and turned red. If this is indeed true, then the White Tiger must personally venture into this hellish place. At that point, Dong-soo was still under the supervision of a representative from the Korean Hunters Association. This guy can't be left unattended, because he'll immediately start a bloodbath in the city center. Now Dong-soo wants to go into the dungeon and find the very person responsible for his brother's death. There are a huge number of dungeons scattered throughout Korea, but thanks to new technologies, finding the right hunter won't be a problem. Once the victim is found, they will suffer unimaginable torment and will die only with their executioner's permission. At the same time, Jin-woo had no idea that he might soon face serious trouble because he was already in a terrible situation. The dungeon gates changed color, then closed completely, trapping the hunters inside. Some had already begun to panic and prepare for death, but so far, our hero sensed nothing suspicious. It was as if the gate had simply transported them to another world, where the threat of death immediately loomed over the hunters. Not everyone had reaction times as quick as Jin-woo's, so some hunters met their end right away. They need to prepare immediately because there are snow elves in the trees right now, and they didn't come here to socialize. Jin-woo didn't even sense their presence, probably because he lacked experience fighting snow elves. Those who have already encountered these creatures know that they are ruthless killers who effortlessly eliminate hunters after a long pursuit. By this point, the leader of the White Tigers was already near the dungeon, and he was displeased with what had happened. Red gates only appear in higher rank dungeons, which means that everyone inside risks not making it out. There are many new recruits there, but they're most likely all dead by now, so we can count them out right away. Chief Sandman explained that there are 2 promising hunters inside whom they'd like to recommend to their guild. He's referring to the hunter Jinwoo, as well as the girl he brought here today to test her skills. He's embarrassed to admit that these hunters have the lowest rank, but he has no intention of revealing that Jinwoo is actually a reawakened warrior. By that point, panic had indeed broken out in the dungeon, but not all the hunters started screaming and trying to flee. Jinwoo remained calm and coolly analyzed the elves' actions. These guys had tracked down the weakest members of the team and immediately eliminated them. If this had happened a couple of months ago, one of the arrows would have hit him. But now he had grown stronger, and thanks to that, he survived. Kimchuk isn't sure if everyone around him realizes just how dire their situation has become, but he advises everyone to get ready anyway. No one will be able to return home until they die or clear out the dungeon, so they'll have to fight. The Red Gates have cut them off from the outside world. No one else will come to their aid, so they can only rely on themselves. They're very lucky to have an A-rank hunter with them, but one hunter isn't enough to defeat a squad of elves. Now he'll lead all the other hunters and do everything possible to clear out the dungeon. If they stay here, they'll either freeze to death or fall into an ambush. If no one wants to go with him, the tank will go alone.
Very quickly, all the hunters expressed a desire to go with the leader, but he refused to take any weaklings with him.
One day in the Red Gates is only an hour in the outside world. Countless months will pass before the dungeon boss is defeated. That's exactly why Kimchuk doesn't want to carry dead weight. He's only interested in the strongest members of this team. He has no use for anyone else. The team quickly split into 2 groups. One of the girls decided to stay with Jinwoo because she realized he clearly had a higher rank. By that point, Shanmin had decided to tell his boss the whole truth to explain just how critical the situation was. He reported that Jinwoo was a reawakened one, so having a guy like that join their guild would be a true stroke of luck. The guild leader isn't about to take anyone's word for it, so the only person he can rely on is Kimchuk. His training results are very impressive. He's even on par in strength with the members of the White Tigers' main attack squad. Sunshun, the leader of the first squad, is certain of this. Soon they'll see who's right when the hunters are able to return. If, of course, that happens. At that very moment, a car pulled up to the dungeon gates, and a very dangerous man stepped out. It was none other than that madman, Don Su, who had heard that the dungeon had changed its rank at the last moment. The White Tiger leader recognized this madman immediately. It seemed his reputation had spread far beyond the borders of America. While the guild leader remained calm, his assistants were practically wetting themselves with fear. Don Su is the highest-ranked hunter in the Scavengers Guild. This guy is a true scourge to every living creature on planet Earth. A conversation took place between the guild boss and Don Su, and the White Tiger learned why this hunter had come to Korea. He is here to destroy his brother's killer, and there isn't a single living creature that can stop him. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, Jinwoo remained calm. He understands that he mustn't waste his energy on unnecessary panic. The 2 teams split up and went their separate ways. Now, it will be more interesting to watch the team of newcomers and the team of experienced warriors. This girl still hasn't revealed her name, but judging by her appearance, she looks very much like an Amazon and is interested in Jinwoo's skills. The forest is the territory of the polar bear. One wrong step and a person could become the beast's dinner. Experienced hunters are certain that the newcomers won't last even a single day without their help, because this forest is teeming with dangers. They'll have to prepare for battle and face challenges right away. Let's see just how good Kimchuk really is. Donsu has come a long way to confront his brother's killer, but in the meantime, he's stuck at a dangerous gate. The White Tiger still can't understand why everyone is so interested in Jinwoo. Is this guy really that good? By that point, the white bear had finally bared his claws and fangs, though he'd have been better off staying in his den and eating honey. A powerhouse like Kimchuk has spent his entire life preparing to face a monster of this caliber. His strength is incredible, so he can confidently count on defeating the polar bear. He really did manage to win. He just took down 2 polar bears all by himself, and it was a very confident performance. Kimchuk is certain that all the other newcomers have already become a snack for the bears, so they can't stop. After all, monster reinforcements will arrive here soon. In reality, the newcomers are still alive and continue their journey through the snow-covered forest despite the cold. This entire area is home to polar bears, so the Amazon suggests they turn back before they become dinner for the monsters. Jinwoo, on the other hand, leads the team deeper into the forest, because he realizes that if this is their territory, the only thing they need to worry about here are the bears. Bears are much better than snow elves, so being here can be considered a privilege. A few seconds later, Jin surprised everyone greatly. He opened his inventory and handed out warm clothes to everyone. Today he realizes that his duty is to protect a little girl named Hansen. Everything else is of lesser importance. The rest of the group mustn't fall behind either. They'll only be able to get out of here if they work as a real team. There's no need to ask a lot of questions or make demands of the leader. It's better for them to just follow orders and keep quiet. Just a few seconds later, the first obstacle appeared before them. A hungry polar bear, not exactly what you want to see when you're exhausted. Just as everyone started to panic and imagine their doom, Jinwoo kept his composure and acted preemptively. With a single powerful blow, he knocked the bear out and shattered its skull. Everyone around him was shocked. Only now were they beginning to realize that they were not dealing with a novice at all, but with a true professional. Behind those gates could be anything: a terrifying desert, a wild jungle, or even a snow-covered slope. Whatever happens, Dan-soo will stay here until the gate opens and the man who must be eliminated emerges from it. By this point, the team of newcomers had finally gotten to know each other. The Amazon's name is Haijin, and she's here with Myung and Kijun. They were calmly grilling bear meat and chatting pleasantly, as if they were at a friendly picnic. Everyone was shocked by Jinwoo's skills, especially when he left his friends to do exercises inside the dungeon. No one realizes that he'll be penalized, and since he didn't complete his daily task, everyone just looked at him as if he were crazy. At the same time, our hero can't afford to leave the group and end up in the penalty zone, so he has to do the exercises. He has no idea that a deep, dark cave lies not far from where they're stationed. If you look closely, you can see a whole army of huge polar bears emerging from this cave. Jinwoo spotted these creatures and realized he couldn't let them attack his squad. He needs to stop them right here and now, and to do that, the right move would be to call in reinforcements in the form of the Shadow Knights. Finally, the Lord of Darkness will showcase his new skills and be able to fight with real professional backup. The bears call themselves the kings of this forest, but now we'll see if that's really the case. Although they have very sharp fangs and bones, for the soulless knights, this is nothing more than child's play. The power of the shadow soldiers exceeded their master's expectations. Now he can finally relax and simply watch the battle. That was until the Snow Bear's boss appeared, a monster significantly larger than all of his brothers and sisters. This massive guy, who clearly loves movies about the Hulk, began sweeping everything in his path aside. The shadow soldiers can no longer regenerate due to a lack of mana, so the top soldier, named Igris, must step in. This massive knight isn't afraid of the bear boss at all. He's willing to suffer and be drenched in his own blood. It was a pleasure to watch the battle. Finally, the genie can calmly watch from the sidelines without expending his own energy. Before this battle began, the bear boss was already covered in scars, but now there are 3 times as many. Although he fought like a true king of the forest, even his frenzied strength wasn't enough to match the knight's skills. He lost all his energy and was beheaded. If Igris had used his sword during the battle with Jinwoo, the hunter wouldn't have had a single chance of winning. At his current level, they're roughly on the same footing, and that's a comforting thought. It's also worth noting that when our hero's soldiers win, he automatically levels up even without participating in the battle. Now all that's left is to extract the polar bear's soul and subdue it with his new skill. Jin has obtained a high-level shadow monster and now has the strongest possible support in battle. Meanwhile, the members of the White Tiger Guild, along with Dan-soo, were no longer sure that the hunters were still alive in the dungeon. They were clearly nervous and realized that with every passing second, the likelihood of the warrior's return was approaching 0. White Tiger was trying to figure out what to do. He was becoming increasingly interested in Jinwoo and no longer wanted to hand him over to Dan-soo to be torn to pieces. By this point, Dan-soo had completely lost his mind and began demanding that Jinwoo tell him everything he knew about the enemy. The guild leader was obliged to intervene in this conflict, but it was unlikely that Dan-soo was afraid of the White Tiger. If someone doesn't calm this guy down right now, a total bloodbath will break out here, and very few will survive. When 2 martial arts titans clash, all the hunters around them would be better off running home and hiding under the covers. Although this is indeed a terrifying situation, things are even worse down in the dungeon right now, especially when we're talking about a squad of experienced hunters. They thought they were the smartest and strongest, but now they've encountered monsters that no one can handle. Just when it seemed that death was imminent, the situation got even worse because the White Elves appeared. They completely cleared the perimeter and killed all the wounded, leaving only the squad leader alive. He fled, hoping his speed would be enough to outrun death. It's ridiculous to watch. The White Elves can catch up to anyone, since they possess incredible speed and know this forest like the back of their hands. It's hard for Kimchuk to believe that he was actually defeated, because this guy has always been confident in his own invincibility. Now he's trying to calm himself down and tell himself that if he hadn't gone without food for several days, the outcome would have been completely different. Today's surprises aren't over for him yet. He's just reached the middle of the forest and saw that the polar bears had been brutally slaughtered. He's certain it couldn't have been the newbies. Those guys definitely didn't have the skills for it, so it must have been someone else. Kimchuk decided not to stop and immediately kept running, trying to warm up and find at least some food. At the same time, the situation near the dungeon was also heating up. Right now, it's hard to tell which place is more dangerous, the gates or here. The White Tiger activated his abilities, just as the most dangerous warrior, Dan-soo, had. Now they're ready to clash in battle. Let's not forget that these 2 hunters are masters of the highest rank, so being near them during a battle is extremely dangerous. It seems some madman has managed to wedge himself between the 2 enraged bulls and stop this bullfight. That madman is none other than a member of the Hunters Association, a highly underrated warrior named Chol. He was the first to suspect that Jinwoo had undergone a new awakening, but a scan with the most advanced magical power detector showed that Jinwoo was still weak. Therefore, he believes that all of this is just a coincidence, and that there's no need to think Jin Woo is capable of anything extraordinary. If Dansu's brother was killed on purpose, then the company owned by Jin Ho's father is behind it, and there's no point in going after the young hunters. Strange as it may seem, these words had an effect on the deranged killer. He agreed that Jin Woo couldn't have attacked his brother, since the difference in their power levels was too great. Having just lost his enthusiasm, he decided to return home and rest a bit, and only then set out to take revenge on his real enemies. Simon isn't about to believe any of these fairy tales. He's seen Jin Woo's skills and knows that this guy has definitely been reawakened. There's no doubt he'll return alive even after venturing into a place as dangerous and brutal as the Red Gates. While the low-ranking hunters were calmly grilling meat and enjoying life, Kim Chuk was nearby their camp. He still can't believe that these weaklings managed to survive the bitter cold while surrounded by a massive horde of polar bears. Not only did they survive, but they also somehow found warm clothes, a tent, and a blanket, as well as managed to get food and water. Tank became extremely angry because he realized that the lower-ranking hunters had hidden all these advantages, and as a result, the second half of the team had suffered. He began blaming them for all the problems in his life, then drew his dangerous sword and prepared to punish the traitors to the hunter's code. He probably would have wiped out those newbies if Jin Woo hadn't returned in time after his successful training session. A single blow was enough to put the tank in his place and remind him that he was the one who had left his comrades to die in the arms of the Snow Elves. It turned out he hadn't come here alone at all. The Snow Elves had always been intelligent creatures and had figured out they needed to follow the survivor's trail. If Leonardo DiCaprio had been the survivor, he would never have led the enemies to his home, but Kim Chuk was much more foolish. Right now, the Ice Elves stand before our heroes alongside their boss. This is probably the worst possible news for every hunter in this group. Strange as it may seem, the boss wasn't in a hurry to destroy the hunters. He realized there was one very interesting character among the group. During the conversation, Jin Woo began to understand the elf, even though all the other hunters heard only strange sounds. It's hard to believe that Jin Woo has already learned to talk to monsters, and yet his journey has only just begun. Perhaps this is all a result of the system, but now is not the time for such thoughts, because the boss wants to introduce Jin Woo to his girlfriend. He'd seen her before. It was her arrow that had nearly pierced our hero's head. The boss didn't sense any threat, and in doing so, exposed his people to danger, because the hunter Jin Woo has no intention of talking to his enemies. With a lightning-fast move, he closed in on his opponent and severed the girl's head, as if to show that anyone who shoots at him is bound to die sooner or later. Now the elf is unlikely to want to say anything else. His underestimation of his opponent cost him dearly. This elf must be a big fan of Joker movies, because even now he keeps smiling. The time has finally come to cross swords, but before killing a human, the elf wants to know why Jin Woo protects humans. The video isn't one of them. The elves always hear a voice in their heads commanding them to kill humans. But in Jin Woo's presence, that voice disappears. This seems to be a directive from the system, and if the voice has no effect on the hunter, it means he is a player within the system. There's no need for a battle. The elves don't want unnecessary casualties, but simply ask for the people standing behind the team leader to be handed over. In return, they'll spare his life, but of course Jin Woo has no intention of bargaining with them. He tried to find out where they came from and why they were trying to kill people, but the elf merely repeated his question as if he were an NPC in a game. In any case, the hunter refuses to cooperate with the elves and is even ready to fight the entire army of these creatures on his own. Of course, he looks very confident. All because the Lord of Darkness has just summoned an army of shadows to his aid. His teammates couldn't believe what was happening right before their eyes. They thought they'd been caught off guard, but these were just their new partners. In less than a second, the army of shadows began attacking the Snow Elves and made them regret ever coming here. The hunters realized this battle was beyond their capabilities and decided to retreat, entrusting the captain with the role of commander-in-chief on the battlefield. The elven leader had severely underestimated human capabilities. He thought it was just a cheap trick, and as a result, he lost his army. Despite their numerical superiority, the Shadow Army cannot fight for long periods due to a lack of mana. The Shadows should have already defeated their opponents, but the main problem is the elven boss, who turned out to be too strong. One glance at this guy is enough to realize that an incredibly powerful aura flows through him. Even if they team up with Igris, it still won't be easy, so an ordinary shadow won't cut it here. The elven boss's name is Baruch. It seems he takes pleasure in fighting and seeing blood, because that's the only way to explain the constant smile on his face. Jinwoo has no intention of making friends in this forest. His main goal is to survive, and he'll go to extreme lengths to do so. Our hero has never faced such a powerful opponent before, so it's incredibly interesting to see how he'll react at the critical moment. So far, none of his attacks have worked, though Baruch hasn't felt this excited in a long time. To buy himself some time, the hunter decided to summon the wizard's shadow, which would help hold the elf off. By that point, Kim Chuk had regained consciousness and remembered that Jin Woo had struck him very hard on the head, which meant it was time for revenge. When he took the sword in his hands, the most fascinating events were unfolding on the battlefield, ones that were hard to look away from. The elf had finally gotten into the swing of things and turned into a murder-obsessed villain who craved the taste of blood on his lips. Jin Woo had completely forgotten that danger could come from a completely different direction. He was completely absorbed in the moment and kept his eyes fixed on his main opponent, oblivious to the approaching danger. The Amazon tried to warn her companion because she had already begun to feel warm feelings toward him. It became clear that all this time, Jin-woo had sensed the danger and was simply waiting for the right moment to call on Igris for help so that Igris could cover his back. Kimchuk was too angry, thought only of himself, and paid no attention to the weaker hunters. He was rotten to the core and abandoned his friends in their time of need, which is why this guy deserves such an end. He thought he was attacking a low-ranking hunter, but instead he found himself facing the conqueror of darkness. Within a few seconds, Jin-woo had devised a new plan for victory. He decided to make use of the souls of the fallen elves. He managed to extract the souls of the fallen elves and merge them into a single shadow, which he named Iron. Now this powerful warrior would serve his master and fight against his former boss. It also turned out that he was capable of using the provoking shout skill and many other dangerous tricks. Now the dungeon boss has finally been provoked, which means he's spiraling out of control and starting to act recklessly. To reach his enemy, Baruch will have to get past Iron, which is no easy task. The elf's shadow is much stronger than it seems because it possesses various abilities bestowed by the Victor of Darkness. Its weakness is a lack of speed and agility, so Baruch remains the favorite in this battle. All the other hunters can do is wait and hold their breath as they await the outcome. They're too weak to take part in this. Just a few seconds later, Jin-woo personally began fighting the elf and activated the paralysis and bleeding effects. By this point, all the Snow Elves' soldiers had been wiped out. Only their boss remained, fighting to the last drop of blood. If he'd been so desperate for death all this time, then we might as well do everything possible to help him achieve his goal. It was much more comforting to see this guy smiling and joking. Now he's so angry it's scary. Moments like these call for cunning and a flexible mind. Jin-woo had long since learned this lesson and put his invisibility skills to use. Even if his strike isn't enough, the help of the shadows can always come to the Lord of Darkness's rescue. The final blow was struck. The dungeon boss fought to the very end, but was no match for so many opponents. He was defeated, and as a result, Jin-woo improved his stats and moved closer to a rank up. It turned out that shadow warriors also experience emotions and can feel joy when they win difficult battles. Now it was time to return. After the boss's defeat, the dungeon gates reopened to all who wished to enter. Low-rank hunters couldn't believe this miracle. It seems this really isn't a dream, and they managed to survive where everyone else perished. Finally, it wouldn't be a bad idea to get the elf boss's soul, but that all depends on the hunter's personal preference. A week had already passed in the outside world, and the White Tiger began to consider returning to his office. He decided to wait until morning, and at that very moment, the gates began to change color again. This meant that the dungeon had been completely cleared, and most likely, Kimchuk had succeeded in his mission after all. It's not hard to imagine the guild leader's expression when he saw that it wasn't high-ranking hunters who had emerged from the dungeon, but ordinary newbies. Probably only Sanmin was happy because from the very beginning he had been telling everyone that Jin-woo was a reincarnated hunter. After that, the dungeon gates closed and the area was completely cleared. Now the monsters couldn't escape into the outside world. The guild representatives had just learned that apart from the newbies, no one else would be returning. All the other hunters were dead. The White Tiger wanted to talk to Jin-woo and find out what had happened, but our hero refused to speak, saying he was too tired and had no intention of telling him anything. In reality, this wasn't a request because when the legendary White Tiger wants to know something, it's an order or even a threat. He had lost members of his guild on this raid, and therefore he was obligated to find out everything that had happened inside. All these fancy words don't work on Jin-woo. He's only interested in his own life and the lives of his friends. Besides, he'd already saved 3 members of the White Tiger Guild. For that, he deserves gratitude, not hostility, and the White Tiger understands this perfectly well. In the end, the White Tiger did take the hunter's side, apologized, and let him ride home in peace. He decided to approach the Amazon and ask her roughly the same questions, but she didn't reveal much. The White Tiger took all of this seriously, because few people can be so confident when speaking with him. He ordered his assistant to immediately recruit Jin-woo into their guild, because the very best hunters must be with them. Our hero is probably so upset because he failed to extract the shadow from the elf, due to the huge difference in their current levels. All he managed to do was take the boss's dagger, a small consolation compared to what he could have gotten. First, he took his young friend home. It was her first time experiencing real stress in a dungeon. She thanked him not only for giving her a chance to prove herself, but also for saving her from certain death today. Starting tomorrow, raids await us, when the 2 partners will join forces once again and begin clearing out the dungeons. They met again first thing in the morning. Jin-ho stayed true to his style and once again looked like a clown. On the way to the dungeon, Jin-woo received a call from Hansen, who asked her to come outside because they were very close by. He told his friend that he now wanted to teach a young hunter how to succeed in difficult dungeons. Jin-ho immediately started joking that it looked like his partner had found a girlfriend, and that was definitely something to be happy about. Today, Hansen showed up looking completely different. She no longer wears hoodies and wants to look much more attractive. Then a rather amusing story unfolded. A funny conversation broke out between the 2 hunters, which Jin-ho didn't understand. They were talking about how they'd come home very late and could hardly sleep, but had had a wonderful time together beforehand. Jin-ho immediately understood everything and decided not to ask his spiritual mentor any unnecessary questions. It wasn't until a few minutes later that he realized Hansen was a minor and still in school, but he pretended not to notice. Less than an hour later, they were already in the dungeon, where they encountered stone monsters who were happy to see them. Jin-ho never ceased to be surprised by his friend's return. Today, he looked puzzled and a little agitated once again. It was hard to get used to the fact that now they didn't even need to fight, because an army of shadow soldiers was doing it for them. He had to explain that these were special skills that might come in handy for them in the near future. The next day, they completed all the promised raids, so now we'll head to the east coast of the US. Here, there's a rank A dungeon where you can encounter a powerful hunter named James. His assault squad was just wiped out. He can hardly believe it. It all happened in the blink of an eye. The cause of this terrible event was a monster that looked very much like a human. They didn't find a single monster in the entire dungeon, and even then, James began to suspect that something was wrong. The real monster appeared in the boss's room. An incredibly powerful energy immediately emanated from this creature. This man said there was no need to worry or scream. In fact, he hadn't killed anyone, but had merely knocked out all the hunters. He's trying to figure out why everyone is attacking him. He's not a monster at all, just an ordinary person. This warrior immediately realized that no one understood him. The Americans were speaking a completely different language. In fact, we're looking at a Korean man who desperately wants to return home and finally find himself in a warm, cozy place. He'll probably have a major impact on our history in the future, but for now, let's return to Korea. After the raids were over, the partners decided to celebrate their success and went to a local restaurant. Jin-woo earned well from this job, but it's just a nice bonus that complemented his overall level up. He doesn't plan to stay here for long. He'll be unavailable for a while because he'll have a new job. Jin-ho has a brother who is much older than him, as well as a father with whom he doesn't have the closest relationship. That's exactly why he's grown so attached to his partner and sees him as his mentor. Jin-woo is pleased to hear such words directed at him. He never could have imagined anyone considering him a mentor before, so he embraces this friendship. Now he'll think of his partner as a younger brother, and if he ever needs anything, he'll always be there to help in a tough moment. The news reported that the White Tiger was being constantly hounded by reporters eager to learn all the details of the latest incident. He personally recounted what had happened, but forbade journalists from speaking with the surviving hunters. The journalists continued to dig up every detail of the case, which the White Tiger Guild was doing its utmost to conceal. The boss's assistant is currently in Japan because an important incident has occurred, and soon some kind of problem will spread throughout Korea. The Japanese are beginning to seek advice from hunters who have experience with the Jeju Island raid. The highest rank gate previously opened on Jeju Island. After 3 failed operations, the government abandoned the idea of liberating the island. Even 4 years after the start of the special operation, the island is still occupied by ants. Even experienced warriors have barely managed to return alive. It turns out that the monsters can leave the island. Thanks to a mutation, they can now fly across the ocean, and a winged ant has already been spotted on the Japanese coast. These terrifying creatures are evolving at a frantic pace, and our hero will soon find this out. Today, he surprised his sister once again with an unexpected trip that will last more than a week. He hardly says anything, so his sister is convinced that her brother has found a girlfriend. She doesn't realize that when Jin-woo defeated Cerberus, the monster was at least 20 levels higher than him, but now everything has changed, exactly the opposite. Today is a great opportunity to re-enter the dungeon via the system using the key earned for completing daily quests. So far, there are no signs of monsters anywhere, but the system has already notified Jin-woo that he must complete the quest and collect the devil's soul. The devil tore his soul apart and created demons. You must track down the demons and collect their souls. This quest offers very high rewards, so the difficulty is likely to be at its highest. Jin-woo was very surprised when he saw that a field-type dungeon awaited him. It feels as though this dungeon recreates all of Seoul after a massive war that destroyed the entire city. Collecting 10,000 soul shards means there are at least 10,000 demons in the demonic castle. Some demons hold several souls at once, but that doesn't mean the process will go any faster. He'll really have to spend at least a week here because the demons are incredibly strong and aggressive. He got right to work and instantly destroyed the first demon, earning a huge amount of experience points for it. He still has a lot of work ahead of him, but for now, let's shift our focus away from this story and look at the meeting between Jin-ho and his wealthy father. Today, the young heir to a major corporation announced that he wanted to take over the guild. He presented his guildmaster's license and a track record of clearing a large number of dungeons. Now the father must choose between his 2 sons, and for any father, that's a hellish choice. To start with, the father decided to introduce his son to someone. A hunter named Myung-hwan entered the room. He is one of the survivors of the recent incident involving the Red Gates and the White Tiger Guild, and he was a member of Jin-woo's team. Now he's going to talk about that very raid and exactly who he had to deal with inside the dungeon. When Jin-ho heard his mentor's name, he was shocked because his mentor had never told him about it. Unfortunately, it's not just Jin-ho who knows his mentor's secret now. This information is now available to a wider audience. That's exactly why his father decided to call Mayon into this room, because Jin-woo was a member of the team with which Jin-ho cleared dungeons. It turns out that it was Jin-woo who helped his son succeed and obtain his guildmaster's license. There isn't a huge difference between the 2 brothers. They both received outside help, but for some reason, their father still wants to choose the older son. Jinho, however, insists on his own success and says he wants to be entrusted with the Yujin Guild. After a brief moment of reflection, the father decides to compromise and entrust his son with taking this important step. Now Jinho is in charge of the new guild, and his father immediately advises him to recruit a hunter named Song Jin-woo. At that very moment, Jin-woo was making his way along a long path littered with countless monster corpses. Demons appeared from all sides, and initially, the difficulty of the demonic castle wasn't that high. In any case, the hunter earned a lot of experience points and was close to his next level up. Now it's becoming much harder to make progress, but he has to level up as quickly as possible to feel more confident among the true powerhouses of this world. Now, at last, the path to the second floor opens up, where he'll be able to take on the polar bear boss. He won't be able to manage here without outside help because the new demons are much stronger and larger than the previous ones. The ice bear was trapped in the other world for a very long time, but now he has complete freedom of action. This guy is a real wild bull, and it'll be fun to have a little fun and enjoy yourself with him. Washington, D.C. is home to the headquarters of the American Hunters Association, where an important meeting is currently taking place. That same crazy Korean guy who was found in the dungeon has just been brought to this office to meet with the deputy director of the American Hunters Association. It's unclear how a hunter from South Korea ended up emerging from a dungeon on the other side of the world, but according to him, he'd been trapped in that dungeon for the past 10 years. It seems we're dealing with an unprecedented incident because on top of all this, even a squad of elite hunters couldn't stop this guy. We'll have to call in the highest-ranking hunter who speaks Korean. Perhaps it will be the chief warrior of the Scavengers Guild, Mr. Dong-soo. An interrogation is already scheduled for tomorrow, just in time for Dong-soo to make it back home. Apparently, he's not in the best of moods because the guy he wanted to kill is stuck in the red dungeon. Meanwhile, it has come to light that the warrior found in the American dungeon is named Seong Hwan. Each floor of the demonic castle is a separate world that you'll need to get to know first. You can obtain a pass from a random monster on each floor, so you need to climb to the top of the tower, which has 100 floors, that is, 100 separate worlds. Right now, Jin-woo is on the 27th floor. He's climbing at a rapid pace and doesn't even notice the obstacles in his path. His journey has already brought him a huge amount of stat boosts and progress. Of course, with each floor, the battles become harder and harder, but the biggest problem is time. It will take him far too long to reach the very top. Perhaps the battle against the ruler of the lower floors, a monster named Vulcan, will cheer him up a bit. At first, when Jin-woo encountered monsters, he felt anxious, but over time he stopped caring. This giant looked dangerous, but to reach him, he'll have to fight his way through his warriors. Now, Jin-woo isn't nervous at all. He's operating more or less on autopilot and feels no unnecessary emotions. A real boss has his own guards, which you'll have to defeat to succeed. With the help of the Shadow Warriors, this task becomes twice as easy and enjoyable. Once the guards had been eliminated, it was time to face off against that mad, murderous boar. Compared to him, even the Shadow Army looks like a bunch of tiny ants powerless to do anything. A single blow from him would crush these insects, even though they haven't even managed to reach him with their swords. Jin-woo must personally intervene and show the demon his strength if he wants to continue climbing the tower. A single simple strike with his right hand won't be enough to even scratch this monster. The demon activated his rage skill and immediately doubled all his stats. Cerberus had used that same skill in the past, but back then it hadn't helped him at all. Here, support from the shadows is essential, because compared to the demon, Jin-woo looks like a praying mantis. Only teamwork, self-sacrifice, and incredible courage can help them pass this test. Our hero possesses all these qualities, so he's sure to have a chance to win. Soon, an idea occurred to him, and he ordered the enormous monster to follow him. Right now, it's like a cat trying to catch a mouse, but in the end, the mouse will prove to be the craftier one and win. At the last moment, just as the building began to collapse, the hunter activated his sprint ability. He maximized his speed, thereby cornering the huge, fat monster. The trap had been perfectly planned. Now he just had to make sure he didn't miss and land a precise blow. In the outside world, many people are still interested in Jin-woo, so some have even come to his home. A neighbor said she hadn't seen the guy in a long time. These words greatly upset the Amazon named Hee-jin and a man named Sun-min. They'd already tried every possible avenue but still couldn't find Jin-woo, who seemed to have vanished into thin air. Now they're even thinking he might have been kidnapped. After all, such a talented hunter couldn't just vanish into thin air. At that very moment, Jin-woo wouldn't have minded at all if you had actually kidnapped him instead of having to fight that huge fat guy. His opponent was incredibly strong, but the experienced hunter proved to be smarter and, thanks to that, managed to win. As a reward, he received the Demon Monarch's earrings, the Orb of Greed, and the Horn of Vulcan. All these items have their own properties and are sure to help our hero in the future. By this point, Dong-soo was already in Washington and was surprised to find that new and interesting cases had arisen there. Today, he's set to interrogate a very intriguing Korean hunter who spent 10 years in the dungeon. This man even looks like a monster, though he claims to be nothing more than an ordinary hunter. A routine interrogation began, consisting of silly questions. Seong-hwan had no intention of answering any of them and instead asked questions of his own. He's curious to know how much humanity actually knows about monsters and dungeons. It seems that people still don't understand that the gates and monsters are just the prelude to a real war. The greatest catastrophe has only recently awakened. He came to the human world to warn them of the catastrophe, but for now, he can't reveal any details. Of course, all this sounds ridiculous, and guys like Dan Su aren't about to take a madman's word for it. Over the decade that Xionghuan spent in the dungeon, he started to look a little worse for wear, though he's still young and healthy. He has an impressive resume and stunning credentials, and he knows every member of his family by heart. It turned out that sitting before us was the father of a daughter named Jina and a young man named Jin Wu. The pieces immediately fell into place in Dongsu's mind. He realized that his bloodlust skill had just activated. It felt as though the hunter Songhuan had sensed this danger and immediately activated his aura. The chairman of the American Hunters Association ordered the interrogation to be ended immediately to avoid conflict. Of course, Dongsu didn't listen to him. He had just returned from Korea and knew very well about the state of this madman's son. He decided to tell it like it was and stated that Xiang Jinwu had died in the Red Dungeon. If Xionghuan wants to go meet his son, that can be arranged very quickly. It's unclear what Dongsu was thinking when he revealed this information. He was either bluffing or truly believed that Jinwu would never return from the Red Dungeon. In any case, our hero had long since passed that trial and was now facing new obstacles. He'll have to call on the Shadow Soldiers for help once again, because the new floor of the Demon Tower has a surprise in store for him. The Shadow Soldiers are always ready to clear the way for their master, especially when it comes to Iron and Igris. They'll have to fight undead creatures that resemble them in some ways. It's amusing to watch the dead battle each other. The main boss of this floor didn't expect to face a man who didn't tremble with fear at the sight of him. With a single sweep of his arm, he landed several blows at once. His speed was that staggering. It took less than 10 minutes to completely clear this floor of undead. Jin Wu had just obtained an additional 200 demon souls and leveled up by 2 levels. A piece of the Demon King's set dropped from the level boss. This time, he obtained the Demon Monarch's necklace. The artifact set isn't fully assembled yet, but Jin Wu has already collected the required number of souls and completed the quest. He has reached his limit and no longer has the energy to continue, though this doesn't seem to be the end. He just received a very strange key with no description. Nothing like this has ever happened to him before. Jinwu looks exhausted, so it's best to leave him be and return to Washington. Something on such a massive scale just happened here that it'll take the next few weeks to clear away the rubble. When a battle between top-tier hunters takes place, the landscape around me changes and everything turns to ruins. It was a stunning battle that ended with the most incredible result, the defeat of the hunter Dan Su. By that time, Jinwu had already returned from the dungeon, having leveled up and acquired new artifacts. He hadn't visited his mother in the hospital for a long time, but today he realized he could no longer put it off. In the dungeon, he had obtained the recipe for Holy Water of Life, a mysterious elixir capable of curing any illness with its powerful magic. To fully create the Holy Water of Life, he had to overcome various challenges. He obtained a fragment of the Water of the World on the 50th floor, and a little later he acquired spring water from the deep forest. The purified blood of the Demon King was the final ingredient, but Jinwu never made it to the Demon King because he had lost all his strength. He'll have to restore his energy, return to the dungeon, and gather all the necessary ingredients for the Holy Water of Life to save his mother. After all this time of constant trials and training, the hunter has reached the highest rank. Now he has nothing to fear. Today, the headquarters of the Korean Hunters Association learned of the news from across the ocean. A huge commotion has erupted in the US following a mysterious explosion at the American Hunters Bureau. Rumors are circulating that the incident was caused by a clash between top-ranking hunters.
White Tiger is extremely busy again today. His assistant just called him to share some important news.
Earlier, the guild leader had asked about a hunter named Jin Wu, and today that guy showed up at the guild. He came here to submit an application and try to have his rank reassessed. This doesn't happen very often, because hunters usually don't raise the rank they were born with. Only a few attempt to go through this process to raise their rank and catch the scout's attention. People from various guilds have gathered here, waiting for that one diamond who managed to raise their rank. Everyone dreams of joining a major guild, paying off their debts, and finally living happily ever after. Ranking up can truly change your life, since a hunter's career depends on their rank. If you're strong, you'll never have money problems, but if your stats are low, you'll always be struggling to make ends meet. Jinwu has been venturing into dungeons his whole life, but he's never managed to level up. Maybe today everything will change. Finally, it's his turn to try to reassess his level and move up to the next tier. Usually, only the lowest ranked players come here because their lives are too tough. To reassess his level, all he has to do is place his hands on the dark crystal and wait a little while. For some reason, the system displayed an error, even though this had never happened before. The inspector repeated the procedure over and over, but the system stubbornly kept saying that a re-evaluation was impossible. One of the guild employees had already arrived, curious to see who was causing the White Tiger to be so agitated today. It turned out that the system error signified something important, known only to experienced guild staff. This meant that the detector was unable to measure the hunter's magical power. In other words, Jin Wu was the 10th person of his kind in South Korea, and he was now the highest ranked. Today, Chief Chol met with an important figure to discuss the arrival of a hunter from America named Dong-Su. He reported that this hunter did not assist the White Tigers, and they sealed the Red Dungeon without his help. Chul didn't stay at the scene until the very end. He has his suspicions, but so far it's just a theory. Right now, the agenda is dominated by the winged ant. That's what's on the minds of most of Korea's influential figures. It's very noisy in the office today. It seems a new hunter has shown up and caused quite a stir. Chief Chul was talking to a very serious figure, but his identity remains a mystery for now. Meanwhile, Jinwoo still hasn't figured out what his level is. He'll have to wait a few days to get an upgraded magic energy detector. Although the assessment wasn't complete, everyone around him understands that they're dealing with a hunter of the highest rank. There are only 10 such exceptional warriors in the entire country. So the events caused quite a stir. The guild doesn't have enough resources to negotiate with such a powerful man, though if Choi Jong gets involved, everything will change. As we've already seen, this man truly possesses incredible skills and charisma. He is a top-ranked warrior and the head of the Hunters Guild. Rumor has it that with his high-level magic, he can easily destroy a building with a single spell, which is why he's been dubbed the ultimate weapon. He came here because he cannot ignore the situation that arose due to a miscalculation of power. Mr. John doesn't need a detector. There's no doubt that a top-ranked hunter stands before him. You can sense it from the aura surrounding him. There's no need to wait 3 days for further verification. He needs to recruit this guy right here and now. John began offering the best possible terms, but Jinwoo not only refused, but also ignored the hunter's advances. The guy vanished without making a sound, and John began to think he'd been too pushy and not smart enough. If Jinwoo joined the Hunters, they would not only have 3 top-ranked warriors, but they would also be on par with the best guilds in the world. A white tiger ran up, fully aware that he needed to speak with Jinwoo, but he didn't make it in time. John immediately realized that Jinwoo was the very participant in the Reed dungeon raid that everyone was talking about right now. Seeing the white tiger's reaction to this situation, it's not hard to guess that a real war will break out over this guy. Now everything has become exponentially more complicated, because the Hunters Guild has entered the bidding, and the stakes are rising by the minute. Jinwoo isn't particularly interested in all this. Right now, his thoughts are focused on his mother, who needs help. She is currently in an eternal sleep from which there is no waking, all because of an illness that broke out after the gate appeared. Mr. Chul arrived at this hospital today. He wants to find out everything that happened in the double-layer dungeon. Jinwoo hadn't even said a word, but Mr. Chul had already realized that his suspicions were correct and that he'd known the truth all along. The main task of the surveillance division is to deal with people, not monsters. They are supposed to identify and punish hunters who break the law. Jinwoo would prefer to stay away from the surveillance division because he doesn't consider himself a criminal. Now he's confident that he holds the highest rank and doesn't have to stand on ceremony with these guys. It turned out that the chairman of the Hunters Association, Mr. Gunhee, was waiting to see him personally. It's immediately apparent that this man has gone through serious trials. His character has been tempered as he developed an iron will. He exudes incredible energy, and today he has come here to meet Korea's new talent. This man is now over 80 years old, but he has a sturdy build, like a retired wrestler. He believes that re-evaluating his skill level is pointless, because even the most advanced technology cannot provide the most accurate results. This procedure is only meant to buy time, so that all interested parties can meet with Jinwoo. For the most part, top guilds snap up the best talent. There are very few people like Chul because everyone chooses money over prestige. At the same time, the Hunters Association wants to recruit the most talented young people. They specifically organized an additional screening to buy time and meet with Jinwoo. They can't offer a lot of money, but they can promise to help the hunter succeed on his path. The country is not governed by the government at all, but by hunters who protect citizens from monsters. In turn, the hunters are subordinate to the association. This means that Jinwoo has just been offered unlimited power. If our hero joins even one of the most powerful guilds, the balance will be disrupted, and the country will descend into chaos. The laws in the system aren't strong enough to keep the hunters in check, which is why the association was created. Monsters aren't the only monsters out there. Hunters are monsters too, and you have to know how to defend yourself against them. Our hero has received a very tempting offer. He's being promised a vast sphere of influence and virtually guaranteed success. Working alongside such an experienced and serious leader would be a true gift for any hunter. The old man doesn't have much time left, which is probably why he's looking for a successor, and anyone could be that person. The young hunter wants to fight, but the dungeons managed by the association are too low level. If he joins the association, he won't be able to level up anymore, and that goes against his current mindset. Jinwoo apologized for his refusal, but it was clear that the association's chairman understood him. As he walked past Mr. Chul, Jinwoo said he wasn't the one who had defeated the monsters in the double dungeon. For many years now, Chairman Gunhee has been thinking about regaining his former youth through healing magic, but that option doesn't work. He won't be able to regain his youth while the major guilds are constantly growing in power. We must do everything possible to ensure the association endures for many years and can thrive, so we absolutely must find a way to restore its former glory. We already recall that just a few days ago, something akin to a catastrophe occurred in America. A madman who had spent a decade in the dungeon broke free and punished his tormentor. The mad hunter Don Su managed to survive the hellish clash, but his condition is critical and he's in a sorry state. This guy wants to believe it was all just a dream. It's hard for him to come to terms with the idea that he isn't the best. It seemed as though that warrior named Sunghwan was a monster, but there's a video confirming that he was the one who saved Dongsu's life. This won't change Dongsu's mind that his opponent was a monster. There's no point in even trying. Sunghwan disappeared after the fight, and now no one can find him. There is absolutely no information on the hunter's whereabouts. During the battle, Sunghwan told his opponent never to come to Korea again, because otherwise he would deeply regret it. Nevertheless, Dongsu is waiting to make a full recovery so he can find his opponent and tear him to pieces. A hunter's auction refers to a market designed for buying and selling equipment or materials obtained from raids. There are more than 10,000 hunters in Korea, and the auction is an easily accessible place to trade their equipment. For hunters, gear is an essential pillar of their way of life, because the better the equipment, the safer the hunter feels. Due to the high cost, low-rank hunters cannot afford high-quality gear. Even with his current savings, Jinwoo doesn't have enough to afford the very best protection. If he's going to fight the Demon King, he needs to be prepared for a barrage of fire, and that's always very dangerous. So far, our hero hasn't received a top-rank hunter's license yet, so he doesn't have many offers to join a team. He needs to find some kind of job and earn money to afford better gear. Today, the chairman of the Hunters Association received a file containing detailed information on Jinwoo. For the past few years, this guy has been called humanity's weakest hunter, but now he's becoming the biggest star in Seoul. Despite frequent defeats, Jinwoo has not strayed from his chosen path and has always taken care of his closest relatives. A message just came in that this hunter has joined a raid team and is about to head out on a mission. The most interesting thing is that he joined a mining team rather than an attack team. A high-ranking hunter will be working as a resource gatherer. This guy is as hard to figure out as they come. Right now, his license states that he's very weak, so most people around him mistake him for an ordinary weak hunter. High-rank dungeons are enormous, so the attack team can't handle all the work on its own. The attack team always takes care of the monsters, while the mining team extracts ore from the dungeon. There's also a cleanup team that collects monster corpses. The latter two teams only enter the dungeon once all the monsters have been defeated. It seems like a lot of manpower is required, but even modern technology can't do without human help. The dungeon gates had just opened, and Jinwoo immediately set out to face the dangers as if it were a walk in the park for him. The dungeon turned out to be quite deep. This place piqued everyone's interest so much that even the guild leader, Mr. John, came here. Here, they'll have to face some real trouble because the monsters here are on a whole different level. The guild leader isn't a fan of overly bright lights, but today, he'll have to illuminate the dungeon's interior. With a single wave of his hand, he unleashed an incredible power that will be very difficult to stop. It turns out that a single attack from him is enough to destroy several high-rank monsters, which speaks volumes about his skills. He even had to hold back, because they wouldn't have been able to find the monsters' corpses if he'd roasted them too thoroughly. When you enter a dungeon with a guy like this, you don't have to worry about a thing. He'll definitely protect you. Jinwoo stands near the dungeon, waiting for the assault team to finish clearing the perimeter. Soon, that moment finally arrived, and everyone around saw the country's most dangerous assault team. Jinwoo had to lower his head so the guild leader wouldn't recognize him among the miners. He also noticed a special girl among the team members. She's the guild's vice leader. In fact, she's a top-ranked hunter named Cha-hai, and she's definitely not the kind of girl who would put up with abuse in a relationship. Looking at her, one wonders how many women in the world possess such incredible strength. She's at least on par with the guild leader. Perhaps this girl is even on par with Gong Hee, who is the chairman of the Hunters Association. As she walked past Jinwoo, she sensed a powerful aura and immediately turned her attention to the miners. For a split second, she even thought the association's chairman was there, but then the aura vanished without a trace. After that, the attack squad left the area, allowing the miners to do their work. A gate's rank is determined not by the monster's level, but by the intensity of the magical energy waves that affect the dungeon's size. Even if there are only a few low-rank monsters inside, the gate can emit a high-level wave of energy. Jinwoo was very surprised when he saw just how enormous this dungeon was. Our story began with the main character being mocked for his level, and nothing has changed since then. Some miners are surprised that their team leader hired some weakling who can't control his power. The lowest-ranked hunters face discrimination wherever they go, but that doesn't mean Jinwoo will stay here for long. To start with, he'll have to work hard, because the collection team that entered the dungeon before the miners is already hard at work. The miners team goes in last to collect the ore. To maximize profits, not a single step in the process can be overlooked. Mana and magic crystals are very important, but even a monster's corpse is considered profitable. It's used to craft various items. Nothing from a monster's corpse goes to waste, which is exactly why high-rank monsters are so important. Once all sources of income have been extracted, the attacking team will finally kill the boss to close the gate. Under no circumstances should you kill the boss right now, because then the dungeon will close immediately and the miners won't have time to reap the rewards. Everything must be done gradually according to the plan. This strategy was developed over many years of clearing territories. The most interesting thing is that the miners aren't afraid of the monster nearby at all. There hasn't been a single accident in the last few years. Sometimes luck lies in foolishness. After all, even if the boss is asleep right now, it emits enough energy to make your body tremble with fear. In a dungeon like this, the boss will be very dangerous, but the Hunters Guild's strike team should be able to handle any challenge. Jinwoo had been working so hard that everyone around him marveled at his stamina and strength. He deserved a little free time and decided to look around to see if there was any danger. It seems that right now, a giant boss is right next to the miners, awakening from its slumber. This monster is much stronger than the ones Jinwoo has faced before, but his current strength should be enough to stop the enemy. His conscience tells him this is wrong because as soon as he kills the boss, the gates will begin to close and the hunters will suffer heavy losses. Just as he was getting ready to fight, he immediately heard a familiar voice, that of a girl. She wants to know what he's planning to do, so he'll have to tell her that Jinwoo got lost and is now going back to work. Chae-hai hates the smell of the dungeon. She constantly covers her nose and mouth with a rag so she doesn't have to breathe in that awful stench. The girl warned him that this was the boss's lair, so it would be best for the worker to leave. At first, she noticed that Jinwoo was holding a weapon, but then the object disappeared as if it had vanished into thin air. As he walked past her, he couldn't hide the level of his aura, and Chae-hai immediately sensed a shift in his consciousness. She stopped instantly and approached the guy to sniff him like a dog. As strange as it might seem, she realized she couldn't sense anything, even though just a second ago it had been different. His name tag said he was a low-ranking hunter, so it was best not to distract him from his hard work. Strange, because Jinwoo has a distinctive scent. An experienced hunter like Chae-hai couldn't have been mistaken. After returning, it turned out that the team of miners likes to make fun of the vice president of the Hunters Guild. They think a girl doesn't belong in the dungeon and are constantly coming up with all sorts of jokes. These guys are mentally challenged. They laugh because they've never faced a real threat in this hellish place. Just a few hours later, the work was finished, and the miners were able to safely exit the dungeon. Jin-woo received an offer to continue working next time, but replied that he already had a full-time job. It turned out that the miners were planning to go back into the dungeon tomorrow and were inviting the newcomer to join them. As soon as he heard that a new high-ranked dungeon had been discovered, he immediately changed his mind and agreed to come to work the next day. At the same time, our hero's partner was at a local restaurant, indulging in all sorts of treats. Jin-ho is by no means alone here. He is accompanied by a young woman with a pleasant appearance. Soo-hin is Jin-ho's cousin, and she still can't figure out why he invited her to this restaurant. He decided to tell her that the conversation with his father went well, and that he will indeed become the head of the new guild. To do this, he'll need the help of his older brother, who has been avoiding his calls lately. Jin-ho is the older brother of his partner Jin-woo, who has been ignoring his friend lately. At the same time, the news was on TV. Min-soon, the star of the Hunters, is planning to undergo a new rank evaluation. Everyone is already fed up with this guy. We all know full well that his rank hasn't changed and he's just putting on a show. His only strength is flirting with women, something he's really good at. After that, Soo-him took her cousin's phone and decided to call his mentor. For the first time in a long while, Jin-woo picked up the phone and began asking his friend about his meeting with his father. Jin-ho was happy to finally reach his older brother and began telling him that everything had gone smoothly. That evening, a phone call played an important role not only at the restaurant, but also in a luxury penthouse. Hunter Chae-hei wants to get information about a man named Song Jin-woo, who was working with a team of miners today. He got lost and somehow ended up in the boss's room. Perhaps this guy is a spy from another guild. It turns out that it's not just members of the Hunters Guild who are trying to find out information about this guy. The association has now blocked Jinwoo's data, which means this guy is truly very intriguing. Now it will be hard for Chae-hai to fall asleep, because she can't stop thinking about this guy, who's different from any of the hunters she's ever met. He's the first person in the world who smells pleasant, and for her, that plays a crucial role. When Jin-woo went to see the miners, he thought it would be nice to see his old team. Unfortunately, that's unlikely to happen now, but new friends might be better than old ones. The atmosphere here reminds him of the old days, so he can relax a little and feel like he's among friends. It turned out that the offensive team would be playing without a ball carrier today, so they wanted to hire one of the miners. The miners' foreman was against letting his men be distracted from their main work, but today they finished their tasks much earlier thanks to Jin-woo. None of the miners were willing to risk their lives for a small pay raise, so everyone remained silent. Just when it seemed that no one would agree, Jin-woo raised his hand and said he was ready. His agreement was enough to spark a strong reaction, because miners, just like hunters, weren't used to taking risks. They tried everything they could to stop him, but it was clear that this guy was determined. Today's raid will be led by a hunter named Tiun, who seems like a nice guy. Yesterday, Jin-woo was working as a miner, and today he's already heading into the dungeon as a porter. He'll have to work with the Hunters Guild's second team, but even though it's the second team, it's still full of real talent. Each of the hunters has a fairly high rank. They could easily be on the first team of any other guild. Probably for the first time in a long while, our hero feels a little awkward, but he just needs to relax and enjoy the experience. This time, the dungeon isn't as dangerous as yesterday's, but that doesn't mean they can let their guard down. Tikhon has been appointed leader of the second team. If the raid is successful, he'll remain in that role for the next year. Although he isn't the guild's best hunter, he's still strong enough to succeed. As soon as the hunters sensed danger, they immediately prepared to fend off the threat. Today, they'll have to fight underground jackals that are already eager to feast on fresh meat. There's no limit to the number of monsters, so they need to act very quickly to prevent the jackals from surrounding them. Each of the hunters knows how to use their skills and work as a team, which is exactly why they are members of such a strong guild. Jinwoo noticed that these were unusual jackals. Someone was deliberately breeding them in this dungeon. They were probably used as hunting dogs, which means the monster is intelligent enough to have figured that out. Regardless of the species, intelligent monsters are always difficult to deal with. The team sensed that a real rival was approaching, one that would make even the guild leader nervous. A huge orc had just appeared before the team of hunters, and he wasn't alone. Behind him was an entire team of orcs, and this would be a real test for the guild's second squad. It took only a few seconds for the battle to reach its peak, with shouts and the clang of axes ringing out. The orcs immediately began attacking the mages, because they realized that these guys are the ones empowering the entire team. It's immediately clear that the monsters are highly intelligent, which allows them to even the odds in battle. We'll have to fight as openly as possible and take risks to make it out of this battle alive. Orcs possess incredible physical strength, but they struggle to withstand high-level magic. That's exactly why the mages have banded together to take the lead and crush the enemy's resistance. Tanks and frontline warriors face difficulties because they had to rely solely on their physical abilities. When you start fighting an opponent of equal strength, it turns out that your physical strength is useless. The orcs keep advancing, and it's already clear that they outnumber the hunters. Under no circumstances can we let them surround us, because then the battle will end very quickly. The guild leader started to get too nervous, and his uncertainty instantly spread to the rest of the team. The more the orcs advanced, the more panic could be heard among the hunters. Only the mages were managing to hold back the enemy in any way and offer hope for a swift victory. Nevertheless, the critical moment was approaching, and everyone began to realize that all they could do was pray. Jinwoo had no intention of stepping out of the shadows, but he couldn't just stand by and watch his entire team get torn to pieces. He decided to intervene and help, to make the largest orc suffer right before the eyes of his entire team. Jinwoo doesn't want to reveal himself. Using his aura of invisibility, he plans to weaken the enemy unnoticed. The hunters would be convinced that they were the ones winning, so it was a win-win situation. Some orcs began to sense the approaching danger, but by that point, Jinwoo was already too close. All the hunters in this squad are elite and would easily fit into any other guild. Our hero doesn't want to say he doesn't trust them, but at the same time, he understands that high-ranking orcs aren't the kind of monsters that can be easily defeated. He saw with his own eyes how the team was losing the battle before he intervened. Fortunately, he can level up simply by acting as support. Thanks to his help, victory was awarded to the hunters. The orcs were wiped out, though of course their overall level was incredibly high. Jinwoo acted as if nothing out of the ordinary had happened, and he wasn't even scared. One of the sorceresses looked at the porter and thought that he considered their team members fools. There's no way a spellcaster could have missed stealth skills, so she saw everything. One of the sorceresses told the leader that during the battle she had noticed a rather strange incident. The high orc was torn to pieces while hanging in midair, as if someone had used magic. It could have been Ginny, but she barely managed to stop the orcs with telekinesis, so it definitely wasn't her. So the hunters began to think that only an outsider could have helped them in that battle. Everyone immediately started turning their attention to Jinwoo. He probably has a good reason for hiding his power, so we'll have to turn a blind eye to it. The high orcs definitely behaved strangely in the second half of the battle. Strange enough that they were wiped out without much trouble. Some hunters wanted to continue on their way, but it would be wise to stop and rest a bit after the battle. If the leader succeeds today, he'll be officially appointed commander of the second string attack team. If he decides to retreat, he'll have to give up on his dream and put it on the back burner. A few minutes later, the leader decided that they would continue on their way only after they had fully regained their strength. The team took a short break, and then an unknown portal opened right in front of them. They decided to ask the sorceress to close the portal so as not to risk their lives. The girl tried her best, but the portal began to unleash some unknown magic. Everyone around them sensed that a boss was trying to break out from within, and stopping this force would be practically impossible. Even sacred magic was of no help, and to make matters worse, the eyes of dark monsters appeared all around the team of hunters. They had just fought a gang of 24 orcs and barely managed to win. Now they face even greater trouble, because this time, they'll be fighting an army 3 times their size. The orcs came here not only to feast on juicy meat, but also to avenge their brothers and sisters. If a battle breaks out, they'll all die, though the hunters have no other choice. Just as one of the orcs started talking to the humans. They understand him, though it's not entirely clear how that works. This monster's name is Caligon. He's the one who set up the barrier because he's the orc's great sorcerer. His magic cannot be dispelled by ordinary people because no one in this dungeon will dare to go against this sorcerer. The humans must choose. They will either die here now at the hands of the orc army or follow them into the unknown. In the boss's lair, besides the boss himself, there will surely be even more high-ranking orcs, and their chances of survival will drop significantly. Ti-Hoon told the porter that as soon as they reach the boss's lair, they'll immediately attack the orcs, and the monsters won't be able to maintain their barrier. Jinwoo must take advantage of the orcs' distraction and make his way outside to call for reinforcements. By the time help arrives, not a trace of the hunters will remain, but their goal is to close the gate even at the cost of their own lives. That's exactly why the hunters make a fortune. They're willing to take risks and say goodbye to life at any moment. One of the sorceresses asked that her personal belongings be given to her family if she doesn't survive this raid. They're all ready to go all the way, but this battle isn't for the porter, who needs to make it out into the outside world. Jinwoo replied that he's in no hurry to run away yet. He hopes things will turn out quite differently. You can tell right away that the boss has too much energy, but let's not forget that our hero is a top-tier hunter. Right now, near the dungeon is that very hunter named Cha-hai who came here to find Jinwoo. She didn't see him among the team of miners. She'd just been told that he'd agreed to play the role of a porter on the second-string team. Cha-hai decided to enter the dungeon. She didn't bring any gear with her, so she had to make do with the miners' equipment. Her arrival is set to play a crucial role, because by this point, the hunters have already reached the boss's lair. If they'd had any chance of getting out of there alive up until that moment, those chances were now approaching zero. The boss is an incredibly powerful sorcerer who will be nearly impossible to defeat. To reach this guy, whose name is Caligan, they'll have to fight their way through his entire army, and that's no easy feat. Now, a small team of hunters finds itself in the midst of an immense army of monsters. If the high orcs escape from this dungeon into the outside world, the world will collapse. No hunters will be able to stop the orcs before they destroy the city, so we must not let them escape the dungeon. The second squad of the Hunters Guild must stop the boss and his warriors, even if it costs them their lives. A single glance from the sorcerer named Caligan is enough to make the hunters tremble with fear. His magical power is on a completely different level. No wizard can withstand such an aura. The orcs have already begun celebrating their victory. They all know full well that they'll kill every human just to have a little fun. The slaughter was practically underway, but at that moment, the boss noticed something unusual among the humans. By that point, the team leader had already lost his composure out of fear of death. He looked at the dungeon boss and realized that human lives were nothing more than a joke to him. If he thinks of them as toys that can be thrown in the trash, he'll come to regret it. Ti-hoon gave the order to his hunters and commanded them to immediately engage in battle and follow the plan. He didn't consider that all the members of his team were terrified and now couldn't even move because of their fear. Unfortunately, no one backed up the team captain. He approached the boss but couldn't break through the magic shield. Using gravity, the sorcerer pulled the warrior down from the heavens to the ground and made him suffer unimaginable agony. His hunters were in no hurry to help the captain. They were terrified, like children who had just seen a horror movie. Now the leader's body resembles a cold corpse. This guy no longer exudes the same confidence he had at the very beginning of his journey. Jinwoo knows that the dungeon belongs to the Hunters Guild, and that he has no right to interfere. At the same time, it's clear to him that the team is about to be wiped out here, so he has to break the rules. Jinwoo sensed a massive orc approaching him from behind, ready to rip his head off, which meant it was time to act. If these guys think they're all-powerful and can do whatever they want, that's a huge mistake that will lead to their downfall. Before killing the orcs, he wants to get permission from the leader of the special unit. Ti-hoon was in excruciating pain, but he managed to squeeze out a few words and ask for help. As soon as Jinwoo received permission to kill, he immediately unleashed his incredible power. As we know, he has already reached the highest level, and is now ready to challenge even a boss as powerful as Caligan. He had never encountered such powerful magical energy before, but with the help of the Army of Shadows, he could challenge even the devil himself. The orcs used to believe there were too many of them and felt safe within their own walls, but now there's not a trace of that confidence left. By that time, representatives of the oversight group had appeared at the dungeon gates. Mr. Ghoul already knows that Jinwoo volunteered to work as a miner in such a place, and has been doing so for 2 days now. It's probably because he's raised his rank as high as possible, and now doesn't want to draw unnecessary attention from the association. He had just learned all the details, including the fact that Che-hai had entered the dungeon to find Jinwoo. This story will be all over the national news tomorrow. There's no doubt about it. Just now, Mr. Chol tried to enter that dungeon and immediately sensed an incredible surge of energy. These gates are too dangerous, even by rank A standards. Ordinary hunters must not be allowed in here, let alone the guild's second team. We'll have to go inside, because if we don't, the entire team of hunters will be wiped out. Mr. Chol had no idea that at that very moment, all hell was breaking loose inside the dungeon. By that point, Cha-hai had already realized it would be far too dangerous here after sensing the boss's aura. At that very moment, Jinwoo and his army were successfully battling the army of high orcs right in their lair. Of course, the orcs had the numerical advantage, but as far as I recall, that had never stopped Jinwoo. He had just activated his ruler skill, and all his shadow soldiers received a double boost to their stats. The hunters are shocked that a porter is capable of such feats. It seems impossible for an ordinary person to radiate such sinister energy. The orcs didn't wait to be attacked. They were the first to charge. We mustn't forget that they're fighting on home turf. Home field advantage always gives the hosts an extra boost, but skill will inevitably come to the fore sooner or later. A fierce slaughter began, and thanks to the leaders of the Shadow Soldiers, Jinwoo's army gained the upper hand from the very first seconds of the battle. During his recent trials, he had managed not only to build his own small army, but also to recruit the bravest warriors into it. Here you can find elves, ice bears, and even high-ranking knights, all fighting under the astute leadership of a top-tier hunter. All the other members of the hunter team can only watch this event unfold from the sidelines. To this day, they still can't understand how this guy ended up working as an ordinary porter when he has the skills of a true tiger. At first, Jinwoo felt that the initiative was on his side and that victory would soon be within reach. It couldn't go on like this for long, because sooner or later, the High Orc would inevitably join the battle. Calagan doesn't like it when guests act too arrogantly toward his people. He activated his magic and granted the orcs additional strength so they could fight the shadow soldiers. And there's no point in wasting all his energy fighting the orc army. It's much wiser to attack their boss right away. First, they'll have to break through the protective barrier, which is already quite a difficult task. Jinwoo decided to open his inventory and use potions to restore his mana and demonstrate the power of a true necromancer. By this point, he had already killed a large number of orcs. Now he could force them to fight on his side. The other orcs were shocked that their brothers and sisters had defected to the enemy's side. Sooner or later, the entire army of these creatures would obey their new captain, and the same fate awaited Kalagana. He doesn't realize it yet, but even now, doubts are beginning to take shape in his eyes. If the forces had been unequal up until this point, the situation on the battlefield has now changed dramatically. The boss has gone mad and ordered all his warriors to band together to tear people to pieces. Sometimes, Jinwoo's opponents begin to experience the agony of impending death when they realize that the initiative is slipping from their grasp. This usually happens to monsters who are very powerful in everyday life. When they face Jinwoo and start losing for the first time, they can't accept the harsh reality. Thanks to a potion, the hunter has plenty of mana, but sooner or later, that energy will run out. At that moment, the shadow soldiers will vanish instantly, so if the team members want to survive, they must immediately engage in battle. As soon as they decided to help, the dungeon boss immediately put them through unimaginable suffering. He believes that spectators shouldn't intrude on the scene, especially if those spectators are nothing but pathetic cockroaches. All his attention is focused on the main antagonist of his story, a guy named Jinwoo. He won't let anyone else show up on his turf and dictate terms to the orcs anymore. Jin once again put his skills to use and prevented the curse from being cast on him. This guy has reached a whole new level. He began attacking the sorcerer with the Orb of Greed, a high-rank magical artifact. Calagan used to consider himself immortal, but today, for the first time, he felt his own weakness and the impossibility of escaping death. Just then, a hunter named Chehe entered the boss's enormous hall where all the major events were taking place. For a while, she could only watch what was happening to figure out whether she was dreaming or if it was all really happening. It's not often you see such a large number of summoned creatures. Even hunters who specialize in magic can't control more than 2 summoned soldiers. Calagan was losing control of the situation and activated all his spells at once in hopes of regaining the initiative. None of this worked at all against the hunter Jinwoo, even though he had bad memories associated with giant enemies. The difference in physical abilities is enormous, and since long-range magic wasn't working, the orc decided to rely on brute strength. Even in this regard, he wouldn't have the advantage, because in some situations, physical strength is no match for speed, agility, and perfect timing. When a monster becomes that huge, it automatically turns you into an easy target that's a breeze to hit. Very soon, members of the oversight team arrived at the dungeon and, like the others, could not believe their own eyes. What was happening right before their eyes didn't fit into any of the standard procedures for clearing a dungeon. It was something beyond the norms of the modern world. More and more talented people who influence South Korean hunters are beginning to take an interest in the guy who, just yesterday, was a weakling. Jinwoo has drawn intense attention to himself and has even made the laziest experts take an interest in his skills. It turns out he can use summoning magics, even though everyone had previously considered him a combat-type hunter. Finally, the enormous monster fell to its knees and couldn't muster the strength to get back up and continue the battle. Jinwoo, along with his army, had completely secured the perimeter. All that remained was to take the final step toward closing the gates. Although Calagan couldn't bring himself to die in such a meaningless way, no one asked him whether he wanted to or not. After that, it was time to force the soul of the fallen boss to rise from the dead and join the Shadow Army. All the hunters around witnessed an incredible event because they had never seen anything like it in their lives. Now the incredible monster Calagan has come back to life, but he has no intention of attacking them because he is now bound to obey the hunter's orders. Jinwoo is bolstering his army with elite soldiers. It's hard to even imagine who he'll recruit in the future. After that, it was time to relax and withdraw his army, and then finally turn his attention to the unexpected guests. Jinwoo didn't know that all this time. Not only Mr. Chul, but also the vice president of the Hunters Guild had been watching him. Strange as it may seem, the surveillance department immediately surrounded our hero and informed him that he was under their personal surveillance. This matter is strictly confidential and must not be disclosed to the public, so all hunters present here must remain silent. Jinwoo was informed that he would now be escorted out of here. This is likely because he demonstrated power surpassing even the highest rank in South Korea. They will help him leave this place without causing a fuss, and all other hunters are asked to refrain from asking unnecessary questions. Finally, team leader Ti-hung, along with his warriors, thanked Jinwoo for saving their lives. It took no more than a second. After that, the special security detail immediately took the porter away. Cha-hae searched for Jinwoo for a long time. She finally found him and saw that he was truly special, but at that moment, he mysteriously vanished. After it was all over, Jinwoo returned home and immediately arranged to meet with Jin-ho, whom he had started calling his younger brother. He didn't even have time to catch his breath or change his clothes before heading to the nearest cafe. He needed to find out his younger brother's story, how the negotiations with their father had gone, and how their father had found out about Jinwoo. The surviving hunter from the Red Dungeon had revealed far too much, and now, the Eugene Guild needs Jinwoo's help. Now let's leave our hero and head to the Hunters Guild headquarters, where it's very hot today. The guild leader has just learned that Jin Woo didn't just take part in their raid, he personally defeated the boss and cleared the perimeter. Yesterday, he was working as a miner in one of the dungeons, and today he's taking on a job as a porter and saving the attacking squad. It's really hard to believe. It turns out he can summon a huge number of creatures and replenish his army with slain monsters. These are just the abilities that have already been confirmed, so there's no doubt that this kid is incredibly strong. Compared to him, even the guild leader looks ridiculous. John isn't sure he could hold his own in a fight against a guy like that. Now they have to bring this guy into their guild and make him the team's leader. Not long ago, we talked about a hunter named Min Seung, who was known for his skills in communicating with women. He's called South Korea's rising star, and many people come just to interview him. Strange events have just unfolded as a car pulled up carrying the leaders of major guilds. Everyone around began to think that they had come to recruit the hunter named Min Seung, but that wasn't the case at all. It turned out that these guys didn't know that Min Seung had signed a contract with the Reaper Guild and had come here for a different reason. White Tiger had already heard yesterday's news and knew that Jin Woo had once again pulled off a masterful feat. Now, the hunt for him has begun, and while monsters used to hunt him down to destroy him, now the guild is hunting him to recruit him into their team. Everyone believes they deserve to recruit him into their guild, so the competition is expected to be fierce. Lim, the master of the Reaper Guild and a top-ranked hunter, has just arrived. He thinks these two high-ranking leaders are arguing over his hunter named Min Sun, but they don't even know who this guy is. Min Sung has a delusion of grandeur. He considers himself the best in the world and is convinced that every guild in the world will fight for his favor. All his life, he's dreamed of becoming the main focus of reporters, and he's finally received that very prize. Jin Woo is also here, but he doesn't attract much attention because all his achievements are strictly classified. He tried to go up to the association's main office, but the security guard told him he couldn't do so without special clearance. At that moment, the association's chairman emerged from the door and said he was there to meet the most important guest. Min Soon was sure they were there to greet him since he had a press conference scheduled at the association today. In reality, that wasn't the case at all. No one was interested in this guy because all the key figures' attention was focused on Jin Woo. No one knew who this guy was. The reporters immediately began trying to find information about him. Min Sun couldn't believe he'd been insulted like that. He apologized to the reporters and headed to the negotiations with the association to relax a bit. This guy came here to have his skills reevaluated, but it looks like he'll have to wait for that. Special Agent Chul said there was a more important hunter who needed to be reevaluated. If Min Seong doesn't want to wait, he'll soon regret being born because you can't go against the association's rules. Jin Woo has already learned that the leaders of two major guilds are already here. They've been waiting for the person in question to arrive for an hour. Everyone is interested in observing the evaluation process and determining the hunter's ability category. Jin Woo immediately activated his summoning skills and demonstrated that he could summon a Shadow Knight to his aid. Of course, that's not all he's capable of. If necessary, he can demonstrate much more. Influential figures had heard about this young man's talents, but seeing it with their own eyes made it hard to even breathe. Jin Woo didn't just summon some ordinary knights, but real demons capable of defeating even a dungeon boss. He immediately received a top-tier license and said he had important business to attend to and couldn't stay here for long. Contracts had already been prepared for him, but right now he doesn't want to think about joining another guild. Unfortunately, security didn't manage to clear out the extra reporters in time, so a new public superstar was just born right before our eyes. Our hero had long gone to great lengths to avoid the TV cameras, but now he can't escape the spotlight. Soon, his younger sister found out that her brother had become famous because absolutely everyone at her school was talking about it. It's not often that a low-rank hunter reawakens and becomes incredibly strong. Before these events, Min Sung spent a long time talking to the press and giving them various motivational speeches. He basked in the limelight and confidently flexed his muscles in front of the TV cameras. Then there was a commotion, and everyone heard that an important event had just taken place: the birth of a top-rank hunter. This happens very rarely, and in such situations, a notification is sent to everyone who has downloaded the association's app. In just a few seconds, the journalists forgot about their hero and turned their attention to the new superstar. Now Min Sun is of no interest to anyone because he's just an A-rank hunter. After Jin Woo became a local superstar, he was featured on TV, and his old friends couldn't help but notice the news. Joo-hee was having lunch just as her friend was appearing on TV, and Mr. Song had just finished his training. Even Jin-ho's father found out about these events. He had been asking his son all along to recruit this guy into the guild. It turned out that Jin Woo had refused to work for the Yujin Guild, but instead wanted to start his own guild and was inviting Jin-ho to serve as vice chairman. All this time, Jin-ho had thought his father was creating the guild solely for the money, but that wasn't the case. After all, he had long been a wealthy man. From the very beginning, he had entirely different motives. He simply wanted to protect his family members. The hunter's power and influence are growing every day. Soon they will become stronger than the government, and the human army will be unable to protect ordinary people. His father wanted to gather all the trustworthy hunters to protect ordinary citizens in case of unforeseen circumstances. That is precisely why my father passed the Eugene Guild on to his son. He must build up the team and form alliances with strong players because before long they will be more valuable than any wealth. Strange as it may seem, Jinho has no intention of accepting these terms. He isn't sure he can handle this task, so he joins Jinwoo's guild. News about our hero is now being reported not only in South Korea but all over the world. Master Dongsu is beginning to recover from his crushing defeat. He has just learned that Jinho survived the Red Dungeon. He will set out to take revenge not only on this young man, but also on his father. But to do so, he'll have to be patient and increase his strength. At the same time, Jinwoo visits an artifact appraiser to have an interesting orb appraised, but for now, that's not possible. This older man has been working as an appraiser for many years and is encountering something like this for the first time. This item can be put up for auction, and then the best possible price can be obtained for it. The hunter came here because he wants to clear out the demon palace and create the holy water of life as quickly as possible. He needs artifacts to protect himself from the heat in the demon palace, so he's willing to pay a lot of money for any high-quality item. The manager led him into a large, spacious hall where he could find any equipment to his liking. Jinwoo began selecting various items, starting by analyzing their specifications. He's interested not only in protective gear, but also in daggers capable of piercing the Demon King's defenses. It turned out that the price of such artifacts was incredibly high, so acquiring them would be practically impossible. At the very same time that Jinwoo was thinking about upgrading his gear, many different rumors were circulating about him. The White Tiger Guild can't believe that the hunter is capable of constantly increasing his power, since that used to seem impossible. During the Red Gate incident, Song Jinwoo was considered weaker than the White Tiger, but now everything is completely different. After his awakening, he was able to leapfrog several ranks at once and reach the very pinnacle of progress. This is already causing him problems because reporters have tracked down his address and won't let him leave the house in peace. Even his sister is now facing problems in her daily life because of her older brother's immense popularity. Someone knocked on the door of their apartment. Jinwoo was sure that the insolent reporters had completely crossed the line, so he went out to punish them. It turned out they weren't reporters at all, but his upset younger brother, whom their father had kicked out of the house. He had hoped that his mentor would definitely help him and take him in, but Jinwoo said he could only offer sound advice. He shut the door on his younger brother and forced him to find another place to spend the night and live a full life. His father still can't believe that his son refused to lead the Eugene Guild. It was a tempting offer that shouldn't be turned down, but his son chose a different path alongside his mentor. His father was talking to his wife when a few seconds later, his vision began to blur. He lost his balance and nearly fell to the ground. Could it really just be nerves due to his deteriorating relationship with his son? Jinwoo waited a very long time for his sister to finally fall asleep so he could go clear out the dungeon. To make sure no one disturbed her sleep or did anything harmful, he had to call on a few shadow soldiers for help. He did the same on the roof of his house. His neighbors had to be safe too, because when you become famous, the people closest to you are always in danger. From that moment on, the shadow soldiers must constantly patrol the area without being seen by anyone. If any assassins show up and aren't highly trained, they won't be able to handle the shadow soldiers. At first light, Jinwoo met up with his younger brother to set out together to conquer the dungeon. First, they need to find an office for the guild. Only then can they start planning to recruit a team. Jin Ho will personally handle this task because the guild's founder has his own important duties to attend to today. He needs to head into the dungeon where the Demon Palace is located to finally complete the quest he started there. It's especially hot in there this time, but our hero came prepared and now knows what lies ahead. His gear is top-notch, so he now has a much better chance of challenging the Demon King. If he manages to completely clear the dungeon, Jinwoo will finally obtain the missing ingredients for his mother's medicine. During the battle with the demons, he'll have to use all his abilities and give it his all. Jinwoo is very lucky that with a snap of his fingers, he can summon a powerful shadow soldier like the orc wizard Caligon to his aid. With his help, you won't even have to join the fray at first. You can simply watch the battle from a distance. Today, a client arrived at the medical center after suddenly feeling ill at home. This patient is Mr. Han, who recently learned that his son refuses to take over the family guild. The doctor was very concerned and began asking the patient if any of his acquaintances were hunters or awakened ones. At first, Khan didn't understand why he was being asked these questions, but then the doctor began talking about the eternal sleep. No one has ever awakened from the eternal sleep. During such episodes, the patient consumes all their life energy at an incredible rate. Today, this condition is no longer news. People suffering from this condition feel drowsy and eventually fall into a permanent sleep linked to magical energy. There are people who from birth are unable to sustain such energy. Because of this, they are prone to developing this disease. Han must be more careful around monsters and mana crystals, as well as people who radiate magical energy. His symptoms appeared suddenly, so it's most likely that someone triggered this condition. Han cannot lose this battle with death. It is still too early for him to die, so he has no intention of giving up. At the same time, on one of Japan's islands, an incident occurred that is very important for the future of our story. The mutant ant has finally managed to reach land. What people all over the world fear so much has just happened. Not far from where these events are unfolding, you can encounter various hunters who carry out simple tasks to earn a living. They've been assigned to patrol this area, because if the dungeon gates open on that remote island, the whole world will be in grave danger. You have to keep a constant lookout, because if the dungeon isn't cleared in time, monsters will escape into the outside world, and the system will collapse. These guys were very calm and enjoyed their work, which didn't require much physical effort but paid a decent salary. They spotted a strange figure, but when they got closer, they realized it wasn't a person at all, but some kind of terrifying mutant. If something terrible happens, Jinwoo will be obligated to save humanity, but right now he's busy trying to save his mother. He has encountered many demons along the way. Most of them have already been destroyed, but the most difficult obstacle still lies ahead. By purchasing potions, you can quickly replenish your energy and the mana you've used to sustain your shadow soldiers. After a few days, our hero had leveled up his stats and increased the size of his army. He still has 20 floors to climb. It seems like a lot, but he's already ahead of schedule. He still hasn't received permission to go up to the next floor, which means there's a very powerful enemy somewhere here that needs to be defeated. Soon, Jinwoo heard strange sounds and realized that somewhere across the street was some kind of large creature. He spent the next day searching for his opponent, but still hadn't managed to kill it and gain the chance to go higher. Finally, what he had been waiting for so long happened. The demonic forces emerged from their hiding place and challenged the unexpected guest. The shadow soldiers, led by the polar bear, are ready to defend their master at any cost. It turned out to be impossible, because the demons on this floor are so powerful that they easily destroy all the shadow soldiers in their path. Now it's even scary for the main character of this story, because it's unclear how he'll be able to stop these new enemies. If he does manage to win, however, he'll gain invaluable experience and significantly boost his stats. To do this, he'll have to stay one step ahead. Under no circumstances should he wait for his opponent to attack and rely on his speed. He managed to overcome the first wave of demons and is now closed in on their main boss. All this time, Jinwoo had wondered whether demons felt fear. Now he knows that these creatures are afraid too. The battle with the main demon knight began very fiercely, but it didn't end with the very first blow. It took some effort before Jinwoo heard the demon beg for mercy and admit defeat. It turned out that standing before him was not a terrifying monster at all, but a beautiful girl who didn't want to die at the hands of the hunter. Just a moment ago, she had attacked his shadow soldiers, and now she was asking for forgiveness and admitting that she had committed a grave sin. Apparently, this was her clan's duty, to defend the perimeter and prevent uninvited guests from entering their territory. Jinwoo felt that he didn't really want to kill this girl. He pretended to turn his back on her to test her instincts. The demon failed the test. She immediately drew a dagger and tried to stab our protagonist in the back. The hunter turned out to be much smarter than the demon, so he had activated a protective barrier in advance, thereby setting a trap to better test his enemy. After that, she immediately fell to her knees and said that if he spared her life, she would give him anything he wanted in return. Using gravity, Jinwoo lifted her into the air and brought her closer to his face so he could get a better look at her eyes. It was very important for him to understand whether he could trust her, because if that wasn't possible, then he would have to cut off her head right then and there. To force the girl to tell the truth, he even had to activate his bloodlust and make her tremble with fear. If the demon grants him permission to proceed to the next floor, he'll spare her life. At the same time, on a remote island in Japan, the situation was rapidly escalating. The ant monster, which had evolved as smoothly as a knife through butter, destroyed the 2 hunters it encountered along the way. After that, it killed several more people, spread its wings, and calmly flew off in an unknown direction. It is unknown whether Jinwoo is speaking with a demon named Essel, who is the eldest daughter of the Raider clan. Jinwoo tried to find out if she too hears constant calls in her head urging her to kill people, just like the snow elves do. It turned out that this wasn't quite the case, and demons do indeed hear unknown voices in their heads, but the commands they receive are entirely different. The unknown voice asks them to protect the area where they are. This means that these monsters' goals differ from those of the monsters from the gate. It has also come to light that the demons used to live in a completely different place. This may be a clue to understanding the nature of the system. They used to be in the demon world, constantly preparing for a war that promised to be incredibly brutal. The war was to be fought against an enemy of immense power, and for this, all the demons had to unite. After that, an unknown voice said that Yasin had exceeded the information limit, and the dialogue would be interrupted. She behaved like a programmed machine. The same thing happened to the elven boss, which meant the system was forcibly blocking the dialogue. After that, the demon immediately lost its energy and fell to the ground. It was as if the system had deliberately disabled this character. The system reacted harshly to the enemy's identity. Since demons had already fought these monsters, they might hold the key. At the same time, the ant was causing serious problems for the Earth Hunters. They had to call for backup and join forces to stop this terrifying creature. The weakest hunters were killed first. Then the monster killed the healer to weaken the opposing team. Video footage of the incident has already reached associations around the world, and global panic is now setting in. The mutant ant has caused a huge amount of trouble for the entire world, as it signals an impending catastrophe. As a result of the attack, nearly 300 civilians and nearly 100 mid-level hunters were killed. These are astronomical figures that are hard to even comprehend, even though Japan has one of the most advanced hunter systems in the world. If Japan has suffered such severe losses, it's hard to even imagine what will happen when the monsters reach South Korea. The island that came under attack is located 150 kilometers from Jeju Island, and this is a very alarming warning sign. Now we need to think about who will help South Korea if the monsters reach them. It seems we'll have to ask China or Russia for help. The US is unlikely to help because in the past they refused to assist when the high rank gate first opened. The association's chairman has just learned that a top secret representative, specifically Hunter Dong-soo from the Cleaners Guild, has contacted them. He said he'd be happy to join the upcoming raid on Jeju Island, but why? It's all just a ruse. His real goal is to kill Song Jin-woo to avenge his brother's death. It turned out that Hunter Dong-soo wasn't the only one who had contacted the Hunters Association in Korea. A national-level chief had also called them. Now let's return to the Demon King's dungeon, where Yasin has finally regained consciousness and is feeling much better. It turns out that demons aren't exactly friendly toward one another, because while she was asleep, other monsters tried to attack her. For some reason, the Hunter Jin-woo didn't stand idly by and defended this girl despite the risk to his own life. Unreasoning monsters do not view such demons as their brothers and sisters. To them, they are nothing but enemies. After that, Jin-woo and the demon set off for a place where they could gain access to the next level. She wants to lead the hunter straight to her father, who is inside the demon's palace. Her father was very surprised when he saw that his daughter had brought an unexpected guest here, someone who isn't of their race. Usually people come to their home with an entire army to destroy them, but the Jin is completely different, and he means them no harm. The girl's father's name is Radier, and he immediately sensed that shadow soldiers were hiding behind this young man, ready to attack at any moment. He instantly ordered his warriors to surround the man and prevent him from using his abilities. Jin kept his composure and calmly said that he would leave immediately once he was granted passage. It became clear that they were facing a man who was killing demons at a frantic pace in order to climb up the tower. The Raider is one of the weakest clans in this world, so it's unlikely they'll be able to hold back such a high-caliber hunter. Jin-woo doesn't want to leave empty-handed. He plans to take Yasin with him because she knows where the other permits are. It's unlikely that his desire to win over the girl's father will go over well, but everything will depend on her own wishes and preferences. To start with, they decided to stay for dinner and get to know each other better. Perhaps her father thought the hunter was planning to marry Yasin. Making a deal with a human offends the clan leader's pride, but if Radier had known from the start just how powerful Jinwoo was, he wouldn't have even fought him. Soon, however, her father decided to keep his promise and grant this hunter permission to proceed to the next floor. Jin wants to leave right now, and if Yasin is ready, she can go with him and keep him company. When the battle begins, she can stay out of it and let him clear the area and protect her from enemies. Very soon, they finished their meal and gathered everything they needed for the expedition to the upper floors of the Demon Tower. As they approached the danger, Jin-woo asked the girl to stay behind until he had destroyed all the monsters there. At the same time, a serious meeting took place at the Hunters Association between two very powerful representatives of the highest rank. A man in strange clothing tried to find out where Song Jin-woo was, but he was told that the hunter's whereabouts were unknown. Right now, the association's chairman is speaking with a national-level hunter and is therefore observing all norms of decorum. This man came here to ask the association to deny entry to a hunter named Dong-soo and learned that the matter had already been resolved. The conversation ended sooner than expected, and the nationally renowned hunter prepared to leave the association. As a parting remark, he said he'd be happy to help clear out Jeju Island if he had some free time. This guy loves money, so if he's offered a big contract, he'll immediately find time for any assignment. It has been revealed that the partnership with Japan has already been confirmed, and a hunter from a major Japanese league will visit South Korea today. It will be interesting to see how Jin-woo interacts with the world's strongest hunters. For now, he doesn't have time to think about that, because clearing the dungeon is draining too much energy from his army of shadows. Thanks to his own progress, he can also enhance the capabilities of his own shadow army. Now they radiate an aura of a completely different level and can help even in the most dangerous battles. Yasin warns that starting on the next floor, the opponent's level will increase significantly, and Jin-woo will be no joke. The hunter said he isn't worried about the competition. On the contrary, he loves facing serious challenges that spur his progress. He brought Yasin along because he liked her, and now he'll help her clan climb to the top of the Demon Clan rankings. Yasin was right. Starting on the next floor, the opponent's level increased significantly, and it became harder to advance. The number of monsters and their overall strength were on a completely different level compared to the lower floors. In any case, thanks to this dungeon, Jin-woo has become even stronger and now feels he could defeat even the association's chairman. From this point on, he wants to work alone and has no intention of forcing Yasin to risk her life. She's done a great job, so she doesn't want to leave him alone. The girl has decided to take a risk and go with the hunter to the 98th floor of the tower. A plane carrying a very important figure has just landed at South Korea's international airport. Before us stands a top-ranked hunter named Ryuji Koto. He has already heard that something strange has happened in Korea. He sensed that someone very powerful was at this airport. Hunters instantly pick up on a strong aura. He was told not to worry and informed that a hunter from the United States had arrived in South Korea on personal business. Very soon, Koto arrived for talks with the chairman of the Hunters Association, a man named Gunhee. The chairman realizes that he is sitting across from a man who is anything but ordinary, whose fame has spread far beyond the continent. In Japan, there are more than 24 hunters of the highest rank, half of whom belong to Koto's guild, known as the Naked Sword. In Japan, there is only one guild that holds all the authority, which is why the Koto Guild is the largest in Asia after the guild from China. A young woman named Kawa arrived here to handle the translation and smooth out any misunderstandings between the participants in the dialogue. She reported that her client promises to show full support for South Korea despite the danger. It seems he is interested in the idea of uniting and creating an allied force consisting of elite hunters. All of this is necessary to attack the Mad Ants. Japanese hunters are highly skilled, but even they cannot handle an army of mutants. A preliminary attack plan has already been drawn up, which the association's chairman can review. Each ant is so strong that it can match the power of a top-ranked hunter, but they have a serious weakness: their lifespan. The ant's lifespan is only 1 year. If the queen is destroyed, all the other monsters will naturally die out after a year, and Jeju Island will be cleared. This plan seems more feasible than destroying each ant individually. At the same time, we mustn't forget that destroying the queen is equivalent to destroying 1,000 ants. Simply put, it will be incredibly difficult. To reach the queen, they'll have to fight their way through the mutants' defensive line, but the situation will change if they're all forced to leave the tunnel. When the South Korean hunters landed on the island, the ants were leaving the tunnels and swarming toward the hunters. Now the Japanese side is ready to act as bait and give the South Korean hunters the opportunity to destroy the queen. The team members will soon arrive in South Korea, where a true dream team of top-tier hunters will assemble. The hunters will split into teams and launch attacks from all directions. The ants will be enraged and forget to protect the queen. The South Korean team will have the opportunity to sneak onto the island by helicopter, eliminate the queen, and then quietly leave the area. It seems like the plan is actually quite interesting, but why does Ryuji Koto want to help Korea and bring all his hunters here? It seems this guy has his own agenda and wants to use his success on Jeju Island to earn the title of national-level hunter. South Korea has no reason to turn down his offer, though they must realize that killing the queen will be much harder than fighting ordinary ants. Given the number of hunters who have retired or are seriously injured, South Korea can only send 6 of its highest-ranking hunters.
It's unclear whether they'll be able to defeat such a powerful monster. It seems they'll have to call on a new superstar named Jin Woo for help.
The association's chairman promised to review the plan and make a decision shortly. Most likely, he will agree to the raid's terms, and after the dungeon is cleared, Jin Woo will be forced to head to Jeju Island. Right now, he has a completely different task. After long months of hard work and constant danger, he has finally reached the 100th floor of the Demon Tower. Here, he will face an unprecedented threat posed by the Demon King, named Biran. This guy has an unusual aura, and now even the hunter song Jin Woo isn't sure he'll be able to defeat him. Not even Yasin has ever felt such a terrifying thirst for blood, even though she lives in such a dangerous and deadly place. This is her first encounter with the Demon King, and she's noticeably nervous because of the difference in their power levels. Also, don't forget that the Demon King flies with the help of a wyvern, which also poses an unprecedented threat. The Demon King has no intention of fighting his unexpected guest right away. First, he uses his ability to summon his army from the underworld. The demon soldiers were summoned from the realm of the dead to clear the area and protect the king. It turns out that it's not just the hunter Jinwoo who can summon dead monsters. The Demon King also has this ability. Unlike the hunter, the Demon King can summon a full-fledged army rather than a small detachment consisting of just a few soldiers. Very quickly, our protagonist realized that he couldn't get by here without the monarch's leadership skills. Only with the help of these additional abilities can he not only summon an army of soldiers but also take his opponents by surprise. This doesn't mean the demons will be defeated immediately. Whether Jinwoo likes it or not, he'll still have to fight. He can count on significant support from his shadow soldiers, who have recently leveled up. Nevertheless, he'll still have to face trouble head-on and personally use his physical skills against the Demon King. The battlefield was instantly drenched in blood, with blood and fiery explosions erupting all around. Everyone watching was amazed by the beauty of the battle and the special effects they saw all around them. This is the first time Yasin has seen Jinwoo use something like this. Apparently, this is the only way to defeat the guy named Biran. The Demon King is an invader. He is precisely the one who must be destroyed to clear the dungeon. No matter what difficulties the hunter faces along the way, he must continue moving toward his goal in order to save his mother from an incurable disease. Finally, the Demon King personally entered the battle, realizing that without his support, the army would be destroyed. For the first time in a long while, Jinwoo took a serious hit and found himself pinned to the ground, too weak to get up. He'll have to tap into his hidden reserves, because if he doesn't get up in a second, he'll be wiped off the face of the earth. His cloak has a damage absorption ability, but even this piece of equipment won't be enough to fully protect him from a fatal blow. You can't just think about defense. You need to be able to maneuver and switch to attack mode at the right moment. If the hunter's main objective is to defeat the Demon King, then he must prioritize offense over defense. Jinwoo is already tired of fighting, yet he won't stop until he personally beheads his opponent. The Demon King is the ruler of this realm. If he sees that someone is treating him like a child, severe punishment will follow. The ruler's touch can manipulate and influence physical objects. Its effectiveness depends on the object's weight and does not consume excess mana. The same applies to the shadow soldiers stored in the system. They do not consume their master's energy reserves. The situation is different for wounded soldiers. They are forced to draw on Jinwoo's energy to recover, or they will be destroyed. Therefore, it is very important to increase the intelligence stat to expand the mana pool. By understanding all the nuances of combat, it becomes easier to follow the course of the battle and predict the outcome. Even now, the hunter begins to realize that his energy level is approaching 0 and his opponent won't let him recover. When you become a high-ranking hunter, recovering your strength becomes much more difficult because it requires a larger mana reserve. This doesn't mean that Jinwoo can't use his soldiers, he simply has to end the battle before his mana runs out. For now, the Shadow Soldiers can't compete with the Demon King. We have to admit that they're on completely different levels. The only thing that can help here is the ability to deliver a decisive blow, which the hunter has just activated. His opponent managed to parry the blow and not only defended himself, but even managed to grab his enemy. Jinwoo found himself in a precarious situation, but despite the circumstances, he tried to inflict at least some damage on the Demon King. Thanks to this, he managed to break free from the grip of death, but he's hardly thrilled with how the battle is unfolding. Biran has already shown that he is an incredibly powerful foe, and it's no coincidence that he stands at the very pinnacle of the Demon Tower. He's been dubbed the King thanks to his incredible skills and astronomical magic rating. If he so desired, most of his opponents would be torn to pieces with a single glance. Yet Jinwoo is still alive. This alone speaks to his incredible qualities, his insane thirst for victory, and his strong inner resolve. He needs to reactivate his decisive strike skill, but to do so, he must get closer to his opponent and be patient while waiting for the right moment. The touch of the ruler skill was activated last precisely to finish off the Demon King once and for all. For a long time afterward, Yasin couldn't believe that the legendary Demon King had just been destroyed right before her eyes. Sometimes dreams do come true. Hunter Song Jinwoo had just obtained the Demon King's soul and completed the second part of the quest. He had been acting as a member of the Radier clan, so now that Demon clan is ranked first, players will boost their stats so much that in the real world, they will no longer perceive their enemies as a serious threat. He has collected the Demon King's set of items and also obtained his main objective, purified blood, which will be the final ingredient in the medicine for his mother. He has now gathered the complete list of ingredients for holy water, which will help his mother awaken. A few seconds later, the system automatically converted the ingredients into full-fledged holy water of life. As a reminder, Jinwoo cannot summon the souls of demons, but he is quite capable of summoning the soul of a wyvern. Now this run-of-the-mill dragon will serve its new boss and help out in difficult situations. As a reward for completing the second part of the quest, the hunter received a Shadow Exchange rune stone. This stone allows the user to swap locations with a selected Shadow Soldier. In practice, this is essentially teleportation and, in a critical moment, can help the hunter escape death. He said goodbye to his girlfriend and told her that they would definitely meet again in the future, but right now he had a lot of other things to do. Due to the boss's death, everything inside the dungeon will revert to its original state. Just now, Jinwoo swapped places with his Shadow Soldier and found himself in some strange place. He summoned a wyvern to help him and decided to fly a little through the night sky and enjoy his victory. At that very moment, full-scale preparations were underway for the battle against the mutant ants. South Korean hunters have already received video footage of these terrifying monsters. They need to study their opponent's strengths and weaknesses in order to prepare perfectly for the raid and destroy the Ant Queen. Each new generation of ants differs from the previous one. Their appearance changes very quickly, so you never know what to expect from these guys. These ants can communicate with each other using special waves, and Kodo plans to disrupt them with a jamming signal. The recruitment of all hunters who will be able to go on this mission is already coming to an end. Jinwoo still hasn't gotten in touch. So many are beginning to doubt whether he'll show up at all. If he does agree to participate in the Jeju Island raid, he'll have excellent company in the form of a high-ranking healer named Min. Right now, he's enjoying some expensive alcohol in the company of his friend, the White Tiger. Together, they're discussing the current situation and planning a possible raid on Jeju Island. Min is a strange guy with a great sense of humor. He's the first high-ranking hunter to retire without losing his health. So far, no one else has managed to do the same, because hunters either die or refuse to retire and give up such a great source of income. Min isn't rich at all, but he remembers watching his friends get picked off right before his eyes and doesn't want to suffer the same terrible fate. The ants have taken the lives of many hunters, and now South Korea's modern military has the opportunity to take revenge. Min has no intention of coming out of retirement, even though the White Tiger is doing everything he can to persuade him to take part in one last raid. Since retiring, he's received many tempting offers from the architectural firm Eugene. Now he can't stand places where blood is shed. He's probably the only normal hunter because all the other guys have obvious psychological issues. It's not even worth dwelling on this topic, especially considering the thirst for killing that Jinwoo feels coursing through his body. After successfully clearing out the dungeon, he returned to his mother's hospital to help her out of her dire situation. She might not be able to swallow the holy water at all, and even if she manages to, there's no guarantee she'll be alright. Jin has already witnessed countless miracles created by the system. People usually don't believe such stories, and it's all thanks to the system's power. That's exactly why he believes in miracles and wants to try to see the impossible with his own eyes. The hunter instantly recalled his childhood when he had wanted to play in his mother's hair and had gotten too scared. The hot water nearly turned his mom into a boiled crab, but she wasn't strict with her son. Because of him, she has a scar on her neck, but his mother never blamed her son for his mistakes, understanding that he was just a child. He hopes that the holy water of life will work and that his mother will finally be able to regain her former energy. The hunter's sister had no idea how close her mother was to a full recovery. After class, she went outside and decided to take a short walk before heading home. All this time, Jin-woo stayed by his mother's side, praying that it would somehow help her regain her strength. A few minutes later, he saw that his mother had indeed sat up and finally awakened from what seemed like an eternal sleep. He was overjoyed and told her that his sister was doing well too, and that they had suffered greatly without their mother's support, no matter how strong and fearless a hunter he was. At that moment, he couldn't hold back his tears. Jin-woo had waited many years for the chance to speak with his mother again, and finally, his luck had turned. When the doctor heard that the patient had awakened from her seemingly eternal sleep, he realized that an unprecedented event had occurred at the hospital. Jin-woo immediately demanded that the doctors discharge his mother from the hospital right away, especially since her vital signs were normal. It felt as though she hadn't been asleep for the past few years, but had simply lain down for a quick nap and a siesta. The doctor considered letting the journalist report on the case, but his assistant quickly stopped him. He explained that this woman was the mother of a top-ranking hunter. The doctor immediately changed his mind and said they would discharge her from the hospital right away. It's nice to see how power helps people achieve success in life, but the main thing is that this power be directed toward good causes. As soon as the mother began to feel better, her eldest son immediately called his sister and ordered her to come to the hospital right away. And here, certainly, no one was holding back their tears, and there's nothing strange about that. That's exactly how it should be. The eldest son's efforts were not in vain. It feels as though this moment is his reward for all the trials he's had to overcome. After becoming a hunter, his life changed completely. He even felt as if he had drifted too far away from his family. Anxiety is beginning to completely take over his mind. At times like this, he needs to take a short break and breathe some fresh air. During his stay at the Demon King's castle, he received a huge number of calls and messages on his phone. Jin-woo realized he needed to go to the Hunters Association office and speak with the chairman in person. That's how he learned that a raid was being planned on Jeju Island to get rid of the mutant ants once and for all. Under normal circumstances, Jin-woo would have agreed immediately, but right now his thoughts were on his mother. As he was about to respond to the offer, he felt an incredible surge of magical energy. He has excellent intuition, so he sensed that hunters were fighting somewhere nearby. Indeed, several hunters are currently training in the gym and honing their skills. There are no more than 4 days left before they leave for Jeju Island, and representatives from the Japanese Association have already arrived in South Korea. Jin-woo was surprised to learn that Japan's strongest hunter would be participating in the raid alongside his warriors. These guys are real beasts who won't let the ants rest easy. The chairman suggested that the young hunter go to training to see what they're capable of. Experienced martial arts masters are fighting in this gym. It's rare to see a battle between two top-tier hunters, but today is exactly that kind of occasion, because the White Tiger is fighting. Even Mr. John, the head of the Hunters Guild, is here. The White Tiger's opponent is Donwook, a master of the Hall of Fame and a top-ranked hunter. The White Tiger hasn't been fighting seriously yet, because if he gets angry, he'll turn into a real monster. This means that the rumors about its ability to transform are true. In addition to these experienced masters, many other warriors have gathered here. Izawa is an experienced hunter, as is a girl named Mari, who possesses incredible skills. The guy with terrible scars all over his body is named Ken Taneka, and it's best not to mess with him. Next to him is Minoru, who remains calm even in crisis situations. Kumamoto is a top-ranked hunter who lost his eye a long time ago. Tawada loves baseball caps and hates it when pushy reporters follow her around. Tatsumi is a hunter who looks like a high-achieving high school senior. The man wearing a mask is a very dangerous hunter named Kei.
Makari is the only one who looks like an ordinary girl, not a hunter.
They are all incredible professionals in their field and members of the Hall of Fame, which belongs to Mr. Koto. Mr. Koto noticed that another hunter had arrived and began asking his assistant questions. He was told that this guy is a hunter who had only recently attained the highest rank. Even from a distance, you can sense that he is a killer hunter. His monstrous presence is impossible to hide. In reality, he is a wizard, although Kato refuses to believe the official information. Many took notice of this guy because he was the one who ruined the debut of a hunter named Min. Tension hangs in the air due to Jinwoo's presence, and this tension could escalate into a conflict. Out of nowhere, a dispute broke out between hunters from different countries. This is exactly where things were headed. Mizukawa is ready to challenge Master Park Jongsu, who is the head of the Knights Guild. A dispute has arisen between them, and now we'll see the translator fight the head of another guild. They agreed to have a friendly sparring match, but it was immediately clear that there would be no friendship here. When hunters from different countries meet, they most often fight in front of everyone. This fuels their aggression and leads to a brutal sparring match. This time, it all ended without conflict. A friendly draw was recorded. Mr. Kato has always loved competition, so now he's proposing something interesting. To prepare as thoroughly as possible for the upcoming raid, he wants to organize a sparring session among all the hunters gathered here. This is a great opportunity to test the strength of every raid participant. There are no inexperienced fighters here, but such sparring will nevertheless help everyone make progress. South Korea will be represented by 4 of its highest-ranked hunters. Japan will also field its own quartet, who are already eager to get into the fray. Jinwoo, like Mr. Kuto, will be watching the battle from the sidelines. For him, this is a great opportunity to learn. These guys are pretending it's just a training session, but in reality, we're about to witness an uncompromising fight. There will be no warm-ups or preliminaries here. The hunters immediately rushed into battle with the goal of winning. It never even crossed anyone's mind to hold back their best moves for a battle against mutant ants. Absolutely everyone gave it their all to impress the gathered judges. Even the white tiger isn't holding back his aggression because it's been a long time since he's shown what he's capable of. He acts like a bull that has broken free from its cage and is attacking a matador with a red cape. Some South Korean hunters have already lost their battles, but in this sparring match, absolutely everyone will take a hit. The women demonstrate the highest level of skill in close combat and defensive techniques. If you think that in the world of hunters, women are in any way inferior to men, you're sorely mistaken. Thanks to their talent, their strength is roughly equal, and absolutely anyone can challenge the strongest hunter. We've already noticed the one-eyed pirate. This guy probably isn't wearing a mask for no reason. Perhaps he's an ant mutant who was mistakenly recruited into the hunter's team. In any case, this guy's strength is limitless, and if you anger him, the situation can very quickly spiral out of control. He's taken the rule of universal equality too literally, and has therefore started attacking women particularly aggressively. This pirate needs to be put in his place, or he'll ruin everything, and the raid won't happen. It seems that Jinwoo is the only hunter who took ethics classes in high school. He intervened to protect the girl and show the pirate that one must always act wisely. Until that moment, Koto hadn't even believed that Jinwoo was a wizard. Now he relied solely on his intuition. In full view of everyone gathered there, Jinwoo easily defeated a very dangerous guy. By this point, even the white tiger had lost the battle, though if he had transformed, everyone around him would have begged for mercy. We've been waiting a long time for this moment. Mr. Kato can no longer contain his curiosity and must speak with this young man. If Jinwoo is that aggressive, they could have a friendly sparring match right now. Japan's best hunter wants to personally test the strength of the newcomer from South Korea. There's nothing strange about that, especially considering that Jinwoo will gain invaluable experience. There's nothing to lose for him in this fight. If he loses, no one will make a big deal out of it, because he's fighting a legend. If he manages to win, he'll further cement his status as the new star of the hunting world. They agreed to fight at full strength, so there would be no reason to accuse anyone of cheating. Everyone around them immediately began placing bets and predicting how this showdown would end. It's possible that Jinwoo has become even stronger and might surprise everyone even more this time. Mr. Kato isn't one to beat around the bush. Once he starts sparring, he strikes immediately without warning. Unfortunately, his punch missed. Now there's no way he'll believe that he's facing just an ordinary magician. Jinwoo's nimble movements command respect. He's silent and insanely fast, but even that won't allow him to outwit the Japanese master's intuition. The legend from Japan has long since encountered many talented young men. Today, he came face to face with something special, even though he thought he'd already seen it all in this world. The audience was stunned by the special effects. It seemed a professional director was clearly involved. Jinwoo didn't even break a sweat until he sensed an uncontrollable thirst for blood nearby. If he gets carried away and pretends to be weak for too long, it will all end badly soon. He would have to accept the challenge and fight at full strength to earn the respect of the Japanese side. Even the white tiger couldn't hold back its aggression when it saw what happened a few seconds later. The two hunters completely lost control and decided to attack each other with full force. Neither of them wanted to back down, so the scent of death hung in the air. Only the timely intervention of professional warriors helped prevent a clash of titans. We can't let anything terrible happen, because in a few days, Koto is supposed to lead the Japanese hunters. The Japanese side is thinking along the same lines. They cannot afford to kill South Korean hunters. The sparring match was stopped, and even though Jinwoo didn't win, he earned the respect of the other fighters. Now, the chairman wants to know if he'll accept the offer to go to Jeju Island. Meanwhile, the legendary Japanese warrior cannot shake off the shock. For the first time in a long while, he felt vulnerable. After training, every participant in the upcoming raid returned to their own territory. The white tiger still can't believe that there's a person in this world who keeps getting stronger. Attempts to recruit Jinwoo have been in vain, yet he still needs to find a way to build a relationship with him. A list of participants for the raid on Jeju Island arrived on his phone, and he saw Jinwoo's name on it. This means that our main character has agreed to go to Devil's Island and take a risk in order to become a legend. Tonight, Koto tried to calm down a bit, so he called his friend. He's talking to Reiji Sugimoto, the deputy head of the Crossed Blades Guild, to tell him about the emergence of a new talent. It turned out that South Korea had just sent a list of participants, and Jinwoo wasn't on it. It's impossible that the association's chairman would have left such a gifted young man off the list of participants. Today at Halasan Volcano, near the legendary Lake Pinoctom, things are very unsettled due to the presence of a huge number of monsters. These ants have long since evolved, and now sense that you're trapped in a dungeon from which you must escape immediately. Their young are beginning to devour one another, because there's nothing left to eat here. The Empire must evolve, because things cannot go on like this. They need stronger warriors, super soldiers, who can lead the entire Empire to bring glory to the Ant Army. Soon they will surely rise up and strike terror into the hearts of any enemies who stand in their way. By that time, Jinwoo had returned home and discovered that his sister had made a huge mess here while he was away. Fortunately, Mom has already returned to her normal life, and now she'll be able to help restore order here just as she did in years past. Lately, his mother has been constantly asking about his father. She still hopes that she received at least some news from him while she was ill. Unfortunately, that's not the case at all, and besides, Jinwoo has no intention of telling his mother that he's become a hunter just like his father. There's a clear reason why she didn't want to move out of this apartment, and even despite her son's increased income, they'll continue to live in this home. His mother is still waiting for his father, who disappeared long ago. She hopes that someday he'll find his way back to this apartment, which is why this place is so special to her. Lately, Jinwoo has been thinking more and more about the raid on Jeju Island because he understands how important it is for South Korea. Now, even the laziest among us are talking about those very ants that threaten humanity, and panic is spreading among the people. Now, the monsters have learned to fly, which means that sooner or later they'll break out of the prison known as Jeju Island. People are also actively discussing the fact that the hunter who achieved the highest rank didn't make the list of raid participants. Jinwoo went out for a short walk and called his younger brother, who by then had already found a suitable office for the guild. There's plenty of space here, and they'll be able to feel comfortable even as the guild starts to grow. His younger brother told him that a foreigner had been actively trying to meet with Jinwoo lately. He said he'd be in Korea for a few more weeks and hoped to meet up. After that, Jinwoo felt an overwhelming urge to return home, as if something terrible had happened. He instantly swapped places with his shadow and returned home, without even considering that Jin-ho might faint from fear. Right now, a crime is taking place right outside his house, one he simply cannot ignore. This terrible man is threatening a young beauty and demanding that she hand over all her money and jewelry. Jinwoo emerged from a dark alley and said he would not tolerate a crime taking place near his home. He didn't come here to talk but to take action and punish anyone who thinks they're above the law. Within seconds, the hunter had snatched the opponent's dangerous knife and wounded him in the leg. This guy had better hurry home, because in a few minutes all the blood will have drained from his veins. Jinwoo decided to leave the demon with the thug and ordered him to be killed if he didn't turn himself into the police within a few hours and confess to the crime. The raid on Jeju Island begins tomorrow, and thoughts of it won't leave Hunter Jinwoo's mind, as if he feels guilty for not participating in the raid. The next day, the helicopter was already near the island, and the very events we'd been waiting for so long were about to begin. On board the helicopter are the highest-ranking hunters. Mr. Kato is waiting for the raid to end, but his thoughts are also occupied by another character. All this time, he's been thinking about his encounter with that guy named Jinwoo. During their sparring match, it felt as if he were fighting the devil himself. It's hard to believe, but it seems that the legendary master from Japan is beginning to age and lose his edge. Today, a formidable military coalition has gathered near Jeju Island, consisting of ships from China, Taiwan, and Japan. They've all come together to stay calm, because otherwise the ants will sense their fear and destroy everyone. Many different guilds have gathered here, and each team has its own specific mission to carry out upon landing on the island. At the same time, the Hunters Association has asked warriors from all the guilds to gather in South Korea. This is a precaution in case the raid is successful and the surviving mutant ants decide to retreat and attack the Korean peninsula. Each defensive group has mid-tier hunters at its disposal. These guys are well trained, but they aren't the best of the best. If you look closely at the lists of these participants, you'll notice that Juice-hee and Mr. Song are among the second-tier hunters. In total, more than 5,000 hunters were assembled, and this is only 1/10 of all those who have awakened their abilities in South Korea. Some hunters, after obtaining their license, soon realize that this lifestyle isn't for them and decide to leave to live as ordinary people. This cameraman with a hunter's license was one of those people. Right now, people desperately need heroes, so the hunters must summon their courage and show everything they're capable of. The raid is about to begin. All preparations are complete. All that remains is to wait for that very moment on which the fate of humanity will depend. On Ant Island, things aren't as bad as they might seem. Long ago, there was a fully functioning infrastructure here, but after the mutants arrived, everything changed. As soon as the hunters set foot on the island, they saw that the ants had begun devouring one another out of hunger. Among these monsters, there's even a predator, the alpha male, who poses the greatest threat. As soon as the first helicopter approached the island, flying ants immediately emerged from the volcano to attack the unexpected guests. The leader of the Hunters Guild is ready to be the first to step into the danger and show what he's capable of. We already know that this guy can unleash his fiery powers and attack enemies from a distance. All he has to do is want to, and a huge number of flying monsters will immediately end up grilled. Since last time, the ants have evolved quite a bit, and their resistance to magic has now increased significantly. For the raid to be successful, they'll have to work up a serious sweat and get their hands dirty. The Japanese hunters will be able to hold off the monsters for no more than an hour. During that time, the warriors from South Korea must find and destroy the queen. The plan has remained virtually unchanged since it was first drawn up, so the hunters have had time to mentally prepare themselves and clearly understand their mission. By that point, the fleet of ships was already approaching the island, and the military was preparing to begin their mission. First, electromagnetic jamming was activated. Now, the ants would be unable to receive signals from their queen. The Japanese were already busy destroying the monsters. Their swords had been sharpened to the utmost, so it was satisfying to watch the ants lose their limbs. Each team strictly followed the plan, and Mr. Koto, the captain of the Japanese army of hunters, personally oversaw all these actions. By that time, the warriors from South Korea were able to move freely around the island, since all attention was focused on the Japanese. They found themselves in a huge golden anthill, which looks incredibly beautiful and incredibly dangerous. Now they need to be careful not to get lost in these labyrinths, since their main task is to find the queen. Meanwhile, Jin Woo was completing his daily quest, even though he could have been having a blast on Jeju Island. Instead, he had already gone for a run and done some physical exercises, which are part of his daily quest. Jin Woo doesn't plan to keep a close eye on the hunters who went to the island, but if something catastrophic happens, he'll be ready to intervene. As we've seen before, the ants plan to leave the island in search of a place with much more food and water. They'll never gain their freedom, but instead have encountered a force that will be difficult to stop, because this force comes from the highest-ranking hunters. Over time, the ants' eyes atrophied. They probably evolved this way in order to clear the tunnel ant hill. They were like the queen's guard, but killing them would be no trouble. So sooner or later, the hunters would get close to the queen. Their journey is fraught with dangers and various unforeseen situations. To survive, they'll have to be prepared for anything. After finding the right path through the maze, the hunters came upon a huge cave filled with ant eggs. The queen's nest must be somewhere nearby, but for now, Mr. John can burn every single egg. One of the eggs is very different from all the others. It's simply gigantic, and something has already hatched from it. The white tiger said they mustn't get distracted by trivial matters, since their main task is to kill the queen. Of course, everyone understands that the main mission must be carried out, but it's practically impossible to ignore an egg that big. By that time, the Japanese had already gotten their hands seriously dirty and were immersed in the bloody chaos of Jeju Island. Some of them thought it would be much easier, but in the end, they had to face much stronger resistance from the monsters. At first, these guys were joking around and enjoying life, as if their job were just playing video games, but then everything changed. An event occurred that forced every member of the squad to rethink their views on the raid. One of the hunters wasn't prepared for the sudden attack. Apparently, a monster had appeared that was much stronger than all the others. It began attacking the Japanese hunters as if they weren't the best of the best, but just ordinary plumbers from Tokyo. The squad of Japanese hunters didn't even have time to react. Within a few seconds, there was practically nothing left of them. Just a short while ago, it seemed that the raid on the island would be successful, but soon everyone would realize that coming here had been a huge mistake. By that point, the rest of the raid team was unaware of what had happened in the center of the island. Each subgroup was carrying out its own tasks and wasn't distracted by the need to contact the other hunters. A separate person was supposed to be in charge of communication with each of them, but apparently he was doing a very poor job. At the same time, the other subgroups weren't facing any serious problems. Although they were already getting tired, nothing critical had happened. Right now, they're fighting the Queen's defenders, who are ants from the previous generation. Thanks to their victory over the Queen's defenders, the hunters discovered some previously unknown abilities. Each of them has gained special abilities and fully replenished their internal energy reserves. Now their mana is at its maximum level, which will allow them to fight multiple opponents at once and have a real chance of success. At first, this seemed like a tremendous privilege, but it soon became clear that such a surge of energy was simply essential for survival in this hellish labyrinth of death. By that point, some members of the Japanese team had begun to worry about their friends and tried to track them down. They found the site of the previous battle and saw that a catastrophe had befallen their friends, one that no one could have foreseen. It was hard to hold back their emotions because all these hunters were their close friends, even despite the competition within the team. It had been a long time since the warriors had smelled something so foul. It seemed a mutant skunk had taken up residence in these jungles. If the hunters had known what awaited them, they would have boarded their helicopter long ago and never returned here. Unfortunately, the monster they had to face possesses incredible potential thanks to its constant evolution. Previous generations of ants learned to fly, but this one seems to be capable of absolutely everything. By that point, the South Korean team had cleared the perimeter and eliminated the Queen's Guard unit. They were pleased that they'd managed to take down a huge number of monsters in just a few minutes, all thanks to the help of a healer named Ichihai. Soon they began to sense the approach of some unfamiliar scent, most likely the Queen's. The white tiger felt he had to take responsibility for his entire squad, so he was the first to go on reconnaissance. Soon he reported that the Queen was in the far corner, guarded by 8 guards. The guards they had already fought were top-tier monsters, so there was no doubt that the Queen would be even more dangerous. A wizard like Mr. John must unleash his full potential to help his comrades avoid death. But to do so, they'd need to rely on every member of the team. The healer would have to maintain their mana reserves, and they'd also need support from the rear. Finally, what we've been waiting for so long has happened. The white tiger has transformed and revealed its true form. These bugs will be torn to pieces because once the white tiger takes on this form, it's practically impossible to stop him. The squad's operator was shocked. It was probably because of situations like this that he decided to give up his career as a hunter and become an ordinary operator. They explained to him that it was going to get very intense here, so it would be best for him to step aside and stay out of the way of the experts. Right now, the whole world is holding its breath because there's a live broadcast on TV of the raid on Jeju Island. People have gathered around their TV screens to see what's happening on the island and what their chances of success are. Everyone is extremely anxious and can't even think about school or work because they realize that if the hunters fail, the ants will come to their homes. The raid has become such a major event that it's even being shown on a TV screen in the city center so people can watch it during their breaks from work. This isn't the first raid on the island, and if humanity wants to stop the mutant ants, they need to succeed. More than 85% of the population is now watching what's happening deep within the labyrinth. They probably don't regret dedicating their time to this, because watching the White Tiger's transformation is just as good as going to the movies to see the latest film in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Soon, the hunters began to face serious difficulties, because the poisonous ants can dissolve even titanium. They were very lucky that the team was perfectly balanced with talented wizards who know how to grant their comrades additional power. Thanks to this, they could quickly regain their strength and do everything possible to avoid death, which could strike at any moment. After a massive explosion, the White Tiger was absolutely convinced that the Queen was finally finished. His combat experience told him so. At the very least, he was convinced that the Queen was on the brink of death and that victory was practically in the bag. At first, it seemed to him that the scream of terror was nothing more than the Queen's death throes. The White Tiger still doesn't realize that his combat experience won't help him today, because the Queen isn't screaming in terror, she's screaming for help. Now all the ants are starting to head back to the anthill, which means that even the signal jammer didn't work. Right now, hunters from South Korea are inside the anthill, and if the reinforcements aren't stopped, these hunters will be wiped off the face of the earth. At first, it seemed to them that they had finally put an end to all their problems, but some warriors had a bad feeling about it. Soon they were informed that absolutely all the ants on the island were heading straight for the labyrinth, and they needed to get out of there as quickly as possible. Just moments ago, the fire barrier set up by the Hunters Guild boss had been destroyed by some unknown force. The hunters felt an overwhelming fear of death, the kind that usually strikes when bosses appear in dungeons. They looked into the dark recesses of the labyrinth and saw an unknown creature with large black paws approaching them. The White Tiger is a hunter who strikes terror into the hearts of absolutely every warrior in South Korea. But today, even such a fearsome figure is utterly terrified. That monster, which had long been the subject of rumors, has finally emerged from the shadows and revealed itself in all its glory.
It was this creature that hatched from that enormous egg, and now the terrifying power trapped on the island will break free.
It is this very monster that emitted that unbearable stench, the kind that makes you want to pass out and give up on life itself. In such an oppressive atmosphere, it's hard to believe. It's no wonder that what stood before them wasn't just an unusual ant, but a new branch of mutant evolution. The hunters realized that now was not the time to stand idly by. They had to try to destroy this monster as quickly as possible. But was that even possible? Just then, the enormous monster walked right past the hunter, as if not noticing him or paying him any attention at all. Its interest was fixed on the mother who was the queen of the ants. After all, she was the one who had created this terrible creature. When this creature realized that the local hunters had just destroyed its mother, it no longer hid its thirst for blood. These warriors had never experienced anything like this before. The incredible aura forced them to their knees and made them scream in maddening pain. For a moment, the healer Chaha lost her concentration and didn't have time to react to the approaching danger. With a single deft movement of its paw, the ant delivered a crushing blow, sending the girl straight into the nearest stone wall. From the impact, her internal organs began to scream in pain. The destructive force instantly caused internal bleeding. The hunters immediately tried to protect their healer. They still don't realize that from this moment on, everything will unfold according to the monster ant's plan. If all this time they'd thought they were getting closer to successfully clearing the island, they now realized the plan was doomed to fail. It's only logical that the White Tiger should step in to defend the team members and protect his friends, but logic doesn't apply in this labyrinth. Not only the White Tiger, but also the boss of the Hunters Guild were powerless against the danger that stood in their way. Now the healer must play a decisive role, because he is the one who can restore his friend's vitality. Thanks to his camouflage skills, he remains unnoticed and quickly fills the hunter's energy vessel with mana. To maintain this skill, he must stay in one place, but sooner or later, this could end in tragedy. At a moment like this, you realize that even the healer's extra support might not be enough, because there aren't enough additional resources to defeat the monster ant. The healer had gone unnoticed for a long time, helping his team stay afloat. But now that's all over. The White Tiger watched with his own eyes as his comrade died at the claws of this terrible monster, and with him, the entire team's hope died. The hunters realized that there was no way for them to get out of here alive now. They were trapped with the devil. The White Tiger went mad and decided to cast aside his fear of death in order to attack the terrifying monster. As soon as the ant touched the White Tiger, the hunter immediately returned to his original state. It turned out that the monster could devour its victims and gain their strength and knowledge, thereby accelerating its own evolution. The monster had learned to speak and now wanted to find out who was the king of the human race. Soon, the monster sensed that there was someone outside who was much stronger than this squad, so it abandoned the White Tiger and headed for the exit. The ant was probably referring to Mr. Koto, who is the strongest member of the Special Operations team. Just as the White Tiger was trying to organize his team and carry the wounded out into the street, the rest of the ants arrived at the cave. The Japanese already know that communication with the other teams is starting to break down. Apparently, something unexpected has happened. Mr. Koto is trying to stabilize the situation, but unfortunately, his options are limited. Soon he and his assistants saw that some members of his Japanese team had been mercilessly killed. They were supposed to fight the ants, but instead were killed by some unknown beast. Now, there is no certainty that the Korean team will be able to complete its mission and survive the battle in the labyrinth. At that moment, the Japanese leader realized that it had been a huge mistake to leave Jinwoo out of this raid and not take him along. Now South Korea has zero chance of survival. They'll have to pretend that Japan did everything possible, but Korea turned out to be too weak. Mr. Kato declared that the primary objective of eliminating South Korea's highest-ranking hunters had been successfully accomplished, and now they could retreat. All of this was a planned operation intended to weaken South Korea, not to stop the ants. They decided to retreat and return later to retrieve the bodies of their allies, but at that moment, an unexpected encounter awaited them. When people hear the phrase unexpected encounter, they usually think of a reunion of old friends or a class reunion. Mr. Kato and his assistants wouldn't have said no to something like that, but they were out of luck because they ran into a mutant monster. This guy had long been searching for the strongest hunter in the human army and now planned to challenge him. Mr. Kato prepared for battle without even considering that his opponent was an extraordinary monster. When he approached this guy, he sensed an incredibly oppressive atmosphere, one he'd already experienced when he met Jinwoo. He hoped his skills would be enough to win, apparently not realizing that sometimes brute force has the upper hand. It came as a surprise to learn that some hunters from South Korea were still alive and continuing to fight deep within the labyrinth. They're asking Mr. John to set off a massive explosion, but if he does, there won't be any oxygen left in the labyrinth. These guys realized long ago that they're in a critical situation, and now they're fighting simply to survive. They have no choice but to hope for a miracle and rely on the incredible skills of Mr. John, who fights like a true lion. No one is thinking about clearing the perimeter and completing the mission anymore. No, these guys are now just dreaming of staying alive. At that very critical moment, when it seems like it's all over, amazing things often happen. Out of nowhere, a dark knight appeared and began fighting alongside the South Korean hunters. Jinwoo felt he had to join this raid, because otherwise an unknown force would descend upon all of humanity. By that point, South Korean politicians and soldiers had learned that all hell was breaking loose on the island. It's hard to believe that the highest-ranking hunters were torn apart by some mysterious ant. TV crews began to panic. They realized that if they started airing this footage, it would cause widespread panic. Due to a mistake by some of those involved, the live broadcast continued, and these horrific images were shown across the country. At this critical moment, humanity needs a hero. Perhaps Sun Jinwoo will be that hero. Long ago, he was weak and frail, but now everything has changed, and he can play a key role in saving the human race. Using his shadow swap ability, he quickly found himself on Jeju Island. After his morning workout, this guy looks ready to engage in a fierce battle. He didn't come here alone. Behind him stands an entire army of high-level shadow soldiers gathered from all corners of the planet. If the mutant ants think they'll easily wipe out the human race, they're in for some bad news. Jinwoo drew his daggers and charged into the attack, seemingly unaware that any careless move could lead to his death. Meanwhile, the hunters from South Korea didn't understand what had happened or who had joined the battle on their side. Only the White Tiger realized that now he too had nothing to worry about because the future legend would protect them from death. The shadow soldiers finally gained a little freedom. After a week of confinement in the darkness, they're ready to let loose. The ants have a numerical advantage, but their skills are too limited, and they cannot use various types of weapons. After Jinwoo destroyed the first wave of monsters, he decided to restore their souls and turn the ants to his side. Now these ants have come back to life and joined the human race, even though just a few seconds ago they were trying to kill the hunters. Jinwoo always carries a few potions in his inventory to restore energy and activate regeneration. This time he's ready to share the potions with his comrades who need extra help the most. People who, just a few minutes ago, were bleeding out and facing death have now recovered their health and are ready to continue the battle. Some of them, however, weren't so lucky. The healer is in critical condition and needs immediate medical attention. By that time, the chief mutant ant had returned to the lair and reported that the human king was not outside. It seems that Mr. Kato failed to satisfy his desire to defeat the very best warriors and hunters. The ant senses that the true king is right in front of him and challenges him to a fight to determine who is the strongest. Everyone around them was frightened, but Jinwoo showed no fear at all. Instead, he acted with the utmost composure and confidence. He calmly took a few steps forward and approached the ant at close range as if they were old acquaintances. As we recall, the ant devours its rivals, so Mr. Kato's essence is now inside it. This entity will help him acquire some combat skills, but will that be enough to defeat the human king? A few minutes before these events, South Korea learned that the hunters were on the brink of life and death. Joo-hee and Mr. Song are working together. They're still confused and don't know what to do next. The broadcast had just been cut off at the most critical moment, and the entire nation held its breath, anticipating something terrible. Literally everyone was glued to their TV screens, waiting for the latest news. New information has just been received confirming the death of at least one top-ranked hunter named Min. The safety of the remaining hunters, who are currently in the ant labyrinth, cannot be guaranteed. An unidentified hunter has just appeared on the scene, and the broadcast may resume shortly. Meanwhile, Reiji Sugimoto has learned that the chief mutant ant speaks human language and is capable of absorbing the souls of fallen warriors. He was personally informed of this by the head of the Japanese Hunters Association, the experienced warrior, Master Matsumoto. It seems he is extremely displeased with the news that has just come in, and with the fact that the Korean team is still alive. These guys have somehow managed to survive, and in addition to the ant, there is another strange creature with incredible strength on the scene. the president of the Korean Hunters Association ordered an immediate live broadcast from the scene. At that moment, Jinwoo's mother and younger sister were at home. The TV in the living room had just unexpectedly turned off. His mother doesn't know where her son is gone. She thinks he's just gone out for a walk and that he's fine. At the same time, his younger sister is watching the live broadcast and knows that her brother is fighting for all of humanity. Everyone who knows Jinwoo has found out about this. Even the president of the South Korean Hunters Association is watching the broadcast. Now, all these important figures in our story can do is sit in front of the TV and watch the battle unfold. Jinwoo will have to face the mutant monster himself, and everyone will finally see his full power. Thanks to clearing out the demon dungeon, he has become significantly stronger, but the problem is that we don't know just how strong the ant is. It's unlikely that it surpasses the Demon King's power, but thanks to its evolution, it certainly possesses unique abilities. The ant landed an incredible blow, and it seemed as though Jinwoo had been destroyed, but it was just an optical illusion. Our hero didn't just survive, he didn't even take a step back, as if to say that the ant hits like a girl. Now he wants to show a real blow, to demonstrate the very power possessed by South Korea's highest-ranked hunter. The master's hand skill had just been activated, and within seconds, that crazy ant felt the full force of the Korean bazooka. His strike was so powerful that at first it even seemed as though nuclear exercises were taking place on Jeju Island. Everyone watching this battle live was shocked and couldn't take their eyes off the fight. If the ant thinks that a second round of their confrontation will change anything, he's making a big mistake. After defeating the Demon King, Jinwoo forgot what fear was. He completely renounced his past and emerged as a new man. Not a single trace of his former insecurity remains. Now this guy is convinced he can defeat even the devil himself. The aura emanating from these guys' battle is driving everyone watching in the labyrinth wild. No matter how this battle ends, Jinwoo has already won the hearts of millions of fans. This battle has already surpassed everything we've seen before. Now it's time to land the final blow and end the fight. Unfortunately, Jinwoo made a mistake and let a strike filled with poisonous energy slip past him. The poison entered his body when an ant accidentally swallowed a paralyzing cone snail. This is one of the deadliest poisons that could possibly exist. It entered his body, mixed with magic, and turned into an even more potent poison. The ant sensed that the man was beginning to suffer from the fatal wound and prepared to send him to meet his maker. Jinwoo hadn't been in such a situation in a long time, but were forced to leave him behind, at least for a while. The Japanese hunters fell into a state of despair. They hadn't expected to face such terrifying monsters. Today, Minoru cannot withstand such an ordeal. His mind is breaking from what he has seen in the wild jungle. The Japanese must leave the island immediately. They've lost their leader and most of their team members. By that time, Jinwoo was still alive. Apparently, not even the deadliest poison on the planet can stop his frenzied heart. The detoxification is now complete, and our hero feels a strange surge of joy. His sensory perception has now heightened, and he can sense his opponent's emotions. Right now, the ant is clearly troubled, though Jinwoo is experiencing roughly the same range of emotions. Behind him are people who need immediate help, and to do that, he'll have to destroy the mutant monster. The ant has always considered his speed to be his true strength. He has excellent concentration and focuses entirely on reaction time and speed. He has just finished warming up and plans to show everything he's capable of. He's drawn to the chance to defeat the Human King, even though no one has yet claimed that Jinwoo is the best of the best. Our hero earned this title naturally, and when an enemy calls you king, it speaks volumes about your abilities. The battle continued with relentless fighting and a refusal to give up even a single centimeter of ground. Amid the frenzied exchange of blows, Jinwoo found the perfect opportunity to use his fatal strike skill. It looked thrilling, but today it's effectiveness, not special effects, that takes center stage. If he combines that skill with a technique for inflicting injuries, he can seriously count on victory. Up until this point, the mutant ant had been an insanely cocky monster. Now he'll definitely become more humble. Apparently, this guy is struggling so much that he's forced to call on his fellow ants for help. He thinks he'll catch Jinwoo off guard, but by summoning an army of monsters to his aid, the ant has only highlighted his own weakness. A trick like that won't scare anyone, especially Korea's best hunter, who has a shadow army at his disposal. The legendary battle we've been waiting for so long has finally unfolded before our eyes. Jinwoo feels completely confident with such experienced warriors possessing incredible strength behind him. The massive orc Caligan plans to use the Hymn of the Giant skill today, as well as the Hymn of the Fire Dragon. Its magical properties will come in handy at any critical moment, but today, they're especially needed. It was mentioned earlier that Jinwoo cannot absorb demon souls, and his abilities have not changed. But despite this, he can count on the Demon King's personal wyvern, named Kaiser. Now even that very ant, who considered himself the strongest monster in the galaxy, can't accept reality. He constantly devoured his rivals, and gained additional strength on his path to success. Ever since childhood, the Queen of Ants had constantly told him that he was the tip of the iceberg of evolution. This guy grew up feeling his own delusions of grandeur. He considered himself a king whose progress would never stop. As a result, he encountered an unforeseen obstacle that he could not overcome. Until the very last second, the ant kept telling himself that he had to fight. But when he saw death staring him in the face, he realized he had to run. If he didn't turn around and start running for his life right now, there wouldn't even be a wet spot left of him. This was the first time Jinwoo had ever seen anyone other than himself use the ability to absorb an object. Their battle never came to an end. The ant turned and began to flee like a frightened doe. It thought it could leave this territory, regain its strength, evolve, and then return to get its revenge. Unfortunately, that's impossible because Jinwoo activated the ruler's hand skill to stop the ant. The human king is ready to sentence the ant to death for all the sins it has committed. The ant begged for mercy and tried to flee, but the hunter from South Korea showed no mercy. The very monster that had terrorized the human race and threatened to plunge the world into chaos had just been destroyed by an ordinary guy from Seoul. Healer Chahai, whom our hero had already met during his previous adventures, is now in critical condition. Jinwoo spent too much time fighting the monster and completely forgot about the wounded hunters. He needs to hurry and find a healer for the girl because right now he can't use his shadow skill. Then he looked at the guy filming and ordered him to turn off the camera immediately, or he would be destroyed. The cameraman had no choice but to comply with this request and give Jinwoo the opportunity to display his magic. A few seconds later, our hero asked the shadows to find the body of a hunter named Min. His head had been severed during the battle, but that didn't matter now. All he needed to do was summon the healer's shadow. Jinwoo's goal is very simple. He wants to restore the shadow of the great healer so that he can heal the wounded Chahai. So far, he hasn't had any success at all, and the white tiger can't figure out what's going on. It took him a few seconds to realize that Jinwoo was trying to take possession of the dead hunter's body. The legendary healer Ming, who had ended his career to live as an ordinary person, had died on this island but was given a chance to still be of use. The white tiger's heart was breaking as he watched his friend turn into a shadow. Jinwoo hadn't even ordered him to treat Chahai. Mr. Min had figured out on his own what needed to be done. This speaks to his noble character. There is no doubt that his soul will find peace, and his body will remain of service to humanity. Everyone who witnessed these events couldn't believe their eyes. It's hard to accept the fact that a hunter can summon the dead. It's no surprise he asked for the camera to be removed. If South Koreans had seen this, it would have been hard to predict how they would react. The fiercer the battle, the stronger Jinwoo and his army become. The white tiger asked that the healer Min not be forced to fight monsters, because he had always wanted to stay out of battle. Now his shadow will serve in a support role, restoring health and mana to the warriors. The white tiger is glad that his friend is still among the living, even if only in this shadowy form. The helicopter was already on Jeju Island. The pilot was ready to pick up the surviving hunters and take them home. Today's battle claimed many lives, but we must not forget that the battle was won, which means humanity is no longer in danger. Jinwoo refused to board the helicopter, saying he still had unfinished business on the island. First, he needs to clear the way, and only then deal with the remaining surviving ants. The Demon King's wyvern will help him with this task. It has long been waiting for a chance to fly a bit. There are still flying ants in the sky, and even though they've lost their queen, they still pose a threat to the nearby islands. By destroying all of the queen's eggs, our hero gained experience for defeating monsters that hadn't even hatched yet. He improved his stats and leveled up. A video of him defeating the strongest monster on the island went viral around the world, making Jinwoo even more popular. David Bremen, the head of the Hunters Management Bureau, personally witnessed this event. His assistant Michael Connor came here to get his boss's opinion on the matter. They are all concerned about Jinwoo's abilities. It would be a shame if someone like him were to remain in a country as small as Korea. They've already gathered a lot of information about him and even discovered that Jinwoo is the son of that very monster named Seonghwan. Other countries know nothing about Korea's young star, so America must seize this opportunity. Korea has been their ally for a long time, and if they take away their top superstar, the alliance could be destroyed. On the other hand, this guy named Jinwoo is really worth the risk. He levels up by defeating monsters and grows stronger and stronger every day. Just now, a strange event occurred. A hunter attempted to extract the soul of a dead ant, and as a result, found himself in an unknown realm. The soul extraction was ultimately successful, and the ant rose from the dead, rejoicing at the return of its powers. It is a very powerful monster that will be ready to come to its master's aid at any moment. It immediately became clear that its power differed from that of the other shadow soldiers. It would now serve as the army's general. When they level up, all shadow soldiers gain the ability to speak. They are reborn through the power of their master and deserve the chance to be useful. Jinwoo said that every shadow soldier must have a name, so from now on, the ant will be called Bear. Now we need to do the same with the queen, who will also be able to help during difficult trials. Bear explained that the queen cannot reproduce without her main body, so she is unlikely to be of any help in offensive operations. The hunter heeded his advice and called off the extraction of the queen's soul, and also asked the other soldiers to stop stealing magic crystals. Now Bear must set out on his first mission to completely clear the island of surviving ants. By this point, some of them had managed to leave the island and were trying to flee to neighboring continents. The human warriors were prepared for this turn of events and readied their weapons for battle. The hunters, who had been on the bench all this time, finally got a chance to prove themselves. Soldiers and hunters worked as a single unit, attacking the enemy and preventing the ants from reaching other islands and continents. Unfortunately, the number of surviving monsters was overwhelming, so it was impossible to destroy them all at once. After a few minutes of battle, the hunters began to worry and realized they wouldn't be able to stop the enemies. During this battle, Jinwoo's friends were spotted and also got a chance to help clear the area. Right before their eyes, an astonishing event took place. The terrifying ant bear intervened in the battle and began fighting on their side. All the ants in the southern region were eliminated within 2 days thanks to the joint efforts of various hunter guilds. Mutant monsters also appeared in Chinese waters, but a hero emerged who claimed he would take them on alone. This guy is truly special. Nothing we've seen before compares to this hunter's skills. Drawing his swords, he prepared for battle and magically unleashed a fiery assault on the approaching monsters. During the battle, he thought that it would be much more interesting to face off against Korea's best hunter and see which of them was number 1. After seeing that, I'm personally willing to pay any amount of money to organize their battle. As mentioned earlier, Jin Woo has attracted the attention of a huge number of influential figures around the world. We can recall that a warrior of national stature appeared in the Korean Hunters Association. This man's name is Thomas Andre. He is the master of the Scavengers Guild and is also interested in meeting Jin Woo in person. Laura is this warrior's assistant, and she is very concerned that her boss has taken an interest in Jin Woo. Thomas wants to destroy Jin Woo for a reason. He knows that this guy killed his brother Dongsu, who is a member of the Scavengers Guild. This guild belongs to Thomas, and if anyone harms people associated with his guild, Thomas takes brutal revenge. It's already the 3rd day of the raid on Jeju Island. Military units and representatives of the Knights Guild have landed on the island to collect magic crystals. They are also focused on securing the perimeter and preventing any unforeseen incidents. One of the hunters told a story about a guy who always gave it his all and dreamed of winning a gold medal. He trained hard, lost weight to move up to a different weight class, and endured grueling workouts, all to stand on the Olympic podium. He slept well before the competition and was in perfect shape, but an unexpected wake-up call led to him being caught by the meter, and he didn't participate in the Olympics. This man had to let go of his dream, but a new dream emerged in his life: to create the best guild in the world. If they can gather all these crystals now, that dream will come true, and they'll become incredibly rich. Very soon, an unknown warrior was discovered in the cave, looking as if he had just eaten a halka. Only soldiers and association representatives are allowed on the island, so the warrior must identify himself immediately. This man began speaking in an incomprehensible language. None of the soldiers or hunters could understand him. His assistant merely had to snap his fingers, and all the members of the expedition lost consciousness. It seems we're now watching characters who got a little too carried away with Thanos' powers. These guys came here to continue their hunt, and it's unclear whose side they're fighting on. They sensed that the very guy from South Korea they've been interested in for a long time was in this cave. They could go and destroy him right now, but they decided to save this tasty treat for their boss. It's completely unclear who these creatures are and what their goals are, but it's already obvious that they possess incredible strength and potential. Perhaps they're somehow connected to the Scavengers Guild, which operates throughout America and sometimes even ventures to other continents. After the raid on the island was completed, Jin Woo became a global superstar. It was his debut as a top-tier hunter. The raid attracted widespread attention, and his name was in the news every day. At the same time, he couldn't escape criticism for not arriving on the island sooner to prevent innocent casualties. Our hero had his defenders, but there were also those who viewed him with great suspicion. There were many casualties in the raid, and since Jin Woo was Korea's strongest hunter, people expected him to do more. Sometimes people act too naively and fail to realize that he could have stayed home and was now watching the world descend into chaos. The White Tiger had always believed that a single hero couldn't end a war, but this time he realizes that this saying no longer holds true. During the last raid on Jeju Island, more than 5,000 hunters were deployed, of whom no more than 100 were killed. It was a tragedy that claimed many lives, but compared to previous raids, there were far fewer casualties this time. After the memorial service for the fallen, the president of the Hunters Association decided to speak with Jin Woo. He already knows that this young man is planning to start his own guild and is even willing to help with that. The hunter also learned that all the members of the group who had gone to the island to clear the area had lost consciousness. None of them can remember what happened to them on the island, and this raises many questions. Right now, it's not even clear whether this is somehow related to magic or not. Perhaps the surviving ants set a trap. The chairman has too much on his plate, so the meeting can't go on forever. It's time to say goodbye. They said a warm goodbye to each other, as if they were old friends, and each went about their own business. At the local parking lot, Special Agent Adam White from the U.S. Bureau of Hunter Management approached Jin Woo. He had come to share some very useful information that no other organization or country possessed. They derived their benefit solely from passing this information on to certain people. After what happened on the island, the deputy director personally wants to meet with Jin Woo and explain all the details. At first, Jin Woo wasn't interested in this conversation, but then he heard some very interesting details. This has to do with the upgrader. There is an awakened one capable of enhancing the skills of other awakened individuals. After that, the conversation immediately took a different turn, and the hunter agreed to go to the meeting. Michael Connor is the deputy director of the Bureau of Hunter Management, but we also know that he is Thomas Andre's assistant. They decided to get straight to the point and then offered Jin Woo the documents he needed to immigrate to the US. Usually, this process takes several years, but for a special case, an exception can be made and everything can be settled in a single second. Jin Woo didn't come here to change his citizenship. He was intrigued by the conversation about a creature that could enhance his abilities. It turned out that this person was already here. All they had to do was call Miss Selner over. She is the only awakened one who can raise hunters' levels beyond their limits. This woman's name is Mrs. Norma Selner. Jinwoo immediately sensed that this woman's aura was completely different from that of all the other awakened ones. At first, everyone underestimates her, but once a hunter experiences that feeling even once, they can't tear themselves away. Every warrior has their own limit that no one can overcome, so without rebirth, a hunter's level remains unchanged. Only this woman can make a warrior stronger through 3 stages of precise and meticulous work. In a year, she can improve the skills of several awakened ones, because this work consumes too much energy. Everybody reacts differently to her skills, but on average, a hunter becomes 25% stronger. Now it's clear why Hunter Don-soo decided to move to America despite criticism from Korea. He couldn't turn down such an offer. The American side is prepared to offer this gift to Hunter Jinwoo so that he will work with them. He'll receive a huge number of benefits, as well as a substantial salary and the opportunity to bring his entire family to the US. As soon as Norma took the hunter's hand, Mr. Michael immediately thought that Jinwoo would no longer be able to escape her trap. Jinwoo will probably try to keep his cool, but after the first stage, he won't be able to resist the tempting offer. In reality, things would turn out quite differently. As soon as the first stage began, Norma immediately felt the power of this guy. It felt as if she had lost her way in some kind of darkness and seen the ghost of a demon. The woman immediately started screaming, prompting the guards to draw their weapons and threaten the hunter. Michael had to step in to prevent these mentally challenged guys from causing a ruckus and ruining everything. He immediately apologized to Jinwoo, but our hero didn't even realize what had happened. He truly didn't mean to offend this woman. Now everyone wants to understand what's going on with the woman who was just being called practically a goddess and a supreme being. It seems she isn't feeling well today, and it would be best to reschedule this meeting for another time. Finally, she called Jinwoo king, and said that this guy is incredibly powerful and on the same level as the national hunters. Jinwoo is clearly different from everyone else, because when Norma looked into him, he did the same. It seems this guy has no limits, and he was created by Satan himself. Now, it will be even more interesting to unravel the system that will reveal Jinwoo's secret. Meanwhile, the president of the Hunters Association was deeply distressed by the death of a magnificent wizard named Min. They shouldn't have called him back from retirement. They should have let him grow old in peace and enjoy a happy twilight of his life. Great trials lie ahead for the association, because a mid-rank gate has just appeared in the middle of the road. An ordinary squad won't be able to handle them, so they'll have to contact a major guild and arrange a cleanup operation. They say that the hunter's son Jinwoo has opened a new guild office somewhere near these gates. It would be nice if he could clear out the area around his office. At the same time, our hero was recalling the situation at the office and couldn't figure out what exactly that woman had seen there. There was an incredible amount of fear in her eyes, and now it was unlikely they would ever meet again. Just then, Jinwoo got stuck in traffic and the president of the Hunters Association called him. He was told that the gates to the dungeon were ahead on the road, and if it wasn't too much trouble, the association wanted him to secure the perimeter. At first, they didn't want to let him through the gates without permission. Apparently, the guards didn't realize who this guy was. When people found out that the local king of hunters had arrived, they immediately held their breath. After the association president called the guards, Jinwoo was granted permission to enter the dungeon. Usually, an entire team goes through a gate like this, but this crazy guy doesn't need any backup. The most interesting thing is that as soon as he stepped through the gate, the dungeon immediately changed color and turned red. We've seen something like this before. It means Jinwoo will have to face an incredible level of danger all on his own. At that moment, he thought of his mother, who hopes her eldest son is doing what he loves. She had already found out that he was a high-ranking hunter and didn't even get angry. She just said that Jinwoo was very much like his father. The first time she saw her husband, he was saving people. She couldn't take her eyes off him and knew right away that it was love. The only thing she asked of her son was that he not push himself to the limit and always remember his family. Not pushing himself to the limit will be very difficult, especially considering that Jinwoo has just entered a deadly red dungeon. He immediately called for backup in the form of shadow soldiers, because he was surrounded by an army of monsters. It's nice to watch this guy delegate his duties to the shadow soldiers and find time to rest a little and contemplate the void like a Shaolin monk. Hunters were born to hunt monsters and destroy the evil in the world.
As we've already seen, monsters aren't the hunter's only enemies.
Hunters must be careful not to become the very creatures they hunt, because sometimes, in their pursuit of destroying monsters, they lose their sense of self. Their situation can change in the blink of an eye, so high-ranking hunters must always be on guard to keep the situation under control. Even if they have hundreds of victories and hundreds of privileges to their credit, their hunt is far from over. No one should consider themselves a winner in life because there may come a moment when life is turned upside down. Jinwoo will continue his trials. He is bound to make progress and will never stray from the path he has chosen. But in this pursuit of progress, we must not forget that obstacles will arise along the way, trying to pull him over to the dark side. Up until now, Jinwoo has faced ordinary, classic monsters or battled high-ranking hunters. In the next chapter of our story, he will face an unknown force that surpasses anything he has seen before. In an unknown cave, one of the hunters witnessed something so terrifying that it's hard to even explain. These monsters talk about the eastern lands and that small patch of land where the Lord of Shadows resides. There have also been reports that one of the members of this dark constellation has found a glimmer of light. It seems these creatures weren't here by chance. Someone who looked like a human appeared to thwart their plans. When he overheard a conversation about a patch of land in the east, he realized they were talking about South Korea. These monsters don't have time to waste their energy destroying unnecessary witnesses, but they're interested in this stranger. It's immediately clear that this guy is very serious and has come to prevent the creatures from escaping. He instantly activated all his skills and went on the attack as if he had nothing to lose and feared nothing. This guy's technique commands respect for his strength. It's immediately clear that he's a top-tier hunter whom we haven't had a chance to get to know better yet. Now let's return to the dungeon, which changed color and turned red after a hunter named Jin Woo entered it. Here you can encounter some very unusual monsters who don't take kindly to aggressive visitors who come into their home. Standing before them is a hunter who ventured into this territory alone and can even understand their language. The monster general said that his army had long since surrounded the hunter and would now tear him to pieces. A few seconds later, none of his soldiers appeared, which might mean that the hunter didn't come here alone at all. By this point, his shadow soldiers had already secured the perimeter and cleared the area of unwanted intruders. If the general thinks he's going to dictate his terms to the hunter, he's making a big mistake, because Jin Woo is always side A and the monsters are always side B. Now, all Jin Woo has to do is issue an order, and his ruthless army of shadows will immediately carry out whatever is necessary. He doesn't even need to explain all the nuances of the battle to them. These guys are so experienced that they know exactly what to do. Up until this very moment, the monsters were certain of their invincibility, but now they've clearly lost their killer instinct. As soon as the monsters begin to doubt themselves, their stats immediately drop and they cease to resemble predators. The monster general fought more aggressively than all his soldiers combined. He refused to accept defeat. This guy deserves respect, but let's see how he fares against the giant song skill. Within a few seconds, the fearsome general fell to the ground, and I found myself on my knees before the hunter from Korea. Jin Woo offers him the chance to die quickly and painlessly. All he has to do is answer a few questions. The interrogation didn't last long. The hunter couldn't find out anything because the system intervened again. After that, Jin Woo took out the key he had received for completing his daily quest. Now it was time to activate this artifact. During the raid on Jeju Island, he had significantly leveled up and reached unprecedented heights, thereby unlocking information about this key. It turns out that the artifact unlocks the Kartanan Temple. The location of these gates will be revealed when the timer reaches 0, and there are still more than 400 hours left until then. Jin Woo will never be able to forget the place called the Kartanan Temple, because that is the name of the double dungeon where he began his journey to the top. The system is calling him back to that hellish double lair. It was there that he was given a second chance to change his fate. This time he'll be a completely different person. Not a cornered chicken, but a fearless warrior capable of desperate acts. The system is waiting for his return, which means everything was planned from the very beginning, and sooner or later the vicious cycle will come full circle. In this temple, he is set to encounter the very statue that wanted all living beings to worship it. We haven't seen what our hero's partner, Jin Ho's younger brother, has been up to in quite some time. These days, he spends all his time playing video games and handling paperwork to set up a new guild. After clearing the dungeon, Jin Woo returned to the real world and met up with his younger brother. Thanks to clearing the dungeon, he managed to earn a huge number of crystals, enough to cover all the guild's operating expenses. Now, there's no need to worry about salaries for members, and he can calmly search for the best of the best. We need to bring in one more person to serve as president, vice president, and a regular member. They'll also have to come up with a name for the guild. Jin Woo suggests calling it Solo because he's its only active warrior. During their conversation, a strange sound was heard. It seemed an unexpected guest had arrived at the office, wanting to meet with the leadership. This unexpected guest turned out to be none other than the hunter Cha Hai, whom Jin Woo had encountered on previous raids. It turned out that this girl wanted to join the guild and help Korea's best hunter achieve his goals. After that, Cha Hai came into their office and reiterated her wish because the guys couldn't believe it. Jin Woo still doesn't understand what's going on, which is why he thinks this isn't the best idea. Jin Woo said the guild is called Solo, even though his assistant was clearly against that name and suggested other alternatives, such as the Guild of Shadows or the Guild of Badgers. This guy is completely out of touch, so Jin Woo decided, based on his own personal preference. The hunter immediately noticed that the girl was trying to keep her cool but was clearly nervous. It's unclear why she even wanted to join this guild in the first place. Could she be hiding something and not telling the whole story? Less than 2 years have passed since Cha Hai's awakening. Her contract with the hunters is still valid, but she has enough money to pay the penalty and terminate the contract. It's strange to see that she's even willing to pay a fortune just to join the Solo Guild, but after all, they'll have to set aside a huge budget for her. Cha Hai said she's willing to accept the minimum wage just to work alongside Jin Woo, even though there's no benefit in it for her. She's clearly uncomfortable and is trying to hide the real reason behind her decision to join this guild. She's convinced that if she tells the truth, everyone will think she's crazy and refuse to work with her. We remember very well that Cha Hai is very sensitive to smells and knows that Jin Woo is the only hunter who smells pleasant. As soon as she caught that pleasant scent, she immediately became interested in this guy and started looking for any information she could find about him. Over the past few months, she's seen all the changes in his rank and followed our hero's evolution. All this time, she was there whenever he showed up at the association or fought monsters. To her, Jin Woo seems like the only ray of light in this dark world, the one person who can change everything. Just when she was afraid and prepared to die, he appeared out of nowhere and pulled her from the devil's clutches. She couldn't believe that somehow she had managed to stay alive and would now continue her life on Earth. From that moment on, Cha-hai realized that she could do nothing else but fight side by side with this talented hunter. She's embarrassed to admit it now, but she'd like to say that she wants to be by his side until her last breath. Guys never get the hints. Even after his incredible progress, Jin-woo still can't tell that this girl is in love with him. He doesn't understand what's going on in her head, even though a single glance from an experienced ladies' man would be enough to tell she's in love. She's about 22 years old, and it seems that the weight of her title as a top-ranked hunter is bearing heavily on her shoulders. She was in terrible shape after the last raid, and Jin-woo realizes that Cha-hai is trying to find a place where she'll feel comfortable resuming her career. He said that their new guild has an entrance test, and for that Jin-ho has to go downstairs to buy some snacks and drinks. This is a precaution in case Cha-hai manages to pass the test and defeat one of Jin-woo's shadow soldiers. Just for her, he'll pick the strongest shadow soldier and make him fight at full power. It would be a good idea to head to the Hunters Association training hall, since it offers the best conditions. You can do this as quickly as possible using a shadow skill, but to do so, you'll have to get as close to each other as possible. When Jin-woo activates his shadow skill, he is immediately transported to another space, leaving one of the shadow soldiers in his place. His younger brother returned with drinks and snacks, and was very surprised by what he saw in the office. A few seconds later, the hunters were already at the association, and now nothing stood in their way of starting the test. The shadow exchange works like a portal. An entrance appears where Jin-woo is, and an exit activates at the destination. The cooldown lasts for several hours, but thanks to this skill, you can travel to any part of the world. First, he had to go to the equipment department and select the weapons he wanted to test. Jin-woo decided to summon a soldier named Igris, who is one of the strongest swordsmen in his army. As long as the soldier isn't defeated or the hunter Cha-hai doesn't surrender, the battle will continue, and Jin-woo won't intervene. Up until that point, Cha-hai had been shy and insecure, but as soon as the battle began, she was immediately ready to transform. This girl is like a caterpillar that changes its appearance at the sight of a weapon and transforms into a beautiful butterfly. She'll have to strain every muscle in her body to defeat the Shadow Army's best swordsman. To join the guild, one must not only defend oneself but also attack effectively, and that is exactly what Cha-hai plans to do. The president of the Hunters Association works late at the office every day and is never in a hurry to go home. He couldn't help but notice that no one had reserved the training hall today, yet the lights were on inside. The association's boss asked his assistant to send him the footage from the surveillance cameras in the training hall. He was very surprised when he saw that these two hunters had arrived there late in the evening and done a little warm-up. The president recalled Cha-hai's face when he learned the name of his savior and now realized that there was chemistry between these two hunters. The old pirate hadn't picked up on this at first, but now he understood everything and wouldn't stand in the way of this new alliance forming. Meanwhile, Jin-woo was surprised by the strength that a girl who looked so fragile and light could display. Up until that moment, he'd thought he was the only one capable of defeating the monster named Igris. But it turned out that wasn't quite the case. Cha-hai demonstrated an incredible will to win and a desire to join the guild and become its leader's partner. All of this was merely a warm-up to assess the hunter's skill and competence. If she truly considers herself worthy of joining this guild, she must face the Shadow Army's strongest hunter. And Bear is ready to accept the challenge, even though he's no longer as strong as he was in life. Bear was born to destroy hunters, and a battle with him could end tragically, so the judge must remain vigilant. When Bear activated his aura, all the windows in the training hall immediately shattered from this endless stream of energy. Cha-hai prepared for battle, but even her full concentration didn't help her sense the monster's approach. She was terrified when she realized she would be fighting the same guy who had nearly sent her to the afterlife during their last battle. All this time, she had dreamed of revenge, so she quickly pulled herself together and showed that she had no intention of playing the victim. Jin-woo asked the ant to win, but without injuring his opponent, to demonstrate fighting spirit without excessive cruelty. Bear is confident that this will be easy, but he shouldn't overestimate his abilities. After all, he's up against a very experienced lady. It quickly became clear that despite her experience, Cha-hai was struggling with the task, and it would be best to stop the test. Even despite the obvious difference in strength, she refuses to stop the task. This girl is truly reckless. To defeat her opponent, she'll have to activate one of her signature moves called the Sword Dance. Finally, we see the battle go beyond the limits of what's possible, with colorful special effects appearing. Due to its high mana cost, this skill can only be used once, so the hunter has just one chance to win. If she activates the Sword of Light at the right moment, gets perfectly close to her opponent, and lands a precise strike, victory will be possible. She actually did it, even though Jin-woo refused to believe that Cha-hai had any chance of winning. At that moment, a change occurred in the ant's mind. The command it had received from the queen at birth kicked in, an instinct that cannot be stopped. When someone attacks an ant and inflicts a serious wound on it, its killer instinct automatically kicks in, and it identifies the opponent as its archenemy. This means that Bear the ant has just completely lost control, and will now do everything in his power to rip Cha-hai's head off. Jin-woo tried to stop him immediately, but it would be difficult to curb the killer instinct with words alone. He had to intervene, and at the last moment block the attack of the monster who was already ready for anything. After that, Bear fell to his knees and began apologizing to his master, saying that today had been a tough day and he hadn't been feeling well. Jin Woo had once again saved this girl's life, but in doing so, she had proven her skills and earned the right to join the guild. At the same time, events involving our hero were unfolding at the U.S. Hunters Association. Michael Connor, along with Norma Selner, went to see their boss to apologize and ask for forgiveness. David Bremen hadn't summoned them there to listen to these pitiful words. He wanted to know exactly what had happened. It turned out that, according to Ms. Selner's observations, the Korean hunter Jin Woo is one of the kings. This means he possesses national-level power, which allows him to be stronger than the rest.
The awakened are connected to a power on the other side through a kind of passage. It's like a tunnel that Norma can see clearly.
Sometimes the energy emanating from this place is so great that, to her eyes, an awakened one looks like a blinding light. She usually calls them kings, but with Jin Woo, there's no transition. As soon as she looked into his eyes, she was immediately engulfed by darkness. It's unclear whether this hunter is on the side of good or evil, but his power is unparalleled. He doesn't draw energy from any specific place. His power doesn't flow through a tunnel because he uses the power that lies within him, thereby gaining unlimited possibilities. After hearing all this, the director decided to head to the basement on the 24th level and took his assistant with him.
If Norma can't do her job, then they'll have to find another way to get Jin Woo.
The director and his assistant recalled the first gate of the highest rank. Monsters had broken out from there and destroyed nearly the entire western part of America. Something like that isn't easily forgotten. Of all the world's strongest hunters who had been hired, only 5 survived, true legends and unyielding individuals. These people were granted special status in the country. They came to be known as national-level hunters who had defeated the terrifying flame of the dragon Camilla. This tragedy left behind a small gift, a ruined stone that was extracted from the monster's body. Many years have passed since that day, and to this day no hunter has been found who could use this stone to harness its power. The skeleton of the enormous monster lies right here, and the time has come for the dragon to bestow yet another gift upon this beautiful country. Jin Woo has no idea what troubles are about to befall him in the near future. He returned home, and for the first time in a long while, realized just how much the reawakening had affected him. He had turned into a handsome, tall, muscular guy who couldn't help but attract women. To confirm his suspicions, he decided to ask his sister, but that didn't go well because she called him a possum. That very evening, a hunter named Cha Hai was experiencing incredible emotional anguish. She was convinced she'd acted like a silly girl and made it obvious to everyone that she was in love. She should have acted a little differently and been more composed, but she couldn't help herself. Then she calmed down a little and realized that she couldn't help but be interested in the man who had saved her life. Then Cha Hai heard a strange voice asking her to say something important. Looking at her, it seemed as if she had turned into an angel, a pure soul who had been touched by grace. A shadow appeared beside her, grabbed her hand and tried to convey something. This shadow asked her to tell Jin Woo to be careful with the power he held in his hands. Only when the brief vision ended did Cha Hai finally realize that she had seen Healermen. It had already become known that another gate to a very dangerous dungeon had opened yesterday. Measurements showed that only top-tier hunters should be allowed inside. In this office is a healer named Rim, who suggests using the help of just one hunter to close these gates. At first, no one understood how it was possible to send just one hunter into such a dangerous place, but then everyone remembered the name Jin Woo. Just a few hours later, representatives of the association headed to the Solo Guild office. There, they met 2 employees who weren't exactly thrilled to see the unexpected guests. A serious meeting took place, during which Jin Woo learned about the impending crisis. They showed him footage of a large gate opening and informed him that high-ranked monsters were likely inside. These gates had opened in the city of Busan, the very place where Ju Hei, whom they hadn't seen in a long time, currently lived. Usually, a hunter receives 10% of the profits after clearing a raid, but Jin Woo demands half. Otherwise, he's not interested. He'll be operating as a full-fledged guild, so he needs a good salary to cover all his expenses. The negotiations wrapped up very quickly, because the Hunters Association had no choice but to agree to all of the hunters' terms. Our hero was just about to head to a neighboring city, where many talented hunters had already gathered. Meanwhile, at one of the schools, a few guys stayed behind after class to have some fun. They were made to clean the classroom because of their bad behavior, and they were clearly unhappy with their situation. These guys walked into the classroom and saw that a dungeon had been opened there. They'd seen something like this on TV before, and were now excited to feel like real hunters. The students were convinced that an ordinary person couldn't enter the gate and that the monsters couldn't escape from there. One of the boys was the bravest, so he got as close to the gate as he could. He very quickly regretted his decision because a hand emerged from the dungeon and pulled him inside. His friends couldn't do anything to help because they were terrified and too weak to resist the monster. Right before their eyes, their friend, who just a few seconds earlier had been talking to them about injustice at school, was destroyed by the force of the unknown hand. His head was torn to pieces, and it felt as though the monster had no intention of stopping there. Within seconds, 3 high school students were mercilessly killed in one of the classrooms. Orcs are natural hunters. Even despite their low intelligence, their tracking and pursuit abilities far surpass those of humans. After a long stay in the dungeon, the scent of blood and flesh draws them in irresistibly, compelling them to venture out into the outside world to find fresh prey. Before us is a scouting party of orcs. They must suppress their nature and focus on their mission. The orcs had been hiding in the darkness for weeks, and when they emerged into the outside world, they sensed that there was too much fresh meat all around them. The school resembles a fortress, and they don't quite understand where they are, so the scouts decided to call for their brothers. After eliminating everyone inside this castle, they plan to fortify their position and launch a full-scale hunt. First, they need to kill everyone inside, and only then will they consider venturing beyond the fortress. A number of students were still in late classes. They all regretted coming to school today. The next time children ask to stay home and not go to school, parents should listen to them, because sometimes unforeseen circumstances arise. Jinwoo is unaware of these events. He is standing in front of a massive gate in the city of Busan. He's never seen anything like this before, which means this guy can still be surprised. Here you can find gatherers, miners, and an attack team consisting of 33 people. There are no top-ranked hunters here, so Jinwoo is the mission's main superstar. Since becoming famous, he's sometimes faced difficulties because everyone wants to know how he trains, what he eats, how much he sleeps, and who he's in love with. The team's chief healer, an attacker named Rim, had just approached him. It was he who had insisted that Jinwoo take part in the raid. Our protagonist will be the squad leader. Everyone expects him to lead the hunters and show them how to defeat the monsters. Some members of the Knights Guild believe they already know how to kill these terrifying creatures and don't need advice from some guy. The atmosphere today may be tense, but they'll still have to unite for the common goal. It's time to set out, which means any misunderstandings will have to wait. Right now, it's important to stick together. An urgent call has just come into the Hunters Association hotline. The association learned that monsters had broken into a local school and were mercilessly killing children. Serious panic broke out because nothing like this had ever happened before. A little girl was recounting everything that had happened to her just a few minutes ago, completely unaware that death was right beside her. When the sound of a monster approaching could be heard, the hotline operator ordered the girl to run away immediately. It's not hard to guess that a small, fragile schoolgirl wouldn't be able to escape the attack of an experienced and powerful monster. Serious panic broke out at the school. After this, it's unlikely that even a single child from South Korea will attend classes at this hellish place. In the past, school caused psychological trauma through bad grades. Now monsters are appearing here that kill children. Hardly anyone would welcome such a turn of events, but this is the reality South Korean students are facing. Not everyone was lucky enough to escape the school. Those on the upper floors were forced to barricade themselves in and wait for the battle. Most of them were high school students who had stayed for their last class. They blocked the doors in every way possible, as if thinking that this would stop the aggressive orc. The children scattered in all directions like ants, but not all of them were lucky enough to avoid a confrontation with reality. As it turned out, a little later, among these children was the younger sister of the hunter son Jinwoo. The most interesting part happened next. The orcs noticed that this girl was emitting an abnormal amount of mana. An incredibly delicious scent emanated from her, so Jin had to die. She closed her eyes and braced herself for death, but was very surprised when, at the last moment, her brother's shadow soldier appeared. If we rewind a bit, we can recall that Jinwoo had left some soldiers to guard his family members and even the residents of his neighborhood. He knew they might be in danger in the future and had thought several steps ahead. The shadow soldiers appeared out of nowhere at just the right moment. Just a few more minutes and a large number of children would have turned into steak. But for now, we must digress from this story. The hunters entered a massive dungeon and encountered a two-headed ogre. Monsters like this are always incredibly troublesome because of their strange abilities and lack of intelligence. Even when seriously wounded, they keep attacking and striking until their hearts stop beating. These aren't the kind of monsters you can wound once and force them to retreat. Although they don't devise sophisticated strategies for victory, defeating their army will require a considerable effort. As mentioned earlier, there are 36 hunters in this dungeon, so they aren't having any trouble yet. As soon as the warriors unite, the raid immediately becomes much easier. The trouble will begin when the undead rise up and unite against the forces of good. At that point, the hunters will lose their numerical advantage and face real difficulties. Jinwoo was ready to join the battle, but at that moment, his intuition began pounding in his chest like King Kong. He immediately realized that unforeseen circumstances had arisen and that he had to leave the raid. To prevent the hunters from being torn apart by the monster, he would leave behind a friend he could trust to take his place. That friend is Bear the Ant, whom everyone knows from the events on Jeju Island. The hunters are hardly pleased that they'll have to continue the raid with this creature. It seems to them that, instead of helping, Jinwoo has summoned even more monsters that will destroy them. In reality, our hero did everything possible to ensure this raid ended successfully. If anyone is unhappy with something, they can cancel the summoning of the shadow soldiers and refuse to help anyone. That's why the hunters should be happy that they've received at least some support from the king. Jinwoo feels that the orcs who attacked his sister don't pose much of a threat, but he still has a bad feeling about it. He tries to leave the high-level dungeon, but senses that a high-level necromancer is controlling the undead. There's no time to look around now. He needs to hurry to his sister's aid and prevent a catastrophe. To get to his sister's school as quickly as possible, he'll have to use a wyvern named Kaiser. The orcs who attacked the school are now fighting the orcs who were captured by the hunter Jinwoo. So far, the Shadow Soldiers are winning because they're drawing on their master's power. This battle wasn't even close. The orc reconnaissance group was wiped out in a matter of minutes. The students were clearly on edge, as they didn't fully understand what was happening. A little later, they realized that the Shadow Soldiers were on their side. They'd better not let their guard down, because the portal that opened at the school still poses a major threat. The final restriction had been lifted, and now nothing could stop Grotar, the leader of the Scarlet Blades. He learned that the children are being protected by the High Orcs, but to him, that only means it's time for a bloodbath. The open dungeon in the city of Busan is also very heated due to the appearance of the Shadow Soldiers. The ants strike terror not only into their enemies, but also into the hunters fighting alongside them. Bear acts like a true maniac. Instead of killing monsters, he scares people. This guy almost forced the leader of the Hunters Guild to resign. At the last moment, the ant turned around and went off to fight the rest of the monsters. It turned out that he hadn't come here to scare the hunters, but to give them a gift. At their feet lies the head of the main monster, which had just been destroyed by a single blow from the ant. This means that the ants are truly fighting on the hunter's side and can be trusted. It's time to clear this place out once and for all. The exact same events are unfolding at a school in Seoul where two types of orcs are fighting each other. The leader of these green creatures has finally emerged from the dungeon to repel the attack by the Shadow Soldiers. He hates fighting the High Orcs who serve the hunter Jinwoo, but he has no other choice. If anyone tries to prevent him from achieving his goals, Grotar will stop at nothing until he has destroyed these obstacles. A voice constantly echoes in his head, urging him to kill people without pause. Apparently, the system intervenes to push the monsters toward horrific acts. The boss of the enemy monsters also noticed Jinwoo, who looks absolutely terrified. He has ordered his warriors to capture her immediately and take her to the lair for further destruction. This won't be so easy to do, because the Shadow Soldiers will fight to the last drop of their magical blood. There were very few Shadow Soldiers, and they were unable to defeat their opponents in time. Grotar managed to break through the ranks of the High Orcs and finally reach the girl, who radiates a powerful aura. He prepared to kill her, but at the last moment he pulled his hand back when he sensed danger approaching. Gina is terrified, but it seems she'll survive if her brother comes to her aid in time. The orc general sensed a terrifying aura of death approaching him, one he had never encountered before. He couldn't even make out what was in front of him. It felt as though he had been plunged into darkness and was guided only by the bright eyes of death. The general ordered his warriors to retreat immediately because something massive was about to happen. A second later, a massive wyvern crashed into the school walls along with its general. A little girl named Gina was terrified out of her wits until a familiar hand touched her head. Her beloved older brother had finally come to her rescue, and now she had nothing to fear. All this time, the students had been gripped by sheer terror, but now it's the orcs who will feel that fear. If they think they're allowed to just kill Korean children like this, they're making a big mistake. Now is the moment of reckoning, and not even the General of the Flaming Blades can do anything about it. He must shut up and wait his turn to die while His Majesty Death destroys everyone else. To start with, Jinwoo tried to calm his sister, who had started to have a hysterical fit. The little girl wasn't ready to experience such emotions, just like all her classmates. The children were ordered to go outside and leave the dangerous area along with the Shadow Soldiers. As is well known, Jinwoo prefers to leave the task of eliminating monsters to his soldiers so as not to get his hands dirty. This time things will be different, because for Jinwoo, this is a matter of honor. He must tear the heart from the enemy's chest with his own hands. No one is surprised anymore that this man understands the language of monsters, probably because he is a monster himself. Much has been said about how hunters must be careful not to turn into terrifying creatures themselves. Today, once again, it seems that Jinwoo has met this fate and is no longer human. In any case, there's nothing wrong with him destroying these terrifying creatures that dared to lay a hand on children. In all cultures, the murder of children is the gravest sin, one that cannot be forgiven and must be severely punished. Less than 2 minutes had passed when Jinwoo pushed past the general's personal guards and approached the main boss himself. He had just activated the ruler's touch ability to make Grotar suffer. He considered himself invincible and worthy of doing absolutely whatever he wanted, but one always has to pay the price for one's desires. Let's pause for a moment and look around to assess the scale of the tragedy. Jinwoo did the same thing. Before killing the orc, he paused for a second and surveyed the area. A huge number of children had been killed, and it's still unclear why the orcs are doing all this. What do they want from the human race? The monster general merely repeated what Jinwoo had already heard before. A voice constantly echoes in his head, urging him to kill people. It's unlikely that this voice is now telling the orc to destroy this guy. In any case, Grotar had long since signed his own death warrant, and now all that remained was to carry out the will of the heavens. Let's not dwell on this for too long. Graphic scenes of violence are banned on YouTube. It's better to return to the underground of Busan, where a strange conflict is currently unfolding. It seems the ants have completely lost their minds and are starving because Jinwoo rarely gives them work. After they killed the monsters, they immediately began devouring their bodies, especially the vampires' bodies. During the battle, Rim was wounded. Blood was flowing from her shoulder until Bear used his magic to help the hunter. It's rare to see a situation where a terrifying monster helps a human stop bleeding. Unfortunately, the dungeon still hasn't been cleared because the chief necromancer remains at large. Until this guy is destroyed, he will forever resurrect dead monsters and try to break into the outside world. Judging by the hunter's reaction, they recognize the famous monster standing before them, known as Archlich. This boss is famous for having destroyed the yellow dragons at a time when even one of China's largest guilds was wiped off the face of the earth. Thanks to one famous hunter, disaster was averted. But the point is that today's hunters don't have enough strength to defeat Archlich. He has already summoned an entire army of warriors to surround the hunters. The Holy Shield skill has just been activated, but it's already clear that without the hunter Jin Woo, it will be difficult to clear the dungeon. In this situation, the hunters won't be able to hold out for long. They'll have to come up with something extraordinary. Only the Shadow Army can challenge the legendary Necromancer. Bear must lead his warriors, for he is the fearless general of the Shadow Army. The Necromancer can't understand why the king's own army is trying to attack him, probably because the king chose to ally with the ants rather than with the carrion. The Necromancer promised to report this personally to the Lords of Death, but that will only be possible if he returns from this dungeon. Given that he'll have to fight a mutant ant, that's highly unlikely. In some incredible way, with just a single blow, Bear destroyed his opponent. In any case, after the victory over the Necromancer, his army immediately scattered as if they had never existed. The hunters knew the ant was incredibly strong, but they had no idea it was a veritable devil. It's no surprise that with such an army at his disposal, the genie goes on dungeon raids all by himself. He doesn't even need to take part in battles. All he has to do is summon his soldiers who will do all the dirty work. Of course, this requires a lot of mana, but even half of his shadow soldiers are capable of wiping out an army of orcs. Now the hunters participating in this raid want to join Jin Woo and become members of his team. Their reasoning is quite simple. In order to enter the dungeons, Jin Woo must follow the rules and have a team of at least 10 people. They'll be able to help him with this and, in turn, gain experience by fighting alongside such a strong guy. At that very moment, all eyes were already on the school in Seoul. Many ambulances, police cars, and reporters had gathered there after hearing about what had happened. It was a very difficult day for many parents whose children attended that school. Many of them experienced unimaginable pain that is difficult to put into words. The search teams who arrived at the scene reported that no more survivors had been found at the school. This news shocked the crowd even more, even those whose children did not attend the school. By this point, Jin Woo had already met with the president of the Hunters Association. Most of the students managed to escape the school and get to safety, but the death toll is still astronomical. As it turned out, this incident wasn't as unexpected as it seems at first glance. This becomes clear when looking at a graph showing the increasing frequency of portals appearing in Seoul over the past 6 months. The number of portals worldwide is growing exponentially, and that's not the only strange thing happening. The number of awakened is also increasing. A balance is being maintained, but this won't spare the world from change. The Korean Association has already received requests from the world's largest countries. They all want to invite the hunter song Jin Woo to their countries. This immediately brings to mind the words of the American representatives, who were certain that Jin Woo would become the object of universal desire. The Hunters Association has no authority to stop other countries. Everything will depend on Jin Woo's own wishes. All the while, they were driving toward the central hospital, where the hunter's younger sister was being treated. She had been placed in the best possible care to ensure her health and safety. The association has always been concerned about this young man, and the president hopes he will stay in Korea. It's no surprise that he's so worried, especially considering that after the raid on Jeju Island, there are only 7 top-ranked hunters left in the country. The association can no longer stand idly by. They must take action to protect the country's citizens. If these guys really want to ensure the safety of Koreans, they need to allow Jin Woo to go on raids on his own. The minimum number of hunters in a dungeon was established to enhance the safety of the raid participants. Although this will present some challenges, Jin Woo's request can indeed be granted with the proper will. The association president promised to help with this matter, while Jin Ho called his cousin Suhim, whom he calls Nuna. He suggested she put aside her endless photo shoots to help promote a promising guild. At first, Nuna wasn't sure she was interested. She thought Jin Ho had once again fallen for some con artist's pitch. She would be very surprised to learn that her cousin was working with one of the world's most famous hunters. Just a few days later, Nuna arrived at the Solo Guild office to meet Jin Ho in person. He was very surprised to learn that his younger brother had found another member for the guild, even though he hadn't asked him to. Nuna is a fairly high-ranking A-class hunter. She is much more talented than Jin Ho, and could be a valuable asset to the team. She would gladly join this guild to avoid being associated with Jin Ho's biological brother, whose name is Jinsen. At the same time, important discussions were taking place in high-level offices regarding a new rule for the hunter's world. The association's president decided to do everything in his power to push through a new law that would allow Jin Woo to enter dungeons on his own, without the support of a team. To do this, all that was needed was to recognize that his shadow soldiers were full-fledged hunters, and then he would gain the authority to launch raids on his own. Of course, the association's president clearly understands that this is a significant privilege, but sometimes an exception must be made for a special hunter. If the association has to choose between sending Jin Woo or 20 A-rank hunters on a raid, the answer is obvious. Guilds from all over the world are trying to snag this local superstar. If Korea wants to keep Jin Woo, it needs to create ideal conditions for him. We can't let such a talent move to America because national security depends on him. Meanwhile, Jin Woo fulfilled Noon's request and took a photo with her as a keepsake, not even suspecting that Chahai had noticed the photo. Sometime later, reports emerged that uncleared portals had appeared in the city and needed to be sealed. Jinfu arrived there with his partner and, for the first time in a long while, saw such a large portal into the unknown. Many journalists had gathered there hoping to interview him, and over time, such attention began to get on his nerves. The Hunters Association may be able to keep Jinwoo's personal information private, but it can't hide the portal's location. He'll have to be careful and use Instagram less so his fans don't know where their idol is. In order to enter the dungeon, Jinwoo called for backup in the form of shadow soldiers who immediately appeared on the scene. Inspector Chul conducted an inspection and declared that the soldiers fully met all the association's requirements, and the solo guild was cleared for the mission. Just as the guild members were about to enter the dungeon, they were taken by a huge surprise at the unexpected turn of events. The Hunters Association inspector announced that he had been assigned to personally oversee the raid. He bought himself the best gear and prepared to set off into the unknown, not even suspecting that he would lose a huge number of brain cells there. The shadow soldiers have just encountered the first monster in the dungeon, a naga, a very dangerous creature. Thanks to the large number of shadow soldiers, victory shouldn't slip through their fingers, though it won't be easy. These monsters excel in close combat, and they're also quite confident in their abilities at long range, so even experienced hunters find it difficult to fight them. Inspector Chul was very surprised to see that the summoned creatures were easily pushing back the enemy. Now he'll personally make sure that Jinwoo and his guild can safely enter the dungeon without bringing other hunters along. The main character of this story didn't even intend to join the battle. He merely walked around and gave orders. Now it was clear why the association president had ordered a personal investigation into the hunter Jinwoo. The association wants to control everything, but there's not much it can do because in the end it's the hunter who faces the dungeon boss. Jinwoo must step into battle and prove his mettle if he truly wants to defeat the boss and clear the dungeon. At the last moment, he called off the summoning of all his warriors. You can't constantly rely on support because you might lose the chance to make progress. The boss has long been waiting to face someone far more formidable than low-rank hunters. Today he'll get his chance, but he's unlikely to be able to handle any unforeseen circumstances. Today Jinwoo is so powerful that his battle with a boss in a high-ranked dungeon takes no more than 10 minutes. He instantly leveled up after defeating the boss and also gained additional class skills. The scales of such monsters are incredibly durable and are used in the crafting of armor and shields, but Jinwoo pierced them with just 2 daggers. Now he can not only extract valuable minerals from the dungeon, but also subdue the soul of a fallen enemy. Starting today, this elite monster, a descendant of a dragon, will fight alongside the hunters. When it was time to leave the dungeon, Jinwoo didn't give a second thought to preserving the reporter's mental well-being. They probably weren't prepared to witness such a horrific scene, a shadow soldier carrying the corpse of the dead boss on his shoulders. Already this evening, the association's president received a report and all the detailed information about what happened in the dungeon. Mr. Chul has been on many raids, but he has never been as shaken and frightened as he was after today's incident. For him, this wasn't a raid at all. The event was more like a chainsaw massacre with a huge number of victims. The president is pleased with the actions of his country's best hunter. A one-man guild can achieve great success. There's no doubt that Jinwoo's influence is immense. Soon he'll bring about changes across the entire world. It may all begin in the Japanese city of Tokyo, where strange events that no one could have foreseen have already begun today. Amid the hustle and bustle of everyday life, a massive gate appeared before the eyes of the entire city, one that, judging by its size, concealed terrifying monsters. Just a few hours later, an emergency meeting of Japanese parliament members was held to decide what to do. It was decided to summon all the major guilds, including the Bear Sword, the Dark Ghosts, the Invincible Kings, and even the Snow Mountains. The Japanese association is facing serious problems, but they hope that the country's best hunters will help resolve the situation. A team of 4 top-ranked hunters, whom we've already had the good fortune to meet in the past, has just arrived here. They are led by Reiji Sugimoto, the deputy head of the Bear Sword Guild. Last time, their raid on Jeju Island ended very badly, and they lost a large number of friends, all because their boss, Kodo, was the association president's lapdog. They're trying to become the best guild in Japan, but they don't even realize what awaits them at these dreadful gates. A meeting is currently underway between key members of the association and guild leaders to decide what to do next. Even the country's best hunters aren't strong enough to clear such a gate. They'll have to call on national-level hunters for help. If they don't change their strategy and act the same way they did on Jeju Island, it will all end in tragedy again, so it would be a good idea to call on Thomas Andre. This will require paying a huge amount of money, and we must also take into account that every country has its own set of problems. It's unclear how many hunters from around the world would be willing to help Japan deal with its internal problems. Mr. Reiji is certain that there is one person who is ready to take such a desperate step, especially if he is offered enough money. This man is known as the genius of barriers, the Russian hunter Yuri Orlov who never turns down a dangerous challenge. Meanwhile, Jinwoo is constantly thinking about his progress and the fact that he has already achieved significant results. At that moment, he was driving to his guild's office to resolve all the issues related to the paperwork. The high-ranking hunter was very surprised when he saw that Chahe was hiding in the parking lot, trying to follow him. He had to catch up with her and make it clear with his whole demeanor that she had been exposed and would now have to explain her actions. Of course, it's not hard to guess that Chahas came here to figure out what was going on. She already knew that Nuna had been hired by the guild and was posting photos with the guild leader. Chahae said she wanted to talk about guild business. She decided not to reveal the whole truth about her feelings, at least not yet. They went into the office to talk quietly, alone. A perfect opportunity to tell Jinwoo about the voice Chahae had heard. The girl said she'd had a strange dream in which a voice warned Jinwoo to be careful and to be wary of new challenges. The most intriguing part of this dream was that the voice came from healer Min, who had recently died during the battle on Jeju Island. He knows that someone pulled him out of the endless darkness, but since his return, he feels like a completely different person. He remembered everything and was fully conscious. He felt that he had become nothing more than a passive slave, existing solely for the sake of his new master. He is frightened by that boundless happiness and the desire to constantly submit to the will of his new master. Jinwoo's abilities are incredibly powerful and strange. He absolutely must find out more about them. Before disappearing completely, the healer didn't finish an important sentence. He wanted to say something about Jinwoo's real army of hunters, but didn't have time to finish his thought. It feels as though our hero isn't all that interested in this whole story. Perhaps he's become too self-assured and isn't worried about potential problems.
In any case, it would be helpful for him to fully understand his abilities, since that's much more important than building up his strength.
When he set off for the dungeon with his partner, he thought long and hard about that conversation with Chahae. Now Jinwoo no longer worries about his sister, because he left a reliable guard with her who will definitely protect her. He's more concerned with his inner sense of self and the chance to finally learn more about his system. To take his mind off things, he decided to peek into his shadow's consciousness and see what his sister was up to. At first, he saw a strange scene in which some unknown merchant was talking to the king. In reality, it was just a TV series that Bear the Ant had decided to watch for a bit of entertainment. This guy waited until Gina fell asleep, relaxed, and decided to watch a little TV and learn about human culture. Thanks to his shadow control skill, he can check what's happening in other parts of his neighborhood. It seems things are calm there as well, and there's nothing that could cause serious concern. Jinwoo was very lucky that he left one of his shadow soldiers near Chahae, who is currently taking a bath. He was very surprised when he saw the painting. He pretended not to like it, although we know full well that wasn't the case. After that, Jinho decided to change the subject and tell his friend about recent events in Japan. A massive gate of the highest rank had been opened there. They say there are less than 3 days left until the dungeon breaks through. The best hunters from all corners of the world are gathering there now. Jinwoo also received this invitation, but he has more important matters to attend to at the moment. Let's not forget that he has a key to the Cartheon, which will allow him to learn a little more about the system. He's long dreamed of uncovering all the secrets of the dungeons and his system, and it seems the solution is drawing near. Just a few moments ago, we heard about a Russian hunter who's an unprecedented phenomenon. Many have heard of Yuri Orlov. This guy is a true wall and is considered the best support hunter. He's already had a chance to review all the case files provided by the Naked Sword Guild. Due to a shortage of human resources, Japan has only 6 top-ranked hunters, and this is a major problem. If they want to defend all the gates across the country, they must take the initiative and summon the very best warriors. Yuri Orlov is willing to take that risk and help the Japanese, but only for $10 million a day. Such a sum is absolutely unprecedented. It's not certain that the Japanese Hunters Association has that kind of budget. Thomas Andre would have asked for much more. So for the association, this isn't the worst option. They must either save their country or forget about safety and save money. To convince his interlocutors of his incredible power, Yuri decided to demonstrate a little of his strength. Just now, thanks to his magical abilities, he had begun to restrict the movements of the highest-ranking hunters. This alone underscores his incredible talent, a talent that cannot be denied and which Japan so desperately needs. First, he needs to make a few phone calls and hope that the association's president will allocate funding for this venture. The next morning, Jinwoo set out on his new mission to find answers to all the questions on his mind. His mom hopes nothing will happen to him and that he'll be back in time for dinner tonight, safe and sound. There's no need to worry about a guy like Jinwoo, even though he's about to plunge into total uncertainty. He activated the key and saw a system update indicating that the gate he so desperately needed was already open. Representatives of the association had gathered at the rift and cordoned off the dungeon from prying eyes. A few minutes later, the hunter Jinwoo appeared there, looking particularly grim today. It turned out that some hunters had already gone inside. Now the cleanup team was in danger, and Jinwoo advised that the raid be called off immediately. He decided to enter the dungeon himself and didn't bother explaining anything because he had too little time. The team of mid and low rank hunters was indeed already inside and had even run into trouble. They had cleared out all the monsters in their path and reached the boss room, but still hadn't been able to get inside. A few moments later, a local superstar appeared near them and informed them that they had fallen into a trap. It's incredibly dangerous here, and Jinwoo advises the hunters to leave the dungeon immediately, giving him the chance to defeat the boss on his own. To get through these gates, you need to use a special key, which is in our hero's possession. The hunters of the Dragon Energy Guild have purchased the rights to clear this dungeon and now refuse to leave this place when they're just one step away from success. It doesn't matter to them that they're facing a top-ranked hunter. These guys believe in justice and total equality. Jinwoo has no right to stop them, so if they want to meet their doom, they're free to go right in. The system immediately detected that a person without a key had entered the dungeon and access was denied. Those very same stone statues that appeared at the beginning of our story reappeared to punish the rule breaker. Only thanks to Jinwoo's quick thinking was he able to save the hunter from certain death. Now he must realize that he needs to listen to the advice of his more experienced allies and give up his foolish desire to play the hero. Now the hunters won't stop the National Star from entering the lair of the double dungeon and clearing the perimeter. As soon as the keyholder stepped inside, the doors closed immediately and Jinwoo saw a familiar scene. It was right here that the story began, that changed our hero and turned him into a top-tier hunter. He's returned and feels strangely tense, even though this dungeon had never evoked such feelings in him before. It feels as though everything here is different. Now he can clearly sense the monsters inside the lair. In reality, these statues aren't monsters or other forms of life. They're just ordinary puppets that obey their master. Only one of the statues radiates true magical power, and it is precisely for this statue that Jinwoo has come here. He wants to finally hear all the answers to his questions and has no intention of trembling or falling to his knees before the statue. Finally, the monster revealed its true face and said it had been waiting a long time to meet this guy. The events in the double lair are incredibly interesting, but for now we need to leave Jinwoo alone with his rival for a bit. Right now, Yuri Orlov has flown into Japan, where he was greeted as a national hero and a global superstar. He was thoroughly enjoying the media attention and assured everyone around him that he would save humanity once again. All he needs to do is draw a few magic circles, and the monsters from the dungeon will never trouble Tokyo again. He won't be able to maintain the barrier on his own, so he'll need the help of the large magic crystals that were brought to the dungeon. The magical barrier will absorb the energy, and then all the inhabitants of this beautiful country will be saved. Ordinary Japanese people are probably happy to hear such a confident speech from an experienced hunter. Only true professionals understand that even Yuri Orlov might be powerless against such a massive gateway to the other world. If this mission fails, something terrible could happen, but the association's president has no intention of thinking about that. His best hunter is currently clearing out dungeons all over Seoul, which could cause problems with other guilds. It's ridiculous to hear that the Solo Guild, which consists of just one person, is competing with the giants of South Korea. A little later, Mr. Chol received an urgent call and learned some rather important information that must not be passed on through the association. He was asked to personally investigate the school where a dungeon breakthrough had recently occurred. The problem is that a double dungeon has just been discovered on the playground of that very same school. There's nothing worse than hearing news like that first thing in the morning. The most intriguing detail of these events is that Jinwoo is currently in this double underground passage. This guy isn't looking for the easy way out. He's returned to the very place where he nearly lost his life, hoping to find answers to his questions. Just moments ago, the slab on which the rules were inscribed was destroyed. Those rules once held their original meaning, but now everything has changed. It was this very monster that summoned Jinwoo, but it doesn't want to talk about who it is. It wants to talk about who the hunter Song Jinwoo is. The time has come for the final trial. If the hunter remains standing after it, he will hear the answers to all his questions. This will be his greatest reward, but during the final trial, his class skills will be restricted. This means that Jinwoo won't be able to summon the shadow soldiers he's grown accustomed to relying on in difficult situations. Today, the monster wants to test him alone. It has no interest in watching the hunter's shadow servants. He cannot leave this place until the trial is over, so the moment of truth has arrived. There's no turning back now. Without his class skills, Jinwoo will face serious trouble, especially given the strength and size of his opponents. Last time, he was nothing more than a cockroach compared to these giant stone giants. Now everything is different. He has transformed into an eagle who not only defends himself skillfully, but also considers himself a predator capable of defeating any enemy. If anyone doubts his skills, they'll seriously regret it in just a few minutes. When the hunter realized he was left without the support of his shadow soldiers, he immediately activated the hypercompensation mechanism. The boss was very pleased with what he saw. Until that moment, he had thought that a man with such a frail body couldn't go this far. Last time, Jinwoo couldn't even see the statue's movements, but now he's dodging and striking back. This guy has shown incredible progress, but he's still a long way from completing the trial. He'll have to overcome the most difficult obstacle of all, the main statue in this lair. Another tense meeting took place today in the office of the Players Association president. Mr. Matsumoto, the president of the Japanese Players Association, came to see him today. He is proposing an agreement under which their country would renounce the mana crystals obtained on Jeju Island. In exchange, they are simply asking to be allowed to hire the hunter Jinwoo so that he can save their country from total destruction. It seems these guys aren't aware that hunter Jinwoo is no longer a member of the Hunters Association. He has started his own private guild. Nevertheless, they still insist on their request and want the Korean Association to help them resolve this national-scale problem. All that's needed is to arrange a meeting, and Mr. Matsumoto himself will take on the role of a skilled negotiator. For this, they're willing to give up a huge number of crystals. Apparently, without Koto, these guys are incapable of doing anything. Mr. Guni asked everyone not directly involved to leave the room immediately so that he could speak with Matsumoto in private. Gungi stated that he had received information that the Naked Sword Guild had broken its agreement with the Japanese. From the very beginning, the Bear Sword had been the right-hand man of the Japanese Association. Thanks to this, there was no need to fear the opening of even the most terrifying gates. Now that the Bear Sword Guild has been weakened, and the other guilds are busy trying to figure out which of them is stronger, the association can no longer control the situation. If something terrible happens, Matsumoto will be to blame for everything. He came asking for help and apparently forgot that in the past he used dirty tricks against South Korea. Gungi knows that Japan used a black box in one of its radios during the last raid. He's not willing to tolerate such tricks directed at him. Now they're trying to bribe him with mana crystals, and I think he'll easily forget the past. All he has to do is release the information, and Japan's reputation will be destroyed in an instant. Mr. Matsumoto should be glad that the president of the Korean Association isn't going to stoop that low. He won't put an entire country at risk because he understands that all of Asia could be threatened. It looks like Gun-hee will indeed talk to the hunter Jinwoo, but to do so, he'll have to wait until the raid on the double lair is over. Right now, it's not even clear if our hero will be able to return from there alive at all, since it's a veritable hell in there. Stone statues appear out of nowhere, and their numbers keep growing despite the hunter's constant destruction. Without the Shadow Soldier's skill, victory is practically impossible. The opponent's army is simply too large. You can't get by here without some kind of special power. For example, the ruler's touch skill. If anything can work in a hopeless situation, it's something like that. The ruler's touch skill was upgraded to the level of the ruler's authority, and this led to a massive explosion. First, he needs to defeat the biggest opponent, and then the battle will become much easier. Without support, he needs to act much more wisely and not waste his strength needlessly. You need to find the right moments to use your skills and make the most of them. Inflicting injuries can lead to victory only if the hunter lands his strikes with maximum precision. This approach would definitely help in a battle against an ordinary monster, but today, a stone statue stands against Jinwoo. All his sword strikes are no more than scratches from a cat's paw, so we'll have to destroy the statue to its very foundations. Now this stone guy isn't so happy with his situation anymore. Finally, the smile has vanished from his stupid face. It was a knockout with the very first blow. It's a mystery how Jinwoo didn't break his own arm, but in any case, he showed incredible skill. Now all that's left is to take out the guys still down below. That shouldn't be a serious problem. All he had to do was activate his upgraded Ruler's Authority skill and make them bow to the new king. Finally, the area is cleared. That should be enough for the dungeon boss to count this as a successful trial.
During today's battle, Jinwoo grew even stronger and earned a round of applause.
Unfortunately, the trial isn't over yet because an emergency quest, which is the dungeon boss, begins in this room. If the hunter fails to defeat the enemy within the allotted time, his heart will automatically stop. The system advises the hunter to hurry because he has only 10 minutes left to defeat the true creator of the system. He needs to step back for a moment and grasp the scale of the situation Jinwoo finds himself in because the battle against the system's boss is simply beyond comprehension. Inspector Chul arrived at the gate's opening site, along with the best hunters he'd managed to gather at this difficult moment. It's unlikely that Jinwoo would have asked for backup. The hunters had come here more to have a safety net in case of an emergency. As the inspector approached the dungeon, he felt something so unimaginable for the first time in his life. No one around him paid any attention to it. Even the inspector himself didn't realize he was in the grip of death. A terrifying magical force controls this dungeon, so we'll have to ask the city's very best hunters to come to the site of the breach. It's unclear what Jinwoo is thinking right now. Perhaps he truly wants support, but in that case, his mission will not be completed. If he wants answers to all his questions, he must defeat the dungeon boss alone, without outside interference. This won't be easy because the boss has just activated his octopus ability and increased the number of his arms. At first glance, it might seem like Jinwoo should win easily, since his opponent doesn't surpass him in physical strength or numbers. Their strength should be equal. But the system is always one step ahead, and that gives it a significant advantage. Even now, the dungeon boss acknowledges that Jinwoo has exceeded all his expectations and shown incredible talent. The boss hasn't forgotten how he saw this young man in a completely different light, back when he was a small, weak chick, unable to protect either himself or his friends. Now it's hard to believe that an ordinary person could become such a dangerous opponent for such a powerful creature. As the battle rages on, even more questions arise. We can only hope that the hunter will prevail, and that we'll find the answers to everything we're curious about. As soon as Jinwoo reached level 100, the system immediately summoned him. The hunter wants to seize this opportunity and achieve the impossible. For starters, he'd like to understand how the system was created and why he was chosen as a player. He also wants to understand what's happening in this world, but to do so, he'll have to pass this test. Close combat with an octopus is a bad idea, so it's best to attack from a distance. The system has long since planned all its moves many steps ahead. Fighting it is like fighting a person who can see the future. It turns out that the boss didn't choose Jinwoo at all. It was exactly the opposite because the boss is merely the designer of the player's development system. Everything he created is practically perfect, which is exactly why Jinwoo is such a strong and rapidly progressing hunter. He even manages to block all of his opponent's attacks and move faster and faster with every passing minute of the battle. With less and less time left until the end of the quest, the dungeon boss once again calls on his loyal minions for help. Jinwoo has already defeated these foes once using the ruler's authority skill. Now history is set to repeat itself. He fights on, undeterred by obstacles or his opponent's numerical superiority. The hunter has long been accustomed to playing catch-up, so he's even comfortable being the underdog. With just 2 minutes left in the mission, the boss finally admitted defeat. Now the moment of truth has arrived. The boss declares that the answers to all questions lie within the hunter. He merely needs to accept the request for the data stored in his memory. For a moment, Jin Woo paused to think, analyzed the situation, and then calmly accepted the request. At that moment, a powerful and very bright energy surged around him, intended to revive his memories. Our hero found himself in the form of a white spirit, sent to an unknown place teeming with a vast number of monsters. He had never seen so many monsters surrounding him before. Even now, it stirred a sense of unease within him. They all turned their gaze upward, as if they had spotted an unexpected guest in their world. In reality, they aren't looking at Jin Woo at all, but at the portals opening above their heads. A crimson sky, teeming with monsters. This was, of course, that land, and Jin Woo quickly came to that conclusion. Here one can encounter various types of monsters. Ice elves, high orcs, goblins, and giants, all united for a single purpose. If everyone gathered here were to step through the gates together, humanity wouldn't stand a single chance. In reality, their main enemy isn't humans at all. That was clear from the very beginning. Hunter Sun Jinwoo quickly realized what would happen in the next few minutes. Now all that remained was to watch the battle unfold. These monsters had united to fight the Silver Warriors, and within a second, the clang of armor and the clatter of weapons could be heard everywhere. Before long, the shouts turned into screams and moans, and the ground was stained crimson. The Silver Warriors were simply too strong. Just as it seemed that victory was a foregone conclusion, the Silver Warriors, who had never known defeat, began to fall, one after another. They all fixed their gaze on a single point, where some unknown creature from the other world had appeared. It turned out they were looking at the Lord of Shadows, who had summoned his warriors to overthrow the rule of the Silver Knights. It was the first time Jin Woo had ever seen the immortal Lord of Shadows, whose ability he uses in his own world. The monsters' deaths were not the end. Their blood had gained new power, and now they had turned into madmen thirsting for revenge. The number of shadow soldiers summoned was incredibly vast. Jin Woo was still far from reaching that level. The fallen monsters had escaped the clutches of death and rushed at the Silver Warriors with an incredible thirst for vengeance. Within moments, the Silver and Black armies were moving both in the sky and on the ground. Screams and noise filled the air once more. The battle, which had practically ended in a mere slaughter, turned into a full-scale war. With the arrival of the Lord of Shadows, the outcome of the battle changed instantly. Now the hellish monsters had a chance to come out unscathed. The Lord's power was immense. He destroyed enemies and created new shadow warriors, sweeping across the battlefield like a hurricane. The battle was relentless, but before long, the victory of the monsters and the shadow army became inevitable. It seemed that nothing could influence the outcome of the battle anymore, but then they appeared. Right now, near the boss's gate in the double dungeon, there are experienced top-tier hunters who have come here to save Jin Woo. They sensed an incredible power that doesn't belong to a hunter, which means that all the rumors about the double dungeon turned out to be true. Earlier, Jin Woo had mentioned that he hadn't cleared the dungeon, which means he wasn't lying at all. It's unclear why he came back here, but in any case, this certainly can't be called a coincidence. When the hunters went inside, they saw that everything around them had been destroyed as if a hurricane had swept through. Divine stone statues do indeed exist, but the local boss hadn't invited any other hunters here. When unexpected situations arise, someone always has to suffer, and that's very bad news for the Korean hunters. For now, he has no intention of cutting off his head and eating his internal organs. He's simply asking him to be quiet and not disturb the king's sleep. When he mentions the king, there's no doubt he's referring to the hunter Sun Jin Woo. One of the rescue team members broke the silence and instantly paid the price for his mistake. The dungeon boss ordered silence, and if anyone fails to heed his instructions, they must immediately pay for their mistakes. The stronger the hunters who enter this dungeon, the better the sacrifice will be. Let's return to that very dream our protagonist had been having. Right now, 2 dungeons of different levels lay open before his eyes. From there emerged new monsters, marching ahead of a huge white wolf that struck fear and terror into the hearts of its enemies. The only one who did not tremble before the wolf's immense power was the Lord of Shadows, who was not accustomed to bowing his head before his rivals. Mr. John realized that the situation was rapidly escalating and ordered everyone to focus on the enemy immediately. The stone statues rose and began to advance, so the team of hunters must unite to protect the wounded. All those who survive the battle with the stone statues will be granted the honor of witnessing the birth of the ruler. These ominous words were spoken the very second a massive stone statue began firing beams from its eyes, just like Superman. Up until that moment, whenever the hunters faced unexpected problems, they could always rely on Jin Woo for help. Today, they didn't bother to secure that privilege, so they must rely solely on themselves. Unfortunately, they aren't born superheroes, so their powers are severely limited. Only through teamwork and coordinated movements do they stand a chance of survival. Many of them are already injured, and some aren't in the best shape, but now is not the time to make excuses. Their only chance to cling to life is to try to awaken the hunter, Jin Woo, and bring him back to reality. Mr. John is highly skilled with fire. Perhaps if they heat up Jin Woo a little, it will help the hunter wake up. It's a rather strange idea. The dungeon boss was displeased that a daredevil had dared to disturb the king's sleep. Mr. John braced himself for the wrath of the dual dungeon bosses, but it wasn't time to die yet. He was lucky to have brave hunters behind him, ready to risk their lives for the common cause. Chahae must personally intervene and take advantage of the distracted enemies to wake up her love. The main character has no idea that such events are unfolding in the real world. He continues to have a very interesting dream. The Shadow Army has gained a new rival, and now the battle has reached a new level. Shadows regenerate easily, even after critical wounds. It's immediately clear that the Lord possesses an incredible amount of mana, unlike Jinwoo. Demons and monsters emerging from the two gates repeatedly destroyed the Shadow soldiers, but if this is a battle between monsters and Silver Warriors, then they have no reason to attack the Shadow Army. It seems that the Lord of Shadows is not on the monster's side, or perhaps some kind of internal conflict has arisen. If you listen closely to these creatures' conversation, you can tell they're talking about a betrayal that sparked the war. The Lord of Death is speaking with his old friend, but their conversation is clearly not friendly. Jinwoo witnessed a brutal scene, even though he himself had done the same thing countless times with his own hands. The Lord of Darkness fought a demon king named Biren. As we recall, Jinwoo defeated this guy and made him his servant. The hunter didn't even notice the moment when he himself found himself in the role of the Lord of Darkness. Touching his body, he sensed that, besides his heart, there was some other unknown power within him. At that very moment, those very silver knights were hovering above his head. The data replication was complete. Jinwoo was supposed to get answers to all his questions, but it felt as if he now had even more questions. Now he needed to hurry back to the double lair to save Chahae, who had already activated her sword dance skill. Although this girl is a very talented hunter, she's unlikely to be able to defeat such a formidable opponent. After just a few exchanges of blows, she felt incredible pain and sustained a deep wound. In the end, everything is going according to the boss's plan, and the boring hunters can't impose their will on him. The boss is certain that the hunters have already shown everything they're capable of and no longer have any tricks up their sleeves to surprise him. With their last ounce of strength, they all tried to fight on somehow and refused to believe they were about to die. They need to wake up the hunter Jinwoo. Otherwise, a brutal reality awaits them here, one they're not ready to face. The dungeon boss landed another blow on Chahae, and at that moment, he noticed a shadow standing next to her. Jinwoo couldn't use his powers in this dungeon because the boss had forbidden it, which meant the king himself had chosen this girl. They are his friends, who didn't wait for a request for help but came on their own to save their friend. Now they'll have the chance to witness one of the great lords descending from the heavens today. Very soon, they'll have the chance to witness a grand spectacle, but for that to happen, most of the hunters must die. The boss felt like an utterly invincible being in complete control of the situation. That was until the awakened hunter intervened. A hunter who hates it when someone else's will is imposed on his friends. Jinwoo wants to find out what the dungeon boss did to his body, as well as hear all the answers to his questions. The boss was clearly surprised that, instead of the lord being reborn, the hunter had returned to his own body. It's unclear how such a pitiful human can continue to maintain his consciousness, even with a black heart. The black heart will allow him to increase his mana pool, the demon lord restored his memories of Biren, and the mighty power has recognized the player as its master. Now Jinwoo can be certain of two things. The black heart was not created by the system, and its original effect must have been different. The information he saw did not provide an answer. On the contrary, it raised even more questions. The boss didn't want to choose Jinwoo as the player. But what exactly is a player, and what was he supposed to do? The boss must hurry and answer all the questions at hand. Otherwise, he will feel incredible pain. Now even this monster understands that the hunter has exceeded all expectations, and it becomes clear why Jinwoo was chosen. All these statues around them immediately stopped moving. No one is attacking the people in this room anymore. Since the creator has disappeared, the system won't be destroyed, so Jinwoo won't revert to his original state as a weak hunter. He tried to do the impossible and escape the clutches of death, but the system blocked the creator's intervention. Now, Jinwoo is taking control of this world and making the system his own. This means that the creator's project was flawed, and the creator is now obsolete. The prophecy states that when pillars of fire appear to support the heavens, death will overtake the hunter son Jinwoo. Apparently, this hunter is ready to accept such a challenge and see for himself who is stronger, him or fate. The hunters entered the dungeon over an hour ago, and everyone around is beginning to worry about their fate. Only after a few more hours did the gates finally begin to glow brighter, and the silhouettes of people appeared. When they first went inside, they were cheerful, energetic, and strong. Now, these guys are exhausted and disheartened, but not broken. It's strange to see the strongest members of Korea's top guild emerge from the dungeon looking like this. The lowest ranked dungeon turned out to be a real ordeal and claimed the lives of many talented players. Perhaps the creator's true body is elsewhere. Jinwoo didn't get all the answers to his questions, but it seems the creator had no intention of telling him anything anyway. About 20 high-rank hunters died in the battle. If a breach had occurred, Seoul would have been destroyed. Our hero didn't think anyone would come to rescue him from this place. He didn't want any of this to happen. He honestly admitted that he had learned about this dungeon the moment he felt the statue's call. The situation is so serious that it's unlikely this guy is joking, though it's impossible to read his thoughts. A few seconds later, the hunter Jinwoo took 2 steps forward and collapsed, having exhausted his last drop of energy. This guy got too exhausted during the battle. Let's give him a rest and teleport to the beautiful city of Tokyo. Here, you can see a huge number of mana crystals that will serve as a springboard for closing the gate. About 200,000 metric tons of crystals should be enough to satisfy Yuri Orlov. Now, thanks to this power, he can create barriers around the gate and activate the city's defenses. After that, the circle will begin to draw mana from the crystals on its own, and then the people will be safe. Yuri senses that someone is watching him intently, even though everyone has been evacuated from this neighborhood. It's not quite a human watching him, more like a creature that gained its power in a similar way to Jinwoo. This person bears a striking resemblance to our hero's father, who passed through the Dansu and broke free. He looks at this dungeon and sadly acknowledges that what he feared so much has finally begun. It will be a terrifying spectacle, and people can't even imagine the magnitude of the problems that are about to befall them. There's a lot of modern technology here, but the soldiers don't realize that all these tanks are useless when high-level monsters enter the fray. The mobilization of the army serves more as a deterrent than as serious support during battle. If Yuri Orlov fails his mission, the hunters will have to buy at least a little time for a full-scale evacuation. Humanity is helpless in the face of a real catastrophe, and this situation will only underscore that truth once again. Gates of the highest rank have also appeared in America, and the same has happened in other countries. Because of this, hunters are focused on the problems in their own countries, and the whole world is facing a shortage of manpower. Finally, what we had been waiting for so long has happened. The dungeon has been breached and the gates have changed color. A short time later, Hunter Song Jinwoo opened his eyes after losing consciousness near the dungeon gate. He's in the hospital, and Jin Ho, who was very worried about his friend, has just come to see him. It turns out our hero slept for 3 whole days. That's what exhaustion and a bad mood can lead to. He'd built up too much fatigue, but now is not the time to rest, especially considering the scene the creator showed the hunter. After analyzing everything he'd seen, Jinwoo immediately began thinking about the gate that had opened in Japan. He started asking Jin Ho questions and realized that this guy was hiding something, as if something terrible had happened in Japan. When the dungeon in Tokyo was opened, enormous giants emerged from it onto the ground. Usually the weakest monsters emerge from dungeons, but these giants would easily be bosses in an A-rank dungeon. This means that the true boss of this dungeon is far more powerful than these monsters. Yuri Orlov kept his composure and said they wouldn't have any trouble with the first wave of monsters. He ordered them to attack immediately and right away activated a barrier that draws power from the mana crystals. Much has already been said about the hunter from Russia. Now we'll finally see what he's truly capable of. So far he seems incredibly confident, even though he realizes that his opponent's level is higher than he thought. His barrier was supposed to be impenetrable to any living creature, but that's just theory. When reality sets in, many rules crumble like a house of cards. Thanks to his younger brother, Jinwoo learned that the raid in Tokyo had failed. Mr. Han, who is Jinho's father, is feeling worse and worse as his illness progresses. He learned that one of the patients in eternal sleep had recently regained consciousness, even though it seemed impossible. The information he received indicated that this patient was Jinwoo's mother. It seems this young man has a way to cure this terrible disease, and Mr. Han must take a chance. His wife had just walked into his office. She still couldn't believe he had kept his illness a secret from her. Now at last we can see glimpses of that very battle in Tokyo. From the very first seconds, it became clear that things didn't go according to plan, and Yuri Orlov turned out to be nothing but a sham. He was merely pretending to be a super soldier, and as a result, he was devoured like an appetizer before dinner. An army of soldiers armed with their high-precision weapons tried to stop the monsters. It had been said time and again that these methods didn't work, but the soldiers tried to do at least something to stop the enemy. The general of the hunter's army realized that the cleanup operation couldn't be entrusted to ordinary people. Professionals had to handle it. The hunters were ordered to destroy everything that moved and not to stop until complete silence had been restored. When hunters attack huge monsters, they very often target their eyes to blind their opponents. After that, defeating them becomes much easier, but only if the hunter manages to land a precise strike. It feels as if the gates of hell have opened. The whole world has frozen in anticipation, hoping that the hunters will be able to protect people from disaster. If things continue at this pace, the situation will resemble what happened on Jeju Island, when a single misstep could have led to the deaths of millions of people around the world. All of Asia is already in danger, but the hunter's younger sister still begs him not to go anywhere. Lately, she's been very scared after what happened at school. It's taken a toll on her mental health, and she's terrified of losing her brother. Jinwoo has been working very hard lately, and has now decided to finally take a break so he doesn't pass out again. He went outside to get some fresh air and clear his head. After that, he received a call from the Eugene Construction Company, owned by Mr. Han. Jinwoo went to the meeting to meet in person the father of his close friend, who has long wanted to see him. He doesn't believe that everything can be bought with money, especially when his counterpart is a top-ranked hunter. He merely demonstrates his seriousness and gives Jinwoo the right to choose the amount he needs. Mr. Han wants to avoid at all costs the very same illness that Jinwoo's mother suffered from. Only 3 people know that Mr. Han has contracted this terrible illness: his doctor, his wife, and his secretary. While researching the disease, he discovered that there was a woman who had managed to recover. That woman is the mother of the hunter Jinwoo, and this cannot be a mere coincidence. If the hunter helps Mr. Han, the head of the large corporation will never forget it. Our hero listened carefully to his interlocutor and realized that today he must make a difficult decision. Let's not forget that right now, Tokyo is in the midst of absolute chaos. Buildings have been destroyed, trees have been uprooted, and the monsters are acting as if they want to erase every trace left by humans. Very soon, a huge monster emerged from the underground, guarding all the other beasts and seemingly waiting for something. A few hours after meeting with Mr. Khan, the hunter Jinwoo went to his guild's office and told his comrade that he was heading to Japan. If he succeeds in Tokyo, the whole world will learn the name of his new guild, and that will be very helpful. Right now, everyone around him is worried about Jinwoo's safety because this time the threat will be much greater than the mutant ants. Jin Hoi has no intention of letting his friend go without his personal support. To him, this decision is crystal clear. He can no longer stand the fact that, after the gate cleanup, his name and photo haven't appeared on a single newspaper front page. He also wants to brag to his friends that he's a top-notch hunter, and he's willing to take a risk for that. Jinwoo has no intention of taking along a guy who could die from even a single touch by a monster. He said he was just joking and is heading home now, but his words are hardly to be trusted. Last time, he was unable to use his shadow soldiers, and sensed that the creator was on the same level as him. This means there are still many creatures out there who can mock him. The world is vast and it's full of powerful figures. He returned home and tried to shake off the thought that the world couldn't exist without the hunter Jinwoo. Every day he has to make a choice. Today, at a meeting with the head of a major corporation, he had already made his choice. The hunter said he couldn't help Mr. Han get rid of this incurable disease. If he could easily cure this disease, he would have made a fortune from it long ago. But that didn't happen. It would be difficult to explain to Mr. Han that in order to cure his mother, he had to clear 100 floors of the Demon Tower. In reality, the reason runs much deeper. Even despite his friendship with Jinho, he doesn't know his friend very well, and he knows his father even less. People have hidden motives, and the amount of holy water of Liu Jinwoo has left is limited. He has no choice but to use the water of life more wisely, even though he could certainly have made a fortune. While having dinner with his mother, Jinwoo once again reflected on recent events and said he would be back soon. There are too many powerful beings in the world, so one must never stop growing. One must keep climbing the mountain. His father also rushed out of the house as soon as he heard that a fire had broken out. All this time, Jaina had been in her room, but she hadn't slept at all. She could hear the conversation between her son and his mother. Soon, Jinwoo came to talk to her and told her that he had recently been on the brink of death. In any case, he managed to come back alive and now cherishes every return home, so this time he'll definitely come back again. Even when he's far away, he always keeps an eye on her and is always ready to help in a time of need. First, an official statement had to be made that the Korean hunter was stepping forward to help Japan. Few people know that Japan acted very despicably on Jeju Island back then, so no one objected. Jinwoo personally addressed the journalists and declared that he would do everything in his power to save Asia from collapse. The partnership between the Hunters Association and their best warrior was sealed with a firm handshake. All that remained was to board the plane and arrive at Tokyo Airport a few hours later. Basically, everyone here is trying to leave the country, so people who arrive here are looked at as if they were wild animals. Jinopu attracted particular attention, having, as always, packed a bunch of unnecessary items. Guild President Solo, along with his assistant, set out on a mission to save an entire nation. By that point, the city center had been almost completely destroyed, and the number of casualties was impossible to count. As soon as soldiers, hunters, and ordinary civilians try to rest even a little, monsters immediately catch up with them. Bullets offer no protection, so the soldiers have to shield the civilian population with their own bodies. The selfless actions of these true heroes must not be forgotten or erased from memory. Today, a special hunter has come to their aid, one who will not let injustice prevail. Finally, Jinwoo can use the Shadow Soldier's skill, which became available in the last dungeon. He advised all civilians to leave the area and asked Jinho to personally oversee the evacuation. Now, a top-tier hunter enters the scene, one who, unlike Yuri Orlov, is a man of action. A massive battle has begun, and the monsters from the dungeon are finally facing a counterattack. The Shadow Soldiers strike back and, together with their leader, are ready to rid Tokyo of the forces of evil. Not far from the scene, a group of elite hunters has gathered. They've already heard about Jinwoo's arrival. They knew that the mysterious woman had been unable to raise his level and now even feared using her powers again. It's no secret that Jinwoo is a reawakened hunter, but he's completely intoxicated by his own power. If this guy thinks the monsters in this dungeon are as weak as the ants on Jeju Island, he'll quickly come to regret it. Apparently, the only person who believes the hunter from South Korea will succeed is the man sitting with his back to us right now. Attentive viewers have recognized the leader of the Scavengers Guild, who is betting his entire salary on young Jinwoo's survival. Many new dungeons will open tomorrow, and things will be much more fun for the Scavengers Guild in Japan than in America. Events will unfold here that are almost impossible to imagine. Already, the warriors summoned by the hunter Jinwoo are attacking the giants with a vengeance. The ants have finally been given a little freedom. These guys are tired of sitting in their dungeon. They want some fresh meat. Even at the most critical moment, some residents don't leave their homes until their last breath. This leads to many accidents, but today a small child was lucky that Mr. Jinwoo and his assistants happened to be nearby. So far, everything is going well. All that's left is to finish the evacuation, and then it will be much easier to breathe. Now that there are significantly fewer people on the streets, Jin Woo can finally unleash his full potential. The president of the Japan Hunters Association, Mr. Matsumoto, is personally overseeing the special operation. When the hunter Jin Woo first arrived in Japan, the president met him immediately at the airport. Mr. Koto was absolutely right. This guy's gaze resembles that of a predator preparing to strike. Matsumoto has seen a huge number of dangerous hunters, but this guy is on a completely different level. The association's president has stated that the country needs support and is counting on Jin Woo's help. It turned out that the hunter from South Korea had no intention of cooperating with them or joining forces with the Japanese warriors. This guy wants to use the good old method of killing monsters on his own. In fact, Matsumoto had wanted this from the very beginning, but he didn't believe this approach was feasible. Shadow soldiers were dispatched throughout Japan to kill giants and assist the hunters. After his latest raid, our hero has enough mana, so now he can summon a huge number of shadow soldiers to his aid. The giants have already exhausted all their strength and can no longer win a battle against the shadow warriors, who regenerate even after being destroyed. The problem is that this high-rank dungeon is just one of many, and besides the giants, there are still many low-rank monsters here that have overrun the city. They must evacuate the city and clear the perimeter at the same time, which is why the battle has been going on for a whole week. The vast city of Tokyo has been reduced to ruins, but that's better than letting the monsters run rampant. Only one hunter remains in the city, Ms. Kawa, who used to serve as Mr. Koto's interpreter. It's impossible to estimate the damage to the city. The giants have already spread throughout the country after emerging from the dungeon. In addition to Jin Woo, 15 top-ranked hunters who have arrived from all corners of the globe are participating in the cleanup operation. 3 hunters have already been killed during the sweep, but there are fears that this is not the end of it. A total of 30 giants emerged from the dungeon. One of them entered the sea and is now heading toward China. Most of the monsters have already been destroyed, so now all that remains is to defeat the main adversary. Looking at the devastated city, Jinwoo realizes that this scene is familiar to him. A city laid waste even without fire. This sight clearly reminds us of the area around the demonic castle. It feels as though the ruined city at the demonic castle is a hint from the system. But what does all this mean? Biren died at Jinwoo's hands a long time ago. Since then, nothing has been heard of him, which means his body was real. The hunter realizes that sooner or later he'll have to face the ultimate power, so he's constantly striving to improve. He gathered all his shadow soldiers and ordered them to prepare for today's most important battle. They must attack the enemy immediately, act very aggressively, and strike as a single, unified force. Never before has such a large army of shadow soldiers gathered in one place, and all of this is necessary to challenge the enormous titan. This monster from the abyss wasn't nervous at all. On the contrary, it seemed as if it were waiting for these insects to approach so it could strike back. After its very first move, it became clear that they couldn't manage this without the Shadow Lord's help. With a single blow, the monster killed over 100 warriors, thereby piquing the hunter's interest even more. Because of its terrifying magical power, even Jinwoo wants to get out of here as soon as possible, but he has no choice. He'll have to fight. Even the bravest and strongest shadow soldiers are having trouble even getting close to the monster. There are probably only 2 ways to overcome such a fear of death. You must either flee from the source and live forgetting about it, or completely destroy the power that makes you tremble. To start with, Jinwoo wants to uncover his opponent's weaknesses and then deliver a fatal blow. Magical power envelops him like armor, which is why he doesn't even feel the need to defend himself. The best shadow soldiers are now attacking the monster in the hope of lulling it into a false sense of security and spilling at least a drop of its blood. It's not as if they're failing entirely. The strongest soldiers in the army are still landing their fiery blows on the target. When the monster began to truly suffer, the hunter realized that the time had come to act and end this battle. He's been clearing out Tokyo for over a week now, and finally he can activate his key skill, the power of the ruler. This fight has long since ceased to resemble a contest between a hunter and a monster. Rather, it is a clash between 2 creatures from the abyss. Inflicting damage has a cumulative effect. If you keep striking the same spot, sooner or later the defenses will crack. Whenever Jinwoo feels his strength is insufficient, he can always count on an ant general named Bear. This guy is ready to come to the rescue and further blind the enormous titan that has emerged from the dungeon. If this big guy thought he could just come here and wipe out every living thing, he was being far too naive. Just a few minutes later, the system notified the player that the giant titan had been destroyed. Thanks to this victory, Jinwoo significantly increased his level as well as his mana pool. For some reason, the raid wasn't over, even though the system had notified him that the boss was already dead. Jinwoo tried to extract the soul from this monster, but he was unsuccessful. He ordered Jinho to retreat immediately and not interfere. It seemed the system was deliberately trying to confuse him. He heard the bear's voice telling his king that he was ready to bow before him. The hunter still couldn't sense the ant's presence because of the giant's magic, even though the monster was already dead. Does this really mean that the true boss of the dungeon wasn't this titan at all, but something completely different? After the magical explosion, only the shadow soldiers helped save Jinho from the destructive energy. The gates began to suck in the mana left behind by the giant. Its streams were so powerful that they could even cause injury. Jinwoo decided not to wait until a tragedy erupted and wiped humanity from the face of the earth. He himself is ready to cast aside his fate and step through the unknown gate leading into the depths of madness. When he found himself inside, he saw a massive temple that was almost impossible to describe in words. It's no wonder giants live here. These guys need extra space to run around. If you listen closely, you can hear strange laughter. An enemy is attacking the monster, yet it's laughing. It looks strange. As he drew closer, Jinwoo saw a bound monster who begged him to break his chains and promised to reveal all the ruler's plans. When it got a closer look at Jinwoo, the smile immediately vanished from its face. It grew angry and said it didn't know this man. The rulers are trying to use him to devise a plan, a gift, to start a real war. In fact, this monster is also one of the rulers, but apparently he had a serious falling out with all the other deities. Right now, everyone is focused on Jinwoo. For the time being, he can't compete with them. He'll need strength to fight. The Lord asks to be set free. In return, he promises to help the hunter become stronger. It's unlikely that a sensible person would believe the monster's words, though Jinwoo is strong enough to take the risk. And if things go wrong, he'll be able to kill the monster. To prove his intentions, the king of the giants, named Ligia, is ready to activate an oath of honesty, which serves as a contract. All the hunter has to do is take this oath, and then the king of the giants will no longer be able to deceive him. Jinwoo decided to take the risk. Both sides agreed not to lie to each other until the contract is terminated. The monsters that emerge from the gate are called the inhabitants of chaos. They are merely soldiers of a defeated army, those who survived the battle of the rulers. They had been in chaos for an eternity and had lost themselves, but the Legion is the king who maintained his sanity all this time. Also that sooner or later, he could escape the ruler's grasp, and judging by his words, by rulers, he means the guys in silver suits. Jinwoo is absolutely right. What he saw, thanks to the creator, were memories of the ruler's war. The rulers are sending monsters into the human world because they're preparing for war and want to turn this world into a battlefield to begin their fight against the lords. All of this is being done to channel magical energy onto the earth. In the event of a catastrophe such as monsters emerging from the gates, everyone considers the mana that appears from them to be a blessing. Not only hunters, but most people believe this, since magic stones and mana stones are items that cost a fortune and possess incredible properties. This energy will be the foundation for a future war. The best way to cultivate a power that did not exist before is to use the blood of those who possess it. Therefore, the rulers decided to use the captured prisoners. The magical power is condensing, and all of this is the fruit of the seeds sown and grown from the blood of monsters. Manhwa will make the world stronger. The ruler's plan is to create a world without any losses, even after the blow of war. A renewed battle between the lords and the rulers is an inevitable scenario. Very soon, the world in which people live will turn into a veritable hell, and by then, nothing will be able to save it. Once word of this meeting gets out, neither the lords nor the rulers will be able to ignore it. Perhaps the ruler's emissaries have already begun to act. Jinwoo still cannot understand why all these beings are targeting him specifically. In fact, the power flowing through his veins does not belong to him. He received it, and this is proof that its original owner betrayed the lords, so now Jinwoo is an enemy of both sides. Ligia has sworn to fight on his side, but to do so, he'll have to become a shadow soldier. In reality, the lords and rulers have spiritual bodies and cannot become shadow soldiers after death. Ligia must earn their trust, but for some reason the hunter stubbornly senses that there's a catch. The king of the giants promises that if he is freed, he will definitely fight for Jinwoo. When the hunter began to free him, he heard no confirmation that Ligia would fight for the people. There is a mana stone on the back of his neck, which means he has been hearing the ruler's voices all this time. Like other monsters, he must be hearing a phrase that urges him to kill humans. Now it's clear that there was no deal. The king of the giants must be destroyed. It would be too dangerous to let him live, as that could lead to a catastrophe. Finally, before his death, the king of the giants declared that Jinwoo was wrong. He himself is the catastrophe. The fiercer the battle between humans and monsters becomes, the more brutal an arena for combat the earth will become. All those people whom Jinwoo had so fiercely protected and wanted to save would surely burn in the fires of hell and turn to ashes. After these words, the final blow was struck, and the true dungeon boss was destroyed. Jinwoo defeated one of the 9 legendary lords, and his level changed once again. He was unable to obtain such a valuable shadow soldier, but he took the mana stone as a trophy. He managed to level up 20 times thanks to this victory, and now it was time to reflect on everything. Today, Christopher Reed, who is a national hunter, is meeting some unexpected guests. The deputy department head and Miss Selner have arrived unannounced, and they want to have a serious talk. Christopher thought he'd be called upon again to clear out dungeons, but he'd already made it clear that he wasn't going anywhere. In fact, the topic of the conversation is entirely different. A more serious problem has arisen, because Christopher is going to be killed very soon. Thanks to Miss Selner, this hunter had become much stronger, but despite her help, he wasn't ready to listen to all this nonsense. If anyone thinks they can challenge him and try to kill him, that person will be torn to pieces. Not long ago, Miss Selner had a dream about Christopher. In it, he was surrounded by strange creatures. Christopher refuses to believe this nonsense and says he knows that Miss Selner used to be a medium, which is why she gained such power. The nationally renowned hunter is absolutely convinced that no one can kill him. He doesn't believe in dreams and now doesn't even want to listen to all these fairy tales, not realizing that he's making a mistake. Norma doesn't stop. She continues her speech and declares that only the hunter's son Jinwoo can protect Christopher. The national level hunter has already heard of this guy and knows he's really good. Jinwoo did the right thing by killing the king of the giants, but even though his power was sealed, he still gave the hunter a scare. If that monster had broken free and come out of the gate, there would have been serious trouble, so we need to become even stronger to protect humanity. The news that all the giants had been destroyed spread around the globe in a matter of hours. People began to talk about the emergence of a new national-level hunter, and now, unlike the situation on Jeju Island, it wasn't just Koreans who were discussing it. One giant that had crossed the sea was destroyed by a Chinese hunter named Kang. Matsumoto, who was the head of the Japanese Hunters Association, turned himself into the authorities in an attempt to make amends for his past mistakes. Meanwhile, in the U.S. state of Maryland, high-ranking hunters were celebrating the successful conclusion of the raid. They threw an incredibly lavish party and gathered all the local superstars there. The head of the Scavengers Guild, national-level hunter Thomas Andre, couldn't pass up such an event. He had last bet his salary that the young Jinwoo would survive the battle, and now he made no secret of his joy at the victory. An international hunters conference will be held soon, in which Jinwoo and his solo guild will also participate. This means he'll finally be coming to America, and something very fun and unusual might come of it. After Jinwoo emerged from the dungeon, he received some rather mixed news. His partner received an urgent phone call, informing him that unforeseen circumstances had arisen at home. Jinho said he needed to return to Korea immediately, and the guild leader immediately realized it had to do with his father. Jinho instantly lost the cheerful mood he'd earned during the successful raid. He boarded a helicopter and flew straight to the airport to get home as quickly as possible. A little later, he finally learned that the chairman of the construction company Eugene, Mr. Han, who was also his father, had fallen into an eternal sleep. This is terrible news that will constantly weigh on his mind, because practically no one ever returns from eternal sleep. A hunter like Jinho cannot control his mana, so his proximity to his father could worsen his condition. Before falling asleep, Mr. Han had been working on his book, and now that book has been passed on to his son. It seems they share the same habit of collecting all the articles they liked in a scrapbook and pasting photos into it as well. His father never missed anything related to his children, even if it was just ordinary contests in middle school. Mr. Han had high hopes for his children, and now they have no right to disappoint him. Before leaving the hospital grounds, Jinho heard what sounded like someone entering his father's room. He thought it was just his imagination. But in reality, it was Jinwoo, who had used his invisibility ability to sneak into Mr. Han's room. Up until that moment, he had said he didn't want to be wasteful, but it seemed he had now changed his mind and was ready to use the water of life. A few minutes later, Mr. Han's eldest daughter arrived at the hospital. She had just been told the terrible news. She was in a bad mood, but she saw a familiar figure pass by her and head toward the exit. Just a few minutes later, she went up to her father's room and couldn't hold back her emotions. It turned out that Mr. Han had become the second person to awaken from eternal sleep. It wasn't hard to guess that by tomorrow, journalists would be writing about this in every newspaper, and no one would even know that it was a birthday gift for Jinho from his best friend. Now Jinwoo has to decide what to do next. For example, look for some unregistered dungeon. It's unclear exactly how the meeting between the association's representatives and the hunter named Christopher ended. In any case, he can't sleep properly right now because he's constantly thinking about his own death. It's too quiet in his house, and that immediately raises unnecessary suspicions. It feels like there's someone else here besides the homeowner. Could it be a killer or thieves? Finally, Miss Selner told Christopher that he should call the association immediately if anything unexpected happened to him. He didn't take it seriously at the time, but now there are strangers in his house, and he's starting to get nervous. Christopher is already surrounded. It all happened so quickly and silently that even a national-level hunter didn't hear a thing. This woman is speaking the language of monsters and calling the hunter a particle of light. In fact, she isn't speaking to Christopher at all, but to a person connected to him who is upstairs. On the upper floors, there really is some unknown creature with abnormal levels of magical power. It is studying the flame of the immortal body and is clearly spiraling out of control with every passing second. It's hard to explain what happened in the home of a national-level hunter, but all these events are clearly interconnected and will sooner or later lead to a massive explosion. Yesterday, Jinwoo returned to wrap up all his business in Japan. Today, he's already ready to go home. Millions of people took to the streets of Tokyo to welcome their hero, who saved not only their lives but the entire country. Bear suggested greeting his slaves. He probably doesn't realize that slavery has been abolished and he can no longer act like a monarch. Soon after, the hunter Jinwoo boarded the plane and began to suspect that he would be flying with someone he knew. It was unlikely that his encounter with Adam White from the U.S. Hunters Bureau was a coincidence. It was more likely a planned operation. Showing up here without a prior agreement isn't tactful, but Adam had come to say something important. He took out his laptop and played a video showing something far more than just an ordinary fire. This whole situation was caused by Christopher Reed, one of the national-level hunters. Nearly 2,000 firefighters and 14 teams of elite hunters arrived to extinguish the flames. Unfortunately, even now it's hard to believe that this legendary hunter was brutally murdered. A photo has now been released of the person considered the prime suspect in this case. The photo shows a man who resembles Jin Woo. If anyone is thinking of playing a prank on our hero, let it be known right away that this is a very bad idea. Lately, the hunter Jin Woo hasn't been in the mood for jokes, so he punishes anyone who tries to play a prank on him very harshly. Adam tried to stop Jin Woo and said that the man in the photo had recently emerged from the dungeon and might not be who people think he is. His mana is identical to that of monsters, and he attacked a top-ranked hunter without warning, causing an explosion that shook the entire world. Even now, Jin Woo refuses to believe that any of this could be connected to his father, even though the photo belongs to him. After a few seconds of thought, Jin Woo finally calmed down and loosened his grip. He was told that a man who looked like his father had wiped out the association's hunters and then disappeared. Now he's impossible to find. It feels as if he's vanished into thin air or disappeared into another dimension. All of this was said solely to steer the conversation toward the International Guild Conference. Representatives from all the most famous K-League guilds around the world will gather at this meeting, and the American Association will distribute flyers at that time seeking information on the suspect. The investigation will no longer be confidential, and Jin Woo's father will officially be sought as a criminal. To maintain good relations with Jin Woo, they decided to warn him about this in advance. His father disappeared more than 10 years ago, and now he's being told that his father has turned into a monster. That's really hard to hear. The Guild's International Conference is an event where people from various guilds around the world discuss the future of the hunter's world. A few days later, the American Hunters Association published the list of invitees. The Solo Guild will represent Korea, although this has sparked major controversy around the world. This guild has only one high-ranking hunter, so the Solo Guild's invitation was an official recognition by the American Association. Previously, a hunters guild from South Korea had attended, but now those members have lost their spot. Mr. John, who is the leader of the Korean Hunters Guild, took the news in stride. He considers the American Association's choice obvious, because the Solo Guild deserved to earn this right. It doesn't matter that this guild consists of only one person, especially considering that this person is a national-level hunter. Mr. John remembers very well that when his life was in danger, it was Jin Woo who came to his aid and pulled him back from the brink of death. That is precisely why he is sincerely proud that Jin Woo was chosen as Korea's representative. His team will have plenty of work to do today, because a new gate has appeared not far from the office. The Solo Guild hasn't submitted a request for a clear. Lately, Jin Woo and his followers have been keeping a low profile. It's been 4 days since Jin Woo returned from Japan, yet he hasn't shown any signs of activity, which has put the other guilds in a festive mood. With this behavior, the guilds resemble monkeys rejoicing at the sight of a fallen tree laden with apples. Jin Woo used to clear several dungeons a day and take profits from his competitors, but for some reason, he's become too quiet now. China has just requested information on the hunter song Jin Woo. They want to see raid logs, various articles, and similar documents. Of course, the Hunters Association in Korea won't hand over that kind of information, but this interest from China is rather strange. Jin Woo has no intention of taking citizenship in another country, but the request isn't from the Chinese government, it's from a private individual. It seems that a 7-star hunter named Cayman has taken an interest in our heroes. The hunter rating system in China differs from the one used in the rest of the world. Here, 5-star hunters are considered the strongest. However, there is one person who transcends the system and holds 7 stars. He is the one who defeated the escaped giant monster a week ago. He learned that Jin Woo had defeated the other giants and began to take an interest in this young man. One titan had spotted another. We'll have to either reject this request or send some superficial documents. Tomorrow, America is expecting the arrival of the South Korean superstar. Mr. Thomas summoned a big guy to his office for a serious talk. He ordered this guy not to do anything stupid under any circumstances, and especially not to lay a finger on Jin Woo. It turns out he's now talking to that guy named Dong-soo, who has recovered from his injury and still dreams of revenge for his brother. Dong-soo got angry when he heard these words because it's strange to hear someone forbid him from avenging a family member. Apparently, all of this is very important to Thomas, and he has no intention of arguing with some ordinary hunter. He doesn't give anyone a say, and is always ready to put cocky guys in their place. Just the sound of this guy's rough voice is enough to make even a high-level hunter bite his tongue. Not many people in this world can speak to a high-ranking hunter in that tone. Thomas is clearly special, but one must keep in mind that Dong-soo is consumed by a thirst for revenge that he cannot ignore. For the duration of the conference, Dong-soo must go to a country house owned by the guild. He promised to give in and do whatever was necessary, but there's no guarantee he'll keep his word. Even after their conversation, Thomas is certain that Dong-soo will do something foolish. We'll have to keep a very close eye on him until the hunter Jin Woo leaves America. Of course, Dong-soo seems like an obedient little dog, but in reality, he thinks otherwise and will definitely make his move. Very soon, the event we've been waiting for so long finally arrived, the International Hunters Conference. America is always ready to welcome superstars from all over the world, and today is just such a day. Renat Nierman, the German representative from the Guild of Destiny, is very unhappy with the unusually large number of reporters. His deputy mentioned that the most popular Korean hunter of late has flown in today. There's nothing wrong with meeting a powerful hunter, but for some reason Renat isn't in a hurry to introduce himself. He approached Jin Woo and saw his true power, a power that ordinary people cannot perceive. This guy doesn't summon warriors from another world. They've been right beside him all along, and he could start a war with any major country at any moment.
Inspector Chul, who is responsible for Jin Woo's security, has also arrived here.
It's hard to imagine anything more ridiculous, since Jin Woo is definitely not the kind of person who needs protection. Adam came here personally to meet the Korean hunter and his team. For a while, the team will have to go their separate ways because Jin Woo has to attend an important meeting.
This conversation won't do him any harm, since the American Hunters Association holds the Korean hunter in high regard.
Now they're going to discuss one of America's greatest secrets. First, they'll need to go to the American Hunters Association's headquarters. Right now, the Americans are tied up following the death of Christopher Reed, one of the pillars of the American forces. His death is being kept secret, so everything is calm for now. But at the same time, every effort must be made to put another hunter in his place. As has already been revealed, the value of a runestone is directly proportional to the strength of the monster in which it was found. No one wants to recall the raid, which was humanity's worst catastrophe, especially its boss, the Dragon Kamish. The runestone obtained from him now needs a new owner. The American Association hopes that Jin Woo will make such a commitment. He was very surprised to discover that the United States had been keeping the remains of the legendary dragon all this time.
First, he needs to go there even though access to the dragon's remains is restricted to members involved in national security.
David Bremen, head of the American Hunters Bureau, can't believe that hunter Jin Woo came here just for the dragon's remains. He showed no interest in the runestone at all. For some reason, he's specifically interested in the dragon's remains. David stayed behind with his assistant to discuss the situation. They're trying to figure out why Jin Woo wants to look at a dead dragon. There must definitely be an explanation for this. His ability is to take possession of the soul of a monster he has killed with his own hands. If it turns out that Jin Woo can create a warrior from any corpse, then he'll be able to resurrect this dragon. Such actions could threaten US national security, so they need to think twice before letting him into this building. If the request is denied, it will be very difficult to maintain relations with a friendly country. After long and difficult negotiations, David said he would personally take Jin Woo to the dragon's remains. This is a wonderful opportunity to observe this young man's abilities. Within a few minutes, they descended to a lower level of the building and sensed just how heavily the air there was infused with magical energy. Even after many years, Kamish's remains still radiate magical energy, and that speaks volumes. During the battle, about 100 of the strongest and bravest hunters were killed. The last 5 survivors managed to defeat the hellish monster. All the energy used in the Hunters Association building is generated from a dragon's magic stone. Jin Woo should have been satisfied, but he's never satisfied, so he asked everyone to step back a little. Now everyone must watch as magic unfolds and the soul of the legend rises. The extraction of the shadow wasn't successful on the first try, but after a while, the result changed. The legendary dragon immediately began speaking to the hunter, calling him the King of the Dead and the Lord of Shadows. Everyone inside the building was shocked by what was unfolding before their eyes. As soon as the dragon saw the people, he immediately heard a voice in his head urging him to kill the human race. The incredibly sturdy glass in this building cracked the moment Jin Woo began to use his power. The dragon became incredibly enraged and prepared to deliver a fatal blow. The hunters began to panic. Some tried to flee, while others accepted the inevitability of death. Humans are powerless against a monster, but at the last moment, Jin Woo ordered the dragon to stop. It had been a long time since the magic stone in the dragon's head had been destroyed. It was no longer bound to obey the system's commands. The people who heard Jin Woo speaking the language of monsters gaped in astonishment. No one could explain what was happening, while at the same time the dragon felt itself under the control of the Lord of Shadows. After that, it bowed its head and formally acknowledged that the lowly creature who had served the Dragon Emperor now welcomed the new lord. His former master was the Mad Dragon Emperor, the Lord of Destruction. It's hard to believe just how powerful this shadow soldier will be. Jin Woo has just significantly increased his own power by subduing this giant. Meanwhile, the leadership of the American Hunters Association is trying to figure out how this even happened. A few seconds later, the dragon declared that it was time for them to part ways, because they had met too late. Perhaps even the power of the Shadow Lord cannot bridge an 8-year gap. The king envies the warriors who can serve a lord like Jin Woo forever. In this world, there are 4 people who have received the power of rulers, and the dragon asks his master to be cautious around them. It was an honor for him to meet Jin Woo, but extracting the shadow will be impossible. This shadow has returned to nothingness. Too much time has passed since the subject's death, so further attempts to extract it are futile. Jin Woo apologizes for the mess and promises to personally pay for every broken item in this hall. It's immediately clear that he's very upset and doesn't even want to talk to anyone. This dragon's soul was important to him. For a while, the hunter Jin Woo was unreachable, causing his companions to worry. He explained that he had been in a place with no cell service, but now he's back and everything is fine. Then an unpleasant incident came to light that completely changes the entire situation. Jinho isn't on the conference visitor list. A member of the Scavengers Guild recently came for him and personally took him to the meeting. Of course, the association has ties to many guilds, but no one has the right to do their work. Adam promised to get to the bottom of the situation quickly, but Jin Woo immediately felt uneasy. It turned out that the Scavengers Guild knew nothing about their team's connection to Jin Ho. They promised to look into the incident, but it seemed too late. As soon as Jin Woo realized his friend was in danger, he immediately rushed to rescue him from the unknown. Our hero realizes that this was his mistake. After all, he is responsible for everyone around him. He should have assigned a shadow warrior to Jinho from the very beginning to protect him from danger. Otherwise, the events of the past might repeat themselves. Now he and his soldiers must hurry to save their comrade in time. Jinwoo ordered his shadow soldiers to search the entire city, under every bed, in every nook and cranny. By that point, Thomas, the boss of the Scavengers Guild, had learned of the incident. He figured out that Don Su had indeed caused a lot of trouble, and because of this, had killed everyone who hadn't been keeping an eye on the guy. Now he's ordering the hunters to track down Don Su before Jinwoo finds him. This matter must be resolved by any means necessary, because something terrible might happen. By that point, Don Su had already severely beaten Jinho, and made him suffer. A little more of this, and Jinho might not be able to withstand this hellish torture. His heart is at its limit. At this very moment, Jinwoo is trying with all his might to find his friend in this hellish anthill known as a human metropolis. He begins to suspect that his friend might have left the city, but Jinho is a mid-rank hunter. A few ordinary people wouldn't be able to handle him. If the association's vehicle had left the city limits, he would have immediately suspected something was wrong. Surely the hunter Huang's younger brother, who is a hunter in the Scavenger Guild, is involved in this. He had been waiting a very long time for Jinwoo and Jinho to arrive in America, all in order to uncover the truth about his brother's death. Since those were the only two people who survived in the dungeon, he suspects them specifically. Now, even the boss of the Scavengers Guild is very concerned about the situation. He realizes that Jinwoo is a very powerful hunter, and if he becomes an enemy of the guild, they will face unprecedented problems. Don Su is signing his own death warrant. His behavior is reckless because he's acting like a sulky little boy. Lola has now requested cooperation from the Hunters Association and analyzed all records of Mr. Don Su's movements over the past month. She found records of trips that aren't listed on his schedule, and now all the hunters, along with Thomas, will head there. It wasn't easy for her to persuade the association's bureaucrats to cooperate. To do so, she had to point out that if they didn't find Don Su, Master Thomas and Jinwoo might start a conflict. Members of the Scavenger Guild were particularly alarmed and began putting pressure on the association. Simply put, the entire American side is now doing everything possible to find and rescue Jinho. Otherwise, they won't be able to avoid the serious consequences that Jinwoo will bring about. In fact, Don Su isn't working alone. There are a few madmen willing to help him. Right now, he's in no hurry to kill this young man, he just needs information. Master Thomas warned him not to touch Jinwoo, and Dong Su really hadn't planned anything from the very beginning. He's interested in another person who's willing to answer all his questions. That person's name is Jinho. He promised to let him go after Jinho tells him about the joint raid with his brother. He just needs to confirm that Jinwoo killed Huang. Jinho just needs to say a few words and his suffering will be over. So far, this guy has remained silent and pretends not to understand anything anyone says to him. The more they beat him, the more he turned against his enemies. In the end, he even started insulting Dong Su. Of course, this led to an immediate beating, internal bleeding, and serious injuries. The other hunters asked Dong Su to calm down a bit because no one wants to be an accomplice to murder and end up in prison. For a thug like this is just the beginning. He enjoys hurting other people and will gladly continue doing so. We'll have to stop this guy from committing a serious crime. And to do that, we'll need the help of the shadow soldiers. At first, Don Su didn't understand what had happened and even thought that a dungeon had been breached nearby. He tried to attack this shadow soldier, and at that very moment, the shadow swap technique was activated. Back in our hero's hometown, his mother and sister are spending time together and hoping that Jinwoo is alright. Beside them is Bear the Ant, who knows that the king's mother must be kept safe. The TV is showing breaking news about a meeting taking place at the American Hunters Association. Bear the Ant immediately sensed that his master was angry. All it took was a glance at the king's face. New rifts are constantly appearing all over the world, and they need to be cleared in time with the help of hunters. Today, after clearing one such rift, members of the Scavengers Guild received an order to gather together and noticed strange things, as if their shadows were coming to life. Maybe these guys drank too much the night before the battle, but perhaps there's a touch of mysticism at play here. For now, we must return to America to see how events are unfolding there. Thomas is in an extremely aggressive mood today because he realizes what problems might lie ahead for him. He's always loved making a dramatic entrance. Today, instead of calmly opening the car doors, he kicked them open. Apparently, he sensed something important and sped up so as not to miss the most interesting events. The drivers never figured out why Thomas jumped out of the car. They could have just driven calmly to their destination. Meanwhile, at the very spot where Don Su had beaten Jinho to a pulp, strange things began to happen. Don Su felt completely invincible, until the Korean hunter Jinwoo showed up. He instantly knocked out his opponent and quickly produced a magic potion to restore his friend's health. It turned out that this wasn't possible right now because Jinho's health had been severely compromised. Sun Jinwoo ordered the other hunters to heal his friend immediately, but Dong Su is still alive and won't let that happen. This guy is a complete madman. He disobeyed an order from a national-level hunter, and now he's challenging Korea's best warrior. Their long-awaited confrontation has finally taken place, and now Dong Su will do everything in his power to avenge his brother's death. He doesn't realize that his brother Huang was himself to blame for what happened and fully deserved his deadly fate. These guys made a huge mistake when they decided they could challenge such an experienced and powerful warrior. Now let's see what they're capable of. They'll have a perfect opportunity to finally show their potential. Jinwoo easily eliminated Dongsu's 2 henchmen and is now ready to move on to the main course. Dongsu said he believes Jinwoo is his brother's killer and came here to finally take his revenge. If he's so eager to find out who exactly killed his brother, he needs to go to hell and ask Hwang about it himself. The battle finally began. After hearing those last words, Dongsu lost his composure and forgot his strategy. As soon as he got angry, he immediately lost his balance and inner composure, and an experienced hunter like Jinwoo quickly took advantage of this. The blow was so powerful that Dongsu was nearly reduced to ashes, but he's still alive. You can't just go and kill a top-ranked hunter. A guy like that deserves special treatment and a long, painful death. He must be made to suffer and understand that he can't just lie and steal hunters from another country. A few more minutes and Dongsu would have turned into a steak, but national-level hunter Thomas Andre intervened. He came to negotiate and do everything possible to avoid casualties. If Jinwoo obeys his order, he's willing to forget everything that happened earlier and let the Korean hunter go. If, however, the hunter from Korea disobeys this order, they'll have to change their approach and use force. As soon as those words were spoken, Jinwoo immediately threw that filthy bum out of his grasp. Dongsu hopes that at least Thomas will be able to kill the guy from Korea, because someone has to stop him. Thomas is acting too cocky. He's convinced that his skills as a national-level hunter are enough to defeat Jinwoo. In fact, Jinwoo doesn't even know who's standing in front of him. He couldn't care less about names and awards. Let's take a brief detour from these events and tell the backstory of the famous hunter Thomas Andre. This guy grew up in absolute poverty in a family of immigrants. He had nothing, but the heavens granted him a special ability. He was endowed with overwhelming brutality. With this power, he was able to crush all his enemies and prove his might in endless and countless battles. Each time he observed how the behavior of people who witnessed his might changed, he strove for the top by any means necessary and dreamed of gaining strength, power, and wealth. He made progress and gained the ability to rule like a true king, destroying those who stood in his way and forcing everyone around him to their knees. Thomas is a master of cruelty. But through his experience, he has learned how to control those who refuse to obey. Right before our eyes, hunters are gathering to help their guildmaster. A massive explosion occurred, which nearly claimed the lives of most of the people gathered here. When the dust settled a bit, everyone saw that standing before them was their guild boss, Thomas Andre. They tried to find out if their boss was all right, but in response, he merely sternly told them to prepare for battle. Meanwhile, Jinwoo summoned his beloved wyvern to carry Jinho to the local hospital. He needs urgent medical attention, and only then will he have a chance at a full recovery. Now we can finally witness a massive battle that will shake all of America. The Scavengers Guild is ready to unleash all its most powerful abilities against the King's shadow soldiers. Thomas wants to restore his tarnished reputation and kill the cocky guy who came from the other side of the world. He gave Jinwoo one last chance to admit his mistake and back down in order to save his life. But Jinwoo was a man of few words. Within seconds, the battle officially began. A clash was inevitable.
Warriors on both sides tried to destroy each other and fought as aggressively as possible.
Instead of uniting to fight against the forces of evil, these guys are fighting each other. The level of stupidity is off the charts. It's reminiscent of human wars, which never have valid reasons and always result in a large number of casualties. Instead of gaining more power, it would be better if these guys had a little more common sense. In any case, we're witnessing a top-tier battle, and this moment is one to savor. Thomas was trying to wipe out the army of shadow soldiers, and the hunter from Korea really didn't like what he was doing. He instantly closed in and began landing powerful blows on this muscular bodybuilder. Jinfu quickly realized that American hunters have a number of advantages and also use slightly different close-quarters combat techniques. In South Korea, Shaolin martial arts are highly developed, whereas in America it's the opposite. The emphasis there is on boxing. Jinwoo also encountered a destructive technique. Practically no one in South Korea possesses such a skill. He'll have to adapt to his opponent's skills and strengths in order to find a weak spot in his defense. When that happens, the national-level American hunter will face a life-threatening situation for the first time in his life. Even when he fought the legendary dragon named Kamish, Thomas still always stayed one step ahead. Today, things aren't so clear-cut. Although he held the initiative from the very first seconds of the fight, the situation is now becoming more tense. This demonstrates the power of adaptability, when a hunter knows how to adjust to his enemy's strengths. The epicness of this battle is off the charts. It's hard to wait for the outcome and see who will emerge victorious from the confrontation. In the evening, there are always a lot of cars causing traffic jams on the roads. Right now, Mr. White is in one of those cars, and he needs to explain the full complexity of today's situation to his assistant. Adam doesn't have time to explain the details, and besides, he's clearly in a bad mood after recent events. Soon they arrived at their destination. But if these guys get out of the car now, they might regret it very much, because a terrible massacre is taking place right next to them. As mentioned earlier, there are 4 people with whom the rulers have shared their power. We can only guess who these people are, but most likely they are the very hunters who survived the raid on the dragon named Kamish. Those who were granted the title of national-level hunters have most likely been granted an incredible privilege. One such person is Thomas Andre, who, in a fit of rage and hatred, transformed his physical form and became a monster. Jinwoo had long wanted to meet the very individuals whom the rulers had endowed with power, but might he now come to regret it? He has never faced such destructive power, especially considering that his opponent is acting so unpredictably. Jinwoo is also an incredibly talented warrior, but right now he's fighting the devil himself. Thomas's attack began sucking all living creatures in the vicinity into some kind of unknown black hole. Only the members of the Scavenger Guild could stand their ground and calmly watch everything unfold. If Jinwoo didn't possess the ruler's authority skill, he would already be in that black hole, facing the singularity. He was lucky to have spared himself such a fate, but this battle had only just begun, and he shouldn't assume the worst was already behind him. Thomas looks very tense and promises that this time he won't spare anyone. Blood will definitely be shed today. Jinwoo must rethink his strategy and come up with a plan for victory immediately. Otherwise, he'll end up in intensive care at an American hospital. During the battle, the Shadow Soldiers managed to inflict serious damage on the Scavenger Guild. The hunters from the Scavenger Guild are true professionals who have cleared a huge number of dungeons, but they've never faced a threat like this before. Now the hunters can take a short break and simply watch as their guild's boss battles South Korea's best warrior. This battle promises to be legendary, but even now, Jinwoo's confidence hasn't wavered. He moves just as effortlessly in battle, flitting like a butterfly and stinging like a bee as if taunting his opponent. Just as the national level hunter was certain he had cornered his enemy, the ruler's touch skill was activated. We've seen Jinwoo use this technique time and again at pivotal moments in battle. Today, he stays true to his habits and uses the skill to pull Master Thomas toward him. He'll have to fight the Korean hunter face to face, and he won't be able to hide behind that dreadful shell. Thomas isn't used to turning down such battles and always gladly accepts the challenge. But it seems that after today, he'll change once and for all. This American hunter was a tough guy who always loved a good fight, but sometimes events happen that force a person to rethink their view of the world. Today's battle could be just such an event, one that might make Thomas at least a little kinder. So far, that hasn't happened, but events are unfolding very rapidly, and it's practically impossible to predict what will happen next. After landing his Touch of the Master attack, Jinwoo didn't stop. He instantly closed the distance to his opponent. He delivered a devastating knee strike, causing everyone gathered nearby to start getting seriously nervous. Representatives of the American Hunters Association can't see what's happening, but it feels as though two titans from the underworld are battling it out. They'd better prepare for any possible outcome, because at this level, victory comes down to the smallest details. No matter how much the association members want to stop this fight, there isn't a single living soul willing to intervene. Thomas Andre is a national-level hunter. No one in America could have even imagined that a Korean would be capable of defeating him. Today, Jinwoo has once again changed people's perception of magic-type hunters, since everyone used to believe that such hunters couldn't develop insane strength and speed. It immediately brings to mind that very moment when Dong-Su lost a battle for the first time and refused to believe it was real. Now something similar is happening in Thomas's mind as he hopes, against all odds, to turn the tide of the battle. It's very difficult for a person with such a huge ego to come to terms with the idea that there's someone out there who's stronger than him, especially considering this guy's past and his outstanding victory over the legendary dragon. Jinwoo has proven yet again that he doesn't care who stands opposite him. When it comes to a fight, he always emerges victorious. Association representatives begged Jinwoo to stop, but so far none of them had dared to intervene. Only when the national-level hunter admitted defeat did the battle end, and a moment of silence fell. It's hard to even imagine that there was a person capable of turning Thomas Andre into a punching bag. Until this moment, there had been no hunters in the world capable of such a feat. When the public finds out about this, the world will be turned upside down. Right now, Thomas has broken bones all over his body and is suffering from severe internal bleeding. He won't make it without the help of healers. Any other hunter would already be dead, but Thomas Andre continues his dance with death. No one died during the battle, though the hunter Dong-Su is teetering between life and death. His heart is still beating, but not for long. The association was unable to locate the hunter Jinwoo. As soon as the battle ended, he vanished immediately. The next morning, this man could be seen on a large building in the city center. He ended up there after the Shadow Exchange was activated. Right now, his chief aide, General Bi, is doing everything in his power to heal Hunter Jin-ho. After this battle, another soldier joined our hero's shadow army, a hunter named Dong-Su. This guy used to be too aggressive toward Jinwoo, but now he'll change and serve his new master. The next day, there was a huge commotion at the Guild's international conference with a whole army of reporters gathered there. Everyone already knows about yesterday's events. Now, Jinwoo can't escape the public's interest and intense scrutiny. This man single-handedly nearly destroyed the Scavengers Guild. Of course, he's now a local superstar. Soon, the association will publish a report on what happened, and the public will learn all the details of the incident. Representatives of the hunting world from all the most powerful countries have gathered in the main hall today. They all tensed up considerably when the doors opened and the South Korean phenomenon walked in. They find it hard to believe that standing before them is the very same Asian man who nearly killed a national-level hunter. Jinwoo calmly took his seat and began listening to a man named Belzer, who welcomed everyone gathered there. He wanted to discuss the fact that a huge number of high-rank portals had recently begun to appear. Along with this, strange phenomena have been observed. The density of magical power in the air is increasing, and this phenomenon is now referred to as magical energy. Thanks to collective efforts, associations around the world have already managed to identify the locations where magical energy is most concentrated. There are 9 such points worldwide, and Seoul, in the Republic of Korea, has the highest concentration of magical energy. As soon as these words were spoken, all the representatives of their respective countries gathered here turned their attention to Jinwoo. In reality, there's no point in looking at this guy because no hunter can control magical energy. Our hero immediately noticed that there are 9 such energy hotspots, and this might be related to the number of lords. A method to combat these phenomena is already being developed. Perhaps the world is once again about to face major changes. With that, Dr. Belzer concluded his report, and Mr. David Bremen took the stage. It was difficult for him to deliver this news, but about 2 weeks ago, the hunter Christopher Reed was killed by unknown assailants. He was a nationally renowned hunter, which is why everyone initially thought it was a joke. Officially, the public will learn of the hunter's death tomorrow, but the association already has a prime suspect. Photos of this man appeared on the big screen, and everyone calmed down upon realizing that Jinwoo was not involved. The suspect's face seemed very familiar to everyone, as if they had already seen someone with a similar appearance. Of course, these guys understand that the suspect looks like Jinwoo and is most likely his father or brother.
Jinwoo can't understand why the rulers sent a monster here that looks like his father, but he thinks it might be related to what the dragon Kamish told him.
The dragon had warned him to be careful around characters who had received the ruler's power, but at the time, Jinwoo didn't think much of it. Mr. David recounted the suspect's background and also said that this man is very dangerous and should be avoided. Everyone present was also shown a video of the battle in which Jinwoo's father fought against Dong-soo. Then this monster told the hunter never to come to Korea or even get close to his son, otherwise he would not be able to rest in peace even after death. Jinwoo immediately communicated with Dong-soo's spirit and realized that this man was not a monster but his real father. Now hunters of the highest rank from all over the world will be searching for this man. His personal details are not being disclosed for the time being because he's connected to one of the most respected hunters. David was just about to finish his report and said goodbye to everyone present. At that moment, the hunter named Kang, who is China's biggest star, interrupted the conversation. He said it would be more appropriate to share all the information about the suspect with them, since everyone had already figured out that this man was connected to the hunter Jinwoo. Since the topic had been brought up, the association's president had no choice but to confirm this information. Everyone around immediately began talking and discussing everything they had just heard. Everyone wants to know what Jinwoo will do when he encounters the monster who is his father. The answer was quite simple. Hunters are supposed to destroy monsters, and if this man turns out to be a monster, Jinwoo will destroy him with his own hands. But if he isn't a monster, if he's his real father, then anyone who so much as lays a finger on him will be instantly destroyed. Always and forever, Jinwoo will protect his family, even if it means making every hunter in the world his enemy. He has done this before, and will certainly continue to follow his own rules in the future. After that, the meeting with the association's representatives finally came to an end, leaving everyone with a very strange impression. There are only 2 people capable of saying something like that while standing before the world's strongest hunters. Only a national-level hunter named Thomas and the Korean phenomenon possess such recklessness. An official dinner will now be held, so Jinwoo has no need to rush anywhere. It immediately brings to mind just how much the Chinese master had wanted to meet the Korean phenomenon. He has come to America specifically for this purpose, and his presence immediately causes people to lower their eyes. He approached Jinwoo and reported that he had caught one of the released giants in the northern waters of China. Mr. Adam acts as an interpreter, since our hero doesn't know Chinese. Kang was greatly surprised, as the giant's power turned out to be much greater than it initially seemed, especially considering that the battle took place on the water. Kang had long wanted to meet Jinwoo to see what kind of man this hunter was, capable of dispatching enormous titans with such ease. He was also pleased to see Jinwoo defeat the American star, since it was obvious that Thomas was to blame for the incident. At first glance, Kang seemed a bit rude, but now it seems like he's actually quite an interesting guy. Finally, he said he would hope that the suspect wasn't a member of Jinwoo's family. After this conversation ended, it was time for new talks with the American representatives. Jinwoo hadn't seen a woman named Norma in a long time. She had been experiencing psychological problems since their last meeting. She wanted to meet because she'd been having the same dream over and over lately. In this dream, she sees someone hunting down the best hunters, and a few days later, the dream comes true. This had already happened to Christopher. He had been warned, but he didn't take the association's words seriously. The strongest hunters who maintain the stability of the world will perish one by one because those hunting them will stop at nothing. The purpose of this meeting is to ask Jinwoo to protect the remaining hunters. Even despite her recurring dreams, Norma still couldn't remember the enemy's faces. She decided to try a different approach and see if she could identify them using her ability. As soon as she encountered the endless void, she would immediately wake up. During these dreams, she heard strange words about how the enemies would return and humbly await war. Jinwoo instantly realized that this was a reference to the war between the rulers and the lords, which he had already witnessed. Now all that remained was to figure out which side of the war was trying to kill the hunters. When Norma looked into Jinwoo's eyes, she saw exactly the same thing. A Shadow Lord. This means that it is the Shadow Lords who are killing the hunters, and now the situation is becoming clear. Now the world needs someone who will protect hunters all over the world. Just a year ago, it would have been very difficult to find such a person, but now that Jin Woo has acquired his abilities, humanity has a chance at salvation. In return, the association is ready to offer him what remains of the dragon, the Rune Stone. Jin Woo can't accept this offer just yet because he doesn't know who the enemy is or who he'll have to fight. First, he needs to think carefully about what's happening and develop a strategy, and only then take action. Finally, he did ask for a list of the hunters who need his protection and to arrange a meeting with them. If these guys need help, Jin Woo can't turn them down under any circumstances. On the last day of the Guild's international conference, there was a meeting of the Hunters Association, which they called Association Night. Jin Ho has finally recovered from his injuries and is now feeling great. Already, many people have taken notice of the Korean phenomenon and want to meet him. Everyone wants to negotiate a partnership, and within the solo guild, Hunter Jin Ho is in charge of such negotiations. Jin Woo deliberately involves this guy so that he can feel like a real vice president. Jin Woo has just received a list of the top hunters who need his protection. After reviewing the list, he realized that Thomas Andre was in first place, the legendary Chinese warrior was in second, and Christopher Reed was in third. Jin Woo is only fifth on the list, but that doesn't bother him. He's still ready to protect the hunters with the help of his shadow soldiers. Each of the hunters will receive personal protection, something these guys don't even suspect. Thanks to this, he'll also be able to figure out who among them is an enemy and who is a true friend, which will be very useful. A national-level hunter has just been discharged from the hospital and has come here to speak with Jin Woo again. Everyone around them tensed up and braced for a terrible battle, but it seems Thomas has had his fill of fighting. He realized that Jin Woo could have easily destroyed him and all the guild members, but no one died in that battle except Dong Su. Thomas wondered why Jin Woo had spared their lives. The answer was quite simple. These guys hadn't done anything to deserve death. That was the end of their conversation. Thomas wants to give Dong Su the best funeral possible, even though he was a bad guy. Sooner or later, the National Hunter's hand will heal, and then they'll have lunch together with Jin Woo. Now it's time to arrange a meeting with the hunters on the list to get to know them better. One of the best warriors is missing. The 6th-ranked hunter still hasn't shown up, and the association hasn't been able to contact him for several days. The association sent its people to Brazil on a reconnaissance mission, but no trace of the hunter was ever found. This means that most likely no one will ever find him because he has been eliminated. Lately, the president of the Korean Hunters Association has been feeling uneasy. His heart is clearly not in the right place. His heart hasn't been in the best shape for many years, and it seems like things have been getting worse lately. The doctor told him that if he doesn't quit his job right now, the president will die in less than 6 months. The end is inevitable, and Gun-hee is glad he's lived to see this moment, but he can't afford to stop now. He was just about to return home to his beloved wife and children when, at that very moment, he sensed danger approaching. Somehow, a creature had slipped past security and made its way into his office. Looking more closely, Mr. Gun-hee realized that sitting across from him was not an ordinary person at all, but some kind of monster from the underworld. It was unlikely that the association's elderly president would be able to defeat this creature, so he would have to try to establish a dialogue. It seems like this is just a dream, but if the president lets his guard down, this dream will become reality. The monster showed Mr. Goonie that dreams can cause pain, which means that everything is real. The monster says he has no interest in killing the weak and urges the particle of light to reveal itself. It also says that Gun-hee doesn't need to worry about his vessel because its lifespan has come to an end anyway. There's no point in wasting time talking right now, so the monster is ready to get straight to business. After a massive explosion thundered, 2 glowing eyes could be seen in the darkness. The monster said it had been waiting for this encounter for a long time and now wants to witness the power of the heavens. The association's president knows that his office is isolated and sealed off in another dimension, a very cunning tactic. The monster had long been searching for a particle of light and had no idea that this power was trapped inside a broken vessel and was completely unable to use its abilities. All 7 particles have already been located, 2 of them have been destroyed, and now the 3rd particle is about to be destroyed. Right now, standing before Mr. Gun-hee is the Lord of Cold, who is absolutely convinced of his victory. 2 incredible forces are ready to clash with one another to determine the winner. Much has been said about the Lords of the Abyss. Now we see one of them with our own eyes. The Lord of Cold is an incredibly powerful character who can easily destroy any dungeon boss. That doesn't mean his encounter with Mr. Gungaga will be a walk in the park for him. This master is incredibly experienced, and to defeat him, you'll have to unleash your full potential. The Lord of Cold began the battle very aggressively and didn't expect his opponent to do the same. So far, Gun-hee has been effortlessly shattering the icy attacks with his stone hands and powerful muscles. The battle clearly deserves special attention given the warrior's skill and training. If Gun-hee wants to emerge victorious from this duel, he needs to land a fatal blow as quickly as possible. At his age, his stamina is at a minimum, so he won't be able to keep fighting at this pace for long. Very soon, he began to feel that he was at the limit of his abilities due to the rupture of a blood vessel. The particle of light contained within the association's president is already at risk of being destroyed. The particle of light must find a new vessel for itself. This will take several years, and by that time, the world will already have been destroyed. Defending humanity was a mistake. The rulers had considered them easy opponents, but in the end, things turned out differently. In fact, the particle of light will not fight if there is no chance of victory. The lords turned out to be underestimated opponents. but there's always a variable capable of changing the course of the battle. Even stranger events followed. It seems the association's president had a trump card up his sleeve. He activated some unknown ability, and the ant bear appeared. The inhabitant of the world of souls immediately tried to leave the area and escape, as if taking some kind of power with him. The Lord of Cold immediately forgot about the association president and rushed to catch up with the shadow soldier. He quickly dashed out onto the street to capture the fugitive and subjugate him to his own will. In reality, all of this was just a ploy to finally bring the Lord of Cold face to face with Jin Woo. The South Korean phenomenon grabbed his opponent by the neck and tried to figure out who he was dealing with. Could this really be some kind of ice elf standing before him? The Lord of Cold doesn't understand why the Shadow Lord hasn't joined them yet. Jin Woo is precisely the variable Mr. Gun He spoke of. This man is destined to change the fate of the entire world. The Lord of Cold has no intention of playing games. He won't let anyone treat him like a little lapdog. For now, Jin Woo doesn't understand what's happening or who he's fighting. The only thing he's figured out is that some unknown magic is being used against him. The Lord of Cold has no intention of putting his life in danger just yet, so he wants to end the battle. He's certain that Jin Woo came here to save a wounded man with a weak heart. The Shadow Soldier was standing next to the association president, and Jin Woo automatically appeared here when the threat arose. He didn't even realize what was happening, and only now realized that Mr. Gun He was in danger. Now he'll have to choose, either fight the Lord of Cold or save his friend. The Lord of Cold threw a spear at Gong He. To stop it, he had to activate the ruler's authority skill. This skill didn't help because the magical power blocked Jin Woo's technique, so the hunter had to rely on his own strength. Right now, the legendary president of the association, who has earned the right to be called a national hero, is in danger of being sent to the realm of the dead. At the last moment, Jin Woo shielded him with his own body and managed to repel this icy attack of death. That was enough time for the Lord of Cold to open a portal to the unknown. We can't let this guy get away. We must do everything possible to make him suffer and atone for his sins. The dagger-throwing skill was activated and even managed to wound the Lord of Cold, but it was too little to stop the Ice King. They're bound to meet again in the future. But for now, Jin Woo can stay with the man who's about to die and then place him in the Vault of Shadows. All this time, he hadn't sensed what was happening here because a barrier had been cast over the association's office. The healing potion doesn't work when a person is on the brink of life and death. Here, he can't do without the help of the ant bear. Unfortunately, his treatment isn't working. The wound is too deep. Treatment should have started much earlier. In a situation like this, one must use the holy water of life. Otherwise, there will be no chance of saving Gungi. Jin Woo was ready to sacrifice the holy water of life, but the association's president personally ordered him to abandon the idea. It's no use now. His body is no longer capable of withstanding the force that has attacked humanity. Today, he encountered a truly extraordinary being and was glad to relive a bit of his youth. He is happy to be with Jin Woo, a man who possesses incredible power. Sooner or later, Jin Woo will have to make a difficult choice, and the association president hopes that this young man will remain on the side of humanity. He would very much like to fight alongside Jin Woo in that legendary battle, but his body is no longer up to it. Now Mr. Gun He has no regrets. He isn't afraid to leave this world behind for such a young man. His heart has already beaten hundreds of thousands of times. His life has come to an end, and until now he has been breathing only to look into the eyes of the future hero one last time. All of this was for the sake of meeting Jin Woo, the man chosen by fate to save humanity. Before our very eyes, the legendary hunter passed away, but in his long life, he had left behind a great legacy. Following the cold wind, an autumn rain began immediately, as if to show that even the heavens were weeping on this day. Breaking news immediately made the front pages of newspapers. Everyone was reporting that Korea's hero had died. News also broke that the body of Brazil's greatest hunter had been found near a river. The world immediately plunged into chaos when everyone learned of this sad news. The American Association even issued a statement on the matter. All this time, hunters had been protecting ordinary people. But now an important question arises. Who will protect the hunters? The deaths of people who held the highest ranks in the world have become the horror of this new era. Even the bravest and most seasoned warriors found it hard not to feel a hellish anguish in their hearts. Few can gather their thoughts. It takes time for people to be able to smile again and enjoy life. During the funeral, Assistant Chul swore to find and personally destroy the monster that killed the chairman. Even the South Korean phenomenon had tears of sorrow welling up in his eyes. At that moment, he asked for a press conference to be called. Probably everyone around was waiting for someone to step up and take on the role of leader of the Korean hunting community. Absolutely everyone needed support and a motivational speech, and Jin Woo very subtly sensed this moment. He called a press conference to talk about a group of highly intelligent monsters that threaten the world's strongest hunters. These monsters are stronger than any hunter and are willing to use any means necessary to achieve their goals. Before attacking, they trap their opponents in a confined space using their magic, so hunters must always stay close to their comrades to avoid death. Before the Lord of Cold retreated, he solemnly declared that he would eagerly await their next encounter. Thus, Jin Woo has already encountered his second lord, not to mention that he himself is a reincarnated version of the Lord of Shadows. No matter how strong the hunters are now, they still cannot win, so the phenomenon urges all high-ranking hunters to contact him to protect themselves from the monsters. The battle with the Lords has officially begun, and incredibly exciting events now await us. We're very lucky, because it seems we're about to witness a conversation between those very Lords who have been the subject of so much talk. They have learned that the King of Darkness has entered the human world, even though it seemed there was no vessel capable of containing his power. For the same reason, the Dragon Emperor cannot reappear, but it seems the Lord of Shadows has found a loophole to return. He poses a far greater danger than the shards, so he must be destroyed as soon as possible. A battle with the Lord of Shadows will result in many deaths. He is one of the strongest kings, so it is better to wait for the Dragon Emperor. The Lord of Cold is dissatisfied with this state of affairs. He is ready to fight right here and now and will not wait for any dragon. The Lord of Shadows is in the body of an ordinary human, so they'll have a good chance of winning. Most of the lords rejected this proposal because everyone knows what happened to Biran after the Lord of Shadows' defeat. No one wants to be captured and turned into a pet, because everyone suspects that the Lord of Shadows and the Creator have joined forces. One member of the council took an interest in the Lord of Cold's proposal. Jin Wook used a dagger with poison on its tip. That's not at all the Shadow Emperor's style. The real Ashbon would not have resorted to such a petty tactic if he were in a human body. Two lords agreed to go on this mission alongside the Ice Emperor, which means Jin Woo now faces a threefold threat. The human world was trying to return to its normal rhythm of life, but it wasn't easy. Everyone around him was constantly thinking about the approaching storm, and no umbrella could help them avoid it. Jin Woo went outside despite the rain. At a time like this, he couldn't just stay home and calmly watch TV shows on Netflix. He tried to find magical energy and traces of the Lord of Cold, but to no avail. This creature had no shadow. He was clearly immortal, and according to the King of the Giants, lords cannot become shadow warriors. These beings have spiritual bodies, and upon death, their souls disintegrate, leaving not even a single atom behind. Even so, Phenomenon is certain that his prey won't be able to escape him. It has already been a week since the position of head of the Hunters Association became vacant. The time has come to choose a successor. This position must be held by a symbol of the Korean Association. Otherwise, the entire structure will collapse. Various proposals have poured in. Many are interested in appointing a hunter of the highest rank to this position. The new president must be highly influential, meticulous, and wise. A long and serious discussion took place on this matter, resulting in the nomination of Inspector Chul. He had long served as the chairman's right-hand man, so he had learned a great deal from him. He has enough authority to lead the hunters, and it must be honestly acknowledged that Inspector Chul is a highly respected man. Apparently, he isn't very happy about this news because he doesn't consider himself worthy of replacing a legend. In any case, the other members of the association lack the influence needed to compel Korea's most powerful people to act. Besides, Mr. Chul is on friendly terms with Jin Woo, and right now that's quite important. He'll be given some time to make a decision, but there are no other candidates at all. On the other side of the world is the Scavengers Guild, where the boss is finally returning to normal life. He's feeling much better now, and has returned to the office to get back to business. This guy hasn't been down to the underground levels in a long time. But today there's an urgent need. He decided to give Jin Woo a gift as a thank you for ensuring that the members of the Scavenger Guild weren't killed during the battle. These items are one of a kind, and Lola tried until the very last moment to talk the boss out of giving them to the Korean Phenomenon. Thomas sees the world differently. He believes that good items shouldn't be left to rot in the basement. They should be used to slay monsters. These daggers are true artifacts and treasures of America. Now they will once again taste blood. The very next day, all the news sites officially announced that Mr. Chul had become the new president of the Korean Hunters Association. Gina was watching the news on TV and noticed that the new president was a real heartthrob. It seemed like it was high time for this girl to find herself a boyfriend. She's constantly worried that the world has plunged into darkness. There's too much chaos, forcing her to hide at home in the arms of her beloved mother. She suggested to her mom that they move away from here, but her mom has grown too attached to this house and doesn't want to change anything. Gina went to the bathroom to hang up the laundry. Just a few seconds later, she was shocked by what she saw right in front of her. That same evening, another important event took place that I simply must mention. It seems the rumors are true. A well-known national-level hunter has just arrived at the Solo Guild. A guy like Jin Ho hadn't expected to meet such a striking figure here, so he was visibly nervous. By this point, many guild members had already gathered at the Solo Guild, and they all felt a strange sense of unease at the sight of this young man. Not only Thomas had arrived, but also the strongest German hunter named Renat, whom we'd already met a little earlier. It had been more than 2 hours since these guys arrived, and Jin Woo still hadn't shown up at the office. Even Thomas, who is called a Goliath, is forced to wait like an obedient little dog, so Renat isn't sure if he'll even get the chance to meet the Phenomenon. Jin Woo isn't often in the office because of his constant raids, so this situation requires some understanding. Everyone knew that sooner or later the boss would show up, and that's exactly what happened shortly afterward. At that moment, the employees of the Solo Guild looked like the happiest people in the world. These guys were reunited, even though not long ago they'd been trying to tear each other's arms and legs off. We can only hope they don't start another bloodbath here, because then we'll have to say goodbye to the office. Thomas explained that he had come here to present a gift that Jin Woo would surely love. Renat took advantage of a pause in the conversation to express his interest in meeting him in person. Standing next to Thomas, this guy looks like a tiny insect. He probably came here to ask for protection. Thomas is annoyed that someone is interrupting their conversation while they're trying to discuss confidential information. They have to go to another place where strangers aren't allowed, so Renat has to wait. It's easy to see that Thomas is finally without a cast on his arm, which means they can have that dinner they'd agreed on. Thomas Andre has been waiting for this moment for a long time, and now he personally wants to present a gift to his new friend. These daggers will serve as a bridge to help them forget the past and take a step toward the future. The time has come to bury the hatchet and work together during these difficult times for the world. Jinwoo was very surprised and delighted by this gift. It could mark the beginning of a fruitful partnership. With these daggers, they'll be able to challenge the lords without fearing their thick heights. One of the daggers embodies the wrath of the dragon Kamish, while the other once belonged to the demon lord. With such a bonus, he'll be able to forget about defense and focus solely on attacking. Now every attack will be a pleasure. The main thing is not to gouge anyone's eyes out. Everyone surrounding the hunters began to get nervous when they sensed the dagger's frenzied aura. The conversation settled into a calm rhythm, and it continued that way until something strange happened. Every guest at the dinner sensed the presence of some otherworldly energy. Without even speaking, they understood one another and prepared to fend off an unexpected threat. They had to go outside immediately to see the reason why such a large amount of magical energy had been gathering here all along. Even a guy like Thomas couldn't believe his eyes. It was the first time he'd ever seen anything on this scale. This gate is the largest that has ever appeared on planet Earth. Now it's clear that the world is no longer what everyone knew it to be. A new reality has dawned. People have a choice. Either they accept this reality or they'll be crushed and cast aside. Dr. Belzer warned of a buildup of magical energy in the heavens. The gates that have appeared are only the beginning. Similar phenomena will appear in other countries as well, so what has happened now is not yet the worst of it. The professor has devoted many years to researching monsters and portals, and now everyone wants to hear his opinion on what to do in this situation. He suggests praying and believing that all this will not end in tragedy, and that humanity will survive. Hope and faith are certainly wonderful, but in order to prevent the monsters from taking over the planet, we'll have to fight first, and only then hope and believe. For the first time, Jinwoo was unable to pass through the gate, as if he had come up against an impenetrable wall. He had just received a call from the association's new president, who had already grown accustomed to his new role. He had already carried out Jinwoo's instructions, sending requests to foreign hunter associations and scanning all territories via satellite. So far, no new gates have appeared anywhere on Earth, only those that emerged before the incident remained. Several hours have passed since the appearance of the enormous gate. Now silence has fallen across the world, and this is no coincidence. From this moment on, the evacuation of civilians in this area is planned. We cannot sit idly by and wait for a miracle. Jinwoo intends to take very active measures. To start with, he needs to go to the Hunters Association gym. It's hot here today because the shadow soldiers and their experienced master are training. For the most part, Jinwoo spends his time fighting his general, an ant named Bear. Sometimes it seems to him that the ant isn't using his full strength because he respects him too much. Training is necessary to stay in shape and be ready for full-scale battles. Jinwoo hopes that as his shadow soldiers develop, guys like Bear won't go crazy and attack people at night to eat them. Bear has just received a new injection of magical energy and advanced to the rank of Marshal. Now he's become much stronger and can really put his owner to the test. So far, even that isn't enough to make Jinwoo back down. But the training has become more interesting. If you block TV shows and keep the ant away from the TV, he'll become even more aggressive. Because of these sparring sessions, the training facility won't hold up much longer and will be destroyed. I'll have to call the association chairman again and pretend the ants are to blame. Most citizens have already left Seoul, but an American representative is still staying at a local hotel. This madman is in no hurry to leave a place that's about to get very lively and insanely hot. Instead of flying to the Bahamas, he prefers to enjoy the view from the window and look at the new dungeon. It makes his heart race, because he knows that rock and roll is about to begin. Thomas has always gotten everything he wanted. That was the case until today, but now he has a new goal. There's no point in going back. The gates haven't opened in America, so it's boring there as always. He wants to see with his own eyes whether this will be the end of humanity or if we'll witness a new beginning. The whole city has descended into chaos. Millions of people are panicking. No one thought that the Tokyo nightmare would reach Korea. Everyone is rushing and hurrying somewhere as if they don't realize that you can't escape death. The mother of the family has decided they won't evacuate, even though her daughter calls it recklessness. She has grown up and now her golden years are just beginning, so Jinna doesn't want to die. She wants to have fun, go out and drink. Mom is convinced that Jinwoo will protect them because his father would have done the same. Even in this situation, our hero senses no trace of the Lord of Cold's energy. But where is this snowman fan hiding? He must prevent this gate from opening and protect his loved ones from further trouble. Jinwoo picked up his phone and thought about who he'd want to talk to if this were the last minute of his life. Strange as it may seem, he called the girl we'd already forgotten about. The hunter Cha-hei. She had just finished her training and happily picked up the phone to answer the call. Just a few hours later, the people gathered near the amusement park were surprised. It's not every day you see a real superstar standing right next to a girl. Could a new couple be forming? It was expected that, given the situation, there would be few people here, but it turned out to be exactly the opposite. It's as if everyone wants to ride a roller coaster before they die. This world is just too crazy. Jinwoo called her simply because she's his only friend, and before the end of the world, he wants to relax at least a little. Thanks to the Shadow Soldiers, he can shield himself from unwanted onlookers and enjoy his friend's company. Chahai became a hunter over 2 years ago. She's already forgotten the last time she went out without a care in the world. Today she feels happy, which means Jinwoo is happy too. When you become a hunter, it's hard to feel any emotions in everyday life after encountering monsters. When you look at guys like that at the amusement park, it seems like they're psychopaths who've lost their minds. They're not afraid of anything, as if everything happening around them is just a joke to them. The only thing they haven't lost their appetite for is delicious food and sweet drinks. Phenomenon thinks it's time to go ride something really exciting. It turns out that when he talked about real thrills, he meant a ride on a giant wyvern. It's cool when you can just organize something like that out of the blue. Otherwise, you have to settle for amusement park rides. Even with such vast possibilities, Jinwoo still wanted to go to the amusement park because the gate through which his father had disappeared had opened there. It's always nice to take a little break from the constant battles and fights. Then Jinwoo waited for the sun to set and said he wanted to show his girlfriend something else interesting. It seems that our main character, whom everyone has come to regard as a real monster, turned out to be a true romantic. There are always many warriors near the Korean Hunters Association trying to figure out what to do next. A moment of uncertainty has arrived, and everyone is trying to decide for themselves how they will fend off the new threat. The hunters are completely lost in their own thoughts and don't even pay attention to what's happening around them.
This is a big mistake because if you look more closely, you can spot some very dangerous characters among them.
One of the hunters got caught up in a street fight and very quickly came to regret it. The people around them witnessed a horrific scene of violence, even though they themselves are professional killers. One of the lords, who escaped from the abyss to destroy Jinwoo, is already in Seoul. He came here to unleash a veritable bloodbath and provoke the emergence of a local phenomenon. His teeth and claws are ready to tear the flimsy skin and flesh of human warriors to shreds, for he is the king of wild beasts and the lord of fangs. Jinwoo and Chahai didn't return home after their evening walk. They stayed overnight in the forest. You can judge for yourselves what they were doing there. Let's just pretend it was nothing more than a friendly nighttime stroll. Not far from there is a hotel with good breakfasts, and the hunters plan to head there. They have no idea that the association's president has been informed of an intruder in the front yard of their building. At this point, it's impossible to even estimate the number of victims. The situation is very, very serious. There were only a few days left until the breakthrough, and the hunters were holding their breath. They didn't even suspect a stab in the back. It's still impossible to reach Jinwoo, but word is that a hunter has emerged who has challenged the monster single-handedly. Apparently, this hunter is the German prodigy Renan, who has been considered a potential hero since childhood. He isn't sure he can win, and feels his life hanging by a thread at the sight of the king of beasts. Nevertheless, a hero must step forward and defend humanity even in moments when it seems absurd. A hero must also not stand idly by and must act with the utmost confidence, just as Thomas does. He asked Renan not to get in the way and to step aside while the grown-ups saved the world. By that time, Jinwoo had already arrived at the hotel with his girlfriend to enjoy a delicious breakfast. He finally picked up his phone and found out what had happened in downtown Seoul. Hunters had gathered in the city, preparing to defend the country. They were all ready for battle, but they still couldn't stop the monster. Even Thomas Andre was forced to step in to try to stabilize the situation in some way. This seems very strange, because all the hunters were assigned their own personal shadow soldiers to assist them. Jinwoo should have been notified of any emergency, but it's as if something is blocking his shadow assistance. Even the shadows he used to mark coordinates have disappeared. The phenomenon has never faced problems like this before. He's already beginning to suspect that the monster that appeared has no shadow, which means it's one of the lords. A true monster could be hiding behind that invisible shadow, and then the entire city would be in danger even before the dungeon is breached. The locals were lucky that Goliath had appeared, coming to shield them with his strong back. Thomas has always been a fearless warrior, who loved to hunt down predators and lock them in cages. Rabid animals shouldn't be roaming free, but it seems this wild dog has broken out of its cage. We need to show him who's boss right away, even if it means risking a bite. An uncompromising battle began between two titans and big fans of Arnold Schwarzenegger. Thomas started the fight very confidently and kept repeating the phrase, "Lightweight, baby." Problems may arise when the Lord of the Wild Beasts unleashes his full potential. His stamina will definitely last for a long battle, which means that other hunters must join the fight. For now, the leader of the Hunters Guild is overseeing the evacuation. He's only just been informed of the appearance of some kind of monster. There are many hunters gathered here, so it's better to focus on the evacuation and not worry about a single villain. The hunters still don't realize that they're fighting the Lord of Fangs, who can single-handedly destroy an entire army. Even a guy like Mr. John is curious to see who the legendary Goliath is fighting right now. The battle near the Hunters Association is already beyond anything imaginable. It's immediately clear that heavyweights are clashing. When titans like these clash, a single blow from either of them is enough to destroy an entire building. It's fascinating to watch all this, but being nearby is deadly dangerous and, frankly, strictly forbidden. To be honest, I'm incredibly surprised that the Lord of Fangs hasn't destroyed a national-level hunter yet. This suggests that Thomas isn't at the top of the rankings for no reason. No matter what happens next, he's already earned praise. The initiative constantly shifts from one side to the other, which is no surprise, since the opponents are roughly on the same level. Some very serious contenders have already arrived here, ready to step in and join the battle as well. We haven't seen the white tiger in a long time, especially not its transformation into a terrifying creature. That would be a huge help right now, since they're facing a true cosmic evil that must be stopped. Thomas exchanged blows with his opponent and finally realized it was time to put on his armor. Otherwise, his head wouldn't be able to withstand the strain much longer. If he doesn't put on a helmet, he might eventually get his brains knocked out and start saying hello to the buses. Thomas orders all hunters to evacuate the population immediately because he won't be able to hold off this terrifying creature for long. If the white tiger plans to help his opponent, he needs to change his form immediately. The problem is that even the white tiger is no match for this terrifying enraged wolf the size of an entire tank. It's been a long time since we've seen a guild leader this nervous before a battle. This only underscores the problem they'll face once the dungeon opens. The white tiger decided not to interfere. He tucked his tail between his legs and left to organize the evacuation of the population. He immediately realized he was too weak to take part in these games for grown-ups. The Lord of Fangs is surprised that there's someone on the ground willing to challenge him and give him a run for his money. He continues to gradually pick up the pace, forcing Thomas to feel fear and despair. Among the hunters watching the battle, it's hard to find anyone who still believes this operation will succeed. It turns out that during the battle, a rat had slipped in here, keeping tabs on the key figure's movements. The shadow soldier observed and relayed information to his master to prepare him for battle. As soon as the Lord of Fangs was distracted for a second, Goliath immediately seized the moment to take the initiative. Unfortunately, he is too weak. His opponent is significantly more resilient and still has his full capabilities at his disposal. Another second, and Thomas could have said goodbye to his life and his title as a national-level hunter. He's very lucky that a modest guy from Germany finally decided to join the battle. Renat has always been underestimated by the public, but now he has the chance to change our perception of his strength. Who knows? We can't rule out the possibility that this guy will achieve the impossible and turn the world upside down. His magical skills amaze with their splendor and variety of approaches. For the Lord of the Fangs, this is a wonderful challenge. He'll gladly get a taste of that German sausage. Renat saved his friend from America, but now he risks being the first to meet his maker. His courage did not go unnoticed by Jinwoo, who had long been waiting for an opportunity to join the battle. When he was having a wonderful time with his girlfriend yesterday, treating her to a romantic evening, the hunter had no idea what awaited him the next day. It was the calm before the storm, a battle that has been raging for several hours straight. Now Jinwoo is stepping into the forefront of this battle, and it is precisely for him that the Lord of Fangs has descended from the heavens. If anyone in this world is worthy of challenging the Lord, it is none other than the South Korean phenomenon, who earned his nickname by escaping the most difficult situations in phenomenal fashion. The Lord of Fangs realized that the rumors were true. The scent of a human had mingled with that of the shadow boss. This is a very interesting symbiosis, the mystery of which will take a very long time to unravel. Jinwoo shielded the other hunters from the battle and decided to challenge the monster on his own. Each of his companions had already done enough to hold off the monster. Now it was his turn. The phenomenon must not rush. On the contrary, he needs to act very calmly and judiciously. Jinwoo senses clearly that his opponent is not alone. His support group is probably nearby. This woman has always wanted to know what the Lord of Shadows tastes like, and now she has the chance. She didn't come alone. The Ice Emperor is also nearby and ready to help destroy Jinwoo. The Queen of Insects is a very cunning opponent who must not be underestimated. She is also known as the Lord of the Plague. When Jinwoo decided to help Thomas, he had expected a one-on-one battle, but instead, his opponents had the numerical advantage. They thought they could catch him off guard and completely forgot that the Lord of Shadows is never alone. His loyal soldiers are always by his side, ready to come to their master's aid at any moment. A new battle is unfolding before our eyes, but this time, Jinwoo's opponents will be unusual monsters. These guys have very serious abilities and incredible regenerative powers. Using ice, they plan to hold back the shadow soldiers and keep them off the battlefield. Jinwoo isn't nervous at all. He's going to use the very daggers Thomas gave him. Today, he will definitely kill the Ice King and avenge the president of the Hunters Association, Mr. Gunhee. Jinwoo has been waiting a long time for this opportunity, and no ice soldiers will stop him. In fact, he'll also have to fight the infected mutants struck down by the Lord of the Plague. These corpses no longer have souls, so Jinwoo won't feel any pangs of conscience when he cuts off their heads. He needs to be careful and defend himself skillfully. Only then can he strike back. Finally, he has broken through the enemy's first line and is closing in on the main adversaries. It won't be easy for him at all, because these aren't ordinary dungeon bosses, but much more advanced monsters. In the past, the phenomenon always summoned an army of shadow soldiers to aid him, but now he finds himself fighting a crowd all by himself. In reality, he's not alone at all. Marshal Bear recently leveled up and won't let anyone harm his king. The insect woman thinks she can get away with anything, so now she's going to regret it. An ordinary shadow warrior managed to destroy the ice machine. He must be an ill-mannered child who wouldn't even recognize his own mother. Instead of approaching the Queen of the Plague and insects, the ant bear returned to his boss. He admires his master, who is selflessly fighting against 3 lords of the abyss at once. Now is not the time for romantic confessions or anything of the sort. This is a dangerous situation that calls for decisive action. Jinwoo has joined forces with his marshal, and now they will clear the perimeter together. The Ice Emperor must not forget that he will die today, even if he currently has a numerical advantage. This long-haired guy thinks he's one of a kind. Let's see what happens when he's brought back down to Earth. So far, not even a wound to the heart has killed the Lord. And besides, he can always count on the support of his friends. Jin Woo was too consumed by revenge and, because of that, didn't sense the threat approaching from behind him. It's hard to remember the last time we saw the protagonist of this story in such a predicament. Internal bleeding, serious injuries, and total exhaustion in every muscle of his body. This is exactly the situation Jin Woo found himself in, and on top of that, he can hardly count on the ant's support right now. Bear would gladly help his master, but at that moment, Koresha caught up with him. Is this really the end that awaits the guy who got a second chance to start all over again? Will his entire Shadow Armada simply stand by, frozen in place, and watch as their master is destroyed? No, this cannot be allowed to happen. Humanity needs a hero, and now more than ever, it's crucial to rally around the phenomenon known as Jin Woo. This guy suffered a fatal wound, yet within a couple of seconds, he had fully restored his body. That's what true greatness means. Right now in New York, people are watching what's happening in Seoul. This is by no means an isolated incident. The event is being broadcast live all over the world because everyone understands just how important it is. What happens to humanity in the coming weeks depends on today's battle involving South Korea's best hunter. An unprecedented threat looms over humanity. Nationalities no longer matter. Everyone is equal and faces the same danger. Right around the key battle, something like a hurricane is unfolding, but with a completely different kind of magical energy. Thomas Andre receives emergency treatment from healers. He could barely stand after his battle with the Lord of Fangs. It's hard to even imagine just how much stronger Jin Woo has become since the raid on Tokyo. There are absolutely no explanations that can provide a clear reason for his insane strength. There are questions we haven't yet heard answers to, but even without them, watching this battle is anything but boring. Constantly teetering on the edge of life and death, dodged blows and counterattacks, today's battle in Seoul is filled with all of this. All participants in the battle feel like they're part of something great, and the spectators are experiencing the same emotions. The city has already been plunged into hell, but right now, people's lives take priority over the beauty of the buildings. The Reaper's Guild archers took up their positions over half an hour ago. They are stationed at the city's highest vantage points. As soon as they receive the signal, they will instantly open fire on the target and provide support with long-range shots that will rain down on the enemy like a downpour. It's possible that these attacks will deal critical damage to the monster. Deep down, the hunters understand that even if they succeed, death still awaits them. Perhaps it's not worth panicking too soon, because aside from Jin Woo, there are still people in this world who are capable of performing miracles. The hunters who were handling the evacuation are now free and ready to fight, but for now, no one can intervene in this battle. All they can do is wait for the situation to return to normal. It seems it won't be long now. A technique known as the strong poison of the Lord of the Plague has now been directed at Jin Woo. Our hero activated the poison's neutralization mechanism and very quickly defended himself against this naive and rather simple attack. Now he wants to inflict maximum damage on this woman who has gone unpunished for far too long. She talks a lot and constantly throws a wrench in our hero's plans. Now the moment of reckoning has come. Until this moment, Koresha never believed she would ever die. It seemed to her she would live forever, but all that remains a dream. The goddess of insects and the Lord of the Plague was created from darkness, and right now she is being sucked back into that very darkness that belongs to her rival. This darkness can be compared to a bottomless barrel, an abyss that has no boundaries or limitations. Just now, Jin Woo had increased his power several-fold thanks to his victory over one of the 9 lords. However, he is unable to harness the full power of the Lord of Darkness, because if he were to unleash his full potential, his opponents would be destroyed in a matter of seconds. It seems the lords will once again have to face their fear of one of the strongest kings. The King of Beasts is certain that the unfinished Lord won't be able to stop their team. Jin Woo is still half-human, so he's too weak. From this perspective, he's definitely right, but even so, Jin Woo always finds a way to win, even when the odds are practically against him. He senses that the ant's energy is waning. He must intervene immediately and help his friend at any cost. He has just stopped the bear from vanishing, but the marshal needs to stay out of combat for a while to recover his strength. The Ice Emperor must sever the magical thread from which the genie draws the forces of darkness. To do this, he needs to barricade the Shadow Warriors. These guys have already fallen into a trap and will die over and over again without the chance to return from the realm of the dead. They'll become nothing more than empty shells that consume mana, and now Jin Woo must come up with a plan, otherwise he'll have no chance left. He came here to avenge the association's president, so he can't just give up and go home empty-handed. Now he needs to act as quickly as possible. While he still has even a shred of energy left, he must kill the enemy. Phenomenon was doing everything he could to win, but in his blinding thirst for revenge, he forgot something important. Unfortunately, all the witnesses to this battle were shocked by what happened in the next few seconds. Up until that moment, they had considered Jin Woo an absolutely invincible warrior, the best in the entire galaxy. But right before their eyes, a terrible event unfolded. He had forgotten about another opponent who had crept up behind him. The Lord of Fangs delivered his unexpected blow and pierced our hero's body. This was no longer just internal bleeding. It was a complete puncture of the liver and other internal organs. The Lord of Ice seized this opportunity to also take part in the killing of his enemy. It's unlikely anyone could recover from such injuries. Even with the power of the Lord of Darkness, it seems like too difficult a task. It's a great pity that Jinwoo won't be able to see the army of lords arrive here on Earth and the war begin, a war that will result in mountains of dead bodies. All this time, Jinwoo had been fighting to protect the people close to him. People who needed his help and were constantly under stress watched his battles unfold. They're all watching the live broadcast right now. The entire world is witnessing the destruction of humanity's last hope right before their eyes. I'm sure we all got chills down our spines because what's happening right now strongly resembles a tragic ending. The resilience of the player named Jin Woo has reached zero. The system has notified that the South Korean phenomenon has perished. The player received a black heart. All conditions for the passive skill, which had just been activated, were met. His eyes opened again, and he felt an incredible sense of inner anxiety and unease. After what happened in the double-layer dungeon, we saw roughly the same scene. A troubled Jinwoo wakes up in the hospital and tries to remember everything that happened to him before. Memories flood his mind. It seems to him that the battle with the lords was just a regular nightmare. It felt as though a terrible ice crystal had pierced his heart, even though he was still alive. Mr. Chul walked into the room again. Could history be repeating itself? Will we see a new rebirth of the legend and witness his journey from the very beginning? He began talking to Mr. Chul and referred to him as the president of the association. Mr. Chul was immediately very surprised and said that he was just a regular inspector with the supervisory department. He had come here to ask about the moving stone statues and didn't understand how Jin Woo knew his name. Beads of cold sweat appeared on our hero's face. It seemed he would have to retrace his path to the top all over again. This chamber had seemed familiar to him from the very beginning. It was right here that his journey, the one that led to his death, had begun. His appearance, strength, and skills haven't changed. Everything is just as it was before. But for some reason, he's returned to the past. Even the contents of his inventory remained the same, but his life has reverted to the past, and now even his sister is worried that her brother has lost his mind. His appearance has changed so much that it's not easy for her to recognize Jin Woo. It's hard to find any explanation for this. He decided to leave the hospital and go to the Hunters Association to have his license revoked. As he was leaving, he saw Hansen behind him, and Jin Woo immediately ordered her to forget about her career as a hunter. The girl was surprised that he even knew her name, let alone that he knew about her dream. Jin Woo no longer had any shadow soldiers. He could rebuild his army, but first he needed to figure out what had happened. In any case, Jin Woo returned to the past, and the very first thing he did was go to the association. He decided to reassess his power level and discovered that he was a hunter of the highest rank. After that, he went to meet with the association's president, telling the staff that he knew exactly where Gun he was. Right now, he's riding in the elevator with an old acquaintance, a murder-obsessed fanatic named Tasik. He decided to be upfront about the fact that he knows all of Tasik's skills and hidden desires. Sooner or later, Tasik will accept the offer to kill the prisoners and avenge the businessman's daughter, and innocent people will suffer as a result. Jinwoo must not let this happen, so he decided to warn this guy that if he accepts such a job, he'll deeply regret it. Tasik still didn't understand why this guy, who looked like a ghost, had approached him. But a seed of doubt took root in his heart. After reassessing his level, Jinwoo immediately went to see the association's president and was overjoyed to see him. The system sent him a notification asking if he wanted to start the world over, but Jinwoo didn't answer the question. He said he knew about Jeju Island and asked Gong Hee to enact a law that would allow even summoned creatures to be considered hunters. The association president was shocked by this statement. He couldn't even find the right words to respond. This young man's energy filled the room with an incredible aura that made all living creatures tremble with fear. Jinwoo demonstrated power that surpassed the national level and declared that only he could save the island from the mad ants. The system kept repeating the same question. Did Jinwoo want to restart this entire world? Before his eyes was no longer the president of the association. No, he saw vivid scenes from his past life. Throughout all these vivid moments, we were right there beside him, watching as he strove to achieve his goal. The South Korean phenomenon never stopped on his path and always thirsted for progress. His motives were quite simple. He simply wanted to save those close to him and bring peace to the entire world. Unfortunately, this strange path led him nowhere, because now he knows even less than he did in the past. The system keeps asking the same questions over and over again and wants to know if Jin Woo wants to restart the world from the beginning. He's tired, he understands perfectly well that all of this is a sham, and he asks to be told the secrets of his existence. This can't go on any longer. This whole illusion and the endless cycle of events have clouded his mind. At that moment, the very character whose life is intertwined with Jin Woo's appeared before him, His Majesty, the King of the Dead. The King of the Dead declared that Jin Woo could stay here and spend a happy eternity in this world. He offers him the chance to remain in the very same illusion that was created just recently. In reality, it was not the Lord of Darkness who created it. Jin Woo himself is the creator of this new reality. His desire to correct past mistakes, combined with the power of the Lord of Darkness, has created the new world in which he now finds himself. Eternal peace reigns in this place, and Jin Woo no longer has to fear anything terrible. The King of the Dead had been watching him for a very long time and was surprised that whenever Jinwoo was on the brink of death, he always managed to come out of it alive. Now, the King of the Dead embodies the story of Jinwoo's struggle, a testament to his resilience and a reward for all his suffering. In reality, the Lord of Shadows is merely a reflection of our hero, his alternate reality. In this realm, Jinwoo can make all his cherished dreams come true and stop being afraid. A boundless number of possibilities lie before him. All he has to do is want it, and he's sure to get everything. He can reshape the world as he pleases and make everything exactly the way Jinwoo wants it. All this is thanks to the power of the Lord of Shadows, the King of the Dead, who wields the power of death and conquers the deepest darkness in the abyss. Now he can even show Jinwoo the beginning and the end, which will explain a great deal. As soon as the Ice King delivered his crushing blow, our hero's heart was torn in two. He died, and the hunters immediately sent the phenomenon's energy vanish from the world of the living. Now it's unclear who will stop all these monsters. All that remains is to unite and fight, fully aware that this may be humanity's final battle. At that moment, some incredible shadow force took possession of the dead body of the hunter Jinwoo. The monsters realized they had to immediately prevent the true King of Death from appearing. These guys were so focused on intervening that they didn't look around and didn't notice that someone was trying to stop them. Jinwoo's father had been lurking in the shadows the whole time. Only now had the moment come for Seong-hwan to finally step into the light. He drew his weapons and declared that no living creature had the right to lay a hand on his child. In another world where nothing had yet begun, there existed light and darkness, until an absolute being split these energies and created the messengers of God. There were lords who sought to destroy the world, and messengers who tried to sustain its existence. Time and again, they clashed in brutal battles until they grew weary, and turned to the most radiant fragment of all, that is, to the absolute deity. The Silver Angels asked the deity for help so they could finally defeat the lords. All of this was necessary to ensure safety and peace, but the absolute deity gave no answer. Then the radiant fragments realized that their battle was merely entertainment for the deity, and that the deity never wanted it to end. Everyone worshipped the absolute deity, proved their loyalty, and shed their own blood for the sake of respect. This is precisely how general discipline was maintained. There were far more who chose death than those who wanted to live, for even by following the commandments, they ultimately faced death. As long as the absolute deity exists, the war will never end, so they continued to kill one another with drawn swords. It was clear to everyone that sooner or later a rebellion would inevitably begin. It was only a matter of time. The Lord of Darkness was the only messenger of God who decided to stand against the rebellion of the other beings. He was extremely unlucky because he had a negligible number of warriors at his disposal, and they all perished one after another without ever reaching the summit. It seemed as though this was the end, but while in the darkness, he finally opened his eyes and saw the world from a different perspective. He realized that the supreme deity had hidden a great power from him, a power that now resided within his body. He was able to turn you all into his army and once again gained a chance to achieve his cherished goal. The rebellious Shadow soldiers marched forward to continue the war, but by the time the Lord of Shadows returned, it was already over. The great deity had been destroyed, and the rebellion had led to its inevitable outcome. The particles of light killed the absolute deity and proclaimed themselves rulers. They even managed to seize the deity's weapon and attack the lords. As a result, Ledya, the king of the giants, fell into the ruler's hands. The balance of power was disrupted. The lords realized that their defeat was imminent, and the Shadow King extended a hand to them. They had no choice. To win, they were forced to accept his help. Yet at the same time, the Shadow King was no longer a particle of light, nor a messenger of God. He became the Lord of Shadows, fighting alongside the other lords for a common cause. Time was on his side. The corpses and souls left behind after the war swelled his ranks and made the Lord even stronger. He fought shoulder to shoulder with the Destruction Squad, led by the King of the Mad Dragons. Rulers and even lords began to fear him. In the end, two lords joined forces and attacked from behind. The Shadow King's army suffered losses. Perhaps great power always goes hand in hand with envy and betrayal. This is an eternal truth that remains relevant throughout the ages. The king of wild beasts abandoned his army and fled, while the demon king Biran was unable to escape the wrath of the king of darkness. After that, the battle ended, and the Silver Riders appeared. They could have banished him into oblivion forever, but the rulers desired reconciliation. This was their way of showing respect. Apparently, the Lord of Shadows failed to seize his chance and began to be rude to the rulers. To bring the battle to a complete end, the Lord of Shadows is willing to die and relinquish his powers. The rulers refused to do so. They said that enough blood had been shed and it was time to return to a peaceful life. At that moment, the Lord of Shadows' mind was in utter chaos, and he could find no solution. He nevertheless decided to go into hiding to regain his strength and return for revenge. By that time, the Demon King was in his eternal imprisonment. He still had to take revenge on the King of Beasts, who had attacked him from behind. However, without his help, the Lord suffered enormous losses and ultimately lost the battle to the rulers. After biding his time, the Lord of Darkness reappeared before them. Despite the conflict, the Dragon Emperor gladly welcomed his old friend back into the ranks of the lords. Together, they planned to launch a new battle and found a world where they could raise a new army. This world was called Earth. The people didn't stand a chance. They couldn't escape total annihilation. In the demonic castle, Jinwoo had already witnessed scenes of the city and the entire world being destroyed. It was a vision of the past. The lords constantly seek to destroy, while the rulers, on the contrary, try to preserve, which is why balance is always difficult to achieve. The rulers noticed the enemy approaching and sent military forces there, but they were too late. Their hearts filled with rage when they saw what had happened. To correct their mistake, they used an object that contained the power of an absolute deity. The god's weapon is the Chalice of Rebirth, the most powerful artifact capable of turning back time by a full 10 years. The rulers did everything in their power to save this world, but the earth was too weak. Without magic, the planet could not withstand the war between the lords and the rulers. No matter who had won, the earth would have been destroyed anyway. In the end, the rulers decided to save at least some people so that life could continue in this world.
That is how the hunters came to be. It was all made possible by the rulers who wanted to protect the people of Earth.
The demon castle is merely a fragment of the past, left behind by the Lord of Shadows. This world has already survived destruction. Only now has phenomenon from Korea realized this. The lords are unable to influence the flow of time, but they can sense changes. While the rulers try to correct their mistakes, the lords are building up their power and waiting for the power of the Chalice of Rebirth to run dry. There is no such thing as infinite power. Even an absolute deity was destroyed by its own creations. Jinwoo still can't believe that the children killed their creator. They observed the ruler for a long time and gained experience. They also drew power from the supreme deity until they had accumulated enough energy to destroy him. To strengthen the world, the rulers granted people magical energy. By slaying monsters, they spread mana throughout the land. The lords began to take over human bodies and build up their army much faster than the rulers had anticipated. By harnessing the ruler's magic, they aim to turn the land into a massive trap so they can destroy everyone at once. For a lord to enter this world, he needs a body capable of withstanding the power, but such a body is hard to find. A wizard approached the King of Darkness with a proposal. He promised to find a suitable person for him, and in return asked to become immortal. No living creature can come to terms with death, so this desire was entirely justified. This wizard planned to find a person with a high level of receptivity to magic, a powerful body, and a strong mind. He was looking for someone who could contain the power of the Lord of Darkness within themselves, an impossible task. So the Lord of Darkness took a different approach. He took a liking to a man who was incredibly weak, constantly walking a tightrope and risking his life, yet managing to escape death every time. He found Jinwoo, and despite all his creator's objections, chose him specifically. It remains only to reiterate that the King of Darkness is the story of Jinwoo's struggle, proof of his resistance, and a reward for his suffering. Even so, the hunter's body could not fully accept the Lord's power. To achieve this, the creator used what people love most, so that the hunter's body could grow accustomed to the King of Darkness's powers. He used entertainment. The system gradually transformed the human body, and that is precisely why the system was so much like a game. However, the King of Darkness betrayed the creator. He constantly witnessed the ruler's remorse and the Lord's betrayals, and in the end, he could not choose a side. He enjoyed the time he spent with Jinwoo and eventually realized he didn't want to lose any of it. He merged with this man, and now it no longer matters which of them is the master of the body, for they are one. Therefore, Jinwoo has been given the right to choose. He can live in the King of Darkness's realm and choose the reality he prefers. Or he could return and fight the very same rulers who had banished him into oblivion. The Lord did not want to fight the rulers. He joined the other lords because there was a place for him there. Jinwoo feels much the same way. He realizes there is no place for him here. In response, the King of Darkness merely changed his appearance, transforming into Gongyi, and smiled slightly. Now he will find peace, while Jinwoo will become a Lord of Darkness and gain immortality. They will never meet again. Now Jinwoo will gain incredible power he could never have dreamed of before. All this time, he had been forcing dead warriors to rise from hell. Now he had to perform this trick on himself. The system deletion code was entered, the system's restrictions were lifted, and all of the Shadow Master's soldiers regained their original stats. Jinwoo confirmed his desire to delete the system, thereby initiating a process that could no longer be reversed. The monsters were terrified. They realized that the particle of light had returned to protect Jinwoo. Now, because of this, a terrible catastrophe will occur, one from which there will be no escape. In this conversation, the particle of light refers to our hero's father, who is risking his own life to save his son. He doesn't care what happens next. If he has to die, he is ready to embrace his fate with open arms. Fighting two lords at the same time is no walk in the park, even for a master like Songwon. Nevertheless, he reads his opponent's trajectories perfectly and stays one step ahead. You can immediately see in him the movements of a fighter who has survived countless battles and spilled a sea of blood. His martial arts skill is at the very pinnacle of what's possible. This battle is a pleasure to watch. Now it's clear where Jinwoo got such incredible genes. He couldn't have spent his whole life as a failure. An incredible aura of mana began to emanate from the area, a sign of the Shadow Lord's return. The King of Beasts had promised to help destroy the Lord of Shadows, but now he's preparing to flee, just as he did in the last war. He didn't expect the man to become a true King of Darkness, so he wishes the Lord of Cold good luck. The cowardly dog managed to escape, leaving his companion alone to face death. The Lord of Cold and Ice prepared to unleash his full potential. He has no choice left. Either he destroys everyone now, or he himself will be torn to pieces. Cold is a powerful weapon, but sometimes there are beings who can melt any ice. Sanwan is not a pathetic man who doesn't know his place. No, this guy knows exactly what he's doing. Even if mortal danger looms over him, he will still act in the name of justice. A massive icy comet was about to destroy this warrior, but the shadow soldier Bear intervened in the battle. Bear received instant reinforcements. Now he's not alone at all. This means that the shadow soldiers have just regained their original power and escaped from the icy trap. All of this can point to only one outcome. The true king of the shadow monsters has returned from oblivion. Jinwoo has long since sworn to avenge Gunny's death. Now he will not let the Lord of Cold escape without his permission. The gap in their power is now incredibly vast. The Lord of Cold will no longer feel safe. He is completely alone. The creatures that came here to support him in this battle are no longer by his side. Shadow energy spread throughout the world and engulfed the entire planet, thereby confirming Jinwoo's incredible power. At that moment, the Lord of Ice saw an opportunity that would never come again. His enemy had turned his back on him. Despite the difference in strength and his inner uncertainty, the Ice King resolved to take a bold step. He prepared to deliver a fatal blow. This guy understood that if he missed such an opportunity, he would never make it out of there alive. So he tried to kill Jinwoo with the very first blow. Our protagonist wasn't nervous at all. It was clear that after recent events, he seemed to have found a new sense of clarity. The Korean phenomenon easily parried this unexpected attack, as if he'd known it was coming all along. The former speck of light had transformed into the Lord of Shadows, but Jinwoo had no intention of rushing to kill the Ice King right away. He'll make him wait for his death, and to start with, he'll go in search of the King of Beasts to take revenge on him first. This guy wasted too much time on a pointless skirmish with the Ice Lord and is now desperately trying to hide from his death. He must have been terribly upset when he realized that the Lord of Shadows had found him almost immediately. Now he can't escape and senses an incredible power he can't withstand. All that's left is to admit defeat and bow his head before the king. His instincts were telling him in every way possible that he needed to ask for forgiveness and hope that the Lord of Shadows would take pity on him. When Jinwoo calmed down, the King of Beasts thought he was facing nothing more than a foolish imposter. A true Shadow King would never forgive betrayal, which meant he was facing an ordinary guy who had gained a little power. Jinwoo declared that he would be willing to forgive the King of Beasts only if he could withstand 5 of his blows. This was a terrible insult to the aggressive monster, one he could not bear, and he immediately launched an attack. The Shadow King swiftly punished this guy for his aggressive actions and showed that he was now nothing more than a house dog. There were still 4 blows left that this dog would have to endure, or else close his eyes once and for all. At the same time, in Seoul, the Ice King was trying to come up with a plan to escape and save himself. He noticed that the ant was busy healing people and that practically no one was watching him right now. The problem was the Knight of Death, who had noticed the Ice King's movements and decided to personally monitor the situation. Igris is the right-hand man of the Lord of Shadows and will carry out any of his orders while his master is away. Very soon, a portal opened, and the true King of Death, the hunter son Jinwoo, emerged from it. He tossed several blood-stained teeth onto the floor, thereby confirming that the Lord of Fangs was dead. In just a few minutes, Jinwoo found and single-handedly killed the King of Beasts. His power is beyond comprehension. The deaths of the 3 lords will serve as a warning to all the others. They must realize that their era has come to an end. Although the Ice King tried to put up a fight, the difference in their levels was so obvious that it wasn't even interesting to watch. All this time, Jinwoo had been harboring incredible rage. He dreamed of avenging his friend, Mr. Gun-hee, the president of the Hunters Association. Now all that remained was to make one final movement with his hand and look into those eyes filled with fear. The Ice King had lost all his divinity and turned into an ordinary guy whose knees were shaking with the fear of death. It seems the dungeon is closing, and now humanity can breathe a sigh of relief for a while. Jinwoo tried to find the man who had protected him during the battle, but the man had vanished, leaving behind only a single dagger. In fact, that person is still nearby, but he is seriously wounded after the battle with the Ice Lord and the King of Beasts. He senses that strange things are beginning to happen to his body. Apparently this is the result of a mere mortal using divine power. In any case, that was enough for him. But at that moment, a man appeared before him who had no intention of letting him go. Did he really think he could just walk away like that without saying a word to his own son? Jinwoo had long dreamed of meeting his father, and for many years he was convinced they would never meet again until the moment of truth arrived. As mentioned earlier, the gate is a massive portal that summons monsters into the human world. Sanwan was supposed to escape the dungeon within an hour of killing the boss, but ended up trapped between dimensions. The rulers found him and offered him their power in exchange for his help in stopping the lords. The Lord of Shadows, who was due to appear shortly, posed a particular threat to them. A man standing on the brink of destruction is always ready to seize the chance that fate has given him. The rulers sent him back to Earth to carry out the mission they had entrusted to him, but he was unable to complete it. The problem was that Sanwan realized his son was the Lord of Shadows, and that revelation turned his entire world upside down. Even knowing that Jinwoo's body harbored a terrible catastrophe that would lead to the death of all humanity, he could only watch him from a distance. After some time, the rulers, who had been doing everything in their power to prevent the King of the Dead from entering this world, began to change their minds. In the end, the brightest particle of light gave Songhwan a new order. to change his original plan and protect the Lord of Shadows. They realized that with the true power of the King of the Dead, they could finally defeat their rivals and end this eternal war. That is precisely why his father came to help his son, even though he didn't want to appear before him in that form. He was convinced that Jinwoo had hated him all this time because he had disappeared many years ago and never returned home. In reality, none of that was true. When Jinwoo became a hunter, when he found himself on the brink of death, and when he managed to survive anyway, he thought about his father all the time. Every time he missed him, he hoped his father felt the same way. And that was absolutely true. His father is pleased that his son has grown into a worthy man who fights for humanity and upholds noble ideals. They embraced after many years of separation, but deep down, Jinwoo hated the rulers. They had used his father and then simply thrown him away like trash. But in reality, it was just a choice, and Seong-hwan had chosen to protect his son. He hadn't been able to be a good father and regrets that he won't be able to stay by his side and forget everything for a while just to be with his son. His body was shattered, crumbling like an hourglass, broken in the final seconds before the final countdown. For many years, Jinwoo had dreamed of his family being reunited, but as soon as he got his wish, his father left him again. At that moment, our hero's mother was at home with her daughter, watching the rain fall. For a split second, his mother felt very vulnerable and told her daughter that now they could move away without worry. It was as if she sensed that her husband would never return to this house. It was all over, and there was no point in waiting any longer. Jinwoo looked incredibly aggressive and decided to immediately turn to the rulers, who must have been watching him all this time. They all must pay for what happened today. He would make them suffer and beg for mercy, dealing his cruel blows of fate over and over again. The moment the Lord's roar shook the ground, the long-awaited war finally began. Many ambulances, fire trucks, and police cars appeared in the city center. Thomas Andre's life is no longer in danger. He was treated in time for his injuries, and now he's sure to return to active duty. The monsters that attacked the city no longer pose a threat to ordinary residents. They have been reduced to ashes, and the main characters have returned to their homes. The hunter's world was left in ruins. They had never faced such a threat before and realized they were no longer worthy defenders of the planet. It was only thanks to Jinwoo's incredible skills that they managed to defend themselves against the evil demons. But what will happen next time? The Hunters Association announced that it was impossible to determine exactly who the monsters that had appeared were, but the damage they caused was incredibly vast. There were only a few days left until the impending catastrophe. The gate had not closed after all, which meant that the worst was yet to come. Hunters from all over the world began gathering to unite and prepare for the final battle. Looking at these enormous gates, they felt helpless, even though they had always been certain that they were the masters of their own destiny. The obstacle in their path is unimaginable and vast, so even the bravest soldiers feel their knees tremble. For the first time in history, so many top-ranked hunters have gathered in one place. But the real question is, how many of them will survive the final battle? Only Jinwoo remained calm. He gazed into the distance as if seeing nothing, instead looking deep within himself. Very soon, the gates would open and an incredible responsibility would fall on his shoulders, the responsibility for people who cannot defend themselves, for his family, and for his friends. When the gates opened, the hunters saw an army approaching them, but then they all simply gaped in surprise. Instead of seeing an army of monsters, the hunters saw an army of shadow soldiers, exactly like the ones Jinwoo commands. There were countless such creatures, all different from one another and looking as ferocious as possible. The hunters prepared for battle. They raised their swords and waited for the command to attack, but instead heard an order to hold their ground. Jinwoo ordered everyone to stay where they were. None of the hunters understood what he was thinking or what he planned to do. Was he really going to face such a massive horde of monsters without launching a preemptive strike? A massive general of the shadow soldiers approached the Korean phenomenon. For several seconds, they simply stood in silence, staring into each other's eyes. After that, Grand Marshal Baliant knelt before the Lord of Shadows and bowed his head submissively. Every member of the Shadow Army did the same. The hunters couldn't understand what was happening. It seemed as though they had fallen asleep and were seeing some kind of incomprehensible vision. They were observing at least 3 beings, each of whom could wipe all of humanity off the face of the earth. Yet the monsters weren't attacking. On the contrary, they were bowing to their lord. This meant that a true Shadow Army had arrived. The legacy of the legendary Lord of Darkness named Ashbon. From this moment on, a real war will begin, but now Jinwoo will be able to call upon not just a small handful of soldiers, but a full-fledged army. The fear and panic subsided very quickly. Several days passed before a meeting was held at the Korean Hunters Association. Today, the entire emergency response meeting room is packed with representatives from the association. The American Association wants to know the location, and there are many other issues on the agenda as well. The last few days have been very tense because hundreds of thousands of monsters have emerged through the enormous gate, and they have all bowed down before Jinwoo. Right now, this guy is calmly spending time outdoors with his army. He has gained incredible strength and power at his disposal, which he now needs to learn how to wield. He has already divided the troops to conduct a training battle. Not even the Grand Marshal had ever considered such a method of commanding an army. Since these warriors cannot die anyway, they can be made to fight each other over and over again. Ant Bear came here to become a Grand Marshal as well, and to do so, he'll have to challenge Balian. The Lord of Shadows had no objection to a battle between the candidates. Why not watch from the sidelines and have a little fun? The Grand Marshal immediately demonstrated his power, thereby confirming his intention to remain the only one of his kind. If Bear the Ant wants even the slightest chance of winning, he'll need to act as quickly and unpredictably as possible. This will require speed and honed instincts. At this level, the battle won't last long. This means that endurance isn't the key factor in this battle, because the ant's greatest strength is its resilience. This guy can withstand an incredible blow of fate, then get back up and show with his whole demeanor that he's ready to keep going. Now let's step aside for a moment and see what's happening at Beijing Capital International Airport. Here you can meet a 7-star hunter named Kang, who has finally returned to his homeland. He and many other hunters went to Korea to provide reinforcements. Now they've returned home as heroes. Most people support the hunter's decision, but there are those who don't understand why China should expend its resources to help another country. Perhaps these people don't realize that if Korea is destroyed, a hostile army will soon invade Chinese territory as well. It is often said that coincidences are not coincidental, and today is precisely such a case. No sooner had it been mentioned that trouble could reach Chinese soil than a massive underground complex was discovered in the heart of Beijing. History repeats itself. First, the Japanese faced problems, then the Koreans, and now trouble has reached the gates of China's home. News that the Lord of Shadows had switched to the human side quickly spread throughout the abyss. It seems the monsters are beginning to prepare for the war they've been waiting for so long. Planet Earth will become the battleground for this conflict. Meanwhile, the battle between the Shadow Soldiers was still raging, even after such a long period of fighting. Ant Bear looked very tired and was clearly losing the battle, but he stubbornly got back up and continued fighting. He refused to give up. It was immediately clear that this guy was obsessed with the position of Grand Marshal so he could stand beside his king during battles. He doesn't understand that even an ordinary general can stand beside Jin Woo. You don't have to be a Grand Marshal to do so. Jin Woo isn't in a hurry to send his soldiers to the Shadow Vault because it would be too stuffy for them there. These guys have already waited so long for their lord between dimensions. Now he'd like to make their lives just a little bit better. Belion became the first soldier in the army of the legendary Lord Ashbon. He had served him for a long time and had never once doubted the decisions he made. Now, Jin Woo would like to hear the full story of these legendary warriors, even though the story will turn out to be very long. Long ago, Balion was the fruit of the world tree, an infinitely vast tree capable of covering the heavens with its branches, and it was then that he met the Lord. The phenomenon listened to this story for a long time and only then calmly returned home to think about what to do next. The Lord's army will soon arrive on Earth. The people must be warned that war is about to begin. Jin Woo cannot promise people that they will be safe. It is unlikely that the world will remain the same after the war. The power of the Lord of Destruction, which Jin Woo had seen in Ashbon's memories, was terrifyingly immense. The Dragon King and his troops will destroy everything in their path. Their primary goal is to conquer the Earth. Not only Jin Woo, but every single person must prepare for this battle and understand that anything could happen. During a family dinner, someone knocked on the door. As always, the hunter tensed up, knowing that enemies were the only ones who usually came unannounced. When he opened the door, he saw 3 well-dressed men standing there who asked him to spare them a few moments. He immediately recognized Mr. Han, who is Jinho's father, and agreed to go for a walk with him. Han realizes that his awakening from eternal sleep couldn't have happened just like that. Miracles like that don't happen. He has no choice but to begin suspecting Jin Woo of being the one who helped him recover. Mr. Han has long since earned the hunter's trust. If he were a bad person, Jin Woo would never have put himself in danger to save him. Mr. Han is a very wealthy man and now wants to thank the hunter and grant him any request. In reality, Jin Woo doesn't need anything, but if something were to happen to him, he would want someone to take care of his family. Meanwhile, news that a new dungeon had been discovered in China reached the Hunters Association in Korea. A total of 8 massive gates have appeared simultaneously around the world. Jin Woo declared that these are not shadow soldiers. Real enemies have come to Earth. The association's chairman must trust his friend and listen very carefully to everything he's about to tell him. He'll have to take his word for it, and to do so, Jin Woo is ready to touch the chairman's head to show him all the necessary information. Mr. Chol was shocked when all these images of the past and future began swirling in his head. He couldn't believe it was real. It seemed to him that God had given people powers to save them, and he believed that the hunter's destiny was to protect humanity. Now he realizes that if Jin Woo is telling the truth, then he had been too presumptuous and naive. All his assumptions turned out to be wrong. It's now becoming clear that only a small handful of people will survive this terrible battle. The real war is not between humans and the lords at all, but between the lords and the rulers, whose power far surpasses that of all of humanity. Is Jin Woo really going to challenge them on his own? That sounds foolish, though one must consider that the phenomenon now commands a massive army of shadows. The only question remaining is how hunters from around the world, and especially those in Korea, can help him. Very soon, an interesting event took place where people from all over the world could meet. All the countries that responded to the Korean Hunters Association's request have already arrived. After yesterday's conversation, Mr. Chol looks far too pale. Apparently, Jin Woo told him something important. Mr. Chol learned about an army of enormous dragons and their commander-in-chief, a figure so mighty that it seems no hunter could even leave a scratch on him. Mr. Chol sensed an overwhelming sense of fear and the feeling that he was capable of burning all the lands of this world to the ground with a single breath. Representatives from various countries had gathered for the phenomenon, and now Jin Woo had personally appeared at the event. It's unclear how he plans to fight the other rulers, but this guy probably has a plan. When people learn the truth, chaos will ensue, for not every country can handle such pressure. Today, the truth will be revealed to the world. Humanity deserves to understand what it will have to face. David Bremen is clearly nervous because he fully understands that the pillars of society have gathered here. He hopes that Jinwoo will step forward now and reassure everyone by saying that he'll easily destroy all the monsters. In reality, things turned out to be far more prosaic. The hunter immediately declared that they were facing an extremely difficult battle. No one will be able to avoid the battle. The monsters that will appear before their eyes will destroy everything to the ground. Of course, people's first reaction will be to reject this information. They're afraid to believe something so terrible. Jinwoo pays no attention to this. Hundreds of monsters, far stronger than the dragon Kamish, which caused a terrible catastrophe in America, will emerge from the gates. Not even national-level hunters will be able to stop these creatures. Jinwoo realized that proof was needed here, so with a single wave of his hand, he opened several enormous shadow portals. Their enemies are capable of creating any gate they wish, but humanity still has time. Monsters will descend upon the earth, so the only option is to flee and get as far away from the portals as possible. As soon as this information leaked to the media, the whole world was plunged into chaos. Everyone quoted Jinwoo and repeated that they needed to flee as far away as possible. When people heard that the apocalypse was approaching, they threw all their efforts into fleeing as far away from the portals as possible. Meanwhile, Jinwoo was preparing for battle and training his shadow army. If Jinwoo were to die in battle, the shadow army would immediately vanish into nothingness because the warriors are bound to their master. The enemies will exploit this weakness and try to destroy the Korean phenomenon. The enemy army is much larger than the army of shadow soldiers. It numbers approximately 10 million warriors. Jay Mills, a top-ranked Canadian hunter, believes that everything Jinwoo said is utter nonsense. No matter how magnificent the Korean phenomenon may be, that doesn't mean his words are as true as his skills. Canadian hunters are already rallying around this guy, and other countries have also begun preparing for their own raids. No one wants to give Jinwoo the power to decide the fate of humanity. The hunters want to fight for their own lives and the lives of their families themselves. To start with, our hero will head to China. He won't be able to take on all the armies at once. To do this, he'll have to eliminate the threat closest to his family first, and only then can he move on to the other lords. Not only officials, but also the 7-star hunter Kang came to greet the Korean phenomenon. He wanted to personally greet the global superstar and show him the local dungeon. The gates are visible right from the airport. This time they look especially massive and intimidating. In addition to people in stylish suits, 100,000 of China's strongest and bravest hunters have gathered here. The sight of these warriors is mesmerizing. It's not just their numbers that matter. These guys are true professionals in their field, and their skills are top-notch. Jinwoo didn't come alone either. His personal army is always by his side. Ant Bear doesn't like it when someone takes his place next to the ruler, even if it's a Chinese ally. The dungeon breach is already beginning, so we need to prepare for battle and wait for the enemy's advance. So far, no energy can be sensed. The same is happening at other gates around the world. This means that all the gates were empty, and Jinwoo had been mistaken in his plans all along. He thought the lords had set up gates all over the world and divided their army, but that's not the case at all. They simply concentrated all their forces in the place farthest from him in order to deliver the most devastating blow possible. The Canadian hunters aren't about to cower at a time when everyone around them is pinning their hopes solely on Jinwoo. People aren't going to abandon their homes because they believe the hunters will protect their lives from danger. They call Jinwoo a storyteller who invented a non-existent danger. In their view, dungeons have appeared many times all over the world, and the hunters have always repelled the threat. These people's foolishness knows no bounds. Even now, when a single creature has emerged from the gate, they're about to rejoice and think they'll defeat it quickly. The creature that emerged from the gate looked very much like a human, as if it were yet another hunter who had emerged from the abyss. This guy had come to find the local king and hold brief negotiations with him. The hunters were surprised that he spoke to them in human language rather than the language of monsters. So humans and monsters can communicate, and that's exactly how Jinwoo managed to subdue the shadow soldiers, or so Jay thought. The monster that emerged from the gate realized that he wasn't actually speaking to the king. The human king was somewhere else. Meanwhile, Jinwoo was trying to find out what was happening in Canada and in all the other remote parts of the world. He called Mr. Adam White and learned the terrible news he had been so afraid to hear. Adam and his colleagues from the American Hunters Association had traveled to the neighboring country to support the local population. They couldn't just stand by and watch the Canadian gate and pretend it didn't concern them, so a large group of people from America had gathered there. These guys didn't realize the scale of the incident until a human-like monster emerged from the gate. As soon as Jinwoo heard that phrase, he immediately ordered everyone in Canada to flee immediately. They needed to get in their cars and drive as far away as possible, but by the time that phrase was uttered, it was already too late. The hunters in the front line were burned alive after being attacked by the man who emerged from the dungeon. In just a few seconds, the country's strongest hunters were reduced to charcoal, all because they considered themselves the toughest warriors on Earth. Adam was extremely lucky that a shadow soldier, left behind by Jinwoo, was right beside him. He tried to save the representative of the American Hunters Association, but at that moment, the monster interrupted the conversation. Adam felt a shiver run down his spine. He had never been so afraid of death in his entire life. The Lord of Destruction, also known as the Dragon Emperor, had no intention of letting the Shadow Soldier slip away unharmed, so he was ready to destroy him. Jinwoo should have analyzed the situation more carefully from the very beginning. He should have realized that the attack would take place in one specific location. In the end, the 8 gates opened only to deceive the phenomenon, while the entire army turned out to be concentrated in the spot farthest from him. A fatal setback has befallen our hero. His plan has turned into a burst soap bubble, and now he must act as quickly as possible. Monsters are already beginning to fill the land of Canada. If they aren't stopped, they'll quickly spread across the entire world. Preparations were complete. The Dragon Lord ordered his warriors to immediately destroy everything they saw around them. Desperate journalists were near the epicenter of the events and transmitted their video footage to the television department. Within a few hours, people all over the world already knew that a catastrophe had begun, one that would be difficult to stop. Most likely, everyone who had been gathered near the gates of Canada had already perished. Hunters, agents, reporters. None of them could be saved. Hundreds of dragons appeared, and behind them, like a tsunami, came giants, wild beasts, and something resembling insects. This catastrophe is beyond human control. Very soon, these creatures will reach America, and only now does it become clear why Jinwoo ordered everyone to flee. The president of the American Hunters Association was ready to admit that the world had come to an end, when, at that very moment, the phenomenon appeared before him. He had come here to finally retrieve the runestone left behind by a dragon named Kamish. Right now, the stone belongs to the American Hunters Association, but that no longer matters. Now, no authority holds any significance. The entire planet is threatened with extinction, so if Jinwoo wants something, let him take whatever he wants. He'll use the stone as a tool for a counterattack. We'll see exactly how that plays out later. With this stone, one can hunt monsters much more effectively. The rulers have always wanted the land to be saturated with mana through fierce battles between humans and monsters. Human casualties are merely a byproduct, not the ultimate goal. The stone, in which the monster's abilities are sealed, is a manifestation of the ruler's concern for making it easier for humans to hunt monsters. Jinwoo would try to put a stop to all this chaos, and to do so, he had to ask the association's president for one more thing. He had to arrange a meeting with Miss Selner, who hadn't expected to see the phenomenon at such a late hour. She sensed that his energy had changed and that she was speaking to someone different from the person she had known before. Before, the darkness had been hidden somewhere deep inside Jinwoo. Now, he is entirely darkness. Norma had said she could see the future. Now Jinwoo asks her to look into his own future. To do this, she had to take his hand and feel the incredible aura flowing through his veins. It's hard to believe that one person could carry such a heavy burden. It seems as though he's willing to sacrifice himself for everyone else. Jinwoo heard everything he wanted to hear, and then said he no longer intended to stay in that house. He still had too much to do. Planet Earth is witnessing a new sunrise. Right now, its inhabitants aren't sure if they'll ever have the chance to enjoy this miracle again in the future. Phenomenon gazed into the distance, trying to make sense of his inner feelings. A few minutes later, he took out his phone to make one last call. Right now, he wanted to hear her voice. The voice of the girl who plays an important role in his life without even realizing it. She was preparing for battle alongside the other hunters, and asked Jinwoo to promise her something before the fight. Phenomenon listened to her request and promised that he would definitely come to see her. It's unclear what he was thinking at that moment when he spoke those words, whether he believed they would meet again or whether he said it just to reassure her. As soon as the phone call ended, hunters from all over the world prepared for the final battle. The moment of truth has arrived for each of them. Now they are at the very edge of their lives, peering into a terrifying unknown. Each one is trying to recall the best moments they've experienced before, to remember their victories and give themselves hope ahead of the coming battle. Now even the bravest and most fearless warriors feel doubt creeping into their souls. Before our very eyes, the Alliance of Hunters from Asia and Europe has been formed, along with a temporary coalition of African guilds and the Alliance of Emergency Countermeasures of the Federated States. They have all united for a single purpose: to take to the battlefield and give their lives to save humanity. Deep down, everyone understands that death awaits them, but for the sake of future generations, they must fight to the last drop of blood. The planet has not yet plunged completely into chaos, which means that hope still lives on in the hearts of these desperate avengers. Thousands of people have already lost their lives, yet the legendary Lord of Darkness continues to hide. His enemy can be certain that the moment is drawing near when Jinwoo will step onto the battlefield and show what he is capable of. Canada is already turning to ashes. Everyone is waiting for the phenomenon to appear, but the horizon remains clear. The Lords realize that their enemy is plotting something. A massive army has united all military forces and hidden itself in a world of chaos. Monsters shouldn't think that there's only one threat to them in this world, because that's simply not true. Besides the Korean phenomenon, there are many other powerful individuals ready to defy their fate and fight despite the difference in their levels. They aren't necessarily hunters. They are also ordinary people and soldiers who will risk their lives today to protect hope. As long as their hearts keep beating, they will never trade a bright future for deep darkness. Unfortunately, we must admit that their strength is too insignificant compared to the creatures that have emerged from the dungeon. Without the help of people with magical energy, they cannot escape these terrible events, which is why Jin Woo must come to their aid. He is currently in his castle, where his entire shadow army is stationed, ready to engage in battle. He sits on his throne, deep in thought. One can only guess what he is waiting for and what he hopes to gain through his patience. His closest warriors are very worried about their master. They advise him to retreat, since the forces are completely unequal. He has to explain to them that there are times when one cannot stand idly by, even in the face of danger. Sometimes one must step into hero mode. Jin Woo is certain that, in his place, the legendary Lord of Darkness, Ashbon, would have done exactly the same. He would not have backed down and would have pressed forward. Now the soul of the legendary King of Death has merged with the hunter's soul. They have become one, and in doing so, have transformed into a single entity.
All the senior soldiers of the Shadow Army vow to fight until the very last moment and never retreat.
Finally, Jin Woo refused to call his family, because if he heard their voices, he wouldn't be able to carry out everything he had planned. At that very moment, Canada felt abandoned to its fate. Chaos reigned there. People were trying everything they could to survive, but the battle against these hellish creatures was too much for them. Even when it seemed like you were already hidden and could feel safe, a monster would always appear out of nowhere and launch its brutal attack. One of the soldiers who had already prepared himself to die was lucky today. At first, he even thought that God had come down from heaven to protect him. In reality, standing before him was the Korean phenomenon Song Jin-woo, who had finally emerged from his fortress to save humanity. All this time, he had been preparing for battle, and now nothing can frighten him, and no one will force him to retreat. The incredible power of the Lord of Darkness is ready to challenge the vast army of monsters from the abyss. The time has come to take the first step. The war has begun, and now there is no turning back from all his schemes and plans. If our hero fails to defeat his enemies, no one else will be able to protect humanity from extinction. The lords are trying to assemble an army to attack and destroy the Shadow King in one fell swoop. But at the same time, they realize this could be a trap. In the shadows, Jin Woo's soldiers are nowhere to be seen. It's clear that he's operating by spreading out his forces and plotting some cunning strategy. It seems as though the phenomenon is stalling for time, yet his enemies do not understand what exactly he is waiting for or how he plans to win this battle. Communication with the hunters who went out to confront the monster has been cut off. The US government has mobilized the military and is evacuating the population. Mr. Chul watches the tragedy unfolding on the other side of the planet. The monsters have already reached even America, the country with the most powerful military. Even such immense power cannot stand up to the monsters. All that remains is to pray and wait for a miracle named Jin Woo. The souls of the new warriors joined the phenomenon. They were like massive tsunamis crashing down on the battlefield. Each one wanted to earn their master's respect, and because of this, everything gradually turned black. The army of monsters from the dungeon was several times larger than the army of shadow soldiers, but the warriors' skill levels were worlds apart. In such a short time, Jin Woo had managed to significantly raise the level of his warriors, and now they were beginning to reap the rewards of their grueling training. The scale of this battle cannot be overstated. It won't end in the next few minutes, so you need to prepare for a very intense and prolonged battle. Clearing this entire perimeter of the monsters that have escaped from the dungeon will require great endurance and strength. The army of destruction has already begun its assault, yet the Dragon Emperor's energy is nowhere to be felt. Apparently, he doesn't want to leave his cozy nest just yet, but don't lose hope. There's still plenty of time left. Jin Woo must force the Dragon Emperor out of his lair. To do this, he can summon a special shadow soldier. Jin Woo has clearly prepared well for this battle, but a fight against dragons always has two sides to it. These creatures possess incredible firepower and very strong defenses, so defeating even the most ordinary dragon becomes a difficult task. Jin Woo doesn't like it when people show him disrespect, so even if a dragon is massive, it will be destroyed. Up until now, we've said that a dragon's skin is very hard to pierce. Presumably, this rule applies to all living creatures except the Lord of Shadows. With every minute of the battle, he grows stronger, gaining confidence and a surge of energy. The Lord of Transformations will remain here and prepare for a surprise attack by the Shadow Army. The most interesting part is about to begin. The soldiers continue to defend themselves fiercely and are doing everything in their power to destroy the enemy, thereby preventing a catastrophe. If this battle is lost, the monsters will spread to other continents, and by then it will be virtually impossible to stop them. Global panic will ensue, and few will dare to fight, for everyone will know that even mighty America could not stand up to such a powerful enemy. To prevent this from happening, it's not enough to simply unite and fight. We need strength, skill, and energy capable of challenging the unknown. Thomas Andre possesses all of the qualities listed above. He took a long time to recover from the last battle, but now he's ready for combat. He calls on his scavenger guild to unite and show these monsters that they are not welcome here at all. The King of Monsters has already spotted Thomas. He doesn't like that this man is once again trying to stop the legendary rulers. Last time, he nearly destroyed the King of Beasts, and now he's trying once again to thwart the plans of the superior race. In reality, Thomas is far from alone. This guy can always stand up for himself, but today he has powerful backing. By joining forces with the Shadow Soldiers, he's ready to become even stronger, and then no monster will be able to defeat him. Human forces are growing increasingly powerful, which means the lords must call upon the Dragon Emperor for help. Right now, it's difficult to establish contact with the Dragon Emperor because the wizard among the Shadow Warriors has interfered with the process. Neither the Lord of Shadows nor his soldiers could have devised such a strategy. This is not the behavior of a shadow army that used to charge forward, sweeping everything in its path. Only a calm and level-headed person who knows what he wants and how to achieve his goal could behave this way. The ant has made unprecedented progress recently. Now he won't let anyone insult his king. Although Bear is just an ordinary soldier, his self-confidence is so high that he can challenge the Lord of Monsters. At the same time, his master was in the northern part of the city's central district and was approaching great danger. He is about to face an unprecedented threat, and Jin Woo will realize that the battle against the Lord of Cold was child's play. Only now will he finally be put through the ringer and realize that he must push his skills to the absolute limit. Otherwise, there's no point in this battle. In an instant, everything around him was engulfed in scorching lava. All living creatures within a radius of several dozen meters were melted. Jin Woo easily defended himself against this attack and now summoned enormous dragons of death to his aid. The legendary hunter from China, who earned his greatness by transcending the evaluation system, is also fighting alongside the soldiers. Right now, it's best not to distinguish between warriors or divide them by nation because they all share a single goal, the survival of humanity. Kang fights like a true master of the sword, destroying giants as if he were battling tiny dolls. A clash of magical forces is felt across the entire continent as hunters battle an endless stream of monsters. Incredible magical forces emanate from the dungeon, piercing people's bodies like arrows. People must not lose faith in their own strength. As long as the phenomenon fights on their side, nothing else should matter. He has sent his main forces to confront the Lord of the Iron Body and intends to fight the current enemy with a small portion of his army. At the last moment, Jin Woo decided to flee, but in reality, it was just a ploy to lure the enemy after him. All he had to do was walk through the gate to find himself facing a massive army of shadow soldiers, ready to engage in battle under their master's command. In the meantime, Jin Woo had already absorbed the Lord of this Iron Body's army, and now these warriors would fight on his side. This is precisely the key to victory in this battle. The shadow soldiers do not die and are constantly reborn, while their opponents are forced to switch sides after death. While the difference in numbers was enormous at the very beginning, the balance of power is now evening out, and this is only the beginning. The Lord of Transformations has already prepared additional dungeons to provide his army with high-quality support. Now he can summon an infinite number of warriors, thereby forcing Jin Woo to admit that his plan is futile. The lords feel secure and believe they will now completely crush their rival, without even realizing that he always has an ace up his sleeve. Jin Woo sent his warriors back. It seems as though he saw the disparity in strength and surrendered prematurely on the battlefield. This sounds logical. One must consider that the number of monsters in the sky is now off the charts, and repelling their simultaneous attack seems impossible. In reality, this is all just a ruse to take advantage of the most terrifying ability contained within Kamish's runestone. This power is capable of indiscriminately neutralizing enemy soldiers and even allies. It's like a cry from the soul that plunges opponents into despair. This technique was named Dragon's Fear, for it is dragons who have the power to instill the utmost terror in their enemies. The phenomenon deprived the dragons of their ability to attack, and even managed to stop the Lord of Transformations, causing him to experience wild terror. It turns out that the Shadow Lord had planned this from the very beginning. Every step he took had been clearly mapped out in advance. All he had to do was follow the plan and use his skills to completely overwhelm his opponent's minds. A second later, Jin Woo transported the Lord to another dimension, where he and his army had been before the battle began. The phenomenon chose a very interesting tactic, all in order to lure his opponent into a trap and deal with him one-on-one. Soon, the Lord of Darkness's army will discover them, but until then, our hero will have time to seize his opportunity. Right now, all American residents are taking shelter and hoping that this will end soon and that the bright sun will shine again over their planet. The entire country is ablaze, which means that everything Hunter Son Jinwoo said turned out to be true, but only a few trusted his words and tried to escape. Jinwoo isn't humanity's only hope. Hunters who have gathered from all corners of the world are fighting with every ounce of strength they have left. No one cares about hunters' ranks anymore. People used to attach great importance to them. But today, everything is different. Today, everyone is equal. Low-rank hunters are only slightly stronger than ordinary people. Even with their equipment, they know full well that their help is practically useless. Mid-rank hunters also understand this truth, but they still band together to stand against the forces of evil and demonstrate their nobility. Today, even the highest-ranked hunters are no exception to the rule. They are capable of destroying 1,000 monsters, but sooner or later, death awaits them all the same. When every fallen warrior becomes a star, the sky will be illuminated by a light that will show humanity the way. Only then will people finally be able to glimpse a happy future. This is precisely what will give them hope and help humanity lift its spirits. The association received news that Jin Woo had successfully lured the monster to an uninhabited island near Japan. Phenomenon explained his plan to the chairman, describing the island that had emerged from the explosion of a massive amount of magical energy following the collapse of the Giant's Gate. If the Lord of Darkness fights at full strength, the damage to humanity will be minimal, and then people will truly have a chance. Most of the highest-ranked hunters are currently in America, but Jinwoo needs the support of at least some warriors. Long ago, he was just an ordinary guy of the lowest rank, who was even called the weakest hunter in human history. Now he has transformed into an eagle, a beacon of hope for the entire world in the face of madness. This only underscores that even the weakest hunters will sooner or later be able to grow and become heroes. Stories like these are vital for maintaining faith in success and motivating warriors to train constantly and keep improving. Thanks to the constant pursuit of success, not everyone will manage to become a hero, but a select few will still be able to break through an impenetrable wall. These few hunters will become true legends and will surely save people from certain doom. That is why stories like these, where an ordinary newcomer becomes a hero, must be shared with the general public. Jinwoo noticed that monsters are vulnerable to lightning attacks. This must be exploited immediately on a larger scale. The dragon that broke out of the dungeon can no longer contain its aggression. It senses an unprecedented threat and intends to strike back. The technique of instilling fear in the dragon can be used not only by the Shadow Lord but also by the dragon that has emerged from the dungeon. This power causes all soldiers fighting for humanity to squeal in pain as if they were piglets being slaughtered. The Dragon Emperor commands his army with this skill. Not even the Shadow soldiers can defend themselves or dodge the attack. Only the phenomenon's personal intervention can help in this situation and cause the dragon's fear to subside slightly. If this does not happen, within a few seconds the Shadow soldiers will be incapacitated and their minds will be unable to recover. True evil always leads to bloodshed, screams, madness, and widespread destruction. It's impossible to protect oneself from these cataclysms through mere conversation. To stop an evil force, one must use the power of good, respond to a blow with a blow, and to aggression with justice. At last, the Emperor of the Mad Dragons has appeared, the Lord of Destruction named Antares. This island has already absorbed the magic that poured out after the death of the King of the Giants. It can no longer withstand such pressure. Even the Shadow soldiers cannot resist this destructive army, so we'll have to take a slightly different approach. The Lords are still trying to win Jinwoo over to their side. They're trying to make him think differently and realize that the true enemy isn't here, but beyond the heavens. The ruler's army is the true enemy. Their main mission is to destroy the Lords, and, of course, the Lord of Shadows will be no exception. Jinwoo possesses different abilities. He's clearly not like Ashbon and therefore deserves a second chance. If he unites with the other Lords, he will be able to save his family, his country, and even the entire world, and all these monsters will immediately leave the planet. He could become the ruler of these lands and would no longer be just an ordinary lord of a castle, because the entire planet would be in his hands. The previous Lord of Darkness had already given Jinwoo the chance to make a choice. Now a very similar story is repeating itself. Life is always filled with constant doubts. Choices must be made every day, and now the phenomenon faces a choice that could change his destiny. Humanity could gain freedom, forget the fear of death, and never again recall these terrible events. All he has to do is reach out and sign a peace treaty, but if he does, Jinwoo will betray not only humanity, but also himself. He understands perfectly well that there will be no bright future if he makes a deal with the devils, so for him, this choice simply doesn't exist. He has no intention of taking the word of those worthless slugs at face value, especially given the eyes that are set on killing him. The Lords cannot hide their desire for death, so no amount of fine words will speak louder than the expressions on their faces. They've come a long way to defeat Jinwoo, and now the climax of our entire story begins. The Dragon Emperor thinks he can do whatever he wants. Now let's see if he really has unlimited power. His aura of destruction is at its peak, but to destroy a target, he first has to hit it. This could be a problem, especially considering that the new Lord of Shadows has incredible abilities to dodge any blows of fate and launch counterattacks. Today's battle will be no exception, but Jinwoo must not forget that it will take a great deal of effort to pierce the dragon's defensive armor. Using the dragon's fear, the Lord of Destruction tries to put pressure on the King of Darkness, but this is unlikely to work. Jinwoo dodged all attacks and hid in the place where he's hardest to find, right on the dragon's back. At that moment, he summoned his shadow dragons who are eager to challenge their terrible brother. Not long ago, all these dragons fought on the side of the Lord of Destruction, but now they have died and are completely loyal to their new master. These dragons are ready not only to bite his neck and try to tear off his head, but also to put pressure on him with fire attacks. So far, this hasn't affected him at all. The Dragon Emperor's defensive and offensive abilities are on a completely different level. He is many times stronger than anyone Jinwoo has ever faced before, so he'll have to come up with a new way to win. He needs a more powerful force, one capable of destroying a massive monster encased in incredible armor with his bare hands. When the Dragon Emperor saw a storm rising against him, he realized that Jinwoo was now playing by his own rules. The dragon tries to surround the armor with the power of fire, making the black scales even larger and stronger, but such massive armor will be insignificant compared to the power of darkness. This could be called the flame of an immortal body. Previously, the Dragon Emperor was certain this was impossible, but now he will finally believe in miracles. The Lord of Shadows has finally revealed his true form. To do so, he summons the power of death to the Earth's surface, even though just yesterday he was an ordinary man. The true power of the Lord of Shadows, bestowed upon him by Ashbon, is finally ready to burst forth. It all looks insanely cool. Now even someone as powerful as the Dragon Lord can't help but feel fear and uncertainty in the face of death. The dragon realizes that a prolonged battle will give him no chance of victory. He can only hope for a single, instantaneous attack that will destroy his opponent. Not only was Jinwoo unafraid of this attack, but he actually took a step forward and decided to meet it head-on. If the Dragon Emperor thought he was the most powerful lord of the Abyss, he was sorely mistaken. The Titans began to fight, casting aside all fear of death and driven solely by the desire to win. Their battle resembles Godzilla versus King Kong, or the battle between the Autobots and the Decepticons. Now Jinwoo has evened the odds. He is still smaller than his opponent, but his physical strength is every bit as great as the Dragon Emperor's. All it takes to win is to channel that power in the right direction and do so at the right moment. If you combine your skills correctly, find your inner energy balance, and time your moves perfectly, the Dragon Emperor will be defeated by the power of death. Simply maintaining this form consumes a huge amount of mana, so under no circumstances should this battle be dragged out. The Dragon Emperor also feels out of his element, so he once again offers to cooperate. Jinwoo never intended to side with evil, nor does he intend to now. He promised to fight on the side of humanity, and nothing will sway his decision. If that means he has to face an unprecedented threat and die, so be it. Now the warriors have shed their fearsome monster costumes and have begun fighting again as ordinary people. Facing off against the Korean phenomenon is the phenomenon of fear, horror, and madness, eager to devour his mind and eat his heart. Real war always leads to serious injuries. Jinwoo cannot be all-powerful, so he too takes hits. Yet he must find the strength within himself to continue the battle. For if he were to fall, the hope in people's hearts would fade. The Lord of Destruction must not forget that during war, few people adhere to strict rules. At such a time, one cannot think that there is a referee somewhere who will judge the duel. No, during war, all means must be used to bring victory closer. When Jinwoo delivered that final blow, if you looked closely, you could see that he wasn't doing it alone. One could clearly sense his father's genetic power within him, as well as the spiritual aura of the legendary Lord of Darkness. In him, one could see that very same simple young man who, while still very young and weak, had ventured into the dungeon and wasn't afraid to take up a sword. At that moment, when the Korean phenomenon delivered his final blow, it seemed as though the entire world had been split in two. The Dragon Emperor couldn't believe it was possible. It seemed to him that even in human form, his armor was impenetrable. Jinwoo opened the massive gates, from which silver knights emerged. It took him an enormous amount of energy to create a connection between the two worlds. Even now, the Dragon Emperor cannot understand how an army of rulers appeared here. Our protagonist had planned this from the very beginning. All he had to do was tear open space with a clash of incredible forces and summon the rulers here. He deliberately provoked the Dragon Emperor, lured him to a distant island, and pretended that all of this was necessary simply to ensure no one would interfere. Jinwoo didn't have a ruler's vessel, so the rulers were certain he would have no way to contact the Silver Riders. They had completely forgotten that there were vessels on Earth to which the rulers had bestowed their powers and through which one could contact them. These vessels were used to prepare for the opening of the gateway between the two worlds. This path led to victory, even if Jinwoo were to lose. The Korean phenomenon knows that standing before him is the very being who ordered the Lord of the White Flame and the Lord of the Fangs to attack Ashpun. He had witnessed this story with his own eyes. Every detail had been clear to him. The legendary Dark Lord Ashpun had asked Jinwoo to be sure to convey his regards to the Dragon Emperor. Now that request has been fulfilled. The Lord of Destruction tried to resist, but the rulers were already there to send him to the realm of the dead. It seems the dark forces never stood a chance from the very beginning. They were merely trapped in their own illusions, fueled by greed, malice, and hatred. The Dragon Emperor bid farewell to his enemy and said he would wait for him not in fabricated illusions, but in a truly peaceful place. Jinwoo accepted these words as fact. He replied that they would indeed meet again very soon. The eternal war among the rulers has finally ended, and these beings do not even know how to thank Jinwoo. Although it's rather strange, the Hunter has a special request for these extraterrestrial beings. Only the Supreme Ruler can grant such a request, because the Korean phenomenon is asking him to use the Bowl of Rebirth once more. It seems that Jinwoo is trying to persuade the ruler to turn back time, just as was done before. After using the divine artifact and turning back time, the higher beings will retain their memories of what happened. The problem is that, as a result of this effect, the fallen lords will come back to life and retain their memories. The Hunter still wants to turn back time, but this time he asks not to send monsters to Earth, because he will be able to eliminate the lords and their army in the rift between dimensions. Simply put, Jinwoo is trying to take on this entire war alone, but even the rulers don't understand why he needs to do this. Because of this war, the Hunter has lost too many people. Now his only goal is to bring those people back to life. The Chalice of Rebirth has almost completely lost its power, so the rulers won't have a second chance to turn back time if the plan fails. Jinwoo may be remembered as the hero who prevented the ruler's attack. If he does turn back time, however, no one will even see the battle he personally wins, and no one will even thank him for it. If the battle is lost, humanity faces annihilation, and if the Hunter wins, he won't hear a single word of thanks. The Korean phenomenon closed his eyes and tried to recall all the people with whom he shared a bond in life. They all played an important role in shaping who he became. Some didn't even realize they were influencing their friend. When he first met many of these people, they seemed to him to be just ordinary people who wouldn't play a significant role in his life. Time passed, and Jinwoo came to feel that something more than a simple partnership bound him to many of them. After a brief moment of reflection, he reaffirmed his original choice. The hunter song Jinwoo is ready to return to the past in order to rewrite the history of humanity. His true goal is to save the entire world, not just a select few who were slightly more fortunate. It's hard to imagine a more noble impulse. Right now he bears a striking resemblance to the former Lord of Shadows, Ashbon. All those who cross paths with the timeline of the past will vanish. The rest will remain. This applies to the Shadow Soldiers as well. A smile appeared on the hunter's face. His heart began to beat faster, and in his mind he had already prepared himself for an amazing journey. One can only hope that this courage might save the world, but it's worth remembering that a single misstep could lead to global collapse. The Chalice of Rebirth had once again played its part. This artifact was created precisely to fulfill its intended purpose. With a single decision, Jinwoo completely changed the world order by activating extraterrestrial mechanisms. People who were waiting for the end of the world will now have a chance to extend their lives once again. They won't be able to remember everything that happened, nor will they be able to take to the streets and thank this hunter. A true hero isn't motivated by gratitude. It is people's love, their sincere love, that compels the hero to act even against his own pride. He knows he's giving them a second chance. He knows he's doing a good deed and is trying to erase those horrific images from humanity's memory. Through their faith in goodness and their constant thirst for justice, people have earned the chance to live happily. They don't need monsters. They don't need all these problems or the struggle for survival. All they need is peace and tranquility. In the apartment where Jinwoo's family lives, everything is calm today. Children's shouts of joy have been ringing out since early morning. It's surprising to see just how small Jinwoo looks, this spirited young girl that can make even the most serious man smile. She just ran into the room to see her older brother, Jinwoo, and in response, she saw only a calm gaze filled with love. In the kitchen, you can smell the simmering stew and hear the sound of chopping on the cutting board. That's where you can find happiness. A little boy walked into the kitchen and gaped in surprise, though really there's nothing strange about that. It will be hard for him to get used to the idea that his father is nearby and that the whole family feels happy. It felt as if he'd had a nightmare, as if none of it were real, just a bad illusion caused by negative thoughts before bed. The nightmare was finally over. Jinwoo was left with his little sister, his healthy mother, and his living father. He'd been given a chance to set everything right. He can't let this chance slip away. He'll have to pull himself together and rewrite the future with his own hands. At the same time, he could at least enjoy this time a little. Perhaps that is the main reward of the Korean phenomenon. He didn't have such a happy childhood, but now he has a chance to feel like an ordinary person. To take a little break from all the hustle and bustle and the reporters constantly chanting his name. While cleaning, his mother walked into his room and found a note in which Jinwoo promised to return once he'd taken care of all his business. Defeating terrifying monsters is part of who he is. He can no longer imagine himself without constantly clearing dungeons. Hard work must always be done competently and consistently. That's the only way to get good results. The world of emptiness and loneliness, where there was only endless darkness, was so silent that it seemed impossible to exist there. Jinwoo managed to find and defeat absolutely all the lords. The last of them was the Lord of Transformation, who had been tormenting his soul all this time. 27 years had passed since he entered the rift between dimensions. It had been a long journey that was finally, for all intents and purposes, over. All that remained were the Dragon Emperor and the Annihilation Squad under his direct command. The hunter is pleased that time flows differently on Earth. No more than 2 years have passed there, though even that is quite a long time. Jinwoo is already preparing for his first reunion with his family in several years. He's curious to know how his mother and father are doing and how much his sister has changed. Does he need to explain everything to them, or will they automatically understand that Jinwoo was carrying out an important mission? He'll have to put all these thoughts aside for now. Right now, he'll have to call on the Shadow Soldiers for help and take on the Dragon Emperor's army. Their last meeting had ended just recently, and they'd promised to see each other again soon. Jinwoo didn't come here to talk about the past. He's interested in the future. Most if destroying every monster in the area is what it takes to ensure a bright and peaceful future for the land, then he's ready for it. The clash with the Dragon Emperor promises to be very interesting and uncompromising, but Jinwoo clearly won't see anything new. The phenomenon has already fought this guy and successfully defeated him. Now all he needs to do is be patient and repeat history. In the real world, only 24 months have passed, and because of the words of some fortune teller, all of America is in an uproar. The prophetess said that in the near future, the god of death would descend upon these lands. Under normal circumstances, such a prophecy wouldn't even have made headlines. But these words were spoken by Ms. Norma Selner. 2 years ago, she suddenly discovered her gift of prophecy. She became a person who is always in the spotlight because she accurately predicts future events. The death of North Korea's leader, the kidnapping of tourists by terrorists, a stock market crash, and suddenly, a person like this is talking about the destruction of the world. The next day, a huge black hole appeared in the skies over Seoul, and everyone remembered Miss Selner's words once again. Of course, people couldn't help but believe the prophetess's words, so panic ensued. When the black hole opened in the sky, no one noticed a young man in a dark hoodie emerge from it. He was very surprised to see a man with a bouquet of flowers waiting for him. This gentleman called him by name and said he was very pleased to meet the Lord of Shadows, who now looked like a high school student. It's pretty nice to be welcomed, even if it's just one person who's genuinely happy to see you. The man sensed that Jinwoo had brought more than 10 million shadow warriors with him. This gentleman is a messenger from the rulers who has come to have a serious conversation with Jinwoo. Since our hero is still quite young, he chose a place that serves delicious ice cream for their conversation. When you've been killing monsters nonstop for 20 years, sometimes you just want to relax and eat something sweet. The rulers thank Jinwoo for everything he's done. Now that all the problems have been resolved, they can finally breathe a sigh of relief. At the same time, the great rulers are concerned about the phenomenon's impact on the modern world, because the planet Earth cannot withstand the kind of power that Jinwoo possesses. A world without mana is incredibly weak, so the rulers want to move Jinwoo to a place that can accommodate his power. Simply put, they just want to seal him away. In other words, he did all the dirty work and now they're trying to get rid of him. All of this is because the rulers are beginning to fear him, but there are other reasons as well. Even before the dungeon was discovered, a prophecy about the descent of the god of death had already appeared on Earth. Miss Selner has become intimately connected with this world and overturned the laws of reality. Now even Jinwoo's very existence poses a threat to Earth. The ruler's envoy leaves our hero alone for a while so he can reflect on the entire situation. If we assume that every being has a purpose in life, then we can be certain that the phenomenon has achieved its goal. He became the king of death, prevented the rulers from taking over the world, saved those dear to him, and fulfilled his true duty. The immense power contained within his body no longer serves a purpose. Like spent nuclear fuel, it creates problems due to its impact on the world. In that case, the question arises, has Sun Jinwoo become the very person this place no longer needs? As he sat there eating ice cream, pondering all these complicated questions and trying to find an answer, a young woman walked past the cafe. Jinwoo forgot all his problems and instantly ran out onto the street to get a better look at this lady. At that moment, the girl paused to think. She realized that she really liked the smell of ice cream. Apparently, smells are of crucial importance to her. In the future, Jinwoo will once again wonder whether he should stay here. However, there's no doubt that there are many reasons why he should stay here. The final battle against the Dragon Emperor immediately comes to mind, the moment when Jinwoo emerged victorious and reflected on why he had done it. Returning to the past was necessary to give his loved ones a chance to live a normal life and avoid damaging their mental health. All these people felt genuine love for him. Some of them loved him even more than a friend. Each of these people influenced his own path and contributed a part of themselves to the Korean phenomenon. Even the enemies he struggled to fight helped shape the very guy we've come to love so much. All these memories seem to come alive in his mind at the very moment he's trying to make another choice. At that moment, he finally makes up his mind. Jinwoo will stay in this world to be happy. He'll look for other reasons why he doesn't need to leave and abandon the world he saved with his own hands. This world isn't perfect, but at the same time, Jinwoo clearly feels that evil people exist only to show everyone else what not to do. He finally has a chance to live a normal life, stop chopping off monsters' heads, and relax just a little bit. In this world, the smell of ice cream attracts a very pretty woman, and that's enough to make him happy. Many days have passed since Jinwoo made his choice, and now we'll shift our focus away from our hero for a moment. A very talented hunter sometimes feels a sense of loss, a very strange feeling, as if he's forgotten something important. No matter how much he thinks about this problem, nothing comes to mind, but the emptiness in his heart only grows deeper. The person who constantly thinks about this is criminal investigator Mr. Chul, who, in a parallel reality, has become the president of the Hunters Association. Busy people have no time for sadness, so he focuses on his work and ignores such silly thoughts. Today, some strange people were caught who are trembling with fear even in a safe place. These guys keep talking about some shadows that emerged from the ground and started talking to them. One of these shadows approached this man and told him that if he didn't turn himself into the police by the next day, he would regret ever being born. That's why he came here to ask the investigator to put him in jail immediately and save him from a terrible vendetta. A great many people are already saying they've seen some kind of creatures emerging from the ground. It seems they could all use an appointment with a psychologist. After that, Mr. Chol entered the conference room and was very surprised to learn that he was being asked to release all the people who had turned themselves into the police today. Apparently, everyone is very eager to find out what will happen if these people remain free, since they're just spouting nonsense. There are no such things as monsters. These stories were probably the result of alcohol or some unknown substances. After much deliberation, the decision was made to release everyone, because no one believes that the shadows will actually come and kill these people. It's not trendy to believe in ghosts these days, but let's not forget that the world never actually faced any danger. No one became a hunter, and no one saw any monsters. Even though this guy is screaming and crying, the situation looks incredibly comical, because it's hard to even imagine something like this. He's reacting this way not because he's about to be killed or have his arm cut off. No, he's simply going to be set free. To start with, the police will stay by his side for a whole day to make sure the shadows don't show up, and then this guy will be able to go home safely. Also present here is Mr. Chul, a talented man who will never become president of the Hunters Association because the world isn't what it used to be. Finally, 24 hours have passed, and it seems that the man who is afraid of shadows can safely return home. Just at that moment, mysterious shadows did indeed appear in the building, and Mr. Chul ordered an immediate retreat. It was too late. The people who didn't believe in monsters would pay dearly for it today. The very same guy who came to turn himself into the police has already mentally said goodbye to life. Right now, a huge black hand was staring down at him, a hand capable of tearing his head off with a single movement. The monsters had indeed appeared. Though it was hard to believe, Mr. Chul was absolutely convinced that he wasn't dreaming at all. The man who was supposed to go to prison was brutally punished. One might even say it was excessive cruelty. Only Ant Bear is capable of such extreme measures. This guy loves cruelty and severed heads. He should have been born a female praying mantis. After the murder, he looked at Mr. Chul and smiled slightly, as if they were old, good friends. The police chief was furious when he heard what had happened. He made no attempt to hide his anger and yelled at his officers for half an hour straight. The man who had come to turn himself in simply vanished, leaving not a single trace behind. Investigators say someone knocked them out, while Mr. Chul claims he remembers practically nothing. They were all ordered to keep quiet and not tell their superiors what had happened. That's much better than claiming they were beaten up by an unknown guy in a dark suit. When Mr. Chul began his secret investigation, he discovered that a great many people had recently turned themselves in at police stations due to pressure from the shadow monsters. The number of these people is constantly growing, and it's very difficult to explain logically. It's better not to even try. Meanwhile, spring has arrived, which means that young Koreans have finished their vacation and returned to school. At one of the ordinary schools in Seoul, there is a very unusual boy, the very same person who possesses an aura of death. The principal already knows that this boy has just enrolled at their school and is a very troubled child. His father works at a fire station, and his mother is a typical housewife. The boy's grades aren't bad at all, and he doesn't even seem like a problem. The thing is, he was expelled from his previous school and ran away from home 2 years ago, when he was in elementary school. Mr. Pan goes by the nickname Viper. He's confident he can handle any difficult student and make them study to the best of their ability. He has always used strict teaching methods to ensure maximum discipline. The students have long known that they can't mess around when Viper is around, because they'll get into a whole lot of trouble. The teacher immediately spotted that particular troublemaker and decided he would turn this troublemaker into a quiet little lamb. The student is at school wearing dark gloves, which is a violation of the dress code, and that's enough to show who's boss here. Jinwoo has dealt with real underworld bosses. Some pathetic teacher is no problem for him. With just a single glance, he showed that he isn't afraid of the furious teacher at all and that he'll decide for himself what to wear to school. The teacher immediately turned his head away and started scolding completely different students, pretending nothing had happened. It felt as though he'd seen the shadow soldier standing next to the phenomenon. After something like that, of course, he was left speechless. After the next class, Jinwoo sat at his desk, lost in his own thoughts, paying no attention to anyone else. A guy named Gil, who had been in the same class as him during their first year of high school, approached him. This guy wanted to say hello and strike up a conversation. But at that moment, other guys who had a grudge against Jinwoo intervened. They said that freshmen weren't allowed to wear gloves to school, and if Jinwoo was trying to show off that he was the coolest, they'd quickly put him in his place. Bera, the ant's soul, immediately intervened and asked his master to let him tear these little kids to pieces, rip off their legs, and cook up a delicious soup. Of course, the phenomenon forbade the shadow soldier from interfering and even decided to take off his glove to show his horrific hands to these students. He had been wounded by the Dragon King and hadn't had time to fully heal his hands. They still bore burns that few would find appealing. The pushy kids were ready to give up on their plan to bully Jinwoo, but he decided to teach them a little lesson and show them that they were nothing. All of this was done with the help of a shadow soldier, who quietly knocked the students off their feet and made the whole class laugh at them. After class, Jinwoo talked with his new friend and learned that there was a martial arts club at the school. In fact, Phenomenon was already tired of all the fights and beatings, so he approached the captain of the track and field club, a guy named Choi, to learn something new. The guys who had been training there for a long time were surprised. Usually, newbies don't come here of their own accord. The club here only needs athletic guys who are ready to demonstrate outstanding results, and Jinwoo had never competed before. He had to explain to them that he wanted to meet someone at the competitions, and that's why he was going to take up track and field. She's in the junior division now, but the phenomenon is certain that sooner or later they're bound to meet at the regional competitions. She was a promising runner, but she had to give up her dream and become a hunter. Now her life will take a different path. Jinwoo is set to join the track and field club, but first he needs to defeat one of the club's weakest members. At the same time, Garyuka was sitting at his desk, trying to process everything that had happened to him during his conversation with the students. He still couldn't get the newcomer out of his head, the one who seemed to possess an incredibly powerful aura beyond the capabilities of a human body. Looking out the window, he noticed that Jinwoo was now competing against the guys from the track and field club and was even managing to beat them in the race. At first, it seemed like this guy was a troublemaker, but now Garyuk would judge him more objectively. The teacher relaxed a little, and at that very moment, fear gripped him. He saw the same thing he had seen a few hours earlier. The boy, who was simply running around the training arena, radiated some kind of terrifying power, as if he were a villain from the movies. Gajuka began to wonder if he was imagining all of this. He worked too much and didn't get enough rest, so his mind had created room for hallucinations. Unfortunately, no one could explain to him that it was just Bear the Ant, who had decided to tease the angry teacher a little. This teasing was enough to make the teacher lose consciousness, and white foam began to come out of his mouth. After work, police station employees often go to a local restaurant for dinner. Usually it's single guys who don't have families and have no one waiting for them at home. One of these guys is Mr. Chul. His partner keeps asking about that very day when the strange events took place, but Mr. Chul pretends not to hear him. In reality, he's mentally replaying that very episode and recalling those terrible events that constantly haunt his dreams. Now he's decided to mention that he saw a giant ant, but he kept that part to himself because no one believed him. Just then, a guy in a red jacket walked past his desk and said he'd seen something similar just a few days ago. Jinwoo trained every day in track and field class. His goal is to win the national tournament. It turned out that he wasn't just on the team. He was its captain and a true leader who inspired everyone else. At first, he said he planned to win the regional competition, but then he raised the bar to the national level. Not everyone can handle the demands he places on them. Some of the guys even feel like their hearts are about to stop. Dil is one of these weaker guys, so with the help of his magical aura, Jinwoo quickly restores his energy at just the right moment. All this time, a teacher nicknamed Viper has been watching them from his window. He recently met Mr. Chul at a local restaurant. He said he had seen a terrifying monster that looked like a giant ant. Then Viper apologized and said he didn't mean to disturb the other diners, but Mr. Chul became very tense. It was clear that he didn't believe it was a coincidence. These words piqued his interest greatly, and he even asked for a private conversation with Gadyuka. Jinwoo knows that Gadyuka is watching him. He could easily erase his memories, but don't rush into doing that. By that time, a criminal investigator had arrived at the school building, and his presence was by no means a coincidence. He knows there's a connection between the monsters the criminals saw and the monsters the teacher's students see. He has no evidence to accuse the student, and he can't even imagine how to bring it up, but he has to do something. Just then, some unknown shadow crept past him. Mr. Chul noticed this unidentified object, and his heart began to beat faster. There is definitely some unknown force at this school that is beginning to terrorize the entire city. It's time to find answers to all these questions. He approached a local teacher and said he had come to ask a new student a few questions. Everyone immediately tensed up when they learned that a criminal investigator had come in person to speak with Jinwoo. The new student reacted calmly to this request and, without any signs of nervousness, stepped out into the hallway to speak with the detective. If you count all the years Jinwoo spent traveling between dimensions, these two people hadn't seen each other in over 10 years. Mr. felt that something was definitely off here, because an ordinary high school student couldn't possibly have that kind of gaze. He decided to show him some drawings depicting shadow soldiers that looked like terrifying ants. Jinwoo said he'd seen guys like that in movies with special effects. Kids really love stories like that. That was not at all what the detective wanted to hear. He had spent the whole night drawing that picture, but the student simply called it a comic strip. Aunt Bear was offended. He felt he had been portrayed in the wrong light and that in reality he looked much more likable. The conversation ended quickly. A disappointed Mr. Chul apologized to the student and tried to leave the school grounds. Just a few minutes later, all the girls in the class crowded around our hero and made him quite nervous. He had spent his whole life fighting monsters and hadn't even learned how to interact with beautiful women. They all wanted to know why the detective had come to the school, but their questioning was interrupted by a local bully who doesn't like it when girls pay attention to anyone but him. He tried to insult Jinwoo and said that there should only be one cool guy at this school. It wouldn't have taken much for a fight to break out between them, but at that moment, the guys from the athletic team, who already considered Jinwoo their friend, stepped in. If it weren't for them, the phenomenon would have destroyed his tormentors in a matter of seconds, so the bullies should count themselves lucky. A few hours later, school was over and the students were happy to be free from all their fun classes. Phenomenon was getting ready to go home when he heard Detective Chul calling him again. The detective still hadn't left the school grounds. They agreed to take a short walk in the local park, though Jinwoo immediately made it clear that he couldn't stay long. What followed were incredible events. Mr. Chul looked closely at the student, put on a pitying expression, and said that he recognized the legendary hunter song Jinwoo. In reality, there was nothing coincidental about this, and our hero personally contributed to this outcome. After their conversation at school, Mr. Chul felt discouraged and was about to return home, feeling like a foolish inspector. At that moment, he heard a strange voice in his head trying to gain his trust. Mr. Chul decided to take a chance and said he trusted the voice, and then something amazing happened. Thanks to his telepathic ability, Jinwoo was able to show his friend everything that had happened in the parallel reality. In just a few seconds, Mr. Chul learned everything that had happened to him in the past, a past that never actually came to pass. These memories connect the past, present, and future. Thanks to telekinesis, Chul saw himself in a forgotten world through Jinwoo's eyes. A world of portals, monsters, hunters, rulers, and lords. That was the reality he had just plunged into. He couldn't believe that something like this could actually be happening. It was as if it were some kind of cruel joke that didn't bring a smile to his face. Only higher beings can retain memories. This was known beforehand, but now we know that these memories can be shared.
Jinwoo had to hurry. His companions had asked him not to be late and to arrive in time for the start of training.
During their walk, our hero recounted how he had been fighting monsters in a parallel universe for nearly 3 decades. He has absolutely no regrets about it now. Even if he had to relive that story all over again, he still wouldn't turn down the chance to save humanity. Jinwoo is content with his current life, despite the fact that his body no longer ages and he is forced to constantly change his appearance. An immortal and ageless Korean phenomenon, he has already attained power comparable to that of a god, yet he has chosen to live the life of an ordinary person. Now that he doesn't even know what to do with himself, Mr. Chul has decided to suggest that he join the police force and protect humanity from criminals. If he really does become a police officer, other people will lose their jobs, so he'll have to think this proposal over. The conversation between the old friends ended almost as soon as it began. It was clear they hadn't finished talking, but nothing is stopping them from meeting again. Some time passed, and one fine day, it suddenly reappeared, like a thunderclap in a stormy sky. The emergency center received a strange call from a man who was traveling through the desert. He didn't call because he was in trouble, but simply to report what he was seeing at that moment. He wasn't sure if it could be called a dangerous situation. To be honest, the man didn't even know how to explain it all. Something was clearly breaking right in front of him. There were cracks all around, and some kind of unknown aura was permeating every cell of his body. All of this is happening right above his head. It feels as if the heavens are about to crack and shatter like fragile glass. Jinwoo had no idea such problems even existed in the modern world. Now he's facing other challenges. In the past, he had to battle demon emperors and dragons, but today he can't solve a math problem and is asking the Shadow General for help. Modern problems require modern solutions. Perhaps it's time to take a break and meet up with an old acquaintance. Phenomenon sensed that something had changed in the world and decided to meet with a representative of the rulers. He immediately declared that something was changing in the world and blamed the rulers for it, but they do not come to the world in such a way. Some unknown creatures recently tried to infiltrate the rulers' world. They lost the battle and are now trying to reach Earth. They are known as the race of giants, which devours mana on habitable planets. Even in their own world, they stand out for their evil nature. The reason for their invasion of Earth is quite obvious. They are by no means friends and they must be met with swords in hand. Nothing like this has ever happened after using the Bowl of Rebirth. Perhaps all of this is happening precisely because of Jinwoo's power. The rulers believe these monsters are after the great power wielded by the Shadow Lord. The Celestial Army is already on its way here, but creating the gateway through which the army can arrive will take at least several years. Jinwoo decided to personally resolve this problem and protect the entire planet from an unexpected encounter with the giants. The US government has closed off the area and invited numerous experts to determine the cause of the fissure. No one could give a definitive answer. Most importantly, the nation's leading minds simply threw up their hands in feigned bewilderment. Suddenly, all the military equipment began to fly into the air, as if Magneto had appeared and decided to play a little prank. In reality, it was just Jinwoo. He decided to clear the military out of here because they would only get in the way. It was time to launch the special operation. He could clearly sense the presence of an aura from another galaxy here. The enemies are desperate to devour this world. Their presence is closing in on the gates, but they won't succeed. On their way, they'll have to face a man who possesses the power of a Shadow Lord and the soul of a hunter. A massive portal opened, and terrifying giants, the likes of which Jinwoo had never encountered before, began to emerge from the sky. They were surprised that some ordinary man was trying to challenge them all by himself. In reality, he hadn't said he was alone. All one had to do was open their eyes a little wider and everything would become clear. Yet an army of shadow soldiers is always by his side. These are the very men who are ready to carry out their master's will at any moment. The phenomenon ordered them to attack their enemies immediately and spare no one who stood in their way. This whole situation has already begun to worry the most serious figures in the White House. Today, the President of the United States is constantly thinking about the threat looming over his country. Cracks have appeared in the sky from which unidentified objects have begun to emerge, an unexpected crisis for which no one was prepared. We want to resolve all of this without harming civilians, but is it even possible to deal with an extraterrestrial threat? It was just reported that the situation is nearing a resolution. Thanks to the surviving drones, it has become possible to take several photos of the battlefield. On the battlefield is a young Asian man with no professional soldiers in sight. Even General Harrison can't answer all these questions, even though he's in charge of all these military matters. Out of nowhere, some shadowy soldiers appeared and began destroying the aliens. It was fascinating to watch the battle. Planet Earth had never seen anything on this scale before. In fact, all of this had already happened, but people have lost their memories, and now it all seems utterly foreign to them. Jinwoo was fighting an incredibly powerful opponent and trying to find the key to victory. The monster mocks him and says that a true master doesn't need to increase his size to match his opponent's strength. These monsters, on the contrary, shrink when they want to activate all their abilities. Only the greatest warriors of the Titan race, who are currently on Earth, can do this. The shadow soldiers do all the dirty work for Jinwoo. He didn't even have time to break a sweat. All of this was captured on video, and now the American command is trying to figure out what happened. First, they need to figure out who this man is, who handles monsters as if they were mere toys. It feels like headquarters watched a superhero movie instead of what's actually happening in reality. David Bremen also plays an important role in society right now. He's the head of the CIA and says that identifying this guy will be difficult. We'll have to use illogical methods that have recently become available. There is only one person who can reveal a truth that eludes everyone else. David is referring to Miss Selner, who long ago learned to see into the future. Just a few days after that event, the National Track and Field Tournament began. The qualifying rounds are taking place today. Jinwoo is already here with his team. Just yesterday, he was slaying monsters, and today, as if nothing had happened, he's playing the part of a good student. He was very surprised when he saw standing before him that very same guy named Iron, who had been his servant in his past life. Iron hadn't felt anything like this in a long time, especially when he looked at this newcomer. He felt an incredible urge. All this time, he'd wanted to kneel before Jinwoo. He couldn't believe he was afraid of someone just like himself. It was unthinkable. Iron decided to approach this guy and tell him that if Jinwoo had any problems, they could fight right here and now. School kids always love to watch brawls and brutal fights. After all, kids are even tougher than adults. The phenomenon said he wanted to talk to this guy in private, so they walked off in another direction. The shadow soldiers were enjoying the moment. They were happy to see their old friend Iron. They asked Jinwoo to take this servant back and promised to definitely reform him. The young man didn't even understand what was happening. Tears simply began to stream from his eyes, and he fell to his knees. Now the guy named Kim is no longer a shadow servant, so Jinwoo doesn't want anything to do with him. He wanted to leave, but at that moment, Iron said he felt something more than friendship toward him. Perhaps he just chose his words poorly, or simply lost his mind in the heat of the moment.
Phenomenon decided to cast a spell on him and pretend as if nothing had happened.
From now on, he'll act more calmly and won't fall to his knees at the sight of his master. Training for the high school participants will begin soon. All the athletes are already gathering at the stadium. Meanwhile, there are also events in America that are worth covering. David came to visit an old acquaintance to have a little chat. Norma is always happy to see her friend. She has always treated him with great respect. It turned out that she was having lunch with her guest right at that moment. It's strange. If she can see the future, why didn't she prepare for David's arrival? In any case, she's ready to answer all his questions. Norma understands perfectly well why her friend has come and who he's trying to find, but she won't give him any information about it. It feels as though she doesn't understand what this guy has done or how important it is to uncover his identity. This man didn't back down while fighting those terrifying monsters, and even though his power is both staggering and frightening, he definitely saved humanity. You can't just go around challenging a creature like that, especially if this incident was far from the first. Norma hints that humanity has already been in mortal danger and that this has happened more than once. People have no idea what happened, but Miss Selner is certain that this man from Korea is not dangerous. David will return someday, but for now, it's time to leave this house and go back to work. When David stepped out of the house, a man who calls Miss Selner his aunt came out into the hallway. Thomas's review was revoked, and now his athletic career is in jeopardy. He had already heard about Jinwoo and wanted to fight him, but Norma forbade him from doing anything like that. Thanks to the prophecy, Thomas managed to avoid a car accident, so he is grateful to this woman. She saved him only because he had done many good deeds in a past life. Now people call him a bad guy and the UFC devil, but he was once a nationally ranked fighter and has no idea about it. Meanwhile, Jinwoo has tracked down an old acquaintance who is enjoying her youth. First, let's rewind a bit and take a look at the track and field competition. It seems our hero has finally met the very girl who inspired him to take up this sport in the first place. She did everything she could to perform well at the competition, and it's fair to say she succeeded. Victory didn't come easily. Tremendous effort, countless training sessions, and a strong desire all contributed to the result. Chahi finally made it through the first round, but she seriously injured her leg and is now unsure whether she'll be able to continue in the competition. It looks like she's going to hide her injury so she can continue playing in the tournament. Another high school student approached her and told her that putting weight on her injured leg is very dangerous. It could make the problem worse.
Something similar had already happened to one of his friends, so he was trying to stop her.
Chahai noticed that he smelled delicious, but of course she didn't mention it directly. Jinwoo saw how much pain she was in, took a step forward and placed his magical hand on her leg. Now she has one chance to run to the finish line first because the injury won't hinder her movement. The girl felt as though they had met long ago, but Jinwoo didn't respond to that. If she can beat him in the race, he'll definitely tell her a very interesting and fascinating story. After that day, time began to fly by at an incredible speed, as if someone were speeding it up. Jinwoo's life didn't change much. He continued going to school and enjoying his youth. He ran into Cha Haye more and more often, but he didn't neglect his studies and trained hard. He had just finished his exam and was now in the heart of the bustling city. Apparently, this guy is rushing to meet someone, which is why he wants to look much more attractive than usual. With his shadow skill, he can steal the best clothes from any boutique. No one would turn down such privileges. Today, this handsome young man is rushing to meet his destiny, a woman named Chae Hye, whom he knows from a past life. He's currently deciding which university to attend. Quite some time has passed since the competition when they first spoke to each other. He said he had a very important meeting today. Chahai immediately tensed up and thought that Jinwoo wanted to meet up with a girl. He had to reassure this beauty and tell her that he had a meeting with a man. Jinwoo mustn't forget his promise. He had said he would answer all of Cha-Hae's questions if she broke the school record. Now is the perfect opportunity to make a bet and see which one of them runs faster. Cha-Hae really wants to win, so she can ask him everything, what he's thinking, who he likes, and whether they'd been dating before this race. After that, Cha-Hae put her scarf around Jinwoo's neck and said that if he liked her, he had to stand still and not move. After that, the girl ran off in an unknown direction, leaving Jinwoo alone with his thoughts. At that moment, he immediately recalled his entire past connected to her and realized that he truly felt something more than friendship for her. He lost that race because he didn't move, and he didn't move because he clearly understood that he liked her. It was the very defeat that suited him perfectly. A man accustomed to winning had today acknowledged his weakness. Then he simply walked calmly over to Che, gently embraced her, and pressed her to his lips, right under the Christmas tree. Now, let's transport ourselves to a world of peace, where the shadow soldiers spend practically all their time. In this world, there is no distinction between day and night. The soldiers are constantly awake, training and improving their skills. Aunt Bear even manages to put on fashion shows, trying to find a jacket similar to his master's. These guys may be intimidating in battle, but in everyday life, they look funny. In the world of peace, all the shadow soldiers try to help one another and find common ground, even if they were enemies in their past lives. The soldiers are connected to their master's mind, and over time, they come to resemble him even more, which is why they are now learning about the human way of life. They are mastering the many emotions that humans experience. In other words, the shadow army is filling their empty hearts with something new. Constant lessons, training, and endless communication are their usual pastimes. Each soldier has developed a distinct personality and now thanks their master for inviting them into a world that has become their new home. New shadow soldiers arrive here regularly and must quickly adapt to their surroundings. It is customary here to respect one's master and idolize him in every way, calling him the best in the entire galaxy. The shadow soldiers can regularly watch Jinwoo and see how their master is living his new life. It seems that today they saw the phenomenon meet Chahe and felt happy. Igris first met his master in a strange dimension created by his lord. He was ordered to test anyone who entered this place, for that person had to prove they were worthy of becoming the vessel of the king of the dead. Igris immediately realized that he would certainly carry out his master's final order. He sensed that his master was ready to leave. It didn't matter to him that his master had taken notice of such an insignificant person. Without a shred of doubt, the knight promised to carry out the task and felt that he had no choice at all. His master sealed his powers and left him alone to wait for that very young man. The knight was ready for any trial and knew that he would most likely cut a man to pieces with ease. When the doors opened and the hunter appeared in the temple, the knight sensed that this warrior was the chosen one of the Lord of Darkness. If this child was too weak, he must die at the soldier's hands right now. Jinwoo was obliged to prove that he was worthy of this throne, to demonstrate his invincibility and unyielding character. The outcome of the duel greatly distressed the knight because his opponent constantly dodged his sword. This boy had neither talent nor ability. Even with his powers sealed, the knight could have easily defeated him. Then he showed incredible courage and proposed fighting with bare hands. The knight could not refuse such an offer. He wanted to force the pathetic man to surrender and show him that he was unworthy of the power of the Lord of Darkness. Jinwoo had exhausted his last reserves of energy and had already mentally prepared himself for death, realizing he wouldn't make it out of there alive. Igris felt elated because if this man lost, it meant the Lord of Darkness would remain on the throne for a while longer. He prepared to cut off the man's head, but at the last moment he was greatly surprised. He wasn't at all surprised that the man had blocked his sword, but rather that he had fought for his life until the very end. Even despite the difference in levels, his lack of any talent or physical strength, Jinwoo continued to fight against all the laws of nature. Even though the knight had incredible potential, he still lost and the man passed the test. The master's choice proved to be the right one. Jinwoo demonstrated the necessary qualities and then even praised the knight. To him, this man became a master, a friend, and a comrade. He provided him with absolutely everything he needed. Before long, they had fought through many dangerous battles together, and the knight's loyalty grew ever deeper. His attachment to his former master grew weaker with each passing day, and Igris was slowly coming to accept his new master. After the arrival of the Legion of Shadows, the phenomenon became much more powerful, especially after a knight named Balion joined them. They were about to face a battle against the lords. The master was gaining experience, and the shadow army was growing stronger alongside him. The battle continued even after the use of the Chalice of Rebirth, lasting nearly 3 decades. All enemies were destroyed. Only the Legion of Death remained, which also needed to be eliminated. By that time, Igris had completely forgotten his former master and was living a perfectly happy life with his new master. Then gradually, Jinwoo began to fade from his consciousness. This happened after he started his new life. Nevertheless, the knight still plays an important role in his life, at the very least by helping him solve math problems. Now it's time to reveal something important that might shock an unprepared viewer. First, we need to rewind time and recall the entire backstory of the father-son relationship. We remember how Xionghuan returned from an unknown dungeon and tried with all his might to protect his son. Just before his death, he even managed to hug Jinwoo and tell him that he had always thought of him during the hardest trials. After that, Xionghuan completely vanished, as if Thanos had been standing nearby and snapped his fingers. Jinwoo managed to defeat all his enemies and then turn back time, trying to start a new life. His father greeted him with a joyful smile, as if life could now be full and happy. As soon as little Jinwoo finished eating and left the kitchen, a strange incident occurred because his father became upset and clearly angry. Hardly anyone noticed this. Little Jinwoo couldn't see her father's reaction because she was holding a large newspaper. After that, Xionghuan said he needed to go outside and headed to a cafe for an important meeting. There, he met with a representative of the Lords named Robert and learned that the Lord of Shadows had decided to remain in the past. Now he is forced to hide from his son the fact that he knows everything and that his memory hasn't vanished, even despite his fatherly feelings. Once Robert leaves, the rulers will no longer interfere, and then the end of this world will truly come. The rulers are very grateful, not only to the new Lord of Shadows, but also to the wonderful Hunter Sonwan. As a token of their gratitude, they are ready to do anything for him. It turns out that the hunter wishes to erase his memories. In reality, it's very hard for him to pretend in front of his perceptive son and act as if he knows nothing. He also wants to be an ordinary father who cares for his family, because to him, Jinwoo isn't the Lord of Shadows. He's the son he loves dearly. Robert calmly agreed to this request and stated that once Seong Hwan left the cafe, he would completely forget his past life. These people had no idea that there was another person very close by, who was listening intently to their conversation. This was an interesting development that needed to be discussed, but now we can step aside for a moment. We've almost forgotten about the guy named Jinho, even though he once played an important role in our story. Today, he's very nervous because he's been invited to his first welcome party. He feels a little strange because this steakhouse looks familiar to him. His friends have already noticed how nervous he is and decided to play a prank on him. Just now, his friend told him to be careful around the other students because there's a scary person in their department. This guy has a very strong aura, and it's even hard to be around him. At that moment, Jinho thought his friend was describing his father. After that, they started talking about a fairly well-known athlete, a track and field idol named Cha Hai. She is the girlfriend of that very guy with the strong aura, who will also be at the party today. The phenomenon really startled these guys when he decided to sit right next to them. Apparently, they hadn't expected that at all. One of the students immediately decided to move to another table, but Jinho was forced to stay out of politeness. Jinwoo was very sociable and tried in every way to strike up a conversation with his tablemate. All the while, Jinho had a strange feeling, as if he'd known this person for a long time. The party went very well, and the very next morning, Jinwoo was in a great mood. That morning, he called his new friend Jinho and told him he had something important to do and wouldn't be coming to class. Today, he's heading to the university hospital for his clinical rotation without telling his teachers at all. While walking, he lightly bumped into a girl passing by with his shoulder, and she stopped immediately. She felt like they'd met before, so she decided to ask the guy directly if they knew each other. Jinwoo slowly came to a stop, smiled slightly, and replied in a calm voice that they didn't know each other. At that moment, Juhee felt a strange sensation. She distinctly sensed that she knew this man, as if they had been acquainted in a past life. Jinwoo wasn't heading to the hospital for no reason. When this guy takes on a case, he always has a clear reason. The doctor walked into his most important patient's room and saw some mysterious substance sitting on the table. He didn't understand what kind of elixir had been poured into that little bottle, but attentive viewers know that it was definitely the holy water of life. The patient said that a man had recently come by and asked him to drink the water. He was very polite and calm. Somehow, this man managed to get past 2 top-tier bodyguards. How he did it remains a mystery. This man told the patient that a long time ago, they had fought monsters together, and the vial of water was a gift from the past. After that, the man vanished like a mirage, as if he had never been there. But before leaving, he promised that if the patient drank the contents of the vial, he would surely be completely cured. This patient was Mr. Gunhee. He was extremely exhausted and clearly looked ill. It was clear from Mr. Gunhai's experienced eyes that he didn't trust the vial and believed it was a lie, but since he was going to die soon anyway, why not take a chance? If he drank the water from this vial and died immediately, he asked that the words be inscribed on his tombstone, stating that he fought for his life until his last breath and never gave up in the face of illness. The grown man opened the vial and drank its entire contents. After that, he calmly lay down on the pillow and said he needed some rest. His illness was progressing rapidly, and the doctor realized that nothing could help the patient anymore. Just a few hours later, the sun emerged from behind the clouds, and Mr. Gungi woke up feeling much better. Even in the cold of winter, the sun warms his soul, but in truth, it is the holy water of life that warms his soul. Let's talk about Antares, the first lord born of darkness. This guy has always been called the strongest lord. He is the dragon emperor who embodied terror and destruction and became a true legend among all the creatures of the abyss. On what seemed like an ordinary day, he woke up intending to prepare for an invasion of Earth, but from the very beginning, things didn't go according to plan. One fine day, he discovered that he was trapped inside an ordinary human body. He couldn't understand what this frail, fragile substance was that he was trapped in, for Antares was accustomed to always being incredibly powerful. The most interesting thing is that he is trapped in the body of Sun Jin-woo, the lowest-ranking hunter in South Korea. This guy was always on the brink of death, but he never gave up and kept trying to become a hunter. His phone rang, and it turned out that his comrades had been waiting at the raid site for quite some time. They told him that his behavior was absolutely unforgivable, because of him, they couldn't enter the dungeon. Using his skills, he tried to track down the woman who was calling him. A second later, he was right behind her and told her that he's never late for important meetings. Now he'll have to figure out what's going on here and determine exactly who he should go on the raid with. Let's not forget that the Dragon Emperor isn't adapted to human life and doesn't even understand many aspects of modern culture. He'll have to learn how to socialize, because so far he's been too aggressive toward other people. To be honest, it's hard to explain what's going on here and why the Dragon Emperor is in this body, but in any case, it'll be incredibly interesting to watch. Juhui is unhappy with his behavior. She yells at him again and makes him blush. Mr. Song asked everyone to calm down and said it was time to go hunting, with him leading the raid. Of course, no one will object, since Mr. Song is the most experienced hunter on the team.
Now it's time to enter the dungeon. Antares thinks this is a trick by the rulers, but for some reason, he senses the Lord's energy there.
He decided to figure out what was going on and enter the dungeon, along with the rest of the team. This guy was so ferocious that not a single monster standing in his way managed to survive the battle. All the other hunters could do was watch in silence as this crazy guy went on a rampage. Not long ago, they'd called him a weak rookie, but now they were afraid to even speak to him. He had become the squad's leader and led them to those very gates behind which the stone statues were hidden. After detecting such powerful energy, he realized it was very dangerous there, but he was too curious to find out what was inside the boss's room. To do this, he ordered the bodybuilding fan to go inside and scout out the situation first. At that moment, blue lights came on in the temple, illuminating the large stone statues. Various symbols were inscribed on the slab, but there wasn't a single person around who could read them. Before them lay the laws of the Temple of Cartnon, the very truths that had nearly sent Jinwoo to the realm of the dead. Now the same thing could happen to these hunters, who were experiencing a new reality. The breath of destruction activated by the Dragon Emperor was insanely powerful. He challenged the stone statues, claiming he was their equal in physical strength and abilities. The statues didn't exactly appreciate this guy's joke. They awoke from their long slumber and prepared to cut off his head. This gathering of arrogant puppets makes Antares feel alive and gives him the opportunity to showcase his talents. The hunters who witnessed this horrific act prayed and hoped that a miracle would help them survive. Within just a few minutes, the enormous statues, which had struck terror into even the strongest hunters, were destroyed by the Dragon Emperor. The system's boss tried to figure out who was standing before him, for everything he had worked so hard to build had turned into utter chaos. Antares paid him no heed and ordered him to be silent. He wasn't there to engage in empty talk. He needed the one hiding behind it all. It seems that fate has brought the creator face to face with the monarch of destruction, and now the Dragon Emperor must be destroyed. This guy is all for a fight. His dream is constant battle. A mad battle is about to begin, and it's completely unknown who will emerge victorious from this clash of madmen. Only a true psychopath could have dreamed something like this while sick and running a high fever. Jinwoo opened his eyes and realized it was just a nightmare, one he never wanted to experience again. Now it will be interesting to learn the story of Mr. Lichfan, a rookie detective. While he was training and working as a patrol officer, very intriguing rumors began to reach him that there was a detective in the crime-fighting division nicknamed the Ghost. He earned this nickname because he solves not only his own cases, but also those that no one else could handle. Even the most dangerous criminal is just a small fry to him. Among patrol officers, this man is a legend. He even turned down a promotion to focus on solving cases. The chief has already informed Mr. Likavan that he will be working alongside the Ghost. The Ghost has already met his new partner and immediately decided to lighten the mood a bit by giving the guy a hug. Mr. Ghost is a character we're familiar with named Jin Woo, who ultimately decided to accept Mr. Chul's offer and become a detective. This job is very similar to that of a hunter. After all, you're constantly fighting evil and trying to make the world a better place. A few more days passed after these events, and Li Wan returned home, completely exhausted. Today, he and the Ghost detective went on a manhunt and once again worked too long. Now, Jin Woo is Ghost, not the phenomenon, but in any case, this guy remains the center of the audience's attention. Soon, a new case came up that immediately piqued the interest of the detective nicknamed Ghost. A young woman was found dead in her bathroom with a deep cut on her wrist. A blood-stained knife was found nearby, bearing only the young woman's fingerprints. Up until that point, everyone had considered her a vibrant and cheerful person, but her friends reported that Sojin had actually been suffering from severe depression. There was nothing particularly strange about this case, but the Ghost decided to check all the evidence one more time anyway. Just a few hours later, he was at the crime scene to take a fresh look at the room. All the rooms were quiet, everything was in its place, and nothing aroused suspicion. Jinwoo approached the spot where the girl had committed suicide and commanded the spirit to arise. Just a few seconds later, he summoned the spirit of the very girl named Sojin. He asked her not to be afraid and told her that she would no longer feel pain or suffering. She said that she had indeed committed suicide, but things weren't as simple as they seemed at first glance. Just a few minutes later, a man who was feeling down heard the phone ring. Sun Jinwoo from the Central Criminal Division came to see him and wanted to ask about his daughter's death. The man hoped that the results of the investigation had come in and that it would now become clear how his daughter had died. In reality, the results aren't in yet, but the Ghost would like to ask a few questions that might shed some light on this murky case. They decided to go to the nearest cafe and talk about what kind of girl Sojin was. Jinwoo will try to find out if she had any enemies who harbored hostile feelings toward her. Her father said she was a bright angel, a kind and naive girl who couldn't hurt a fly. He still can't believe he lives in a world where this little angel no longer exists, even though she isn't his biological daughter. During the investigation, a strange audio recording was discovered featuring the voice of the girl's stepfather. This was evidence that she had been abused by her stepfather since childhood. Eventually, she ran away from home, and he began stalking her. The girl suffered greatly and, as a result, chose death over the constant torment inflicted by this man. Jin Woo could have easily handcuffed him right from the start, but for some reason, he played the audio recording for him. He gives the man a choice. Either he admits his guilt and turns himself into the police, or he will receive a punishment commensurate with the sin he committed. He will have to go to an unknown world, one that can only be entered with the master's permission. This world will become his personal prison, where the terrible psychopath will have to suffer. The man was terrified. He looked around and realized there wasn't a single customer in the open cafe. He felt incredibly vulnerable and hoped that all of this was just a nightmare. A few seconds later, he tried to escape his inevitable punishment and was apprehended by a shadow soldier. The revenge was very brutal, but the experienced assassin Jin Woo didn't even flinch at the sight of blood. So Jin personally killed her stepfather. She thanked her new master and said she felt much better now. Finally, she asked for one more favor. It would make her as happy as possible. The next morning, the ghost set off for work again, holding a modest gift in his hands. He handed the box to the woman who had asked him to start the investigation and said that Sojin would be happy if the gift reached its intended recipient. The ghost also explained that all the evidence pointed to the stepfather who had driven the girl to suicide. It turned out that an hour before her suicide, Sojin had received a terrible message from her stepfather. If that hadn't happened, the two friends would have been able to throw a birthday party. Unfortunately, fate had other plans, so the ghost must work even harder to ensure that other people don't face such horror in their daily lives. After finishing his work, the ghost went to meet a friend who, as always, was determined. It seems that today he plans to propose to a girl so they can spend their lives together. It turns out that this girl is our main character's younger sister, Gina. Jinwoo wishes his friend good luck and says that a good guy is bound to make a good husband. Jinho takes such sentimental moments too personally, so it's hard to keep him from giving in to his emotions. After the get-together with his friends, Jinwoo finally returns home, but not to the place we're used to seeing. Time is moving so quickly that it's no longer his mom and dad waiting for Jinwoo at home, but his wife and son. It's really nice to see, right before our eyes, how the guy who used to be the weakest hunter has turned into the savior of the world and the perfect family man. Now he can discuss Jinho and Jin's wedding with his wife and simply enjoy the comforts of home. His son's name is Suho. This little guy is very lively and resembles his father in every way. It turns out that the shadow soldiers are already competing for the right to teach the little lord the art of the sword. These guys are truly crazy. The next day, Jinwoo went to work and met with his boss. The other detectives are angry that the ghost is meddling in their cases and distracting them from their work.
The head of the department is Mr. Chul. Of course, he won't be strict with his friend. It's just a formality.
It's already known that the father of the girl who committed suicide went missing a few days ago, but Jinwoo says he knows nothing about it, and of course, we believe him. It must have been a coincidence because right at that moment, the surveillance cameras in the coffee shop broke down and didn't record anything. Mr. Chul called his friend for a different reason. It was time to talk about more important matters. It turned out that Chairman Gun-hee is currently in critical condition. It's unclear how this happened since Jinwoo had given him the holy water of life, which was supposed to completely heal the chairman and extend his life for many decades. As soon as the ghost received this information, he immediately headed to the central hospital to visit his old friend. Gung-hee saw his comrade, took off his mask, and said he was glad to see the guy he'd been looking for so long. Thanks to the holy water, the chairman lived an additional 10 years and managed to do everything he wanted. That was quite enough for him, and now he wants to ask for one last favor. Gun-hee wishes to learn about the world in which they fought together. He too wants to see that world, so he asks Jinwoo to show him everything. His friend couldn't refuse the request, even though the memories might cause the chairman some pain. All those moments that connected him to that parallel reality flashed before his eyes once more. The chairman of the Hunters Association had come a long way on his path to success and glory. He had met a promising hunter and helped him make unprecedented progress. Although he hadn't witnessed the victory over evil with his own eyes, he nevertheless understood that he had played a direct role in it. It had been a long journey, and upon reflecting on it, the chairman could not hold back his tears. Even when he becomes a cold corpse, embraced by warm rays, these memories will remain in his mind forever. Jinwoo quietly bid farewell to his friend and allowed him to peacefully pass into the next world. All of Gun-hee's vital signs had ceased. The legendary man had completed his long life's journey. He, too, was a true hero who had sacrificed much of his strength and suffered greatly for humanity, giving a piece of his heart in the process. After this sad episode, Jinwoo stepped outside and heard his phone ring. It was a call from his wife. She was very scared and tried to say something. Apparently, little Suko had frightened her. That little rascal is fine, but the problem is that he's floating in the air and he actually likes it. Jinwoo was calm, though not every father would remain calm if told that his son was flying around the room. His friends had long since begun to notice strange things, especially when little Suko started running when he was only a month old. We'll have to teach him how to control this incredible power, or else his energy might get out of control. Fall comes, winter comes, then spring follows, and the bright rays of the sun make the trees bloom. Everything has a beginning and an end, but even after the end, there's always a new beginning. Today, Jinwoo will be coming home early. He's happy and fully understands that winter is still a long way off for his family. The ant bear has always been an important ally of the Korean phenomenon. It all began with that very raid on Jeju Island. The story of this ant is quite simple. There were many mutant ants on the island, and at some point they began devouring one another. The queen realized this couldn't go on. She needed to find a way out of the situation. The queen decided to create the strongest ant general who would take control of the situation. He was supposed to strike fear into the hearts of all the others and lead the army of mutant ants. Bear was born solely to destroy and intimidate enemies. Nothing more, nothing less. All living creatures looked at him with fear, but sooner or later he was bound to encounter a creature that wasn't afraid of him. That creature turned out to be the hunter's son Jin-woo, a talented young man from South Korea who had just begun his climb to the top. Now, the ant bear has become the subject of sentimentality, even though he was once a ruthless monster. It's all because he's met another person who isn't afraid of him. It seems that little Suho is just as fearless as his father. The little lord constantly chases the ant and wants to play with him, and Bei is starting to enjoy it. Jin-woo may soon face new problems, even though monsters are no longer allowed into this world. Because of his relentless investigations, he has dismantled a huge number of criminal gangs. Sooner or later, these guys were bound to band together to take revenge on him, and now is exactly that moment. They've come to make him suffer, knowing that his wife and child are at home and are about to die. There's no security system in this house, so they feel relaxed and confident in their own abilities. These guys probably don't realize that the main security system is Bear the Ant, who won't let anyone lay a finger on his ruler. Right now, the little ruler is asleep, so the monster orders the thugs to die very quietly and not make a sound. At last, the ant has remembered his youth. This wonderful feeling of killing makes him feel alive. During all this time, the Kingdom of Shadows has been transformed. A statue of the Lord has appeared here, along with new guests. The demons were invited here to help with the construction, which is why Yasin and her father Radir are here. All of this is to build the perfect statue and please the Lord, who will clearly be pleased. The Shadow Soldiers realize that sooner or later, the young Lord will inevitably set foot on these lands. They had no idea that at that very moment, he was already nearby, watching the Dark One's every move. Time accelerates even further. Several more years have passed since those events. Today, Chahae saw her son's drawings. He keeps drawing a dark ant, and this is starting to worry his mother. The problem is that the teacher asked the child to draw a close friend, and that's when Bear was drawn. After that, he drew another picture, which also featured some very strange figures. Then the teacher asked the child to draw his family, and he once again depicted a strange scene. That's exactly why the teacher had to call the child's mom in for a serious talk. They had other children, and this was the first time they'd seen a child depict his family and friends in such a way. At first, they suspected abuse at home, but Suko is a cheerful and happy child, so that possibility was ruled out. They say he has a very vivid imagination, but in any case, they'll have to tell his father about this. By that time, the ghost had already become a commander with many subordinates under his command. He used to turn down promotions, but now he has no more excuses. Our hero is finding more and more joy in his work, but his main goal is to make his family happy. When he returned home, a serious conversation awaited him. Although Jinwoo saw nothing wrong with these drawings, he even said his son was talented. While his father laughed, his mother tried in every way to give the conversation a serious tone and make Jinwoo think things over. Other children start to fear Suko. As soon as he approaches them, they immediately step aside. This is all because the children sense the shadow soldiers of death that surround the little boy. Originally, this power was a deadly weapon of a god from another world. Now it has been passed on to his son and will make him more and more powerful with each passing year. Ultimately, he'll have to accept that he'll be deprived of a normal childhood. His power must be suppressed until he is old enough to learn to control it. Until Suko improves his relationships with his peers, his father will take away his memories of the power and the Shadow Army. When the ant saw the little child drawing him, he couldn't hold back his tears. It was immediately clear that he was no longer a bloodthirsty killer, but almost an ordinary person. Now he'll have to say goodbye to the young lord on behalf of the Shadow Army, but someday they'll meet again. After that, Jinwoo gently touched his son and erased all memories related to the Shadow Army and the power from his mind. All of this was necessary to give the child a happy childhood. A long time passed, and Suko grew into a young man who looked very much like his father. It's interesting to watch the family's evolution, especially considering that we've been following them since Jinwoo was still a very young hunter. High school is a jungle where the weak are always crushed by the strong. Here he'll have to face a new environment and new people. He'll have to adapt and survive, or else nothing good will come of it. There are dangerous guys here, like the red-haired Chul and his stupid friends. They've already found out that Suko has transferred to their school, and now they're forcing him to decide who will be his friend and who will be his enemy. They know this guy caused a stir in the neighboring district. He acts like a typical wimp, but is actually very suspicious. A hierarchy has long been established at this school. Now we need to figure out how to deal with Suko. If he acts too cocky, we'll have to crush his ego in front of everyone. After school, these guys love to beat up the weaklings. It's practically a hobby for them. They just beat up a guy who tried to stand up for the newcomer, Suko, and claimed he was the strongest in high school. Apparently, Chul doesn't want to hear such remarks directed at him and will punish them severely for it. Suko isn't going to turn a blind eye to situations like this. Like his father, he never runs away from problems. This guy has long since grown up and become a real heartthrob who smiles in the face of danger. His friend's name is Sion Ho, and today he'll have to rely on his buddy to avoid a trip to the hospital. Suko isn't going to stand by and do nothing. He's ready to show what he's capable of right away. When you watch this guy fight, it's hard to even tell that he's any different from his famous father. It feels like father and son are like two peas in a pod. Even their fighting styles are identical. Already, there's an irresistible urge to see what will happen to Suko once he gains control of his power. Even right now, without his shadow skills, his martial arts are already at a very high and impressive level. Less than a minute later, 3 school bullies were lying on the floor, begging for mercy. Very soon, everyone at school was talking about how the newcomer turned out to be a very serious guy, and that it was best not to mess with him. Suko feels as if his life used to be much more exciting, as if there was a time when his heart beat at a frantic pace. He saw that the door wouldn't open, and decided to check what was happening outside. Suko tried to take in every detail, and was very surprised when he saw that time had stopped. For a second, it seemed to him that it was just a nightmare, but then he saw some unknown force emanating from the school classroom. Suko didn't know what to do. His mom always said he was very much like his father, so all he had to do was think about what Jin-woo would do in this situation. A dungeon was clearly opening up before him, and it seemed that this crazy young man had decided to go inside. It was hard to imagine a more desperate and foolish move. Now he didn't even need a DNA test to confirm that Suho really was Jin-woo's son. He found himself in the dungeon, trying to figure out what was going on, and at that moment, the way back was blocked. Now he'll have to explore this place and figure out what's going on, as well as try to find a way out. A few seconds later, the system notified the player that he had the opportunity to acquire a new weapon. The guy realized he had ended up in some unknown world and was now in something resembling a game. There were plenty of weapons around. He could examine each item and view its stats. After a while, he chose an attack glove that deals massive damage to opponents. Now he had to continue on his way. There were many statues around, and suddenly they began to move. If it weren't for his outstanding reflexes, Suko would have lost his head. He was lucky to have inherited his parents' skills. We mustn't forget that Chahai was also a very talented hunter, so her talents were undoubtedly passed down to her son. With these skills, he can destroy his opponents, even though he hadn't even developed his strength yet. Immediately after his first victory, the system notified the player that his level had been raised. He realized the knights were alive, and by the time he got there, he saw many of them. Now he'd have to fight each one. If this really is a game, the difficulty level is way too high. After all, this guy hasn't even gone through basic training. Within seconds, a frenzied slaughter began. The knights were in for a rough time today. They'd encountered a real monster. Up until then, it had seemed as though the knights were the monsters, but during the battle, it became clear that the opposite was true. Thanks to his titanium gloves and excellent martial arts skills, Suko easily dealt with his opponents. The problem was, rather, that the number of opponents kept growing, leaving him no chance to rest. His constantly rising level, thanks to his victories over monsters, came to his aid. The higher his level rose, the higher his stamina became, allowing him to keep fighting. He had fully come to terms with the idea that he was inside a game, and even felt that with every step he took, things became much easier. This means the player is on the right track. The strength in his body is growing, and a hint of wild confidence appears in his eyes. All he cares about is constant progress and trying to become stronger. To do that, he'll have to enter the boss's room. He opened the massive gates and saw what his father had seen many years ago. Seated on the throne was a massive knight, the boss of this dungeon. The shadow soldier raised his weapon and made it clear to Suko that he intended to challenge him. The young heir to his legendary father could not turn his back on this battle and flee like a coward. He accepted the challenge, but only at the last moment did he realize that the odds were far too lopsided. By then, it was already too late. A second before the clash, blood appeared before his eyes. At that moment, he didn't know whose it was. A moment later, there was a massive burst of energy as if the heavens had exploded. Suko opened his eyes and screamed very loudly, like a little boy who'd had a nightmare and was calling out to his mom for help. He looked around and realized he was still in the dungeon, but not in the boss's room. He was back in the hallway where he'd been before. He was completely unharmed, and it looked like he'd have to make his way back to the boss's room. First, he needed to at least switch weapons, but that wasn't so easy because it was much darker in the hallway now. One of the candles had gone out. Suko entered the boss room, and a few seconds later, history repeated itself. He screamed again and found himself back in the hallway. Now he looked up and saw that the second candle had gone out as well, as if he had one last chance to pass this test. The Black Knight was too strong to be defeated, and the young student began to panic. He tried to pull himself together somehow, but it wasn't that easy since this was the first time he'd faced such a challenge. It would clearly be difficult for him to defeat the boss. For a task like this, he would need a more powerful weapon, such as a knight's sword. After that, Suko realized that a sword wouldn't be enough. Right now, he was just like Jinho, who loved to look spectacular during battles. Before entering the boss's room, he'd have to fight his way through the Chief Knight's defenders. They can respawn, so the killing will be endless. There are two sides to this battle. On the one hand, the player loses stamina, but at the same time, they level up and all their stats increase. Sooner or later, this progress will mean that they'll finally be able to compete with the boss on equal footing. The corridor had been completely cleared of the knights and archers who had appeared at the last moment. The system sent a notification that the player had reached the required level and could now accept the quest to change professions. The profession will depend on how long he remains alive. Suko is following exactly in his father's footsteps, but to achieve the same greatness, he'll have to show some grit. Less than 2 minutes later, he was surrounded by fire and the strongest enemies he had ever faced. Until this day, he'd only had to defeat school bullies. Now the difficulty level has gone up. The schoolboy is clearly having a rough time in this dungeon, but he must realize that true diamonds are formed under great pressure. After he managed to stop the fire mages, a huge stone knight appeared before him. A few seconds later, Suko displayed all the best qualities of his family and tore his opponent to pieces. A perfect balance has formed within him thanks to the symbiosis of his mother's and father's traits. At this rate, he'll not only be able to reach Jin Woo's heights, but even go much further than his father. This journey clearly won't take just one day, but with consistency and hard work, the impossible can be achieved. His level has been significantly raised, and now, after analysis, the system will assign him a new profession. After examining all his attributes, strengths, and weaknesses, the system has assigned him the profession of martial arts master. This profession suits him perfectly. We've already seen proof of that when he fought the school bullies. When Jin Woo underwent a similar trial, his class changed thanks to the bonus points he earned for defeating monsters. The same thing happened now with his son. Thanks to the cleanup, he earned a lot of points and changed his class, becoming a soul slayer. After some time, he fully upgraded his gear and finally decided to challenge fate. That fate is none other than the very knight who had previously knocked him out of the game twice. He's fully charged and in a very serious mood. An incredible aura surrounds him. This guy reached level 70 much faster than his father. Now it's his turn to achieve greatness. Even after making significant progress, there's no room to let his guard down. The knight is ready to exploit even the slightest mistake to win. You'll have to work up a sweat just to get anywhere near the knight and land a blow. If you're precise and timely, you're bound to get a chance to end the duel early. After their clash, a massive veil of shadow formed. That's what happens when two titans collide. During the battle, the knight realized he was sensing the very legendary power of the young lord, a power that hadn't even reached its full potential yet. After leveling up, Suko clearly understands that the Dark Knight is an unimaginably intelligent opponent. His power is mind-boggling. The difference between him and lower-level soldiers is like night and day. To defeat him, he'll have to do the impossible, and it seems that Suko is ready to go to extreme measures. He doesn't yet understand all the rules of this game, but thanks to the bonus ability he received at the first level, he was able to destroy the guards. If you take into account the extra ability he received at the very beginning, he is now at level 110. The Junior Lord finally managed to close the distance and land a precise strike with his weapon. In the final seconds of the battle, the knight clearly understood that this young man had enormous potential. He was born with incredible talent. He is the child of the Shadow Lord, and his mother is a hunter of the highest rank. It's no surprise that Suko reached such a level without having to learn how to use his power. Just a second later, the knight was forced to admit defeat in his battle against the young lord. At that moment, he vanished into thin air, which meant that the young newcomer had defeated his first boss. Suko couldn't contain his joy, for this victory was the result of long, hard work. He'd only managed to defeat the knight on his third attempt. During that time, he had leveled up many times, and now the gates to the dungeon lay open before him. He walked through those gates and saw that he hadn't returned home at all. Instead, his home was burning to the ground. His father had already passed this trial. He had already defeated the terrifying Cerberus, and now it was Suko's turn to follow in his footsteps. This battle didn't pose much of a problem. Within a few minutes, Cerberus was utterly terrified by this young man's power. A massive gate opened before Suko, and he happily pushed the doors open. He took a few steps forward and saw a burning city before him, in which not a single human soul could be sensed. Almost instantly, he was surrounded by monsters he had to constantly fight off. Suko felt that this was a wonderful challenge, but something was very strange about this guy. The monsters didn't scare him at all. Step by step, he made his way through the Tower of Demons, destroying absolutely every monster he encountered along the way. He felt no emotions at all. For him, this journey was nothing more than a diversion on the path to success. This guy was so strong that all the bosses he encountered were nothing more than a tasty appetizer to him. Even the strongest monsters were destroyed with just a few blows, and he did it all without much enthusiasm. Very quickly, Suko reached the end of the 100th floor and saw some very interesting characters standing before him. Yasin tried to stop him because this guy was already about to attack her and tear her to pieces. Even the Lord had found it difficult to climb this tower. No one could have imagined that the Junior Lord would manage it so quickly without additional troops. Suko overheard these conversations about the previous time and started asking questions. Yasin realized she had said too much. She had to tell him a little about herself and greet the younger lord on the top floor of the Tower of Trials. This floor used to be home to the Scorpion Demons, but Yasin's family had destroyed them long ago, as soon as they took their place at the top, thanks to Jin Woo. A new portal to another dimension has opened before this very talented young man. He can either stay and go to dinner with the demons or continue his quest for power. Apparently, he's not at all interested in the banquet in his honor. This young adult has no interest in alcohol, so he'll attend the banquet when he's older. Yasin was very angry. The Lord had promised to return later, but they still hadn't met, and now his son was saying the same thing. This tower hasn't had any guests for over 60 years, and on top of that, The shadow soldiers used the demons to build a new statue and didn't even pay them for it. Suko paid no attention to this beautiful demon girl and calmly stepped through the portal, hoping to get home. Apparently, the news awaiting him isn't exactly pleasant because the portal isn't leading him to a warm bed and a cozy home at all. He'll have to face an army of insect monsters that will gladly drink all his blood, just like vampires. These monsters began attacking him from all sides. At times, it seemed as though they would never end and were only growing in number. The difficulty level kept rising until the main group of monsters was destroyed and the player reached the boss room. He was certain that a confrontation with a huge monster, one that would be terrifying and incredibly strong, awaited him. And he was absolutely right. Maybe the ant and bear aren't the biggest, but this guy is definitely incredibly terrifying, strong, and powerful. For many long years, he had dreamed of facing the Junior Lord. Now, upon seeing him, tears welled up in his eyes once more. Suko didn't appreciate this sentimental moment. For him, it was simple. If he'd walked into the boss's room and seen a monster standing before him, he had to destroy it instantly. He doesn't care what feelings the shadow soldier has. He's seeing him for the first time, and therefore wants to rip his head off for the sake of progress. Perhaps the ant named Bear feels abandoned and insulted. He'd spent his whole life helping this kid, and now he's forced to defend himself just to stay alive. Suko didn't understand what was happening to this guy. During the battle, he didn't sense any threat and noticed that tears were constantly streaming from the ant's eyes. After that, the ant took a few steps back and fell to the ground in a very theatrical manner, as if he were an actor in the worst movie in the world. This meant that the player had passed the test and instantly leveled up. The shadow soldier began to vanish, and at that moment, Suko clearly realized that a strange feeling wouldn't leave him. It was as if the boss hadn't wanted to attack him at all and had held back when he had the chance to win. Another portal opened before him, and before that, his level had been raised once again. Every time, Suko hoped he would make it home, and every time he was disappointed when he saw increasingly dangerous monsters in the new dungeon. This time, he'll have to fight huge giants and dragons. Each new dungeon forces him to bring out his best qualities. To make real progress, you need to face threats from all sides and demonstrate a variety of skills. You can't rely solely on your strengths. You have to jump into a pool of sharks and feel absolute discomfort. It is in such discomfort that future heroes are born. This is what happened to Jinwoo, and his son must follow the same path. The battle was legendary. As soon as Suho destroyed the monsters in front of him, new giants would appear behind him. When the giants got on his nerves, the dragon nearby always posed a threat. He was attacked from underground and from the air. There wasn't a single place in this dungeon where he could hide. The difficulty level kept rising, and his opponents grew ever more dangerous and powerful. Sooner or later, he was bound to encounter the warrior who had been here for 3 decades. He acts as an opponent because he was permitted to appear in this form. After all, he is worthy of the Lord's attention. The shadow soldier was certain that the Junior Lord would not be able to defeat him. Too much self-confidence and too little real threat. Suko is a true prodigy, but even a guy as talented as he has never faced pressure like this. Apparently, he's being attacked by a wizard who came here to show off his magic spells. By this point, the player had already noticed that all the bosses were in shadow form, as if something united them. He understood that he had to defeat each of his opponents, but now he was facing great difficulties. Probably for the first time since the trial began, he started to feel genuinely afraid, especially after he had cleared the first level. There were 3 enormous monsters in the sky along with the wizard, and their power was very difficult to stop. No matter how difficult it was, Suko had already come a long way, and now he had no right to turn back. He showed his courage when he charged toward the magical might and began fighting the powerful enemies. He managed to ride the dragon, and now, with the help of this monster, he'll show who's in charge here. Thanks to the wizard's presence, it seemed as though a special effects master was at work here. It all looked amazing. Finally, the overconfident player faced some challenges because the Tower of Demons hadn't posed a single threat to him. The battles didn't stop. At times, it seemed as though they might go on forever. Sooner or later, Suko was bound to reach the level where he would fight enormous extraterrestrial titans. The shadow soldiers were certain that now the young lord would finally feel fear, apologize, and leave the dungeon. In their opinion, he was supposed to run home and call his mom for help, but in the end, the opposite happened. He aggressively attacked the titans, and at that moment, it seemed as though this man had no weaknesses. Of course, he is mortal, his stamina is already approaching 0, and he is beginning to worry. If the monsters don't stop appearing, sooner or later his strength will run out and he'll die. To get out of here alive, he'll have to control his power and attack with virtually no mistakes. Only then can he fight against an entire army and achieve total victory over everyone around him. The monsters closed in even tighter when they sensed that the hunter was preparing to deliver the final blow. At that moment, they rushed at him to prevent him from attacking. It felt as though the moment of truth was upon them. The climax was approaching at an incredible speed. The clash of these 2 incredible forces was only a matter of time. Now we would see who would emerge victorious. At that moment, not a single doubt crossed the student's mind. He was absolutely convinced of his invincibility. His aura caused the monsters to scatter like sand. They never stood a chance from the very beginning. The legendary battle ended with an unpredictable outcome. Suko defeated the army of monsters single-handedly. Although his level no longer increases, after so many battles, he has begun to control his power better. He probably shouldn't let his guard down, because even after defeating the army, he mustn't forget that the commander-in-chief is still out there. Before this battle, Tsuko decided to ask a question. He wanted to know what portion of the main army he had just destroyed. The general calmly replied that, not counting the demon's castle, the player had killed only 1,000th of the army. This means that the incredibly long battle in which Tsuko defeated a large number of opponents is just a small part of what he'll have to go through. Now he'll have to face a far more terrifying threat. None of the warriors are as strong as the general standing right in front of the player. Everyone around him calls him the young lord, and now Tsuko finally wants an explanation. He doesn't understand why he ended up here, or why the monsters treat him differently. The Shadow Soldier has no intention of answering all these questions. The real answers can only be earned. Through his hard work, courage, and self-sacrifice, he'll have to uncover the truth in time. The battle has been going on for quite some time, but so far, Suho doesn't understand how to find his opponent's weak spot. When it came to precise analysis, his father was a pro. Jinwoo always skillfully analyzed his enemies and found the exact points where he needed to strike. The player realized that right now, he wasn't even fighting the most powerful warrior in this world. He raised his head and saw that the supreme ruler of this territory was standing right above him. Looking closely, he saw a terrifying gaze belonging to a mysterious creature. Instead of continuing to fight the knight, Tsuko chose to face the dungeon's final boss. He believes that if he defeats this creature, he'll definitely be transported home immediately, and all these trials will come to an end. Up until that moment, Tsuko had never felt such tension. He sensed that some unknown force was causing him to suffer. During the battle with the Shadow Soldiers, he constantly felt that he was very close to victory, and even in the face of difficulties, he never lost his optimism. Now, for the first time, he sensed that his opponent was incredibly strong. But that wasn't even his main advantage. His opponent chooses his attack angles very well and lands strikes with maximum precision, as if his attacks were guided missiles. It's hard to even imagine how much training and how many trials one must go through to reach this level. Although the battle wasn't over yet, the young player was already in awe of his opponent and wanted to ask him for some advice. Even though his opponent is too strong, Tsuko remains confident in his combat abilities, which have already reached their limit. Even if the boss is a cut above the player, that's still no reason to despair or give up the fight. Despite the blood on his face, despite his broken ribs and the utter exhaustion of his entire body, Tsuko kept fighting. Now was the very moment to show his mettle, and he was ready to do so. He swept past like a typhoon and cut through his opponent as if a hot knife were cutting through butter. Even his titanium glove couldn't withstand the strain he was facing. Nevertheless, Tsuko didn't stop. He still wanted to win, still wanted to become stronger, and still wanted to prove to himself that he was worthy of more. Now he dreams of becoming as strong as his opponent, but he doesn't even realize that this is just a game. His father stood before him, but at that moment, an unknown force began pulling Tsuko back into the portal that had opened behind him. He tried to stop and talk to his father, but he couldn't help himself. It was time to leave this place. A second later, he found himself in a completely different setting and no longer had to fight monsters. It was the same old classroom, with no one around and a deathly silence, as if he'd merely dozed off for a moment. He thought it had all been a dream, and that from now on he shouldn't play video games anymore, since they had a bad influence on him. It was hard to even believe that the dungeon with the monsters had been real, especially considering that the main boss was his father. The boy had no idea that all of this was real. The Shadow Lord and his servants had been right there the whole time. The Shadow Soldiers suggest that the Lord finally restore Junior's powers of death and tell him the whole truth. Jinwoo had conducted such trials for his son before, but today, for the first time, he managed to make contact with his father during the battle, and that alone is enough to pass the trial. Jinwoo believes he would not have defeated the Lord of Destruction if he had relied solely on his own strength. There are situations where victory is impossible. In those moments, one must think about escape, because attacking an enemy who is many times stronger is foolish and childish. It's too early to grant the child great powers. Some time must pass before he is truly mentally ready. Even if he knows nothing, this little rascal will still keep opening doors and defying fate every single time. Ant Bear will definitely wait for the moment when the young lord finally learns the truth. He'll definitely wait for the moment when he and his friend reunite to have a little fun again. Tonight's news reported that the con artist brothers Donsu and Huang were taken into custody on fraud charges. Also today, a major forest fire broke out. There was a high risk of the fire spreading, but the firefighters acted like true heroes. The fire was extinguished thanks to the efforts of incredibly brave people who risked their lives. They all played a major role in the parallel reality, but heroes remain heroes even when there are no more monsters in the world. Jinwoo risked his life. He risked absolutely everything to rewrite history. All of this was done solely to give people the chance to live without monsters and without the fear of death. Today, the CEO of a large company named Jin Ho is incredibly happy. A new virtual game is about to be released, and he needs to approve the title. But he isn't even thinking about that. All his thoughts are focused on the fact that he just found out his wife, Jinna, is pregnant. All he wants is to have a little fun and forget about work. Today is the very day when he can ignore all his schedules. If his employees are so eager to hear the name of the new game, he suggests calling it A Beautiful World, even though they aren't entirely thrilled with the idea. In any case, there's no need to worry. They'll have a very serious investor with influential partners. Jan Halsey has become incredibly successful. Soon, every self-respecting newspaper was writing about his amazing success story. His father, Mr. Han, has long wanted to see a grandson because his son, instead of building a skyscraper, decided to develop video games, a decision that greatly upset him. The world has changed. People have finally come to understand what happiness is and have earned a peaceful and quiet haven far away from any extraterrestrial monsters. That doesn't mean it will last forever. Sometimes a period of calm can last a very long time, but then a very terrible storm strikes. Now let's take a step back and enjoy the ending of this wonderful story. No one knows exactly what might emerge from the gate, and so people tremble with fear and hope that the dungeon will never open near their homes. Soon, people emerged who were able to fight the monsters. They came to be known as hunters. The Hunters Association's support department received a call today from a dissatisfied customer. The man asked that a hunter named Jin Woo not be sent here, and now he's incredibly upset. We had to calm him down and explain that there had been some kind of mistake and that everything would be fixed shortly. If you ask any school child on the street what they want to be when they grow up, there will be exactly 3 options. No more, no less. Children want to become either a famous hunter, an employee of a well-known hunting company, or work for a Hunters Association. Hunters get all the profits and attention. Everyone else is just support staff. Employee Park became interested in a young man named Jin Woo and decided to find out a little more about him. He found information about this hunter and realized that this guy is practically no different from ordinary people, even though he's a hunter. This guy has an unusually high number of injuries. It's strange that he hasn't been killed yet, and it's unclear why he risks his life like this. Park decided to approach his manager and suggest that Jin Woo be persuaded to stop hunting monsters. Park took this job to help people and be of some use. Hunters try to save ordinary people and risk their own lives, but there always needs to be someone to help them on this difficult path. Park will do his very best to help the hunters avoid getting hurt or killed, which is why he wants Jin Woo to quit his job. He needs to understand that there are strong people who don't become hunters. If he wants to be useful, he must convince these people to go into the dungeon. They'll be much more useful than in everyday life. Only that can be called real help. He just received information from his manager about a girl named Ju Hee. She's a high-ranking healer. Ju Hee has talent, but is afraid to become a hunter. Jin Woo has no talents, but isn't afraid of anything. A guy like that can help the healer overcome her fear and turn her into a full-fledged team member. In that case, Jin Woo will do his job and be useful, so Park must bring these 2 pieces of the same puzzle together. Everything that happened next is history. It was this small detail that brought the 2 friends together, leading them to enter the double lair and unleash an unknown power. Many years have passed since those events. We witnessed how the world was saved, and after that, the story began anew. A young schoolboy named Suho likes to linger after class with his girlfriend to take a short walk. He sensed some kind of mysterious force in the sky, but didn't notice anything strange. This small and talented boy has no idea that he's being watched all the time. You'd need incredibly sharp eyes to spot this shadow dragon hovering in the sky. If you look even more closely, you'll notice that there's a man and a woman on the dragon. Today is their 16th wedding anniversary, so the king decided to give his queen a gift. He asks her to stay home for at least a little while and promises not to be long. Cha-hei will happily wait for him. Despite the many years they've spent together, she still looks at him with love and admires him just as much as ever. Son Jin Woo has changed a bit. When he first entered the dungeon, he was just an ordinary, frail young man, but now he is a confident lord of darkness and a wonderful father. He needs to go into the dungeon to resolve some issues, and after that, he promises to return home immediately. They say that those who possess immense power attract terrible things from the unknown world, and that's probably true. The shadow soldiers are always ready to come to their master's aid. All it takes is to raise them from the dead. As has already become clear, the young lord never shies away from battle. His father's blood runs through his veins, compelling him to challenge his fate, time and time again. He's always curious about what lies ahead. Sometimes he's afraid, and sometimes he simply feels that he must take a step forward. Huge creatures possessing incredible strength do not frighten him. What frightens him is giving up the fight and utter spinelessness. He's ready to start all over again every time he stumbles, but that never makes him give up. He's already spent countless days in this dungeon. He's even forgotten when he first ended up here. Now, he has one last chance to enter the boss's room and defeat the enemy. A voice echoes constantly in his head. This voice is beginning to make him repeat the word, "Rise up." Even if this is his last chance, he still doesn't want to stop and longs to open those doors to the unknown. He clearly bears the traits of his father, a man who accomplished the impossible and even turned down universal praise. Now Suko must follow in his father's footsteps. He must endure all the trials that his difficult fate will throw his way. Only then will he be able to push himself to the limit and achieve unprecedented progress. No matter what lies beyond these gates, he will take a step forward and challenge this being. Are the outer gods flawless beings who have been creating countless universes since time immemorial? They were called the Absolutes. The Absolutes continued to create endlessly, pursuing and devouring eternity. In the process, much spiritual matter and many laws were created, but there was one Absolute who felt bound by the endless chains of slavery. This Absolute decided to invent a pastime for itself so that it could at least relax a little and enjoy life. This amusement became watching the war between the gods' creations. The Absolute found it fascinating to observe the destructive actions of these beings. They waged an endless war. It was a vicious cycle. This could not last forever. The Absolute, who had been observing the endless war, was killed by its own creations. The Absolutes from other dimensions learned of this. They gathered in one place to observe the world that had lost its master. They were shaken by the death of their comrade who had been killed by his own creatures. It was like a bolt from the blue. They were consumed by a single thought that had been weighing heavily on their minds all along. The power that had lost its master would now belong to whoever was the first to seize it. A young man named Suko continues to live an ordinary life, studying and exploring the world around him. Today, he has finally been accepted into the Korean Department of Fine Arts. Not everyone is so lucky, especially considering that Suko was never a model student. One of the local bullies decided to play a prank on him and said he didn't know that Suko was a great artist. This guy's name is Lin, and he really hates it when Suho mispronounces his name. These guys are constantly arguing with each other. Suho is never afraid of anyone, so he always seeks out conflict. Soon they'll be finishing their studies, and the girls are surprised that these guys are acting like children. No one in the class could understand why Lin was picking on a guy who had lost both his parents and was trying his best to stay cheerful. Apparently, this bully isn't interested in such things. All he wants is fights and violence. Suko is a man of incredible talent, for his father was a true lord of darkness. This battle won't be easy for him, because Lin is Iron's son and also possesses incredible talents. A single blow from this guy is enough to tear a wild beast to pieces, so it's best not to mess with him. He hadn't even suspected he had these talents until this very moment, as if his power had only just awakened. For the first time in a long while, Suko felt frightened, even though this guy had never been afraid of anything since childhood. 2 years have passed since that event. Time flies by unnoticed when you're young, as if only 2 days had gone by. Now, Suko is a sophomore at the university and continues his studies in the arts. All lectures in the main building have been moved to a separate hall today, so students are asked to turn around and head in the other direction. The hunters have already entered the gates and begun clearing the area. Civilians are advised to stay away from this place. Suko paused for a moment and felt a little disheartened. Another dungeon, more monsters, and panic among the people. 3 years ago, gates appeared all over the world, leading to enormous changes and cataclysms. These gates are portals that, after a certain amount of time, become passageways for monsters. These monsters burst out and start killing everything in their path, and because of this, people have also begun to change. Brave warriors with special powers emerged. They possess magic and are called the Awakened. The world was changing at an incredible pace, and it seemed this would continue for a very long time. Then Mr. Chul, an awakened one, gathered all those with power and organized something on a grand scale. He named his organization the Hunters Association, established the profession of hunter, and accelerated the process of change. People began to be divided into the awakened and the unawakened. Of course, everyone around was trying to become awakened and obtain the profession of hunter, which opened all doors. Ordinary people had to put in a lot of effort to achieve mediocre results, while the awakened did everything much faster. Ordinary people began to realize the utter insignificance of their existence. No matter how hard an unawakened person tried, there was no way they could bridge the gap between themselves and even the weakest awakened person. If the hunters do not purify the gates, this world will quickly perish. Therefore, people need awakened warriors. The unawakened should be grateful to the hunters, for it is only thanks to them that they can enjoy a peaceful life. Suko believes that people are becoming too accustomed to the fact that they have no say in anything. He couldn't influence his parents, who disappeared and left him alone. Now his right to survive depends on other people, and he doesn't like that at all. It used to seem that people could achieve anything they wanted, but now a void has formed inside him, one that is being filled with powerlessness. His mother often said that he was very much like his father. Now he wonders how his father would have acted in a world where there is only powerlessness and dependence on others. He continues to study at the art school and pretend that he's living a full life. Even now, our protagonist draws ants, just as he did in his early childhood, which he barely remembers. Hunters have finally begun to emerge from the dungeon that was discovered near the university. Judging by their relaxed demeanor, one can be sure that the dungeon clear went smoothly. Hunter Kim-chin led this raid and is pleased with the result. This can be reported to the Hunters Association. He's a little tense, though, simply because they've spotted a new type of monster that no one has encountered before. These monsters resemble humans. Blue flames shoot from their mouths and eyes. They attack with their claws and teeth, but don't deal much damage. One of them scratched the hunter, but he doesn't think anything serious will happen. He just needs to rest, and his body will quickly heal the wound. Just a few seconds later, the hunter Kim-chan began to feel weak and slightly dizzy. He dropped his sword and shield and seemed to have completely forgotten where he was and what he was supposed to do. His mind became completely clouded, and he was no longer the same young man who had fought against evil. He had turned into a true monster, attacking defenseless people with the intent to destroy them. Panic quickly broke out all around him, though no one could quite figure out what was happening. The hunter glowed with a blue flame, just like the monsters in the dungeon. People began to panic and scatter in all directions. No one wanted to risk their own lives. At that moment, Suko was continuing his art class when he noticed that strange things were happening outside. All the students rushed to the windows to see people attacking one another with wild eyes and a thirst for death. None of them looked human anymore. They all looked just like real monsters, ready to rip the head off anyone who stood in their way. The rate of infection was monstrously fast. Within just a few minutes, a single monster had infected dozens of other people. The class's senior assistant is a low-ranking hunter, but even he couldn't do anything. He was paralyzed by fear. One of the monsters spotted the students and began approaching their classroom. Suko ordered everyone to run immediately. No one even had time to take a step back. The monster moved very quickly and, within a second, smashed through the window and burst inside. The students were terrified. Everyone knew they just had to run and not even try to look back. As Suko tried to flee the classroom, he noticed that a girl was unable to move and was begging him to save her life. Doubts crossed his mind, but he decided not to stop and promised to call a security guard for help. Deep down, he knows perfectly well that this is all a fairy tale. He deliberately left her to die, all because of his own fear. He isn't awakened, and so he doesn't know how to act in situations like this. He shouldn't be blamed for it. In situations like this, he constantly thinks of his father and wonders what he would have done in this case. By that time, the monster had already spotted the sweet snack and was getting ready to savor the taste of her body. It was ready to tear the girl to pieces, but at the last moment, Suko appeared. He had returned after all to do a good deed. Thoughts of his father always push him toward heroic deeds, although without the power of the awakened, he is just an ordinary person who puts himself in mortal danger. Thanks to this crazy and even reckless act, the conditions for the courage of the powerless had just been met, and a secret quest had been activated. A long time ago, Suko had a terrifying nightmare in which he found himself in an unknown game where he had to level up. On each new floor, he encountered increasingly dangerous monsters, and he had to destroy them all. The stronger the monsters became, the stronger Suko had to become. Such were the rules of this dungeon. After passing through countless gates, he finally reached the top floor. The final boss on that floor turned out to be incredibly strong. Even though he was an enemy, Suko both despised and respected his power. In the end, this boss turned out to be his father, and the boy still cannot forget that fragment of the nightmare. In this way, he managed to recreate a projection of his father, who had always been strong and reliable. Now Suko wonders how his father managed to be that kind of person, but so far he hasn't been able to find the answer to that question. In any case, he feels that his dad would have done exactly the same thing. He wouldn't have walked by and would definitely have risked his life to save a human life. Physical attacks from non-awakened people have no effect on monsters, but his blow had just made the monster feel its power. At that moment, strange events unfolded, as if his nightmare were repeating itself. Time came to a complete standstill, and the system notified the player that a secret quest was beginning thanks to the fulfillment of the courage of the powerless condition. He earned the right to become a player, and now all he had to do was accept the terms for his nightmare to become reality. If he could become as strong as he was in that vision, it would be incredibly cool. Suko didn't even hesitate. In less than a second, he happily accepted the quest and decided to take the risk, no matter the cost. He looked at his starting stats and realized he'd have a long way to go to make any progress. To start with, he needs to defeat the Burning Mist and level up, as his current level is at the very bottom. The infected monsters are called the Burning Mist. Their strength depends on whether the person was awakened during their lifetime or not. Suko ordered the surviving girl to flee immediately while he promised to hold off the monsters. Finally, he felt that his dream had come true. He had awakened and was now ready to embark on a completely different path. His body now possessed incredible power that could be channeled to fight evil. This path would not be easy, but thanks to the hidden talents he had inherited from his parents, he still had a chance to reach the top. With a single blow, he destroyed the first monster, and was even surprised by his own power for a moment. He can't rest on his laurels because his opponents are doing everything they can to surround him. After a few minutes of battle, Suko felt confident, and from then on, no one could stop him. He destroyed his opponents with a single touch and felt like the ruler of this world. During the battle, the system constantly updated and notified him that he was leveling up and improving his stats. Thanks to this, Suko was losing stamina but gaining strength and energy that he could channel into quickly destroying his enemies. All he had to do was stay calm and use his strength wisely, channeling it in the right direction. Humanity had never before heard of awakened beings capable of progressing. Suko became the first hunter of his kind. Usually, after awakening, a person receives a unique rank that cannot be changed in the future. No one knows who assigns these ranks or who selects the caste of the awakened, but Suko somehow managed to break through this barrier. Now, all the possibilities the world has to offer, ones he could never even have dreamed of before, are opening up before him. A man who was left without parents, without love or support, has now gained the power to influence the world around him. There's no doubt that watching his journey will be very interesting, especially given this hero's backstory. He has finally managed to defeat the monsters in this room, and he deserves a little rest. He has always dreamed of helping people in need, and now he has that opportunity. There are still many monsters out there, so if he wants to save ordinary citizens, there's no time to rest. Right now, he's been spotted by a massive hunter who was the leader of the team that entered the dungeon. It will be very difficult to stop a monster like this, especially since he's armed. Suko has just awakened and doesn't yet possess any serious skills, so his life is in danger. An alarm has been sounded. There has been an escape from the dungeon on the grounds of the University of the Arts, and residents of nearby areas are being asked to evacuate. Soldiers have already arrived at the scene and are ready to engage in battle, but they are in no hurry to do so. They are forbidden from approaching the monsters until hunters from the association arrive. Unfortunately, it has already become known that even mid-rank hunters can be infected, and this is very dangerous. Suko realized long ago that he was in danger. Since the soldiers aren't intervening, he'll have to fend off this threat on his own. He didn't expect the monster to leap out from the lower floor, and now he isn't quite ready for this battle. In any case, he'll have to fight, but after the previous battle, our hero doesn't have much energy left. The player hasn't yet learned to harness his full power, so the best course of action would be to simply flee. Fighting a powerful monster is still very dangerous, so it would be wiser to wait for the hunters from the association to arrive. It was a perfect plan, but one that was not meant to come to fruition. The monster noticed the girls hiding on the roof and decided to attack them without warning. Suko was merely trying to avoid death, but his actions provoked the monster, and now the girls are in danger of dying. If the player truly wants to help make this world a better place, even despite his fatigue and the level difference, he must protect everyone else. The decision was made in his head in a split second. He didn't even have to imagine what his father would have done in his place. Gradually, he's getting used to doing the right thing, and now, in any difficult situation, he automatically chooses good and justice. This path could cost him his life, especially during the early stages of his training, when he is not yet a high-ranking warrior. You can't do without a bit of luck here, though when you're fighting an armed monster, it's hard to hope for a miracle. Suko suffered a serious injury. He's bleeding internally. His health is at a minimum, and to be honest, he's even losing confidence that he'll make it out of this battle alive. The system doesn't want him to lose consciousness just yet, even though his fatigue level is practically at its maximum. All this time, right above him, the heavens seem to be tearing apart, as if someone from another world were trying to penetrate this planet. A few seconds later, the sky finally split open, and an unknown, dark-colored creature began to approach the combatants. A massive burst of energy occurred, affecting both the monster and the newly minted hunter. Suko began to lose consciousness due to severe blood loss and exhaustion. The last creature he saw was the ant bear. The shadow soldier was terrified when he realized he was too late, but even now, he could still use his healing abilities. The monster that fought the player is still alive, even though it lost its arm during the ant's attack. Ant Bear hadn't been this angry in a long time. This terrible creature had wounded such a precious body, and now must pay for it. The hunter, who had turned into a monster, was torn in two, as if Godzilla had burst out of the ocean and decided to taste human flesh. At that time, many people were in danger, and far from everyone found the inner strength to stand up to the monsters. One of the participants in this horrific event was extremely lucky that someone decided to stand up for him. Apparently, the ant bear got so angry that he decided to tear absolutely all the local monsters to pieces. He had watched Suko grow up since childhood and couldn't allow some plague to kill this child. It all happened so quickly that the witnesses didn't even realize what had happened to them. As a result, the entire university campus was cleared of infected monsters. The soldiers sensed a burst of energy and tried to figure out how to respond. They knew these weren't hunters, because the association hadn't sent anyone yet. Ant Bear made the clouds part so the sun could shine on the university. He was happy to welcome the young lord after such a long time. From his earliest childhood, Suko had loved drawing shadow soldiers. Even as an adult, he could never quite explain this desire to himself. Of course, he doesn't remember any of this, since his father erased his memories of these creatures while he slept. Because of this, he had completely forgotten those times when the ant spent evenings with him on endless walks and playing games. Once upon a time, Bear was a terrifying creature who destroyed everyone around him. Now he is a shadow soldier who can easily be reduced to tears. Suko survived that battle. Even despite heavy blood loss, he managed to cling to life with both hands. He woke up in a local hospital, and the very first thing he thought of was the ant named Bear. His uncle called him right away. He was furious upon learning that Suko had nearly died in that hellish situation. His uncle said that chaos reigned all around, so a squad of bodyguards would be sent to Suko's side to ensure his safety during treatment. 2 days have passed since that incident, and now it's all anyone is talking about on TV. After all, the number of victims is hard to even count. A hot fog had been discovered, a monster that infects hunters and turns them into demons. Even though the incident occurred in the city center, the association still took action too late. By the time the hunters arrived at the scene, all the monsters had been destroyed for some unknown reason. It's hard to even listen to the eyewitness accounts now. All these people are terrified and clearly suffering from mental distress. Now, Suko has no doubt that his awakening was not a nightmare at all. During the battle, the player managed to level up, but now it's hard to understand how he survived such a serious injury. At that moment, he heard a familiar voice saying that it had protected him and healed his wounds. The ant had come in person to greet the young prince. They hadn't seen each other in a long time, and now the moment of their long-awaited reunion had finally arrived. The ant was very pleased to see how much the prince had grown. He had become a real man, a sight to behold. Memories began to form in Suko's mind. They came together again like shards of broken glass. Deep down, the player sensed that he recognized this ant, as if it had once been an important part of his life. Bear is one of the dark creatures he used to spend time with as a child, but he only remembered him now. The ant had come to this dimension solely to meet the prince. He was now small due to the reaction that consumed a large amount of magical energy during his travel. He is no longer a general, but an ordinary private. This is most likely due to his loss of energy. Ant Bear explained that he is a talented healer and had healed all of his master's wounds. He came to this dimension to unseal the prince, but he never expected Tsuko to do it on his own. The prince quickly realized that the seal was connected to his nightmares, so he had to tell him that all of this had actually happened. The great Lord of Shadows, Jin Woo, wanted his son to lead an ordinary life, so he sealed away his memories and powers. At that moment, Suho let out a loud scream. He realized that all of this was connected to his father, who had long since disappeared in an unknown direction. This family always has problems like this. The son becomes a superhero after his father disappears somewhere.
Right now, the great Lord of Shadows is in space, fighting those who are trying to take over the world.
Suko will have to realize that his father is fighting for all of humanity and trying to defeat the cosmic deity named Italim. This terrible monster is trying to take over the world with the help of his apostles. To get here, Suko had to defeat many opponents. The appearance of portals and demonic creatures is also a result of this war. Our hero's mother went missing on the very same day his father did, but she isn't with him in another dimension. All this time, the ant didn't even know that Ms. Chahi had gone missing. Now he's truly panicking. He's convinced that Atalim's apostles set a trap for her, and that's exactly why she's in trouble. It's immediately clear that Suko desperately wants to see his parents and is willing to do everything possible to make that happen. Burr says that there's only one way to make this dream come true, since the Lord cannot return to Earth because of the war. Suko must become as strong as possible to save his mother and then set out to meet his father. The ant is ready to help him on this thorny path. The player has been given the trial of shadows. All his innate abilities are sealed, so he must prove his worth before he can fully master his skills. To do this, he'll have to venture into the Dungeon of Shadows, even though it might be a one-way trip. Within seconds, the Dungeon of Shadows was opened. He must enter it and claim all the power that originally belongs to the Prince of Darkness. Suko still can't believe that everything he's heard is true. The talk of the cosmos, a war with the gods, and the Lord of Shadows sounds like a child's joke. Still, despite all these doubts, he hopes it turns out to be true, and then their family will be able to reunite. To do this, he'll have to raise his level to infinity, but for the sake of his family, Suko is ready for anything. Before that, Bear received a personal order from the Shadow Emperor. He was commanded to go to Earth and break Suko's seal. The prince's seal must be broken because Italim's invasion may soon reach Earth. Suko must regain his power and memory to defend the Earth on his own, as his father commanded. He can act as he sees fit. The ant need only guide him slightly and offer advice in difficult moments. For Bear, this is a wonderful opportunity. He has always loved the little prince and adored watching him grow. Now their journey together will continue in the land of the dead, where the living cannot enter without the permission of the land's owner. The Dungeon of Shadows is known for its terrifying sights and gloomy weather. This place resembles a ruined city. The prince doesn't understand why, but it feels as though he has been here before. The goal of the quest is survival. The dungeon's inhabitants will never accept the young man as the master of this land if he is too weak. He must prove himself and survive for 4 hours. The trial begins right now. Suko needs to focus quickly, because if he takes too long to think, he'll lose his head. He's lucky to have inherited excellent reflexes and incredible intuition from his mom and dad. Right now, these qualities, along with many other traits, will be vital for his survival in this place. He's been attacked by a goblin scout, which means there are other monsters elsewhere, eager to strike without warning. Although a goblin is a fairly weak monster, that doesn't mean he can let his guard down and fight it with his eyes closed. Suko acted with great confidence and even acquired a new item, the goblin's stone axe, which he used to kill this monster. He had just gotten rid of the goblin scout, thereby killing his first monster in the dungeon. Another scout was right nearby and immediately sounded the alarm. Very quickly, a large group of goblins gathered around, along with their captain, to secure the perimeter. Suko hopes that the ant will definitely help him, but right now, the Shadow Soldier's internal energy reserve is too low. He needs to conserve his strength, but he mustn't forget that if he helps Suko, the player will earn too few experience points. So the player will have to rely only on himself and act based on his own skills. So far, he hasn't had any trouble with this. He's discovering new techniques and easily defeating monsters. Suko plans to try absolutely every option to hone his own style. To do this, he'll have to adapt to his surroundings and be as versatile as possible. The prince's childhood resembled the tale of the extraordinary birth of a mythical hero. He freely wielded the power of a ruler, inherited from the monarch, but this incredible power only served as a hindrance to world peace. Now that the apostles are invading the land, the young ruler's power has shown in a special way. He'll be able to level up quickly, but he'll pay a heavy price if he loses his focus. The world of monsters is no place to let your guard down. A single wrong move could cost you your life. A goblin centurion has just arrived here. He is the leader of this gang of green monsters. Due to his injury, the young prince has lost a significant portion of his health, but he still feels strong enough to continue the battle. Now, he's twice as fierce and ready to show the goblins that he doesn't consider them a serious threat. Today, he feels much more alive than he did back when he was a helpless and weak young man, without the power of the awakened. This young man takes risks and charges headlong into battle. Such tactics could cost him his life, but if he manages to make progress, he'll open up unprecedented opportunities for himself. Soon, the area was cleared, the quest timer ran out, and that meant the prince had managed to survive this hell. Now he will receive the Shadow Extraction Runestone. This very technique became the cornerstone of Jinwoo's career. The player now clearly possesses an indomitable spirit, which increases his physical defense by 20%. Our hero has just received the long-awaited reward that will allow him to activate his Shadow Extraction skills. This skill transforms a monster's corpse into a shadow soldier and becomes the primary strength of anyone who uses this technique correctly. Thanks to this skill, son Jinwoo became a legend. Let's see how his son will make use of this technique. All he has to do is approach a dead monster, hold out his hand, and say the word rise, after which the monster's soul will rise from the realm of the dead. Thanks to this, Suko obtained his first shadow soldiers, first-level goblins. He had expected a much more interesting result, but for now he'll have to start with goblins and dream of something greater later. Extracted shadows are always weaker versions compared to living monsters. A shadow's abilities depend on its intelligence stat. In the future, this skill will become indispensable and pave the way to the top. You can leave this dungeon at any time using the key, so Suko decided to finish the trial and find a place for a tasty lunch. He couldn't think of anything better than heading to the hospital to try the local cuisine there. Now the ant bear can explain to him what they'll do next. To start with, they'll have 3 main missions. They'll need to protect Earth from otherworldly demonic forces. To do this, they'll have to enter the dungeon and capture a demonic beast. As the demon hunt progresses, the player levels up. The stronger he becomes, the safer planet Earth will be. After that, they'll have to set out in search of their missing mother. Though, of course, they'll first have to find her location. This will be possible by hunting otherworldly monsters, which will help you find the key to solving the mystery. The third mission is also very important. The ant bear wants to regain his strength and finally return to his former self so he can help his prince. To do this, he'll have to eat something that contains mana. Such items can only be found in the dungeon. Suko is ready for the challenges. He's eaten his fill and now wants to test his skills in the other world once again. To enter the dungeon, you must have a hunter's qualification. To obtain this, you need to go to the guild and test your strength. Suko is a unique character who can level up, so it's doubly interesting to see what rank he'll receive. This guy was incredibly surprised when he arrived for the test and found out he was a low-rank hunter. This was probably not the result he wanted to hear, since in his mind he already considered himself the strongest warrior in the galaxy. Rumor has it that a hunter's rank is determined by the amount of mana they possess, so it's no surprise that Suko is at a low level. His rank will be low compared to his skills because all this time he's been improving his strength rather than his mana level. All you need to do is raise your overall level, and then even a low-ranked hunter will be able to defend the land. Dungeon raids are carried out with a clear division of labor. The attack squad always clears the dungeon first. After that, the looting team enters the gate and collects the corpses of the demonic beasts. Only then does the group of miners extract the dungeon's resources. They enter last. Among these 3 teams, low-rank hunters may end up on the collection team or the mining team, but definitely not on the assault squad. This means that any hunter can enter the dungeon. Suko plans to do so by posing as a miner. If you recall, his father used the same strategy back when he hadn't yet obtained the Shadow Lord's primary power. Suko managed to join the team of miners without any trouble, thanks to an assistant professor at the University of the Arts named Gyun. Suko was very lucky to know this guy. Thanks to him, he can now work in the dungeon. Just a few seconds later, Gyun decided to sincerely apologize for what had happened at the university. He was the only one who had awakened, and instead of protecting the students, he had tried to run away. Suko said it was no big deal. Even the Hunters Association advises low-ranking warriors to run for their lives if they encounter demons. This meant the guy had followed clear instructions, so he should take it in stride. Gyun had just found out that his comrade was also a low-ranking hunter, and had an even lower mana reserve. This is very strange, because when the incident at the university happened, Suko fought like a true professional. Now this guy is pretending he just got lucky, but it's obvious he's hiding something. At that moment, the ant bear appeared beside him and said that his prince was truly an outstanding talent. After that, Gyun fell to the ground and began trembling with fear, because he had just seen a demonic creature. Bear appeared because the prince is currently too weak to be left alone with these strangers. He had to tell Gyun that Suko possesses the summoning skill and can now call upon demons from the other world for help. It was hard for him to accept, but there was no time to dwell on it now. Each of them had their own path to follow. Sukov entered a real dungeon for the first time. Somewhere ahead, the strike team was hunting demons. Here you can see a huge number of wolves eager to taste human blood. Professional hunters aren't afraid of such monsters. They consider them too weak. When a high-ranking hunter enters a dungeon, he hopes to kill a serious boss to earn the maximum reward. Wolf pelts are practically worthless, so most hunters are disappointed with today's haul. Soon they finally found a secret passage, but perhaps there would be something more valuable there. They found themselves in some ruins, and even began to consider asking the association for backup first. There were no signs of demonic beasts here, so they decided not to call for help just yet, and to explore the area on their own. They had never heard of anything like this. It was as if King Arthur had been here and thrust his sword into the center of a magic circle. This treasure is probably worth a lot and could be sold for a profit on the black market. First, they needed to appraise it and determine the sword's exact specifications, though even a quick glance was enough to tell that it was a genuine artifact. The hunters didn't even consider the possibility of traps in the area. One of them immediately tried to grab the sword. This guy is an aggressive style hunter and isn't afraid of anything. He'll soon regret his naivety. He's past the age where he can afford to make mistakes like this. As soon as he touched the sword, a strange atmosphere of madness arose around him. A few seconds later, he managed to draw his sword, but not a single trap was triggered. His friends told him to be much more careful next time, but within a second, he had completely lost his mind. The sword's aura took hold of his mind, and he began slashing at his friends as if they were wild boars. It seems that long ago, this sword belonged to the King of Fangs, and that's very bad news for the entire cleanup team. Now the crazed hunter will kill anyone who sets foot on Lord Fang's land. His friends tried to run and save themselves, but the hunter's stats were too high for that to be possible. He killed everyone indiscriminately and looked as if he had the most severe form of schizophrenia. Meanwhile, Suko called on the goblins to do his dirty work. This guy is already showing some impressive intellectual skills, much to the surprise of his college friend. Gyun had never heard of low-rank hunters being able to summon 3 demonic creatures at the same time. His skills are astonishing, and this is just the beginning of a future Legends journey. Even now, Suko dreams of leveling up, returning to the association, and retaking the test that will upgrade his rank. In order for the ant to restore his energy, he'll have to eat more than a dozen mana stones. For him, this is a wonderful opportunity to grow stronger and help his prince even more. A few seconds later, Bear began to panic and said he sensed the energy of a lord, but he wasn't referring to our hero's father at all. The Lord of Shadows isn't the only lord in the galaxy. If Jin Woo were to appear here, the ant's strength would be instantly restored. This means there's some other lord here, and they need to be as careful as possible. The miners working closer to the eastern part of the dungeon immediately sensed the danger. The hunters were supposed to clear the area, but they failed to do so, and monsters have now appeared all around. The demonic wolves would easily tear the miners to pieces, so the situation is truly dire. Another second, and these miners would have become a snack for the wolves. But they were lucky that a hunter happened to be there. Although this guy is only a low-rank hunter, he's already ready to take responsibility and protect ordinary people from monsters. The wolves are roughly the same level as the burning mist he fought at the university. It seems that Gyun has finally mustered the courage and today refuses to run away and save his own life. The goblins might also come to his aid. They'd be happy to help their new master. All that's left is to grab a sword from his inventory and start a fierce slaughter to reach a new level and become stronger. By defeating monsters in the dungeon, you can increase your inner mana level, which will then help you attain a new rank in the guild. As soon as Suko destroyed the wolves, he immediately summoned their departed souls to help him in battle. His entire dream team watched from the sidelines, everyone both frightened and inspired. This guy really makes your heart race when he takes reckless risks. It's nice to see that he's managed to master the shadow combat technique. Extraction and summoning don't consume energy thanks to the new system update, so now you can let your imagination run wild. A small shadow army is beginning to grow. By taking small steps, one can achieve great results. Now, Gun is certain that his comrade is clearly at a much higher level than he had previously claimed. The system notified the player that an urgent quest had appeared. He must defeat the enemy nearby. It seemed as though the player had already killed all the wolves, but one enemy remained, a member of the Hunter's strike team. At first, it seemed as though this man was on their side. Gun even got ready to talk to him a bit, but quickly changed his mind. He was very lucky to have a friend like Suko, who saved his life at the last moment. The player immediately ordered the pack of wolves to attack the enemy without delay and do everything in their power to destroy him. The system constantly gives hints to its player when he faces new threats. Thanks to these hints, he can gauge how strong his opponent is. It's been that way from the very beginning. Their enemy has a lot of energy. It's hard to call him a lord right now, but Suko still won't be able to defeat him. The ideal plan would be a simple escape, but the player believes he has an ace up his sleeve. If the system has given him this mission, it means they're confident he has enough skills to win. To reunite with his parents, he needs to increase his strength as quickly as possible, so he can't back down or hide from battles. Suko prepared to fight in order to defeat the madman and gain strength as quickly as possible. It won't be easy for him, but it's worth noting that this man has no intention of running away from danger. No matter how difficult the battle may be, he is still ready to fight to the last drop of blood. His youthful appearance reveals the traits of a lord, but will that be enough to defeat the mad demon? The enemy's strength lies in his sword. If his arm is cut off, he will no longer be able to move.
The Shadow Wolves are doing everything they can to help their master escape this dungeon alive.
Shadow soldiers are immortal warriors. As long as they have a supply of mana, they can always recover from defeat. For now, their power is still quite low, but over time, they're bound to evolve and become stronger. The demon is furious that the power of the Lord of Shadows is being used against him. He senses a challenge to his own energy. Antbear doesn't like it when people call the prince a nobody and try to insult him in every way possible. If he had his own power, he would personally destroy the enemy right now. Unfortunately, he's not yet on the demon's level, so Suko will be forced to fight on his own. The demon sensed that the blood of the Lord of Shadows flows through this young man, which drove him into an even greater frenzy. It seems that this is exactly what Suho is aiming for. He wants to enrage his opponent to force him to act rashly. He clearly exhibits his father's traits. In the past, Jinwoo also loved to provoke his opponents into anger and then easily anticipate their next moves. The battle was a head-to-head clash. As neither side wanted to back down, it was more of a battle for the initiative. The demon is very powerful. Thanks to the sword's aura, he has managed to evolve and now resembles a true monster. Parrying its attacks is becoming increasingly difficult. A single missed strike could cost him his life, and the longer the battle goes on, the less strength the player has left. No matter how you look at the situation, it's clear that Tsuko is very unlucky. He's still too weak to face opponents like this. For now, he's just dodging and hiding behind the shadow soldiers, but he definitely has a plan. Right now, he can't regain all the strength he had when he climbed the Tower of Demons. Bear had previously explained how this works. His power was sealed away when he was a child, so right now Tsuko has merely regained the skills he had in the past. If he had possessed his true power from birth, he would have even been able to stand up to it alone. The Tower of Demons was neither a dream nor reality. Rather, it was a test to determine how capable the prince was, which is why that power vanished immediately. It was like a game, but the experience he gained was real, just like the sensations and fighting spirit that developed during the battle. Now he needed to make use of all these attributes to fill the gaps in his skills. The Shadow Soldiers must come to the rescue once again. Thanks to the stat boosts, it will be possible to raise the Wolves' rank. After that, our hero will have much more room to maneuver. All that remains is to take advantage of it. It's not easy to make the most of these opportunities, especially when fighting a worthy opponent. During the battle, Tsuko leveled up, so he no longer needs to spend mana to sustain the Shadow Soldiers. This will help him relax a bit and gain an extra burst of energy. Now this guy can even turn a Shadow Soldier into a weapon, which already makes the ant feel proud of the prince. A true master of the shadows commands his soldiers with ease, but the prince is like an ant larva that has only just discovered the power of the shadows. He's managed to reach a new stage that no one had even told him about, which means his intellect is truly impressive. Tsuko is progressing rapidly precisely because of his analysis of his skills. He constantly thinks about his strengths and weaknesses and tries to improve himself from within. The same principle applies in battle. Sooner or later, he spots his opponent's weak spot and begins to strike precisely there. That's why even the strongest demons will eventually face major problems when fighting the prince. This guy really is a prodigy, but in order to realize his talent, he'll have to work very hard. At first he panicked when he saw the red demon, but he never doubted he would win, which is why he achieved such outstanding results. He learned a lot during that battle and discovered various hidden abilities of his body. Skills like the Storm Strike will now help him in the upcoming battle, but for now, it's best to focus on the cursed sword. The spirit trapped within this weapon cannot believe that it lost to a child, the Lord of Shadows. People bound by their own greed lose their minds the moment anyone touches this sword. A strange event occurred. Tsuko took this sword in his hands and did not go mad. On the contrary, he gained the Fang of Raikan attribute. It seems there is a man who is not subject to the Emperor of Fangs, and that man's name is Tsuko. With this sword, a charge will be several times more powerful. Now, even the strongest opponent will be no match for this might. During the battle, Gyun lost consciousness. He had only just woken up and was trying to recall everything that had happened. A few hours later, everyone who had been in the dungeon finally made it outside. The nightmare was over. Though, of course, several people had been seriously injured by the monsters. Virtually, the entire team of hunters was wiped out by their own captain. Unfortunately, things like that happen too. It's a rare occurrence to see a low ranking awakened with summoning abilities. The most important thing is that Tsuko managed to save people's lives. How he did it no longer matters. Junior decided to return to the dungeon to hone his new skills a little more. There were still wolves in the dungeon that needed to be cleared out, since the team of hunters hadn't finished their job. Raikan's Fang still refuses to cooperate with the Lord of Shadow's son, but no one asks him what he wants. A little later, Tsuko found the very ruins where the sword had been and where the bodies of the fallen hunters now lay. It was hard to look at them. They were all already dead, and none of them could be helped, not even with the skills of a healer. Raikan's Fang kept saying he would kill anyone who entered his territory, so the prince ordered him to shut up. Tsuko learned that it's possible to extract shadows even from hunters, but he has no intention of doing so. Only monsters should fight after death. People who defended noble ideals deserve peace and tranquility. They are on the Lord's sacred ground. Long ago, Jin Woo had already destroyed the Lord of this territory. Now the Lord of Shadows has a new enemy, Italim, and besides him, there are other lords as well. Jin Woo is the greatest warrior in history. He is the king of the dead and the true Lord of Shadows. Long ago, he fought against other lords. In that battle, he managed to defeat the King of Beasts and the Lord of Fangs. Other lords also stood in his way, but they were no match for Jin Woo's power. 8 lords united to destroy the earth, but they were unable to stand against the incredible Lord of Darkness. That is precisely why the sword considers the Lord of Shadows its enemy. Because of him, it lost its master. Tsuko understands the sword's feelings, but he also knows that his father fought to protect the land. Every participant in the war always defends their own ideals. He understands that the sword wants to protect this place, but it's foolish to hold a grudge against someone whom even the Lord of Fangs couldn't defeat. The prince wants to reunite with his parents and is willing to do anything to achieve this. But to do so, he must become much stronger. Italim is trying to reach the land to destroy it. These ruins will also be destroyed if he isn't stopped. Therefore, the sword must join forces with the descendant of the Lord of Shadows to preserve his master's legacy. Shadow and Fang must form an alliance, put old grudges behind them, and move forward with their heads held high. After the gates closed, the city breathed a sigh of relief, though, of course, the murder of the hunters was reported in all the newspapers. Now, many people are interested in the incident at the gates, so they have begun searching for witnesses to these events. Mr. Gun is a survivor of yesterday's incident and is ready to recount all the details of that terrible day. If Suko's achievements are recognized by the public, Gun will feel that he has repaid his debt to his savior. That evening, an article appeared online about how a low-rank hunter single-handedly saved everyone in the dungeon. The article included an eyewitness account of the heroic hunter who fought monsters and laughed in the face of danger. The Hyunmu Guild is currently considering recruiting several porters for new dungeon raids. Licho is one of the guild's staff members and has now found a candidate who fits the bill. This person is a low-rank hunter who recently became famous thanks to a news story. Of course, they're referring to a guy named Suho. He's already become a local celebrity, and now everyone wants to recruit him. A few hours later, a response came from the hunter. Everyone was sure he would gladly accept, but in the end, Suko turned down the offer. It's hard to believe that a low-ranking hunter would turn down an offer from a major guild. The prince said he has no intention of joining anything at all. It feels like he's convinced himself he's the strongest warrior in the world. Everyone is certain that sooner or later he'll feel weak without the guild's support and change his mind. That's unlikely to happen though, because with each passing day, Suko is growing stronger and more powerful. Right now he receives an offer from the guild every day, but the offers are only for him to carry monster carcasses or gather mana stones. Joining the guild would hinder his development, so he decided to reject this idea. Raikens Fang nevertheless agreed to cooperate with the descendant of the Lord of Shadows in order to keep his territory intact and safe. The sword asked to be taken to the sanctuary of the King of Fangs, but first they'd have to reach that place, and it wouldn't be easy. The gates leading to the sanctuary have already disappeared. Presumably, a rift has opened in the dungeon there. This means that the place has turned into a spatial dungeon, which requires a more detailed explanation. Spatial dungeons are places where a rift in the underworld has occurred at abandoned gates, after which monsters broke out and began to inhabit the surface world. Suko wrote to his aunt that he was going out on business, quickly gathered the necessary items, and got ready to leave the house. A trip to the sanctuary can be very interesting. It's a great opportunity to level up. He was very surprised to learn that to do so, he would have to enter Guanak territory. This is home to the Hyena Guild, formed by gangsters and many other tough guys. Even despite the difficulties, Suko still wants to go inside, even though he could ignore the sword's advice and head to a regular dungeon instead. Security cameras won't be a problem. He can easily destroy them using his skills. This guy is very much like the Lord of Shadows, because he makes decisions without a second thought and without considering the consequences. He'll climb over the fence and sense the presence of some strange force. There's a blue, glowing mist all around him. The mist is a sign of outer space, which has broken through the spatial barrier and created a rift in the world. Because of this mist, the sanctuary passed through the interdimensional rift and connected with the earth. It is precisely through this rift that otherworldly gods are trying to send their army here. This means that someone very powerful may soon appear here, so you need to level up in time. This won't be a problem, given the number of monsters in this area. All he needs to do is have a little fun with his new weapon, and everything will be just fine. Suko hasn't had a chance to warm up in a long time. Now he has a perfect opportunity to hone his martial arts skills to perfection. Defeating low-level monsters is no problem for him. It's immediately clear that this guy has already made significant progress. The more opponents he faces, the stronger he becomes, especially considering that Suko constantly revives his fallen enemies and brings them over to his side. He has truly impressive support, even though he began his combat journey just a few weeks ago. Of course, this is nothing compared to the tens of millions of warriors the Lord of Shadows can command. But this is just the beginning. Very soon, the prince's team managed to find the very spot where the gates leading to the sanctuary were located. Here you can see all sorts of people who aren't planning on sleeping. They must take their work very seriously. It's better to fight monsters during the day. There must be a reason why all these people aren't still in their warm beds. Soon a car pulled up beside them, and people with their hands and eyes bound got out. It's hard to even imagine what will happen next, but it's immediately clear that this is illegal. They're probably holding kidnapped people here, which is why the area is guarded. Bear advises him not to get involved in a fight, and not to risk his life. If Suko is caught trespassing, his status as a hunter will be revoked. Ant was sure his words would have an effect on the prince, but Suko had already disappeared somewhere. His father was a detective in the homicide division, and his grandfather became a legendary firefighter who saved countless lives. 21-year-old son Suko had watched them since childhood and absorbed all that thirst for justice into his open heart. Now, when he saw what was happening on this restricted property, he couldn't even hold back his surge of hatred. When this guy sees injustice, he rushes into battle without a second thought. It's both his weakness and his strength. His attack could be called desperate and reckless. Only children who haven't learned to use their brains act that way. The Shadow Soldiers didn't like this at all. They considered their master to be a much more rational being. In any case, Suko achieved a small victory. At the very least, he managed to scare his opponents. Now he just needed to seize the moment while the thugs had lost their focus. All this time, his body had been moving unconsciously, but only now did he realize that he'd done something incredibly foolish. Panic set in. He didn't know what to do until he heard reinforcements approaching. He had to put on his shadow mask and declare that he was a punisher who would not forgive terrible deeds. You can't kidnap people and put them in danger, so the members of the Hyena Guild will be punished for this. The prince is in for a rough time. The gangsters are very well trained and are just as skilled as professional hunters. They too are awakened warriors, only instead of hunting monsters, they've chosen the path of a gangster. We'll have to show these guys that they aren't the main threat in this world. If they don't want to help humanity get rid of monsters, they should at least not get in the way of doing a good deed. The prince has grown so much that even mid-tier awakened ones no longer scare him. Even Ant Bear is deeply impressed. He believes this performance was flawless and admires his master. The survivors thanked their savior. Now all that remains is to ensure they can take shelter in a safe place. We also need to figure out why the guild is kidnapping people. There must be a reason for this. We need to go inside the guild building and see what's going on there. Suko was shocked when he saw the huge cages and the food. It was as if they were feeding some kind of animals here. In reality, people were being held there. The conditions were horrific and unfit for human life. The prince approached one of the cages and noticed a puppy lying there. At first, he didn't think much of it. Raiken's Fang told him that this creature was not a puppy at all, but a little wolf cub. It is a descendant of the king of beasts, the lord of fangs, because it has the same aura as Raiken's sword. Immediately after his defeat in the war against the Shadow Lord, Raiken assigned guards to his surviving descendant and evacuated him to the sanctuary. He believed that, as long as his lineage was not lost, there would always be a chance to see the birth of another Lord of the Fangs. He didn't want his lineage to end, so he fought tooth and nail to ensure at least one descendant survived. Now this pup has grown much weaker, but it's best not to think about that right now, because a new threat looms over the player. He heard strange sounds and thought the other members of the Hyena Guild were approaching him, but that wasn't quite the case. Turning around, Suko saw a huge monster standing before him, calling the guild members useless fools. This guy is one of the guards of the descendant of the Lord of Fangs. He sensed Raiken's Fang here and immediately started talking to him. The sword named this monster Brocky. It was immediately clear that the two were acquainted and had perhaps been friends in the past. At first, the monster calmed down a bit, but then he saw the terrible condition the little wolf was in. He thought that this man had hurt the child and immediately tried to get closer and intimidate Suko. He wouldn't let an ordinary human touch his property, so he immediately snatched the little one back. The prince didn't even respond. He realized he wasn't going to put up with the monster's antics, so he drew his weapon. A battle broke out between these powerful beings, which led to the complete destruction of the wall in the house. Suko had probably overestimated his chances. He was still too weak to challenge such powerful opponents. It was the most painful blow of all the ones he'd taken recently. Blood even appeared on his face. At that moment, his stability skill was boosted to activate a doubling of his physical defense. When they arrived here, the ant bear sensed a faint energy. Now he realized that this energy belonged to Italium. Meanwhile, the monster Brocky continued to talk to the sword, trying to figure out what was going on. It seemed that the monster had come here not to protect the little wolf, but to eat him and gain incredible magical power. Little wolves are descendants of the Lord, which is why his body contains an abnormal amount of mana. All it takes is to devour its body to become several times more powerful. From time to time, it had already fed on this wolf's blood, but now it had finally decided to devour its body entirely. Raiken's Fang has no intention of letting that happen. Even though he's very weak right now, he'll still protect the Lord's descendants. He couldn't do it alone, but with the help of his new friends, anything is possible. The prince and the shadow soldier arrived just in time to help the wolf escape death. Suko grabbed his new sword and seriously wounded the monster, thereby challenging it to a rematch. Their first clash ended badly for the player, but the second time will be different. He won't let anyone destroy the first alliance between the shadows and the fangs, so he's ready to fight to the very end, after what he learned from the ant. Suko found a lead connected to his father, and now won't let this monster get away. The system notified me that an urgent quest had been received. I must defeat the hyena Brocky and ensure my own safety. Now it's clear who the guild was named after. This guy usurped power and was giving orders to gangsters. This monster helped kidnap people, and somehow he's still connected to Italium. Instead of attacking Suko, the monster decided to feast on some fresh meat. It approached the people who were still being held captive and began tearing off their heads one by one. A beast like this must be punished for such horrific behavior, and Suko prefers to mete out punishment the old-fashioned way. He grabbed his sword and set out to destroy his opponent, despite the noticeable difference in size. So far, nothing good has come of it. The gap in their levels is too great, but since the battle has already begun, they'll have to fight to the very end. Brock is truly powerful. If he betrayed his master, then he's probably really working with Italium. That's the only way this guy could have gained such power, but will he be able to withstand the Stormblade's attack? His arrogance knew no bounds. This guy needs to be put in his place and made humble again. Using the spinning technique, I can make him suffer and then finish him off for good. Suko lost the opening of the fight, but now, very cautiously, step by step, he's building his advantage. Gradually, his skill level is rising, and now he's becoming more confident in his abilities. He can ask the monster why it changed and betrayed its master. He used to be on Raikon's side, swearing allegiance to him and serving him, but now everything is different. He doesn't even want to think back on those terrible times. He can't wrap his head around the fact that he could have ever trusted the Lord of Beasts. He no longer feels any respect for this emperor. All this time, he had merely submitted to his power. He's no longer interested in living a feeble existence. Now he wants to experience true power and become the new king of the beasts. In such difficult moments, the prince tries to think of his father, who is battling the galaxy's incredible forces. When it becomes clear that Jin Woo is in even greater danger, his son feels a surge of energy. He realizes he cannot give up. He must win, become stronger, and come to his father's aid no matter what. This motivation fuels his growth, and even the Shadow Soldier is surprised by his master's aggression. The legendary sword of the Beast Emperor had just been destroyed, and the inner mana began to leave the artifact. Fang's soul still wanted to fight, but it was clear that everything now depended on Suko. The young descendant of the Beast Emperor must be kept alive. Whatever happens, he must be protected. It seems that this is exactly what the young hunter is doing, though of course he's pursuing his own personal goals at the same time. Watching Suko fight, the descendant of the Emperor felt a surge of vigor. He was inspired by the hunter's fighting spirit. The last thing Fang can do is pass on its power to the Emperor's descendant. The sword's inner aura can transform this little wolf into a true predator. This is absolutely essential right now, because everyone around understands that Suko is fighting for the land where the sanctuary of the Beast Emperor is located. If he dies, there will be no one left to defend the land during the invasion, and then all these territories will be destroyed. Our hero's health is nearly depleted. He is at his physical and mental limits. It seemed to him that he had become much stronger, but now he has no confidence that he'll make it out of this battle alive. Brocky feels complete dominance over the pathetic worm and wants to end the fight early. By this time, the Emperor's descendant has gained incredible strength and grown significantly in size. He managed to muster the confidence to intervene in this duel to protect the hunter. The descendant of Fang pays tribute to the player's fighting spirit and even asks to become his ally. Suko gladly accepts this offer, and now they must join forces for a common goal, the destruction of the monster Brocky. The monster has already figured out what happened. Now he's facing not just an ordinary hunter, but a team of two very dangerous characters. At that moment, certain thoughts entered Suko's mind. They seemed to be memories of young Fang. These memories began after losing the war to the Lord of Shadows. Back then, Brocky said that in this world, only the strongest survive. They absolutely had to become much stronger for the sake of the future, but it wouldn't be that easy. These guys were true friends. They had a great time together and always fought on the same side. Then a strange incident occurred when unknown people attacked Brocky. In fact, they had come here to kill Little Fang, but the monster Brocky protected the child and told them to leave him alone. Standing right in front of the monster was an unknown woman holding the child in her arms. They looked like demons. They realized that the demonic beast was useful and gave him some kind of mysterious shard. All these events unfolded before Little Fang's eyes. It was hard for him to watch it all. Hyena Brocky was given a new mission. He was to round up people alive and deliver them to the demons. Little Fang tried to run up to his friend and help him, but Brocky was already a completely different creature. Finally, Suko saw the big picture of the whole situation, and much of it became clear to him. Those very unknown creatures who had shoved something into Brocky's eyes were the main culprits behind this whole problem with the abductions. They are definitely directly connected to Italem, and that is precisely why Brocky is radiating this deity's energy. Little Fang doesn't want to destroy his old friend, but this monster is no longer his ally. After the companion appeared, a new quest opened up called Descendant of the Monarch. You must find the monarch's descendants and make them your allies. There must be at least 8 such descendants in total. Thanks to his closeness with Fang's descendant, a bond skill is formed, which will make their friendship even stronger. Jin Woo fought the lords and destroyed them, but each of these monsters left behind a descendant. Now Suko must unite with these descendants in order to save the land. Changes have begun to occur in the young lord that differ from those his father experienced. This means he has his own path, one strewn with entirely different skills and challenges. Thanks to his connection with the descendant, a new skill was created, and now Little Fang has become a real person. Just now, the Emperor's descendant and Suko merged into a single entity. This requires a great deal of mana, but all stats increase several-fold. His body instantly became incredibly light and flexible, and all his senses were immediately heightened. Now Suko can move much better, avoid danger, and easily counterattack. He feels incredibly confident right now, even though the battle with the dangerous monster is still raging. Rocky thought that with the help of the demonic eye, he'd be able to defeat anyone who stood in his way. He's never been so wrong. If he is defeated, he will lose everything he has, all the power he received from his new masters. This means that each of them has their own motivation, and therefore the battle will be even more relentless. The monster considers humans to be inferior beings, but now he'll realize that even an inferior being can be incredibly powerful. Suko has just learned a new hand-to-hand combat skill, which is a passive technique and doesn't require mana. Now he will constantly be mastering martial arts that will help him better control his body. The monster isn't afraid of this power. He believes the Shadow Emperor is no more and that he now has complete freedom of movement. Someone needs to tell it that the true Lord of Shadows has partially entrusted his power to his son, so Suho is just as dangerous as Jin Woo. A single blow from him is enough to tear King Kong to pieces, and this guy hasn't even reached his full potential yet. After defeating the terrifying monster, Little Fang finally left our hero's body. The allies went their separate ways, but no one is happy, because even despite the victory, Fang considered Brocky his friend. The monster wanted to be stronger until the very end, but now he realized that he had been living in an illusion all this time. He swore allegiance to his master, but then gave in to weakness and betrayed the Emperor of Beasts. He has only himself to blame for all of this. It's too late to turn back now. The quest is complete, and the hyena Brocky has been destroyed. Suko told the ant everything he had seen and began asking him additional questions. Bear is certain that during the vision, his master did not see Italim. The Outer Ones and the gods do not act on their own. They employ their apostles. It is the apostles who influence the causality of everything that happens, and most likely their actions are somehow connected to the invasion of this world. He wants to learn as much as possible about this, and the ant bear knows how to do it. Most likely, Brocky has memories of Italim. If he eats his body, he might be able to see some of those memories. Besides, it might help restore strength, but it all still seems a bit strange, as if Bear just wants to eat and is pretending that it might be useful to his master. To make this possible, we need to at least take Fang somewhere else. After all, he shouldn't have to witness this horrific scene. Suko opened up a large dungeon and told Bear he could go about his business. The little ant will finally be able to enjoy some sweets and regain some of his strength. After a while, they finally entered the very dungeon that had been unlocked with the key. Izuko doesn't want to go home. He's drawn to the Dungeon of Shadows because Fangs will now live there. An alliance had been formed with him. This wolf had lost his lands and had no guardian, so he needed to be taken care of. A few seconds later, it was time to give Fang a real name. Suko didn't hesitate and named the wolf Gray. Now, Gray can rule this territory as he pleases. No one will restrict him in this. There were still monsters left here that Suko hadn't had time to deal with last time. Gray could use their bodies for dinner. This wolf is quite agile and strong. In the future, he can be called upon for help in difficult situations. Suko's system is much better than the one his father had. All of this is necessary to eliminate the inherent hostility. At that time, the system's goal was to make son Jinwoo as strong as quickly as possible, so that he could serve as a vessel for the Lord of Shadows. As soon as the creator achieved his goal, he would have immediately destroyed Song Jinwoo's soul, but the legendary hunter decided to go against the system itself. He destroyed the creator and became the Lord of Shadows himself. Everything that happened after that is history. After that, Jinwoo became the kind of person who no longer needed to level up. He had become the Lord of Shadows. The system adapts to the player's progress and acts as their guide. The system's new features will be very useful for Suko, since he's already come a long way compared to when he was just starting out. Many new skills are now available to him, but he's still not strong enough. After all, without the Grey's support, he wouldn't have been able to defeat Brocky. He needs to complete absolutely all of the system's quests to level up as much as possible. In that case, sooner or later, meeting his parents will be just a matter of time. By devouring Brocky, the ant managed to uncover the memories of the man who founded the Hyena Guild. It was this very man who was taking the kidnapped people. And the most terrifying thing is that he belongs to the Reaper's Guild, which has existed for many years. If we dig into this guild, we might find out at least something about Italim. Right now, we're witnessing an important conversation between two hunters, Minson and Tiggy. Recently, news about what happened to the Hyena Guild has spread across all the news outlets. Listening to the conversation, it becomes clear that the hunter Tija is very dissatisfied with the vice president named Minson and is threatening him with the association's president. According to him, the association will soon turn its attention to the Reaper's Guild, and that's when the trouble will begin. Minson can't stand listening to this guy anymore. He's tired of the constant whining and complaints. Just a year ago, Teggy worked as his driver, and now he's calling him and blaming him for some problems. Minson already knows that the one who destroyed Brocky and crushed the Hyena Guild was wearing a black mask. Minson is the vice president of the Reaper's Guild and an A-rank hunter, but he has no intention of wasting time on this incident. Right now, he's more interested in the Hunter's Awakening pill called Stardust. If this business takes off, no one will dare look down on him. Meanwhile, Gray was gaining experience by slaying goblins in the Dungeon of Shadows. All these experience points would be directly transferred to his ally, the young prince, who would now also grow stronger. When the Lord of Darkness's shadow soldiers went hunting, their experience was also transferred to their master, so there's nothing strange about this. Now Suko will receive a daily quest. To start, he needs to slay monsters in the Dungeon of Shadows once again. The daily quest is designed to help him level up regularly and to never stop progressing. The system encourages him in every way to clear this territory and make it his own. To complete the quest, all he needs to do is activate a musical item that attracts all nearby goblins. Now the monsters are approaching the hunter and walking straight into their doom. He just needs to seize the moment. Suko happily prepared for battle and decided to start the fight with his bare hands, as if he were a karate master. His strikes have indeed changed, his technique has evolved, and now he strikes from completely different angles. Now fighting goblins has become far too boring for him. It doesn't even make him break a sweat. He has to keep summoning more and more monsters just to give them a chance to throw him off balance. After clearing the area, the prince immediately retrieves the goblin souls from the afterlife and brings them over to his side. This makes it easier for him to fight, since now the goblin army is facing an army of shadow soldiers. After 3 hours of hunting, even Gray was tired, even though this wolf is incredibly resilient. The daily quest was completed. Now the player can claim the reward and tally up the experience points earned. Then he paused to think for a moment. Even though the quest had been completed, the system notified him that not all monsters had been destroyed yet. Although this was bad news, the prince saw it as an opportunity to kill even more opponents and demonstrate his potential. The next battle lasted several more hours, and Gray looked utterly exhausted and mentally drained. He can no longer kill enemies, but his ally has no intention of stopping there, since he sees that the quest still isn't complete. Thanks to the points he's earned, he can quickly restore his health, and this is the very skill that will play a key role in the future development of the new hero. The higher his level rises, the harder it becomes to earn points and progress. This system works in any virtual game. As a reward for defeating the goblins, he has just received Vulcan's horn, which are ordinary gloves. The gloves are made from the horns of the insatiable demon Vulcan. They are imbued with his power and capable of dealing massive damage. Physical damage was immediately increased. Now, battling demons will be much easier than before. The artifact will evolve alongside its owner, so to make the gloves more powerful, you'll need to hunt constantly. Our hero's ally is starting to fear his new friend, since they're always hunting and never think about resting. Gray isn't a shadow soldier. He doesn't have an endless supply of stamina, so this guy needs to get some rest. It has already come to light that the Reapers Guild is involved in the crimes of the Hyenas Guild, so we need to launch a new investigation. There's no time for that right now though, because Assistant Gyun wrote to our hero and summoned him to the field at Seoul Station, where a danger zone is located. They haven't seen each other in a long time, and it seems the assistant has some urgent business to attend to. He absolutely needs to go into the dungeon today, but all the team members have refused to come for unknown reasons. Yoon is convinced that all his friends have conspired to go out and have fun somewhere without him, because they constantly call him a boring guy and never take him along. The collection team faces more dangerous conditions than the mining team, so protective gear is essential. The mining team enters the dungeon after everyone else and extracts valuable ore, while the recovery team collects the bodies of slain monsters after the attack team. The recovery team must keep up with the first team. Moreover, sometimes the monsters are still alive and can inflict fatal wounds. Protective gear is essential. Without it, being in the dungeon is very dangerous. Apparently, the hunters entering the dungeon today are unhappy that there are so few people on the recovery team. I had to apologize and explain to them that many team members had refused to participate in this unexpected raid. Suko was upset that the hunters were putting pressure on his comrade and blaming him for all the problems. A full-fledged team of hunters has gathered here. The man who was just yelling at Gyun is a healer and the captain of the attack team. Suko had planned to be doing something completely different, but he couldn't refuse to help his comrade. Now he needs to enter a field-type dungeon controlled by the Reapers. None of this is a coincidence. It feels like a carefully planned operation. In the world of hunters, life is full of danger. From a very young age, these warriors must get used to the reality of death. Right now, very strange events involving evil creatures are unfolding before our eyes. Apparently, something very dangerous is happening in this dungeon, and Suko may face serious trouble. Soon the hunters found themselves in the dungeon and secured visibility along the perimeter. Before that, it had been very dark all around. They immediately faced a threat. Slippery monsters, descendants of dragons, ready to attack without warning. The retrieval team was ordered not to fall behind and to work as quickly as possible. No one was going to go easy on them. The hunters immediately began attacking the enemies. It must be acknowledged that they worked as a true team, and each one carried out their duties precisely. Suko plans to work with shadow soldiers. After clearing the dungeon, he'll have plenty of warriors capable of helping with this difficult task. If given a task, they'll be able to handle it quickly and won't force their master to waste unnecessary energy. Before long, the first room of the dungeon was cleared. It seems there's no longer any threat here. The team captain was clearly dissatisfied. There were too few people on the cleanup team, and today, they had become a liability. That was the case until he turned around and saw that the goblins had gotten to work and were doing a great job helping to round up the monsters. Now the captain has changed his opinion of the gathering team and asked Suko to become a full-fledged member of their team. He promised to provide a full salary and better working conditions, but at that moment, the attack team ran into trouble. The body of a civilian had just been discovered. He had been dead for a long time and had even managed to turn into a monster. Judging by his accessories and build, this man wasn't an awakened one, just an ordinary guy who walked through the wrong door. Suko had encountered similar monsters in the past. The zombies at the university looked exactly the same. He told the team captain about this and explained that these zombies quickly spread the death gene, so they mustn't let them bite them. A little later, at the subway station where the underground lair had been discovered, more corpses were found. It would be the right thing to do to stop the hunt and report this to the association, but the captain is in no hurry to give such an order. He realizes that something strange is going on, and is even certain that the bodies belong to ordinary civilians, not hunters. Their team is quite well trained, so they shouldn't run into any problems. That's exactly why he suggests continuing the sweep. His comrades were against the idea, but the captain insisted that he was the leader and would decide how they would proceed. If the situation gets out of control and the monsters start infecting the hunters, Suko advises his comrade to flee immediately. He already senses that some kind of danger awaits them and is preparing to go into battle on his own in a moment of crisis. His intuition is working at its peak. Something truly strange and terrifying does indeed lie ahead of them. There are monsters there that turn people into zombies, and this has been going on for quite some time now. They've been constantly supplied with hostages for this purpose, but the shipments stopped a few days ago, so they need to come up with a new supply plan. It seems they were working with the Hyena Guild, but now that partnership has ended, and these monsters are trying to find a new way to obtain human flesh. If this problem isn't solved in time, their stardust production will be lower than that of other factories. Soon, the monsters sensed the approach of some unexpected guests and immediately became much more alert. If they're about to encounter hunters, that's great news, because the hunters will also become fresh meat for them. The monsters look very strange. It feels as though they used to be human and then turned into terrifying creatures. In any case, the hunters are in for a rough time, though right now they have no idea what lies ahead. Right now, they're only thinking about making money. Overall this time, they've killed countless monsters that will bring them a lot of money. The captain decided to use an item he's been carrying in his pocket for a long time. It seems Stardust is becoming a bestseller. Stardust is a magical ability enhancer. That's what absolutely every hunter has been saying lately. Apparently, the captain needs to take this pill as soon as possible because right now there's a terrifying creature right behind him. If he'd acted more cautiously and practically, none of this would have happened, but now the whole team is in danger. The hunters immediately began to panic when they realized they were facing mortal danger. After the captain's death, no one scattered in different directions. On the contrary, everyone took their positions and prepared for battle. The hunters huddled together and tried to assess how strong their enemy was and how best to approach it. The monster doesn't intend to kill absolutely everyone. It's enough to destroy only the strongest one and take the magic pill. The stardust would take effect in just a few minutes. If the monster wasn't destroyed by then, it would become much stronger. The hunters were well aware of the danger and therefore immediately began attacking the enemy. They sensed that they had a significant numerical advantage, but quantity doesn't always trump quality. This creature turned out to be a true monster. It acted very intelligently and with absolute ruthlessness. The hunters surrounding it were killed. The monster took only the captain with it in order to use his flesh for its own purposes. All this time, the collection team had no idea of this danger until Tsuko received a new assignment. A demon had snatched a person nearby. They needed to save as many people as possible, and they had very little time to do so. The prince immediately informed his companion of the danger, stating that his intuition told him to act immediately. The goblins will escort Mr. Gowan to the exit. This guy shouldn't stay here because he's too weak to take on the demons. Yan will only get in the way and be a burden. If Tsuko remains alone with his shadow soldiers, together they'll be able to put on a spectacular show. To defeat a powerful demon, he'll have to summon Gray's soul, merge with that wolf, and transform into a higher being. Finding monsters won't be too difficult. All you have to do is follow the bloody trail along the tunnel. By then, it turned out that one hunter wouldn't be enough, so the monsters dragged the entire attacking team here. Now, without delay or trouble, they'll quickly produce stardust that's infected with a poison transmitted from demon to demon. Stardust has always increased a person's magic level, but it also has side effects, thereby depleting a warrior's vitality. These side effects were mitigated by using fire to ignite a magic stone saturated with a demon's blood. The apostle instructed the monsters on what to do. He brought a plague into this world that corrupts the souls of living beings and robs them of their sanity. Thanks to this, even low-level demons will have a chance to grow stronger and take over the planet. Soon the monsters sensed that someone was rapidly approaching them. It seemed there was one more survivor left. The doors to their room were closed, but when Tsuko approached them, the monsters sensed that he was a hunter. Thanks to his incredible strength, the Shadow Prince managed to knock down the boss room's iron doors with a single blow. Now he would be able not only to save the people, but also to clear the dungeon of these terrible creatures that were trying to cause a catastrophe. He immediately looked around and realized a great deal. For starters, he noticed that the monsters standing before him had taken control of Broca's mind. After that, he noticed that there were many people here being subjected to experiments. It looked like some kind of ritual. Among these people were still some who were alive. They all needed to be rescued immediately. But first, he had to defend himself against his opponent's attack. For a split second, it seemed as though Tsuko was about to lose his head, but at the last moment, he managed to dodge backward. Having dodged the blow, he immediately prepared to fight. A mad fury could be seen in his eyes. He realizes that these monsters killed the hunters he encountered along the way, which means these creatures don't deserve to continue their pitiful existence. He must get rid of them immediately and do everything possible to completely suppress their power. All this time, he had been fighting a small monster. Now, his older brother joins the battle. The number of opponents grows with every passing minute. He has to constantly rely on his reflexes and demonstrate incredible agility. With that kind of flexibility, he could have competed in the Olympic gymnastics competition, but Tsuko chose the path of a hunter. Through this path, he plans to save humanity, but to do so, he'll at least have to survive battles like these. He is still in the early stages of his development, and is not very good at sensing danger from behind. Only at the very last moment of his life, when it seemed to him that death was inevitable, did he remember that the shadow soldiers could come to his aid. The goblins had been waiting for their chance for a long time. Even though they are low-level monsters, their sheer numbers could work in their master's favor. Feeling the support of the shadow soldiers, Tsuko experienced an incredible surge of strength and managed to fend off the monsters. If he kept thinking only about defense, he'd never find a way to win. He needed to shift his mindset and focus on attacking. The demons recognized this guy. They thought they were facing the very same Lord of Shadows they'd seen on the day the demons were destroyed. This isn't surprising, since Suko bears an incredible resemblance to his father, but for now, his skills are still far inferior to his father's. The monsters realized that they were facing only a relative of the Lord of Shadows and began to destroy his soldiers even more aggressively. They were no longer afraid of their opponent and prepared to kill this young man right then and there. Each individual monster is weaker than Brokey, but since there are 3 of them, defeating them becomes more difficult. If you keep summoning shadow soldiers, it's just a waste of energy, so you need to use the other method that Bear mentioned. Before his death, Brokey deeply regretted having betrayed his true purpose and strayed onto the wrong path. Now he'll have a chance to change his fate because his soul will be summoned from the realm of the dead. He'll be given a chance to fight. If he still wants to battle alongside his master, he must help Suko, since they now share the same goals. They must save planet Earth and prevent the monsters of the abyss from reducing humanity to dust. The Shadow Soldier accepted his new master's offer, left the realm of the dead, and returned to take revenge on his enemies. They forced him to abandon his ideals, and now they must pay dearly for their actions. The monsters realized that the person who destroyed Brokey was Suko, but they completely forgot about the Ant Bear, who also helped in this matter. Now at last, the time has come to fight at full strength. The odds are completely even. In life, Brokey was incredibly aggressive. Now his levels of hatred and aggression have doubled. The clash has reached a new level, and at that moment, an unknown creature appeared in this place. Most likely it's a woman. Someone summoned her for help, as if it were the work of the demon that had been hunting her. Looking more closely, she was very surprised, for right in front of her stood the shadow soldiers she already recognized. Meanwhile, Suko continued his battle and was already beginning to feel his mana reserves dwindling. He needed to speed things up, because if he lost all his strength, he wouldn't be able to use his main skills. At that moment, a girl with a sword appeared on the battlefield, and now she had to choose which side to fight for. She looked at the combatants and asked just one question. Where is Sun Jinwoo right now? Ant Bear recognized the girl immediately. It was clear they were old friends who hadn't seen each other in a long time. Those familiar with the backstory immediately recognized the demon girl named Yasin. She's happy to see her old friend and now wants to find Jinwoo. Yasin is incredibly happy. It's clear she doesn't have many friends in her everyday life. It's better to talk about their reunion later. Right now, they need to attack the monsters trying to destroy everything here. Suko felt like he'd seen the demon before, but couldn't remember when that had happened. Ant Bear explained that the demon's name is Yasin, and that these monsters are nothing more than children's toys to her. She is the eldest daughter of the Raider family, and was the only one the Lord decided to spare when he destroyed the demon world. If one were to judge her strength by human standards, she would be ranked at the very top. For a novice like Suko, it's a great honor to watch a high-ranking warrior in battle. Unfortunately, not everything went according to plan. Apparently, Yasin hasn't trained in a long time and hasn't been in combat situations. Right now, she doesn't even seem to have a normal mana reserve. It's as if all she did in the demon world was binge-watch TV shows and eat candy. In reality, she had serious circumstances to deal with. Recently, the demons decided to stage a rebellion, and her family didn't have enough strength to stop them. It was only thanks to luck that Yasin managed to survive. But during her escape, she lost a lot of blood along with her strength. She looked so weak that Bear doesn't even want to waste his mana on her, even though it might help. The monsters grew confident and realized they were facing a team of losers who would be easy to destroy. They're jumping to conclusions, though, because the Shadow Soldiers possess incredible skills. Hyena possesses great strength, and Ant has regained some of his abilities and can now boost Yasin's level. The Prince is a very talented guy who has joined forces with his allies. This whole team together can cause a lot of trouble, so it's best to take them seriously. They all quickly got organized and helped each other. Just now, Suko covered Yasin's back and saved her from certain death. He acted like a true gentleman, but now he also needs his friend's help. The battle picked up an incredible pace, and very soon, a scenario began to take shape that would determine how things would unfold. Suko had just managed to destroy the first demon. He felt an incredible surge of power and absorbed the soul of his fallen enemy. Now he needs to help his comrades, who are trying to break through the monster's defenses. Yasin lost most of the energy Bear had given her, causing her to lose consciousness right in the middle of the battle. I'll have to cover for this little troublemaker again. She came to help, but as a result, I constantly have to rescue her. It's like a friend who's had too many cocktails at a party and can't control their body. Suko is forced to keep an eye on everyone, and so far he's doing a great job. He just took down the second demon.
Now the monsters are outnumbered by the enemy and are starting to fear for their lives.
The main rival remains, and he's confident he still has a way to emerge victorious from this battle. If he drinks the noble demonic blood, he will definitely become stronger. The goal was quite simple, but he didn't take into account that this team includes a gentleman who would never allow a woman to be harmed. No matter what happens, Suko will risk his life to save his teammates and restore justice. Meanwhile, Yasin regained consciousness. She was surprised that someone other than the Shadow Lord could control dead souls. Apparently, she isn't loyal enough to the king, which is why she forgets such simple things. There is only one person capable of wielding the same power as the king. Yasin must remember everything that happened in the past. Meanwhile, the main monster had been destroyed, and Gray's soul was freed from the Shadow Prince's influence. At that moment, Yasin remembered that the Emperor of Darkness had a child, and everything immediately fell into place. Standing before her was that very same little boy, who had grown into a true man with a brave heart and incredible self-sacrifice. As soon as she spotted the young lord, she immediately lost consciousness due to the loss of her last drop of energy. Suko was very lucky. Some of the hunters were still alive, so all he had to do was use his healing skill. For this mission, he received a large amount of gold, even though the system had previously only rewarded him with items or skills. Experience points were also credited to his account, and new types of weapons appeared in his inventory. He completed the task and was paid for it. It felt similar to when he used to receive pocket money for doing favors for his parents. Right now, he misses his family terribly, but Suko isn't giving up and believes that they can still rebuild their broken bond. It seems his father was the one who gave him this system, which means the gold was credited to him thanks to his father. With the gold he had been given, the prince decided to buy a healing potion to restore the demon to normal life. Yasin immediately felt better, and all her vital signs quickly returned to normal. Aunt Bear was again spending money on some demon. Apparently, this guy only respects the Lord of Shadows. Brocky and Gray can leave the dungeon and return to their new territory. They're even allowed to take the bodies of the slain demons with them. Suko isn't in a hurry to leave with them. He still has business that needs to be taken care of immediately. He picked up a massive broadsword and looked at the people who had already lost all their human faculties. He had guessed from the very beginning what was happening here. It must be excruciatingly painful for these creatures to endure this fire. There was only one way left to ease their suffering. The storm strike was activated. Shortly afterward, the dungeon was cleared, and representatives from the association arrived at the scene. The bodies of spiny lizards and sources of mist were discovered in the field-type dungeon. Judging by the hunter's wounds, it can be assumed that they were not killed by the lizards. A half-ruined cellar was also found inside the dungeon, as reported on the morning news. Association representatives and many other hunters began asking about a young man named Suko. Gun tried not to answer. He pretended that he and his friend were merely weak hunters trying to avoid death. In any case, they handled the situation perfectly. For a low-ranking hunter, escape is the top priority when danger strikes. Gyun would have liked to say that it was Suko who saved everyone in the dungeon, but he realized the public wasn't ready for that.
It's unclear why this guy is hiding his rank, but sooner or later, everyone will find out that he's a true hero.
By that time, the Prince of Darkness had returned to the Dungeon of Death with his friends. Yasin was very upset when she learned about everything that had happened over the past few years. She was told that Mr. Jin Woo had left the land to protect the planet from an attack by external forces, and that the Shadow Lord had not yet returned. She also mentioned that she had met Suko before. He had promised to remember her, but it seemed this guy had memory problems. It wasn't until a few minutes later that he finally recalled that very episode, which had seemed like a nightmare to him. Aunt Bear was unhappy that Yasin was pretending to be too weak in front of the powerful prince. It was clear that Jin Woo had destroyed the Demon King. From that moment on, the Raider family had taken the top spot in the hierarchy. In the Demon Tower, they waited for a summons from Lord Jin Woo, but over the course of several decades, he never called for them, and then the family began to face problems. A magical power enhancer called Stardust began to spread among the demons. Stardust did not increase the magical power of strong demons, but if a low-level demon ingested it, its magical power would increase several-fold. The demons began to band together and form alliances. They rebelled against the ruling family, and the Lord of Shadows did not come to their aid when they needed him most. The demon rebellion escalated into a full-scale war, and the Raider family fought to defend the tower entrusted to them by Jin Woo. In the end, the family proved powerless. They were unable to stop the enemy army and were defeated after a long war. Their rivals did not stop there and decided to use the blood of the defeated, all in order to become stronger through that blood. Because of this, the entire legendary Raider family, including the Patriarch, perished at the hands of demons. Yasin was also harmed, and a great deal of her blood was drained from her body. Now, she has grown significantly weaker, lost everything she had, and doesn't even know how to explain herself to Mr. Song Jin Woo. Tears welled up in her eyes, and at that moment, the Prince of Shadow said that she deserved respect. He is certain that his father would have thanked Yasin for her bravery and selflessness. He thanks her for fighting for his father, and is certain that the sun will shine upon them again in the future. He will definitely do everything he can to help her. Together, they must work to reunite the Radies family. Jinchwoo always mixed up the names. Instead of Radier, he always said Radis. Today, his son behaved exactly the same way, reminding the demon of the days when she first met the Shadow Lord. Father and son are like two peas in a pod. Yasin will trust him and try to restore his family's glory. She laughed, wiped away her tears, and reminded him that her family's name was Radier. The prince must remember that. Just now, the Prince of Shadows had accepted a descendant of the White Tribe as his ally. In fact, Yasin is a descendant of the Lord. She is a pure-blooded demon aristocrat with no remaining relatives, and now she, too, can see the system window. It seems this girl had no idea she was a descendant of the White Tribe's ruler. Very powerful blood flows through her veins. Now they must go for a walk and check out their shared skill. Thanks to the bond skill, they can feed each other energy and fight in a much more unpredictable way. To do this, they'll have to refine their bond skill, especially since Yasin isn't ready for a serious battle just yet. Once she restores her mana reserves, she'll be able to let her ally feel an incredibly powerful force. A small surge of this power had already entered the prince's body. He decided to strike the wall and see what would happen. They expected the wall to shatter like a crisp cookie, but the result turned out to be far more insignificant. Perhaps their bond wasn't as dangerous as it had seemed earlier. or perhaps they would have to work seriously on this technique in the future. It's all because the demon's charge percentage is a critically important factor in this skill, and Yasin is operating at the minimum charge threshold. Bear asked his master to let him feast on the monsters that had been destroyed in the dungeon. He feels that they'll give him enough energy to unlock some of his skills. It's currently impossible to extract shadows from these monsters due to the tainted mana. Even Jinwoo has faced similar problems. This means the monsters are of no use, and Bear can eat them while Yasin replenishes his energy with potions. The girl feels she's getting in her master's way, but she has nowhere else to go, so Suko entrusts this territory to her. Here, she can feel like a true mistress. Now part of the Dungeon of Shadows belongs to the White Tribe. That's exactly what true allies do. In just a few seconds, Bear managed to devour all the monster carcasses. Apparently, the ant was too hungry. Thanks to this, he saw the demon's memories and found a lead connected to the Apostle Italem. Just a few seconds later, the whole team gathered to hear the story from Bear's teacher. Before that, they needed to find out something. Stardust had spread across the ground, and the source of the mist was an external type monster. This means that the stardust spread beyond the demon realm. The demons that consumed the stardust were connected to the Hyena Guild, and this is hardly a coincidence. These demons obtained humans through the Hyena Guild, then infected them and obtained the stardust. There are many other places where this terrible dust is produced. These places are called factories. The Hyena Guild kidnapped people. The Reapers Guild sent these people to the factory, and the factory used them to produce stardust. Italim was behind all three of these organizations. It was on his orders that this large corporation was established. There is also information suggesting that there is a man who created this entire system for producing stardust. He is an apostle of Italim, who is hiding somewhere on this earth and has an assistant. The assistant is the deputy head of the Reapers Guild, the hunter Minson, who has already been shown earlier. If we find this man, we might learn something about the apostle Italim, so we need to return to the outside world. A huge crowd of people and journalists has gathered to see that very hunter named Minson in person. They're asking him to give an interview and explain what happened with the investigation into the hunter's case, since the case was closed without any charges being filed, which is truly strange. They say that the Hyena Guild was sponsored by the Reapers Guild and was kidnapping people. People want to know the truth. Minson replied that after the cataclysm that occurred several years ago, their guild has been doing everything possible to bring peace to the land. The sponsorship was intended to ensure that the hunters would help people and that the world would become a more peaceful place. Minson pretends not to understand all these accusations and acts like a saint. It's immediately obvious that he took acting lessons from real professionals. This guy has even learned to shed a tear at just the right moment to skillfully pull the wool over the reporter's eyes. Some even believed him and called the Reapers Guild heroes. Now, Minson deserves an Oscar. Right now, Minson is only unhappy with his relationship with the association's president. The two of them don't exactly get along. The association is already beginning to suspect that he is the one distributing stardust. It's not just the association trying to dig up information on Minson and his guild. Suko has started doing the same. The prince wants to take very aggressive action, so his assistant has to constantly calm him down. Of course, Suko has become much stronger lately, but this time, Bear wants to take the risk himself and won't let the Lord act rashly. It's all because the magical power emanating from the vice head of the Reapers Guild is truly mind-boggling. This guy shouldn't be underestimated. If you so much as touch him with a finger, you could lose your whole arm. For now, Suko is no match for this man. He'll have to level up to face challenges like this. Minson is pleased with himself. His acting was enough to fool all the journalists. Now all the newspapers and news sites are reporting that he has been found not guilty. This allows the hunter to relax and enjoy life, looking forward to future victories. A few minutes later, a very beautiful woman, who is an important figure here, entered the room. She ordered all the other girls to leave immediately and leave her and the hunter alone. She has long put up with his temperament and knows that this guy was born in a wealthy country and became a global star. It's no surprise that he's become arrogant, especially considering that he was influenced by global changes. After the massive changes in the world, Minson awoke and became an A-rank hunter, but his driver went even further and became an S-rank hunter. When this story was published, all attention focused on the driver, and then the hierarchy among their friends shifted. Minson decided to join the Reapers Guild, founded by that very driver, Mr. Tagi. This girl wants to talk about the business everyone's been talking about. Judging by the conversation, she knows a lot of details. One factory has already been destroyed, and now it's impossible to meet the demand. Minson has to talk to his business partner, even though he's stopped listening to him lately. Apparently his business partner is a little boy with incredible power in his hands. For now, we're forced to set this story aside and head to the shadowy dungeon where a purge is taking place. It's a great place to boost your stats and improve. That's exactly what the Wolf Grey did. He's not the only one taking part in this training. Yasin has also joined the sweep to finally regain her former form. Fighting alongside them are the real Hercules, a man who progresses faster than anyone expects, and the Prince of the Shadow Emperor. The team's main goal is to extract information about the Apostle Italim from Minson, who is at the center of the entire Stardust affair. Getting close to the hunter is very dangerous. We need to carefully eat him and examine his memories. That's the proposal Bear put forward. He's constantly suggesting that we eat someone. Now it's unclear whether he really thinks this is a good idea or if he just hasn't had breakfast in a while. In any case, a direct confrontation is considered foolish, since Suko, even though he's raised his level, is still a rather weak hunter. Even when he joins forces with Gray, he still doesn't quite reach even an A rank. For now, he doesn't have enough strength to destroy the Reapers Guild and their vice president. He'll have to be patient and train hard. Also, don't forget about the daily quests, which you absolutely must complete. As a reward for these quests, you can receive various items, such as the Ash Ring, which boosts perception. It's unlikely that such an artifact will help in any way, especially considering that defeating goblins no longer allows the player to progress. Even the recent battle with monsters didn't yield a significant number of points, so you'll need to try something more dangerous. I'll have to go into the dungeon and defeat a monster. There's no other option. Everyone who's contacted the hunter wanted him on a gathering team or a farming team. No one takes a weak hunter onto an attack team.
Entering the portal without permission is illegal, so the only option left is to retake the exam at the association.
In that case, everyone will find out that Suko has reawakened, and rumors will quickly spread throughout Seoul, drawing unwanted attention. Apostle Italima is currently on Earth, so I'd rather he not find out about the existence of the Shadow Lord's son. That option is out of the question. The Apostle probably arrived here through interdimensional travel facilitated by a spatial rift. The outer wall of the spatial rift is narrow and capricious in nature. If one tries to stretch it by force, it will quickly snap back into shape. The greater the magical power, the more time and energy are spent on travel. Therefore, Italim's army cannot easily reach the Earth, just like the Lord of Darkness. It is already known that Italim's apostle arrived on Earth very quickly because he is weak. That is precisely why he does not reveal himself and uses other demons instead of acting directly. Jinwoo sent the bear to Earth and said that the ant would be able to make its own decisions based on the situation. If help is needed, all it will take is to turn to one important character who will definitely help. The king gave the ant a key, and it seems that now is the time to take advantage of this opportunity. The ant was already ready to tell the prince about his plans, but at that moment, Suko remembered something. There's a way to get into the dungeon without breaking the rules or being seen by anyone. The boy came up with a brilliant plan, one he should have thought of from the very beginning. He had to get in touch with a very important person whom they hadn't seen in a long time. Bear realized that this guy wasn't so stupid after all because his plan actually made sense. He found the man the Lord had mentioned on his own, and judging by the man's appearance, this was none other than the young man Jin-ho. He is the chairman of a major company, and at the same time, the protagonist's uncle. It was Jin-ho who released the mega-popular VR game, which hasn't once dropped from the top spot in the rankings in the 4 years since its release. That madman still named the game Beautiful World, even though his employees tried to talk him out of it. No one could have imagined that the youngest son of a conglomerate executive would create the best game and launch a gaming company that would shoot to the top of the popularity charts. The company is called Jin Support, and this is exactly where Suko came to solve all his problems. The chairman had already warned the staff that a very important guest would be arriving. It turned out that this was Suko's first visit here. There are far too many awakened people in this company, but that doesn't mean they're all hunters. If people receive a decent salary and are willing to work as office staff, they don't necessarily have to venture into the dungeon. The company currently has a promising project in development, but the details are unknown for now. His uncle was very happy to see Suho. They hadn't seen each other in a long time, and during that time, the little chick had turned into a big eagle. Jinho already knows that Suko awakened during a dangerous situation at the university. His aunt was very worried about him at the time. Suko came here with clear intentions and wants to show his uncle something. Apparently, it's something like a business proposal. The Shadow Prince asks his uncle to help him enter the dungeon. Suko wants to acquire the dungeon and assemble the team needed to enter the gates. He'll give all the magic stones he obtains to Jinho. His uncle isn't very happy that Suho plans to risk his life by venturing into dangerous places. His uncle is the only person our hero can trust, so he wants to tell him everything. He honestly declared that he is an awakened one capable of raising his level to the heavens. Right now, the world's conqueror is hiding somewhere on Earth, and to protect the planet, he must kill monsters and level up. Only then can Suko become stronger and challenge the invaders from the outside world. He expected a serious reaction from his uncle, but in response, Jinho simply said that all these words describe his new project, leveling up alone. Jinho is convinced that there's a hidden camera somewhere, and they're trying to play a prank on him, since the request is completely absurd. Everything Suho said is part of the script for a game project being developed by Jin Support. It tells the story of the soul awakened one who can level up. He starts from the very bottom and rises to the top. In the end, this person becomes the strongest awakened one and saves the entire world from the forces of evil. It's not hard to see that this whole story is a complete rehash of Sun Jinwoo's story. The ant decided to step in and share everything he thinks about this pathetic worm. Jinho is a superstar now, but back in the day, he was just an ordinary servant of the Dark Emperor. Now, thanks to his memories of the past, he's trying to make money from the game, so he needs to be reminded of what he used to be. If Jinho now thinks he's some kind of tough guy, he needs to take a look at his own memories. Thanks to the ant, he managed to end up in an unknown place and see himself from a different perspective. His entire life's journey played out right before his eyes, starting from the very moment he met Jinwoo. At first, he tried to protect this guy, and then he became his personal assistant and loyal servant. Right before his eyes, Jinwoo progressed and constantly improved his skills in hopes of reaching the top. Jinho became his biggest fan. One spring evening, while they were at a cafe having a drink, Jinho asked his friend to treat him like a brother. At the time, Jinwoo gladly accepted the offer. After that, he always took his brother very seriously and eventually saved his life. Looking back, it's impossible to hold back the tears, because everything Jinho had just seen felt as if it had happened only yesterday. His comfortable life had clouded his mind, but now he remembered how it all began and regained his clarity of thought. Over the next few minutes, Suho told him his entire story and explained why he needed to go into the dungeon. Now that he has the full picture, he can no longer play the cool uncle and pretend to be protecting a little bird. He accepts his nephew's offer and will do everything he can to help him make progress. His closest friend, Jinwoo, continues to face difficult trials on his own. Now that Jinho has regained his memories, he wants to do everything he can to help his friend return home. Thanks to his influence and vast financial resources, the uncle resolved all the issues very quickly. Now, Suho is ready to venture into the dungeon and has even managed to assemble a team of madmen to help him. All he had to do was find the necessary number of people who would be near the dungeon but wouldn't participate in the raid. These hunters call Suko a madman who overestimates his abilities. When things get tough, they advise him to call for help and maybe they'll come to rescue him. These guys don't realize that they're looking at a future legend who's already gaining momentum. His father has single-handedly overcome every hardship his entire life and continues on this path even now. That's exactly why his son feels, more than ever, the care and warm intentions of his friends, who are trying to help him. He realizes that without them, he would be completely alone against all these monsters, and then his journey would be much more arduous and difficult. He no longer wants to leave his father to face these difficulties alone. It's time to grow stronger and come to his aid. That evening, a sleek car pulled up to a large building where employees were still working. A confident man stepped out of the car. He was on his way to meet his partner for the first time in 3 months. This man was none other than the hunter Minson, whom the janitor recognized even through his mask, a sign of his fame. He wished him luck and said he supported this true hero who saves people's lives. It turns out that Minson was born into the family of Eugene, the vice president of a construction company, and made his debut in the entertainment industry at a young age to advertise various products. He achieved success and came to be known as the Prince of Asia, and after the world changed, he awoke and became an A-rank hunter. Even now, he never stops thinking about continuing to be the predator he has been his entire life. He was deeply shocked when he learned that his personal driver had awakened and was now a hunter of the highest rank. Tags, he received an offer from the association. Now he has the right to found his own guild, and his former boss can join him. At that moment, Minson's world came crashing down. He had always considered himself a superstar, yet now an ordinary driver was stronger than he was. It was hard for him to come to terms with this idea. It all seemed like a complete injustice. The pyramid-like hierarchy had been shattered in the blink of an eye after the cataclysm, so now he wants to rebuild a large-scale structure. To do so, he's even willing to take the devil by the hand and dance a fiery dance of death with him. He walked into a room filled with the master's employees, but felt no fear at all. Soon he heard a familiar child's voice and immediately tensed up, thereby showing that he recognized this person. A long time ago, this newcomer had been very small, and in a short period of time had managed to grow significantly. As mentioned earlier, the child isn't growing at all. He's merely regaining his strength. To resolve the issues with spatial travel, the main body, which possessed incredible power, sent him fragments of its power and personal characteristics. Among all these fragments, a newborn baby arrived. After merging with the second fragment, he regained part of his former appearance. His memories remained intact, though his personality had changed slightly compared to his previous version. Minson pays no attention to all these words. He is interested only in the promise he received from the stranger. He promised him wealth, fame, and the elimination of the highest-ranking hunter, whose name is Tegi. Minson came here because there were problems with stardust production. He explained everything in detail and reported that the Hyena Guild had been destroyed by some hunter wearing a black mask. Previously, the hunter had promised that there would never be any problems with product deliveries, but now he was asking for help. The stranger called him useless, saying that his previous incarnation had made a mistake when he hired the hunter. Minson became extremely angry, drew his weapon, and demonstrated his power to the child. He considers himself incredibly powerful and has no intention of tolerating humiliation. Human hunters assign themselves ranks based solely on their magical abilities. They believe this is an indicator of strength, but it is merely a sign of their underdevelopment. Now it's easy to witness this stranger's power. A power far greater than any hunter's aura. Magical power began to spread in all directions, and Minson felt it immediately. Such an incredible aura became palpable before his eyes for the first time. In just a second, the stranger brainwashed everyone in the building. The relationship between the alien and Minson could change if the hunter proves useless. Therefore, he'd better behave more cautiously and never again in his life upset his master. Next, a stimulant was shown, one obtained by concentrating stardust 100-fold. If the stimulant is diluted, a large amount of stardust can be obtained, thereby producing an effect even on high-ranking hunters. Minson was offered a chance to try this stimulant, but he calmly declined. In any case, he expects the visitor to keep his promise and make him great. Meanwhile, this little guy senses that another fragment will soon arrive, one that will make him incredibly strong. Only then will he finally be able to become a true monster and take over the world. Right now, the Shadow Team is battling real monsters. Although these guys aren't full-fledged soldiers, they're definitely part of this army. Suko and his friends are having a great time fighting a huge snake. They don't even realize that very soon the world will be in mortal danger. Before that happens, Suko must raise his level to the heavens, otherwise he won't be able to defend the earth. The Shadow Prince is in the dungeon, fiercely destroying monsters. At the same time, the hunters who were hired for a fake job are starting to ask questions. It's all strange. They're making a lot of money without even doing anything. Surely all of this must be illegal. The hunters are beginning to realize they're involved in suspicious activities, and it's getting on their nerves. This guy goes into the dungeon all by himself and fights dangerous creatures, even though he's a low-ranking hunter, which is, of course, suspicious. The hired hunters have no idea what's going on behind the dungeon's closed doors. There are far more warriors working here than just one hunter. It's a well-coordinated team effort. Meanwhile, Suko set out alone to battle a massive dungeon monster. His father had already defeated a monster like this when he was just beginning his long journey to the top. Now the son must follow in his father's footsteps and prove that he is a worthy son of the Shadow King. He fights the monster alone in order to maximize his level. Only by defeating strong opponents can you force the system to award you a lot of experience points. Up until now, Suko had used the ruler's power skill only to move objects. Now he has finally realized that the power of the invisible hand can be incorporated into his fighting style. The result is a hellish combination, the very cocktail that leaves no chance of staying on your feet. Of course, such a skill requires a large amount of mana, but the result is incredibly good. The dungeon boss was defeated. Now the work here is completely finished. All materials from the slain monsters have been fully collected and sorted by the Shadow Soldiers. This lets you earn some easy money and level up once again. The Shadow team is also starting to make progress. It's especially noticeable how much stronger Yassine has become. She's no longer as weak as she was at the very beginning, even though she isn't gaining any stat points at all. The only thing that's puzzling is the lack of level progression. We still need to figure that out. We need to keep running raids and see how the strength of all team members changes. Upon returning to the Shadow Dungeon, the warriors were very surprised to see that a portal had formed there. An incredible heat radiates directly from these hellish gates. An urgent mission has just been received. You must enter the interdimensional rift and eliminate the cause of the gate's opening. It's immediately clear that this will be extremely difficult, but the player has no right to refuse an urgent mission. He put on a thermal cloak to avoid being burned alive and ordered his friends to enter the portal. Now let's see what's happening in the Egyptian field-type dungeon, among the pyramids. Here's a rank B hunter named Rio who is already tired of fighting. He sees this as tyranny since he's being forced to leave this dungeon yet again, even though he was the first one to arrive here. Now he has to challenge the hunters from the Scavengers Guild. They're warning him one last time that, from this moment on, the dungeon belongs to their guild. If Rio doesn't want a war with Randolph from the Scavenger Guild, he'd better keep his mouth shut. Apparently, Rio and his team aren't afraid of anything. These brave guys are already prepared for battle. Randolph is by no means alone. Behind him stand formidable warriors capable of committing terrible deeds. They were ready to start a fight when, at the last moment, a guy appeared and asked them to calm down. This is exactly where the portal from the Dungeon of Shadows led. Now Suko and his team are already here. Half an hour ago, they stepped through the portal and found themselves in a god-forsaken desert. Bear sensed a powerful surge of magical energy emanating from the pyramid directly in front of them. There are things here that shouldn't be in a dungeon. Various machines and even barbed wire. Technology doesn't work in the dungeon, which means this place might not be what it seems at first glance. They also discovered a new problem. The portal leading back to the Shadow Dungeon was sealed. The hunters, who had been hired to perform routine tasks, saw the gate change color and assumed their employer had already been destroyed. Now we can return to the present, when the skirmish in the pyramid took place. Everyone looked at the Shadow Prince with suspicion, thinking he had come from the east to lay claim to the dungeon. For the hunters, this is a big problem, because they realize they'll have to defeat this guy as well. Rio learned from his boss that the grandmother's prophecy had come true. Everything had turned out exactly as Norma had said. After the seal was broken, life emerged, born of death, and he rose from the grave with the power to resurrect the dead. After this prophecy was spoken, a dungeon appeared in Egypt, and the pyramids are, after all, tombs. This is clearly no coincidence, so Randolph must take control of this dungeon so that his boss can then organize a raid there. If other hunters interfere, they must be eliminated immediately. That is exactly what scavengers do. Randolph declared that he would spare all hunters if they left this place now. A clear hint of war. After Suko refused to leave, his actions automatically provoked a conflict. Everyone around immediately tensed up as if something unimaginable and very dangerous had happened. The members of the Shadow team were frightened and feared for their prince's life, while Rio was simply startled by the sudden movements. In any case, a clash ensued, but Suko calmly defended himself and didn't lose his confidence. He declared that he hadn't attacked anyone first and would now punish the bad guy named Randolph. After his physical stats increased, Suko doesn't even know how much damage he can inflict on his opponent. It's unlikely this guy will die, considering he's wearing defensive armor, but he'll definitely feel the blow. Randolph withstood the attack and became furious with the stranger who had challenged him. The Shadow team immediately prepared for battle. They won't let anyone harm their master. A confrontation is inevitable. Even Rio and his hunters will be drawn into the conflict. It looks like a real bloodbath is about to begin, and not a single hunter will be able to get out of here without taking a beating first. Suko isn't sure if all these hunters are enemies, but there's no time to analyze the situation right now. Unnecessary doubts could lead to death, which means it's better to act than to do nothing. Recently, the Shadow Prince discovered a new way to wield the ruler's power. Now is the time to put it to the test in battle against a human. There's no doubt that this skill is very dangerous. After all, the dungeon's massive boss was destroyed with a single blow. Suko had planned to do everything on his own, but another hunter intervened in the battle and beat him to it. He landed a crushing blow, and Randolph will no longer pose a threat to other warriors. That's exactly what Ryo did. He noticed Suko's skills, but he also noticed the young man's hesitation, as if he were afraid to kill his enemy. For a hunter, monsters aren't the only threat. You have to be ready to defend yourself against dangerous people, including other hunters. It used to seem that risking one's own life in the dungeon was enough, but now he'd have to think about killing not only monsters but also people. Conditions during battle won't always be favorable. Sometimes you'll have to overcome difficulties to protect yourself and your friends. Such situations are unavoidable in the modern world, especially given the enormous changes of recent years. All this time, Suko had thought only of leveling up, but now he needs to broaden his horizons, because in any case, he'll have to fight Minson in the future. The hunter Ryo happily introduced himself and said he was a member of the Asura Guild. Lately, they've been having major problems with the Scavengers Guild, so Ryo proposes to the Shadow Prince that they form an alliance. He nearly lost his life because he got too distracted. Finally, the moment had come when Suko saved his life and demonstrated his strengths. He finally activated the ruler's powers, and that strike was truly impressive. After that, he confidently declared that his name was Suko and that he had come from South Korea. Forming an alliance with the Asura Guild is a good idea. Right now, the main priority is survival. The Scavengers Guild was in a great position, but now their rivals have joined forces. So far, the Shadow Prince hasn't shown his full strength, but soon he'll stop hiding his power. All he needs to do is summon the shadow monsters, who have long been biding their time. When Ryo formed an alliance with this guy, he didn't expect to discover just how powerful he was. Now the fearless hunters of the Scavenger Guild look like frightened little girls in pink dresses. Only with their leader's help can they hold out any hope at all, especially given Randolph's power. During the battle, Yassine suggested they join forces again, since she feels much better this time. The girl wants to help her master, but she'd better not get distracted. Monsters are already approaching. The Scavengers Guild was professionally trained for such moments, so they acted very precisely and quickly. Randolph recalled his boss's words that once the seal was broken, life born of death would emerge, and he would rise from the grave through the power of resurrection. Mummies are the very embodiment of the resurrected dead, which means that life born of death is present in this dungeon. The boss ordered Randolph to secure the rights to the dungeon, but competition here is fierce, so they need to act quickly. Randolph ordered all members of his guild to follow him immediately. They must find the dungeon boss. They left their enemies to fight the monsters while they set out to conquer the dungeon. To eliminate the threat, the Shadow Prince was forced to team up with the Wolf Grey. He instantly received a surge of energy and began destroying all the monsters within his vicinity. This guy is really good. His skills are improving by the minute, and it's scary to imagine just how strong he'll be in a few months. Ryo had only recently come to terms with the idea that his partner could summon shadow soldiers, and now he realized that Suko also possessed the power of fusion. Meanwhile, the Scavengers Guild continued its search for the dungeon boss. They want to acquire the skill to resurrect the dead, and only then will they face their enemies. Behind these doors lies the boss. The hunters went inside and saw a strange sight. The monster was chained up. This was precisely where life, born of death, was supposed to emerge. Within seconds, the chains were broken, and most of the hunters learned what a monster's true fury felt like. The squad leader was left all alone and no longer felt confident or fearless. His team's best tanks had been destroyed in an instant. Now it was his turn. If he had to die, he would do so with honor, so Randolph activated the giant armor skill. He was ready to fight and defend his right to live, despite his opponent's power. His maximum attacks proved insufficient. The monster didn't even budge and prepared to strike back. The boss kept talking to the man, but in a language he couldn't understand. Randolph tried to apologize, but by then no one was listening to him anymore because no one cared about him. The monster spoke in a demonic language and said that this was the first living creature to appear at its doorstep. His toy had broken, but that didn't matter because he could smell other living creatures here. The boss decided to go for a walk and have a little fun just as Suko and his team were fighting the other undead. The Shadow Prince tried to summon the shadows of the undead, but it was impossible because the old souls were too weak. A few seconds later, something resembling an earthquake shook the dungeon. A huge centipede emerged from beneath the ground, eager to feast on human flesh. This monster didn't come alone, and if the hunters want to stop it, they'd better join forces. A single second of hesitation will cost them their lives, so they must act as quickly and with as much focus as possible. The monster's defenses turned out to be too strong. Ordinary attacks can't penetrate its armor. Ryo is upset that the Scavengers Guild has taken away their right to the dungeon, but he understands that it's better to retreat, and Suko agrees with him completely. The urgent mission stated that they were to find the cause of the red portal. There wasn't a single word about clearing out the dungeon. The partners prepared to flee, but an unknown creature appeared from the spot where the Scavenger Guild hunters had entered. After raising his perception level, the Shadow Prince's senses became heightened, so he senses danger with his whole body. Standing before him is a tomb prisoner named Amit, a monster with the highest threat level, a true catastrophe beyond the bounds of what is possible. He ordered all the monsters in the vicinity to vanish immediately.
Apparently, this guy wants to tear those pathetic humans apart with his own hands and taste them.
When he spoke in the language of demons, only Yasin, who belongs to a demonic lineage, understood him. All this time, he was surrounded only by mindless corpses and insects infesting the desert. It had been a long time since he'd met anyone who understood him. Yasin even considered this monster friendly. She was too lost in thought and missed the centipede's attack. But Amut intervened and killed the enormous monster with a single blow. His attack only underscores the power hidden within that incredible body. He wants to continue his conversation with the demon, but first he needs to get rid of the nobodies who didn't understand their boss's order. This means that the huge monsters here are about to regret ever being born. Suko was shocked that the dungeon boss was destroying his own soldiers. This was sheer madness. In any case, he acted so aggressively and uncompromisingly that the huge monsters didn't stand a chance. Within a few seconds, the area was cleared, but the hunters didn't feel any calmer. Anyone who doesn't understand his language must die. To start with, the members of the Astra Guild must be sent to the realm of the dead. Rio and his soldiers were in mortal danger, but just before the clash, the Prince of Darkness stepped in to defend them. The player Suko won't let this creature kill his friends just because they don't understand him. Even monsters should have more reasonable values and priorities. It's also worth noting that the prince fully understands the monster's speech, which is an interesting fact in itself. A dangerous battle began, and the dungeon boss immediately revealed his true power. Suko is unlikely to be able to handle it on his own. He needs the team's support. Amut plans to spare only Yasin, because she belongs to a demonic lineage and knows a great deal. He wants her to answer a couple of his questions and tell him whether the war between the Lord of Shadows and the other lords has ended, as well as who emerged victorious. Yasin didn't want to answer his questions, so the dungeon boss prepared to destroy her. The Shadow Prince was in terrible shape, but at that moment, a miracle occurred and he began to recover. A few days earlier, he had received a reward for a daily quest and had saved it for an emergency. When his life was in danger, he activated this gift and restored his strength. Suko personally declared that all the lords had been destroyed by the Shadow Emperor. And then the war ended. Apparently, the monster became enraged when it realized that the Lord of the Iron Body had also been destroyed by the Shadow Emperor. Presumably, this monster Amut is a servant of the Lord of the Iron Body, and it's best not to tell him that Suko is the son of the Lord of the Shadows. Even without that information, the boss was as angry as could be and tried to kill his overconfident enemy. Then some strange events unfolded. He ended up telling the Lord of the Iron Body that he had finally died. He thought the monster would get angry, but instead, Amut was delighted and said he had to thank the Lord of Shadows. This monster is not a supporter of the Lord of the Iron Body. On the contrary, they are bitter enemies. Suko and Amut were supposed to join forces, but for some reason they kept fighting. You need to tell the boss that this guy is the son of the Lord of Shadows. Maybe then, the battle will finally end. At the last moment, Chain stopped the boss. Apparently, he had crossed into territory off-limits to him. This guy isn't completely free and should be kept on a leash like an obedient little dog. Some wizard has chained him to the boss's room. The spell works even from a distance. Finally, the Shadow team can breathe a small sigh of relief. The main danger has passed. The hunters from the Yasura and Grey guilds sustained some injuries. The warriors took some serious hits from the monsters, and the wolf is simply very tired. He's long needed to work on his stamina, but that's not so important right now, since the system quest has just completely disappeared. After that, a new urgent quest appeared, stating that the monster is a descendant of Tarnak, the Lord of the Iron Body. It had managed to wipe out absolutely every hunter in the Scavengers Guild, which speaks volumes about its incredible potential. Right now, this boss is chained up again and can't do anything, but it would be foolish to provoke him too much. He was taught only methods of cruelty instead of communication. He was trained to destroy. Because of this, he hates his master. This monster has turned into a cruel child, devoid of empathy and emotional intelligence. Suko came here to find out why Amut treats the Lord of the Iron Body so badly. This boss is a creation of the Lord of the Iron Body and a wizard, but he was left here to rot in this tomb. He used to be an ordinary monster, but he was transformed into a special creature. Now he is bound by chains, surrounded by the dead in this tomb. The chains were created by the wizard, so even if they were broken, they would reappear and bind Amut once more. For this reason, he has never even ventured into the depths of this tomb. He will never forgive Tarnak and the wizard who condemned him to such torment. The quest given by the Shadow Prince is to free this monster, but the chains were created by a wizard. When Amut entered this dungeon, the monsters were already there, which means he isn't the boss. In fact, there wouldn't be any problems if Amut were just wandering through the dungeon, but for some reason the chains keep appearing and dragging him back into the tomb. Suko offers his help and promises to help the monster escape from here. In return, the monster must grant his request. If Amut is set free, he's ready to do anything for his savior, since he's tired of being trapped in this dreadful prison. If all this turns out to be just a joke, the huge monster will make the Shadow Prince regret ever being born. This guy needs to calm down and listen to his new friend, because Suko is going to completely destroy this dungeon. Because of the chains, the monster has never ventured deep into the tomb. The wizard must have chained him here, fearing that Amut might kill the dungeon's master. Suko is going to defeat the master of this place and then completely destroy the tomb. Then the chains won't hold Amut back. This is a truly interesting line of thought, and the imprisoned monster is ready to trust the player. For now, he'll have to wait until Suko deals with the boss. In the meantime, he can play with the ant. Bear is unhappy that he's been left with a silly creature. He's supposed to be conquering the galaxy, not acting as a babysitter for a monster. These two have already managed to get into a fight. I'd love to see Bear, in his true form, battle such a creature. In any case, all they can do is wait and hope that the descendant of the Lord of Shadows will manage to clear out the dungeon. Amut doubts that's possible, but looking at his new ally, he gets the impression that Suko is incredibly self-assured. That kind of confidence comes only when a person knows what they're doing. Now let's see if that's really the case. When Tarnak created this monster, he said that physical strength is true power. That's why Amut is surprised that a creature weaker than him seems so large and menacing. By that time, the Shadow Prince had finally found the true boss of this dungeon. It turned out to be a monster he couldn't defeat without the help of allies and solid teamwork. To reach the boss, they had to defeat its enormous guard. Now they can finally face the tomb's guardian, named Shika. Before heading into battle with the monster, attempts were, of course, made to leave the area without clearing it out. Nothing good came of it. Amit couldn't get through the gate. The chains were holding him back too much. Now the plan is quite simple. First, the Shadow Prince and Yasin must defeat the boss and destroy this place. After that, the chain should lose its magical properties, along with the walls to which it is attached. These two steps will allow them to free the monster from its chains and finally leave this part of the Shadow Dungeon before everything here collapses. If something goes wrong, Suko has already come up with an alternative plan, which he doesn't want to reveal just yet. Then, together with the demon, he set out in search of the boss, defeated a massive guard force, and encountered Shik. The tomb's guardian is a very dangerous creature that's best left alone. If battle is unavoidable, you must act as quickly and decisively as possible. Speed, precision, and strength are crucial here. If you give the tomb's guardian too much time to think, he'll easily stop the enemies. Shik is the Lord of the Sand, so getting close to him is incredibly difficult. He is a high-ranked monster, so battling him consumes a huge amount of mana. So far, Suko hasn't reached a high enough level of development, so he can't afford to drag out fights against strong opponents or go into championship rounds. He needs to hope for quick knockouts. Otherwise, he'll get tired, and then it will all end badly. He decided to use his connection skill with the demon during a tough moment. Now it should work much better than it did in the past. While passing through various portals, he's already learned how to use the bonding skill correctly and how to restore energy. We need to kill monsters and absorb incredible energy. If we do everything right, we can achieve incredible results. Now is the very moment when the guardian of this tomb must experience firsthand the very communication skill we've been discussing. Yasin transferred all her power to her master and is now drained of energy. All that remains is to hope that her strength is enough for the Prince of Shadows to stop the tomb's guardian. The battle is taking place head-on, so whoever lands their blow first is sure to win. Having received the energy of the descendant of the Lord of the White Flame, Suko gained the ability to deliver a devastating blow. In those few seconds, a massive explosion echoed throughout the tomb, as if the earth were splitting apart in all directions. Bear and Amit realized that their fate was being decided in those moments, as the Prince of Shadows battled the master of this place. The chains no longer held Amit back. The crocodile was finally able to walk freely and stop thinking of himself as a prisoner. All this time, he hadn't understood why Tarna and the wizard had been conducting experiments on him. All that remained in his memory were painful recollections of destruction and rebirth. The wizard had restored his shattered body. The further the experiment progressed, the stronger the crocodile's body became. The pain, which he could not bear, robbed him of his sanity, and at some point, he began to enjoy this suffering. Amid this agonizing chaos, only one desire gave him the strength to endure the trials, his memories of a place he had seen in his childhood. Amit felt an incredibly strong desire to once again experience the grandeur of Mother Nature's creations, and now he would have that opportunity. He relaxed, convinced that everything had ended well, but at that very moment, disappointment awaited him. Seconds before his freedom, he realized that Tarna and the wizard had decided to kill him if he were to escape. Only at the very last moment did the Shadow Prince appear, attempting to save this terrible monster. Suko not only defeated the dungeon boss, but he also returned to save Amut from these dreadful magical chains. The chains continue to spin and attack. If the crocodile can't break free from their iron grip, they'll have to take him away from here along with the chains. Amut watched this guy and couldn't understand why he was doing all this. Why was he risking his life for a monster? He must want something in return. Now it's twice as interesting to find out what Suko wants, since that's why he's bravely fighting for the monster's life, even though he's covered in blood. Now it's becoming clear why Tarna, and all the lords combined, couldn't defeat the Lord of Shadows. Now even Amit will help his savior, and together they are sure to break the magical chains. By joining forces, no magical power will be able to stop these two giants of energy. After a while, Yasin finally regained consciousness, and her body had restored some mana. As soon as she woke up, she saw the ant bear standing before her and began asking him a million questions. Bear calmed the demon down and explained that her master was fine. He was resting, so it was best not to disturb him. It turned out that they had managed to pass the trials and were already in the Dungeon of Shadows. All their troubles were behind them. The Lord of the Iron Body had become Suko's ally, and the urgent mission related to the spatial rift had been completed. Now we can take a brief detour from this story and look at events in the outside world. The president of the Hunters Association is convinced that the cataclysms began after Sun Jinwoo's disappearance. Not only did portals appear, but so did wizards. Thanks to memories from a past life received from Jinwoo, Mr. Chol managed to establish the Hunters Association. He kept the planet under control after the cataclysm began, but then Stardust appeared and everything went awry. Stardust didn't exist in the past. It's a stimulant that boosts the magical power of low-rank hunters without side effects. Most likely, the distributor of Stardust is the hunter Minson. His boss, Tiggy, is away on a business trip, so he's unlikely to know about these events. In his previous life, Minson wasn't an important figure, which means there's someone special backing him. One of the association's investors just called the president and said he needed help. It was an old friend of the association's president named Jin Ho. His nephew had awakened to become a hunter and was trapped in a dungeon. Mr. Chol was shocked when he heard this news, since he knows full well that Suho is Jinwoo's son. By that point, the situation in the dungeon, which was located in the desert, had calmed down considerably. The hunters from the Asura Guild had been rescued. The monsters hadn't managed to destroy them. All of this was thanks to a young man named Suko, who saved not only the monster Amut, but also the hunters. The dungeon has been completely destroyed, and now the guilds are no longer forced to fight over this place. After rescuing the entire team, it was time to return to Korea, since the dungeon was located in Egypt. All members of the Asura Guild thanked their savior and promised to come to his aid at any moment. They were the ones who bought him a plane ticket and contacted his uncle to let him know that Suko was all right. His uncle said he had contacted a friend from the Hunters Association, and that the association would soon be waiting to meet with Suko. In the end, they were unable to remove the chains from the crocodile monster, so he won't be able to leave the Dungeon of Shadows. For now, it's very difficult to remove this seal, but Amit is already happy that he's gained a lot of freedom. He left the dreadful tomb and can now move about freely in a fairly spacious world. Here, he'll be able to enjoy nature's bounty to his heart's content, and finally feel completely free. Perhaps the urgent mission organized by the system was intended to make Amit its ally. Rio was very surprised by his new acquaintance. This guy from Korea is truly amazing. He absolutely had to get in touch with him and win him over to his side. Otherwise, another guild would do it. Suko is already at a fairly high level. He's probably an A-rank hunter. That's enough to finally begin the battle against Minsong and the Apostle. Now let's leave our protagonist for a while and head over to the main office of the Heppen Guild. Recently, the guild's membership has grown significantly. They used to have only weak hunters, but now they have access to higher-ranked dungeons. All of this has been made possible by the Stardust consumed by the hunters in this guild. Lately, Stardust has been easy to buy on the black market at low prices, allowing them to level up without even worrying about side effects. Hunter Kim Sun already knows that the association is investigating the Stardust case and wants to ban this product. Hunters are unhappy that a product with no side effects is being targeted for a ban. They consider this a foolish move. New guilds, on the other hand, have grown stronger thanks to Stardust, and dungeons are now cleared much faster. A few minutes later, the doors to their office opened, and some very interesting characters walked in. That very same alien in a child's body had come here with his assistants, having learned that this guild held the rights to the dungeon that had appeared in Inchan. As soon as he walked in, he immediately demonstrated his power so that no one would think he was joking. The alien plans to take over the rights to clear this dungeon even if the hunters don't like it. He forbade everyone around him from using their sight and hearing. All of this was done solely through the power of his mind. The creator had tasked him with taking control of a world that had been left without a master, and that was why he had come to Earth. Kimson had no intention of giving up without a fight. He wasn't about to hand over control of the dungeon to some foolish child. Perhaps he had overestimated his own strength and underestimated this child's capabilities. With a single sweep of his hand, the stranger slit the hunter's stomach open and made him writhe in pain. This guy has a small body but a terrifying inner strength that would make even the most frenzied monster submit. After that, his business with this guild was finished. None of the hunters in the building even tried to stop him. The stranger simply told them to forget everything they had seen, and their memories were instantly erased. Now they are forced to submit to powers that exist on a different level and acknowledge their own. The stranger had always been certain that creatures were born to carry out the will of their creator. This truth had been instilled in him since childhood. On planet Earth, everything is different. The beings of this world took the life of their creator because of their own convictions. Just now, the alien approached a huge monster and pulled out a stone resembling an artifact. The very one that had driven the hyena Brocky mad. This stone allows monsters to unleash their anger and enjoy life in freedom. The alien will continue to explore this world, all in order to fulfill the will of his creator. Representatives of the association gathered today near the central airport. There are many staff members here because a serious problem has arisen. The gates to the Red Dungeon have opened. This whole situation is cause for concern, so immediate action is needed, but that's impossible. This is because a stranger has just appeared here, and with his abilities, he has forced the association's representatives to submit to his will. They will tell the president that the situation is under control and give the stranger the opportunity to decide for himself what to do here. A few seconds later, using magic, the stranger managed to summon some unknown monster from the Red Dungeon. All creatures were created to carry out the palace's will and obey it completely. If the creator grew bored, his creatures would start a war among themselves just to amuse him a little. For them, this was the very essence of existence. No one even considered living for their own pleasure. One day, the creator announced that his kin from another dimension had died. He gave them an artifact so they could claim rights to the world that had lost its master. The creatures obeyed their god's command and gathered a multitude of apostles dwelling in the abyss. Their army set out for the world that had lost its master, and crossing into that dimension required an enormous amount of energy. The more energy required to pass through dimensions, the narrower the passage becomes, so the army spent a long time making its way through the narrow corridors between worlds. Eventually, the god's army reached the boundary and arrived in the world that had been left without a master. At that moment, they saw an unknown creature before them, one that was about to challenge them. It was a human-like monster that embodied all the darkness of the abyss. With a single word, it commanded an incredibly vast army of demons to rise from the realm of the dead. Huge creatures appeared, creatures that had long since perished in the real world, but now had a chance to regain their power. Every particle of this darkness possessed incredible power, and all of them served their master's interests. The army that had come to conquer the land began to lose its warriors, who were defecting to the enemy's side, and this terrified the invaders. The war continued, and the more casualties there were, the stronger the darkness grew. The invading army was outnumbered, and the war, which had begun in a world without a master, shifted to an outer dimension. The invading army failed to defeat the forces of darkness, so one of God's messengers, Tigel, proposed an idea that could change the course of the war. The invading army and the forces of darkness would be unable to return to Earth due to the immense magical power. Since humans are weak beings, the sources of the mist can be used to take them over from within. The source of the mist is the very disease we saw earlier. This power compels ordinary people to become believers in another god.
This plague will help conquer the earth, so everyone agreed with Tigel's plan. He used his abilities to divide his power into 5 parts.
The weakest fragment of power took the form of a fiery flower containing the source of the needle and set off for a world without a master. The fragment with the weakest power managed to slip past the forces of darkness unnoticed and successfully infiltrated this planet. The first of Tigel's fragments to arrive in the world without a master encountered unexpected changes. Creatures that had no magical powers began, step by step, to grow much stronger. After some time, it became clear that magical power had begun to exist in this world, following a catastrophic event known as the Cataclysm. The first particle of Tigel's power waited for the second particle, and they reunited to become stronger. Now this power should no longer face any problems, but first, it needs to learn more about the hunters. As soon as that happens, Tigel's mission will be carried out without any hitches or delays. The people gathered at the airport had no idea of the approaching danger. Huge monsters had broken out of the dungeon to wreak havoc, destroy people, and reduce everything around them to ashes. People tried to contact the Hunters Association, but it was too late. There was no one nearby who could protect them. Monsters with high levels of magic can wreak havoc in this world. When that happens, high-ranking hunters will appear, and a fragment of Tigel will be able to see what these creatures are capable of. Most of them have already absorbed the stardust obtained from the molten sources of the mist. Faith in another creator is already accumulating within their bodies. All that remains is to strengthen that faith. Resolved as part of Tigel and has great potential to influence people. All he needs to do is address the hunters, order them not to interfere and to leave this territory immediately, and they will obey his command. The monsters will calmly continue to kill people, and no one will stop them from doing so in the necessary numbers. Human beings live for their god, but it is unclear why they possess their own desires, commands, and needs. They should not desire anything other than their god's will. This implies that weak little humans are actually superior beings. The dungeon breach occurred at the very moment a very interesting character returned to Korea. This man had only recently cleared a large dungeon and had now stumbled upon something terrible. He saw enormous monsters and defenseless people who were powerless against this threat. This guy didn't pretend it didn't concern him. On the contrary, he intervened in the battle to restore justice. His inner thirst for equality and honesty could not go unnoticed by the evil creatures. The stranger noticed that a man had appeared whose abilities remained a complete mystery. This man was wearing a mask, and he was the very person Minson was referring to when he mentioned the hunter who destroyed the guild. Now this man finds himself right at the center of events, and the situation is taking an unexpected turn. As soon as Suko gained the upper hand, he immediately thought that the time had come to challenge the Apostle Minson. He hadn't even made it home yet when an opportunity to do so arose at the airport. The Prince of Darkness did not consume stardust, but his physical abilities commanded respect. He summoned his shadow soldiers and gave them orders. The stranger who was watching all this was shocked. He immediately realized that this man was wielding a power that belonged to the Lord of Darkness. He must be connected to the Lord in some way. This explains why the hunter tried to thwart the evil being's plans and destroyed the Stardust Factory along with the Hyena Guild. The particle of Tigel decided to hide its presence from Suko and remain unnoticed. The stranger didn't want to catch his eye, but because he was lost in his own thoughts, he completely forgot to look around. Just a moment ago, a huge truck had crashed into the building, but of course, the particle of the deity was unharmed. This happened only because the Prince of Shadows saved its life, thinking it was just an ordinary child. Right in front of Suko stands a huge monster that had been subdued by the stranger and has now gone mad. During all this time, Suho has already managed to significantly increase his level, but facing such an opponent is far too dangerous. Ant Bear senses Italim's energy in this building, but cannot figure out where it is coming from. The alien calmly observed the hunter and realized that he was using the power of darkness, but was too weak to match a true master. For now, this man's potential remains unknown, but the stranger fully understands that he is very lucky to have encountered Suko. It would be wiser to kill him right here and now, because then there would be no problems with taking over the world. The problem began a few seconds later, because another man appeared coming to Suko's aid. This man looked very confident. He wore glasses, and he wasn't about to stand on ceremony with anyone. He creates fireballs and attacks the monsters. There's no doubt this is Mr. John, who in his past life was the leader of the Hunters Guild. With a single wave of his hand, he wiped out an entire squad of monsters, which means that even now, this hunter is at the highest level of development. He played an important role in his past life, and now history is repeating itself. He noticed that Suko withstood a blow from a very powerful monster and took note of this guy's skills. After that, he helped carry out the mop-up operation and eliminated the most formidable and dangerous opponent. The people were saved and felt happy that such an experienced hunter had come to their aid. Earlier, there had been a little boy here, as well as the hunter Suko, but they had disappeared somewhere at the last moment. The Prince of Darkness doesn't want the influential figures of the hunting world to find out about him. That would create additional problems. Up until now, Italim had been operating in secret, but now he has begun openly attacking people. This means that something terrible is about to happen, and we need to be prepared for any plot twist. The stranger calmly returned home, but the moment he was seen, it was immediately clear that he was unhappy with what had happened. The third particle had just arrived to learn everything that was happening on Earth. The child reported all the changes of the past few days, and said that an unexpected threat had emerged, one that they had failed to destroy in time. Now the fragments will unite, and the deity will return even more fully to its original body. The child must disappear from this world, because another personality will consume him. There is nothing he can do about it, for in this world there is nothing that could take precedence over the will of his deity. Everything that happens is done precisely for the sake of the deity, which is why beings from another world do not attempt to act in their own interests. After the third particle absorbed the child, the body grew in size, and the powers merged. Teagle hadn't expected that there was a being in this world capable of wielding the power of the Lord of Darkness. His predecessor was mistaken, because one cannot simply get rid of a person with such powers. They must turn Suko into a believer and gain control over all the dead. Meanwhile, our hero was at home, trying to relax at least a little after those hellish events. When Jinho grabbed him by the ear, he yelled at him for a long time, telling him he shouldn't risk his life like that. Deep down, he was pleased that someone cared about his life, and he hoped that his mom and dad would act just like Uncle Jinho. Instead of resting, it was time to head to the Dungeon of Shadows, because there was no time to waste. The Prince of Darkness hadn't managed to complete his daily quest yet, and in today's world, he can't afford to miss out on the extra reward. This guy is just as obsessed with leveling up as his legendary father. He was very surprised to learn that there were no more daily quests, because all the creatures in this Dungeon of Shadows had been wiped out. Now he'll have to figure out what actually happened here. It seems that Amit wiped out all the goblins in a single night. He says he rid the dungeon of those hated vermin that prevent people from enjoying nature. He promised not to kill people, but he never promised to spare the goblins. If Suko wants to improve that badly, the crocodile would be happy to help him. At first, he wasn't that strong either, but then he learned how to achieve outstanding results. A task immediately appeared in the system. It involves performing classic physical exercises. All of this will have to be done while carrying a huge crocodile on his back. That's exactly how old school trained. A long time ago, Jinwoo began his journey with exactly these kinds of exercises, but he didn't carry anyone on his back. The crocodile has been scaled down slightly so that Suko can lift it. Now we can start the workout with push-ups. This should be fun. Bear and everyone else were shocked that the Prince of Shadows was being humiliated so severely. Doing 100 push-ups with that much weight won't be easy, especially considering that this is just a warm-up. Now let's see what's happening in the vicinity of Paju, where the field-type dungeon is located. Apparently, evil characters are once again plotting their wicked schemes, I hope to take over the world. Minson is unhappy that they're forced to deal with this, but judging by the monster's reaction, he has no choice. The demon Murmu is the manager of the Stardust Factory and reminds him that he should be grateful to still be alive. The hunter doesn't like it when some pathetic demon talks to him in that tone. He immediately made it clear that he is the dominant force here and will not allow himself to be humiliated. The hunter came to speak with the apostle, but the apostle is currently busy with other matters. This raises the question, why doesn't Minson use that very stone he received from the forces of evil? Murm also received a similar stone after his demon world was destroyed by the Lord of Shadows. The demons were in exile between dimensions, and thanks to this stone, he enhanced the mad blood poison and created stardust. Thanks to this, he managed to destroy the family of traitors, the Raitiers, so the demon advises the hunter to use this artifact. Apparently, Minson isn't interested in such tricks at all. He won't use anything of dubious origin. Right now, his mind is preoccupied with the fact that his guild leader, Tegi, is returning from a business trip soon. He hopes that the child who has arrived will soon kill this hunter. Then Minson will report everything to the association and distance himself from all the problems. He plans to put everything back in its place and become as brilliant a diamond as he was in the past.
This guy has no idea that he's being watched constantly.
Just now, a masked girl saw him get into the car and reported everything that had happened to the president. The association's president listened to the report and learned where the stardust is produced. He ordered Miho to continue the surveillance. Right now, Hunter John, who knows everything that happened, is in Mr. Chul's office. He explained that during the dungeon breach near the airport, all association employees lost their memories. It turned out they had ingested stardust. Suspicious activities by hunters are occurring in various locations, and all of them had taken stardust beforehand. Now there is sufficient justification to ban the use of this product nationwide. We need to catch everyone behind this dirty scheme and put an end to them once and for all. The hunters who follow Mr. John's orders will certainly help the association in this difficult task. The association's president already knows that Tsuko has returned from the dungeon. Jin Ho informed him of this. If Tsuko can indeed raise his level, there's a high probability that a reputable guild will try to recruit him, just as they did with his father in his past life. Mr. Chul owes a great deal to Jin Woo, so now he must help his son. Right now that's impossible, because Tsuko has to do these exercises on his own. Both of his arms are already broken, and his closest aides are starting to panic. Bear is nearly losing his mind over everything that has happened. He vows to tear the crocodile to pieces once he regains his former strength. Thanks to his regenerative abilities, the broken arms aren't a problem, but changes in his physical strength are already noticeable. All of this will help him become stronger and also appear more fit in the eyes of his rivals. Training continued in various modes to test his physical capabilities. This went on until the quest was completed and the system offered the reward. Training ended right at the moment when the heart could barely take it anymore. The perfect balance. It was decided to continue at the same pace, starting tomorrow, but only after a full rest. The ant led his master to a warm bed and helped him get comfortable. Now he can finally watch a little TV, since this shadow soldier is a TV fan. The Hunters Association announced the creation of regulations for field-type dungeons. The association will take immediate action against the Reapers Guild and other guilds that own high-level field dungeons. This is because stardust was being created in these locations, and everyone involved must be eliminated. The Reapers Guild owns a large number of field-type dungeons. The association has ordered these areas to be cleared out, and guild representatives are starting to get nervous. It's been a long time since Minson went hunting, and now he's required to take part in a raid to renew his hunter's license. He is certain that it is Mr. Chul who is trying to crush him like a worm, thereby destroying the largest stardust production facility. It would be wiser to refuse, even if it means going up against the association. Strange as it may seem, the guild leader thinks otherwise. Taggy has finally returned from his business trip and said they will carry out Mr. Chul's order. Now it's clear why he decided to return from his business trip, all to thwart his deputy's plans. The association will send hunters on a raid into the dungeon, and the guild won't stand idly by either. Minson can't hide his disappointment and tries to tell Taggy that field dungeons are incredibly expensive since they contain a huge amount of resources. The boss explained that, in fact, the association isn't thinking about the dungeons at all. Mr. Chul had simply found out about the stardust manufacturing plant. Taggy warned that they shouldn't underestimate the association, but Minson didn't listen to him. Taggy is no longer his driver who wipes away his drool. It's time to get used to the new reality. Recently, the guild boss learned that a new top-ranked hunter had appeared in Korea. Taggy plans to go to the association to find out more about this hunter. He ordered his assistant to rectify the situation and restore order. Minson can't believe that some mysterious people are constantly being promoted to the highest rank, while he has to settle for second place. He expects the child to grow up and finally fulfill his promise to kill Tegel. It turned out that the new top-ranked hunter is the very same newcomer who has already almost completely restored Tegel's power. He appeared at the association and immediately caused a stir at the main office. The newcomer passed the assessment and demonstrated the highest rank of his skills. He said his name was Pak. He was personally greeted by Mr. John from the Hunters Guild. In this life, he is also the boss of that organization. Mr. John felt that they had met before, but Pak replied that this was impossible. John invited him to join his guild, but the hunter politely declined, saying he had already made his choice. He decided to join the Reapers Guild, the boss who had just entered the association's building. It seemed that even Mr. Tigi wasn't aware of this. He had come here to recruit the hunter and had done so without saying a word. A week had passed since those strange events, and it was time to begin the raid in the Faju field dungeon. Miho is already here. She took off her mask and joined the raid at the association's request. This girl is a member of the White Tiger Guild. Minson will keep her company. This nasty slimeball pretends to be a great guy. His acting skills are top-notch. Miho knows exactly who she's dealing with and has no intention of being charmed by his act. This guy knows how to hide his inner rot behind the mask of a good person, but a seasoned eye can't be fooled. The girl was surprised to see a new top-ranked hunter named Paik appear here. He is also a representative of the Reapers Guild and instills confidence in his partner. Warriors from various guilds have arrived from the Hunters Association, and they're all determined. Now it was time to enter the dungeon and begin the very raid that had been the subject of much debate and speculation. A few days earlier, Minson personally met with the hunter who had attained the highest rank. The newcomers are progressing rapidly and always choose their strategies wisely. Once an apostle becomes a hunter, they can focus on matters outside the dungeon and keep the situation under control.
All hunters who set out on future raids will become believers, so they won't be able to find anything in the dungeon.
The association will finally fall behind the Reapers Guild, and the factory will continue to operate. Now Minson is worried that his ally won't forget his promise, and will definitely destroy the Reapers Guild boss. Mr. Chul can't wait for that raid in the field dungeon to begin, and hopes they'll find compelling evidence of organized crime there. He's trying not to worry, because the hunters participating in the raid are very experienced and strong. If something unexpected happens, they'll take control of the situation. The association president is only worried about the rookie who was promoted to the highest rank and the Reaper Guild representative, Hunter Minson. It turns out that the Shadow Lord's son has joined this raid as a member of the extraction team. This is hardly a mere coincidence. Mr. Chul approved this young man's application, but now doubts whether he made the right decision. In any case, he's trying to help his friend's son while keeping the situation under control. When the long-awaited day of the raid arrived, it got very hot in the dungeon. The strike team is running into trouble and realizes they need to cool down this room as quickly as possible. At times like this, the hunter Miho steps in. She's a true professional who isn't afraid of serious challenges. It's hard to get bored with a girl like her. One wrong word could cost you a few teeth. Huge lizards had nearly wiped out the strong hunters, but then Miho stepped in. She immediately noticed that Minson wasn't going to help the team, probably because he feels too weak. To him, the role of a hunter is some kind of joke. It's as if he doesn't take it seriously. Miho was distracted for a second, but her life was not in danger because the hunter part came to her aid just in time. With a single blow, the top-ranked hunter destroyed the monster and demonstrated his skill. Just a few seconds later, he decided to show off a few more tricks and began chopping off the lizards' heads. The dungeon was stained purple with the monster's blood, and with that, the cleanup was complete. Miko couldn't help but notice that there were far too few monsters in this dungeon. Minson explained that they conduct regular monster population control in field dungeons, so everything here is under control. Usually, guilds don't bother with monster population control, but this time, everything seems perfect. Miho senses a storm approaching, but she can't figure out where the danger might be coming from. The demons destroyed the factory long ago and hid in the field dungeon, so the hunters are unlikely to find anything. Once they find no traces, they won't even be able to get out of here, because the apostle has thought everything through. The hunters will lose their minds, because all of this is part of the demonic forces' plan. Infected zombies have already been gathered here, ready to carry out the demon's every command. One member of the resource-gathering group broke away from his team and made his way to the farthest chambers of the dungeon. He was talking to a shadowy soldier named Bear and trying to find out where the demon's aura was. This was a guy named Suko, and he wasn't one to back down when he saw closed doors ahead of him. In situations like this, he kicks the doors down and immediately makes it clear that anyone he doesn't like will be destroyed. He just decapitated a demon with a single swing of his arm. His progress truly deserves respect. Daily training with the crocodile had turned him into a real monster, but now he needed to calm down and analyze the situation. The zombies are incapacitated. This used to be a Stardust factory that they managed to hide. The slain monster managed to rise again, thanks to some magical abilities. It has grown stronger and now wants to give the apostle a gift. That gift will be the self-assured hunter Suko, but it's unlikely he'll agree to take on that role. The members of the gathering group continued their hard work, collecting mana crystals. At one point, they noticed that there had been another guy with them, but he had disappeared somewhere. Newcomers are always trying to work less and earn more. Sometimes it gets on your nerves. They decided to ignore him and honestly fulfill the terms of the contract. These guys had no idea that the newcomer was about to face off against a huge mutant. Now he's leveled up and can sense his opponent's magical power just as well as Bear does. He's on par with the A-rank hunters Suko has faced before, so he needs to be careful. The Shadow Prince realized that the association must have had some reason for sending the Reapers Guild to clear out the field dungeon, so he decided to go with them. The association president also figured out where the Stardust is produced, so the hunt for Minson begins. Suko must be the first to reach this actor and extract information from him about the apostle Italim. To start with, he'll have to get past this monster, which has no intention of talking to him. Its tentacles can be truly dangerous, which is exactly why it's nicknamed the Kraken. These embraces of death aren't very pleasant, but one mustn't forget what happened to Suko over the past few days. He went through an intense physical training camp before heading into the field-type dungeon. His body has definitely gotten stronger, and now he feels much more confident. Leveling up his magic skills is great, but looking like Apollo is important too. He is now the strongest person Amut has ever met. This strength helps him break free even from the clutches of death without even using magic. His stats have increased significantly, and now he can rely not only on his skills, but also on his basic physical conditioning. He destroyed several monsters, approached the main villain of this story, and asked one final question. Either the monster will reveal the whereabouts of the Apostle Italim, or he'll be off to meet Satan right now.
Apparently, the monster underestimates this guy's strength and thinks he's just a human mannequin.
All of this was a huge mistake, and now it would cost dearly. If the monster doesn't want to talk, then it doesn't need its head. It can easily be cut off. The young hunter has developed a menacing aura, and now he looks exactly like the Shadow Lord. Before destroying the Kraken, Bear tried to find out everything that was in the monster's mind. After that, he ate its head, and Yasin immediately felt better, which is hardly surprising, since these demons had killed her entire family. The octopus turned out to taste pretty good, although its meat was a little tough. The ant managed to discover that a bright light shone in the apostle's eyes. The rest of the details are unknown. Suko and his team are at an impasse once again. All that's left is to find Minson and try to extract information from him by any means necessary. First, they need to get the people out of here, because it feels like this is a big trap. The apostle sensed that the demons were no longer present in the dungeon. Their aura had vanished. He's certain the association had nothing to do with this, but they can't afford to get distracted now. They're right outside the boss's room. Miko looks tense. She hasn't found a single lead against the Reaper's Guild yet. They were supposed to be producing stardust here, but so far nothing but monsters had been found. Minson began to think it would be better to cancel the brainwashing plan, since everything here had ended without any problems. The problem is that the apostle thinks otherwise. He still wants to take control of these hunters' minds. Mijo looks wary, but before he starts suspecting his teammates, he needs to clear out the boss's room. The apostle intends to turn all the hunters here into followers of his god. They can only recruit valuable allies into their ranks. It would be foolish to work with a weakling just to kill a professional like Tegi. This was a calculated plan from the very beginning, all in order to use Minson and get close to the Tegi. Minson had no intention of falling for this brainwashing. He wouldn't let himself be manipulated. This guy considered himself the smartest and strongest, but that's not how it works. He found himself in some unknown realm where he sensed an aura compelling him to serve an extraterrestrial god. After that, he no longer felt any emotional anguish and stopped causing trouble. That's how brainwashing works. Now the apostle is eager to do the same to this beautiful girl. The vehicle carrying the head of the Hunters Guild is currently located not far from this dungeon. As soon as the summoned creature disappears, it will mean the team is in trouble. The summoning will help control the situation. It perfectly solves the problem of being unable to use devices inside the dungeon. Mr. John hopes that he and his partner won't have to intervene. It turns out that his partner is none other than Mr. Tegi, who is on the side of good. He still can't believe that Minson is behind the distribution of an unknown stimulant. As the guild leader, he must take responsibility for such actions by his employees, so he is forced to intervene. Right now, the raid team continues to defend the territory and is fighting a huge monster. The hunters have joined forces and are attacking this monster from different sides. Minson and Miho are also working as a team, while the newly promoted top-ranked hunter stands on the sidelines. Miho has already noticed a change in Minson's behavior. As soon as they entered the dungeon, this guy seemed to have gone off the rails. Before, he paid no attention to clearing out the dungeon and did nothing. But now he's fighting like a madman. Stardust is useless for high-rank hunters. They need to use star fragments. They need those very stones, which are concentrated stardust. Only such items can affect powerful hunters. At moments like this, hunters gain additional skills, but they don't all become stronger. Even with the effect of a star fragment, it's difficult for someone like Minson to fight a top-tier monster. In that case, you need to use one of the 5 abilities of the Teagle Shard. This means a buff will occur, enhancing the stats of the unique traits of subordinate units. No matter what qualities a warrior possesses, all of his traits will be enhanced. Such power can expand the capabilities and magical strength of the hunter Minson. Even his weapons will become far more treacherous and dangerous than they were before. After this enhancement, Minson should reach a new level and fully awaken as a hunter of the highest rank. He had dreamed of this for many years, and now he finally has such an opportunity. He likely doesn't care that he's under the Apostle's influence. In any case, he's achieved his goal and become stronger. Now his attacks can pierce right through the defenses of even the most powerful dungeon boss. This attack broke out into the open and was even seen beyond the confines of the dungeon. This guy is now at an incredible level, but of course, it took a lot of mana to get there. The Apostle is still dissatisfied. With such a boost, the hunter should have been even stronger, which means Minson isn't a good fit for this power. We need to shift our focus and pay attention to the other specimens gathered here. Micho understands perfectly well that Minson wasn't capable of this. Even Stardust wouldn't have worked on his body since he isn't a low-ranking hunter. This means there must be some other kind of amplifier. But before she can uncover the secret, the evil will break free. The Apostle thought he was controlling Minson's mind. But as it turned out, that wasn't the case at all. From the very beginning, Minson had said he had no intention of listening to any cultists who believed in incomprehensible creatures. He pierced the Apostle's body right through, thereby terrifying the entire team of hunters. Of course, no one understands who Hunter Park really is. All the other team members considered him their ally. Now, they accuse Minson of having gone mad due to the use of banned substances. Right now, this guy's head is filled with endless voices, but he still understands the situation he's in. By order of the association, a top-ranked hunter is waiting outside. If he doesn't hurry, he won't make it out of here alive. The actor must flee immediately, and if all these hunters don't get out of his way, he'll have to destroy them. With the help of his enhancements, he managed to break through their defensive redoubts, and no one stopped him. Miko ordered her assistant to sound the alarm immediately and call for help from the senior partners. She was surprised when she saw the silhouette of the man who was supposed to die behind her. If a person is strong in spirit, then regardless of their magical power, they are ready to cope with the divine power of fire. That was the Apostle's conclusion. Miho tried to help him. She couldn't understand how a person could still be alive after being pierced through the heart. This girl still has a lot to learn, but for now, it's better to focus on the fact that the hunter who had gained incredible power fled like a little puppy. He has no worthy allies. Now he must rely only on himself and his skills. To start with, Minson plans to hide out in a neighboring town, but he still has to get there first. Difficulties quickly arose along the way. Some very serious-looking man had appeared. This guy emerged from the darkness and said he was interested in all available information about Stardust and the Apostle Italim. Standing before Minson is a masked man, the very same guy who destroyed the Hyena Guild and the Stardust manufacturing plant. The actor quickly realized that standing before him was his longtime rival, who had been operating from the shadows all this time. If he doesn't destroy Suko, the hunters will catch up to Minson, and then he'll definitely end up in prison. This man has no choice but to fight the Shadow Prince and show his full power. The problem will begin the moment he realizes that even his incredible skills aren't enough to defeat this rival. A low-ranking hunter is, right before our eyes, defeating a warrior who has attained the highest level of power. The Shadow Prince has a small reserve of magical energy, but with his skills and attributes, he is ready to work wonders. Hunters' ranks are determined solely by the amount of mana they possess, but true strength lies far beyond mana. Thanks to his training with the crocodile, the young lord has maximized his strength and endurance. Even a guy like Minson can't keep up with such formidable physical abilities. Now let's return to the dungeon and try to figure out how the apostle survived after his heart was pierced. This guy is holding a shard of a star in his hand, which he has prepared for imminent use. Before him lies his next target, the hunter Miho, who is destined to lose her sanity and turn to the dark side. That is exactly what would have happened if a second later, a stranger hadn't interrupted their conversation. That person turned out to be the warrior, Teigi, who had come here with the leader of the Hunters Guild. They heard the explosion and immediately came here to find out what had happened and check on the hunters. Mr. John learned everything that had happened here and couldn't believe that the hunter Pak was still alive. The apostle immediately stated that he possessed healing abilities, and a conversation began between them. Apparently, they had forgotten that they needed to catch up with the actor who had fled. It wasn't until a few seconds later that Mr. John came to his senses and realized that the situation was truly critical. At that very moment, an internal debate was raging in the apostle's mind as he tried to figure out what to do next. This guy realizes that if Minson is caught, he'll reveal a lot, and then the apostle will be in trouble. He must immediately take control of this man's body and force him to kill himself so that no problems arise. At this very moment, Minson is facing a serious threat and is on the brink of life and death. The apostles and Minson's minds are linked, so the apostle sees everything that's happening and realizes that the Prince of Darkness has intervened. He calls Suko the Black Mask and has no idea that this guy is the son of the King of Death. Too many people are after Minson. In this world, plans always fall apart, which means you have to be able to adapt quickly to situations. For some reason, a smile appeared on the apostle's face. Perhaps this cunning bug has something up his sleeve. By that time, the battle between the two masters of close combat had reached a new level. With his newfound power, Minson had become much more dangerous, but he still couldn't hold back the Prince of Shadow's onslaught. He realizes he can't linger because members of the association are catching up to him to send him to prison. He's willing to answer all the important questions as long as they let him go to the neighboring city. The actor explained that the apostle had betrayed him and that he no longer wanted anything to do with him. He had been spreading stardust only because the apostle had promised to grant his wish. After the great cataclysm, Minson's whole life went awry. His driver became a top-ranking hunter and started looking down on him. For Minson to be able to live his usual life, his boss must die immediately. To that end, he cooperated with the apostle and learned that dark forces are trying to take over the entire world. Minson senses that standing opposite him is a man of noble ideals. He believes all that is long outdated, that only the weak choose kindness and justice. To be the hero, one must choose the side of power, and Minson made his choice long ago. Unfortunately, his soul has completely rotted away, but he has completely forgotten that he is under the apostle's influence. The apostle took control of this hunter and forbade him from speaking. He had already said too much. With the actor's help, the apostle has achieved a great deal, and now he is taking back his words about the hunter's incompetence. He wants to use this hunter one last time and turn him into his own puppet. At that moment, the Shadow Prince had no idea what was happening. He witnessed something strange. Only a little later did he sense Itilim's power before him, which was far more formidable than Brocky's. Now, a mysterious silhouette appeared before him, one that even began to speak to our hero. It was the apostle, who knew that Suko had attacked the Stardust Factory, found and destroyed the Hyena Guild, and even made it to Minson, all in search of Itilim. In this regard, they are truly alike. Both are willing to go to extreme lengths to achieve their goals. The only difference is that each of them chooses different methods to achieve their goal. One tramples over others, while the other restores justice. It wasn't hard for Suko to figure out that standing before him was the apostle he had been searching for so long. He had come here to lay claim to this world and seize it for his deity. It is precisely because of this apostle and his master that son Jinwoo cannot return home. So his son must destroy these obstacles. He had been waiting for this encounter for a long time, but another very formidable figure interrupted their conversation. He ordered them to fall silent immediately and declared that if they took even a single step, he would tear them to pieces on the spot. It turned out that this man who was ready to kill them was a top-ranked hunter, the boss of the Reapers Guild, Tegi. He had come here to personally find and eliminate the traitor from his team. The situation is getting very complicated. 3 major forces have gathered here, all ready to fight each other. The Apostle and Tsuko refuse to listen to the archer, so a fierce battle is about to begin. The archer immediately began attacking the Apostle. He believes he's facing Minson and doesn't realize that this actor lost his mind long ago. Judging by his reaction, Tegi has nothing to do with the Apostle, so it would be foolish to attack him. The archer is trying to destroy Minson. He doesn't really care about Suho since he doesn't even know the guy. Then a funny incident occurred that changed everything and prevented blood from being shed on this land. The archer noticed a rustling behind him. When he turned around, he spotted a green goblin there. It was a shadow soldier summoned by Tsuko. Apparently, it was just a distraction for the archer. He tried to figure out what had happened and who this green guy even was. It felt like this little guy was the son of a Halka. Then, when he turned to attack his enemy after all, he realized that no one was left around him. That's how a split-second lapse led to a complete loss of concentration and the failure of the mission. Just a few minutes later, the president of the Hunters Association learned that Minson had managed to escape. The archer Teiji called him personally and reported that all of this had happened because of his failure. A hunter wearing a black mask was with him. As soon as Mr. John heard this, his expression immediately changed. He had already heard about this guy who wears a mask and fights using martial arts skills. He had seen him during the breakout at the airport. This guy had fought the creatures from the gate all by himself and wasn't afraid of anyone at all. The association president heard what Mr. John was talking about and realized he was referring to the shadow soldiers. But could it really be that the missing son, Jinwoo, had returned? If that were true, he would have wiped everyone out immediately, but then it would be hard to explain the appearance of the shadow soldiers and the masked man. Meanwhile, the Apostle and the Prince of Shadows hadn't finished their conversation. They had simply chosen a different location for their battle. The Apostle hadn't expected at all that this masked man would decide to help him and distract the archer. The Apostle will try to find out from this guy whether he is the Shadow Monarch or one of his closest relatives. Of course, Tsuko won't reveal anything. He's also interested in the information and is ready to crush the Apostles to get it. Bear asked his master to be careful with what he said. After the Apostle took over the hunter's body, his power increased significantly. The Apostle's power has merged with the hunter's skills, and now it will take a tremendous effort to stop him. Shadow soldiers will be indispensable here. The Apostle had witnessed this very same power firsthand while observing the war on Earth that took place in the distant past. Throughout all those battles, Tsuko managed to amass a sufficient number of large and formidable monsters, who now worship him. He joined forces with the Supreme Wolf and prepared to show the Apostle what he was capable of. None of his actions made the Apostle afraid. It seems we're dealing with a chill guy who loves to smile and pays no attention to danger. The Shadow Prince has just received an urgent quest. He must immediately destroy Minson, who has become possessed by the Apostle. Finally, a kill quest had arrived. Tsuko had been working toward this for a long time, and now had to destroy his rival. At that moment, the Apostle continued to control the hunter's body and felt strange emotions. In a fragment of his memories from his main body, there were already moments that reminded him of his encounter with the darkness. He had always wanted to learn about the Emperor of the Shadow Monsters, who had managed to stop armies several hundred times his size. The man standing right in front of him now could satisfy that curiosity, for he wields the very same power as the Lord of Shadows. Now it's time to grab some popcorn and finally witness a massive battle. Local skirmishes are a thing of the past. The time has come for a real bloodbath, with blood spattering in all directions. The Apostle immediately demonstrated his power and showed that he is a rather dangerous opponent. He's no pushover. He's a real monster capable of tearing his opponent's head off. Knowing Tsuko's character, there's no doubt that this guy won't back down in the face of danger and will push forward to the very end. He's like a tank that has spotted its target and won't stop, despite a huge number of obstacles. Shadow soldiers are used as bait, after which he attacks his opponent, but the Apostle quickly saw through this tactic. During his time in the Abyss, he learned to notice many subtleties and became much more experienced. He's not just fighting the shadow soldiers and Tsuko. Standing opposite him is a surviving member of the demonic aristocracy. She's a very persistent girl, but she isn't strong enough to challenge the Apostle. If Tsuko weren't nearby, Yasin would have lost her head. Literally. Long ago. The Shadow Prince has no intention of playing games. He's acquired magical abilities, and he intends to make full use of them. To do this, you'll need to mobilize the Shadow Army's strongest forces and direct them against the enemy. After that, you can equip your gauntlet and deliver the final blow. If you do everything correctly and in a timely manner and are precise enough, even such a powerful opponent will be powerless. Over the years, the Apostle has gained a wealth of experience, and now nothing frightens him. Even in the face of death, he will remain calm and look danger squarely in the eye. In this regard, he has an advantage over the player, since Tsuko isn't yet that cold-blooded and ruthless at the decisive moment. Apostle wasn't just a master at defending against attacks, he was also excellent at counterattacking. His opponents did not expect such power and could not react in time to his movements. Each of them was seriously wounded, yet the Apostle felt no emotion whatsoever. Over the years, he had burned out his nerve endings, and now his heart always beat at the same steady pace. In the past, he had faced true soldiers of darkness, trained warriors with iron wills who formed a truly disciplined army. Tsuko's power merely resembles that of the Lord of Darkness, but their abilities are completely different. Apparently, the young hunter has not yet learned to truly harness this power. The apostle considers him a mediocre opponent and has no doubt that he will easily destroy him. The true Lord of Shadows seemed lonely because no one in this world could stand on equal footing with the power of death. Suko was very surprised to learn that his father had been alone, and then he became even more upset when he lost Volcan's horn. Without his gloves, he was unable to defend himself against the final blow. The battle, which had begun with the aim of victory, ended in a crushing defeat. All of this took place before the eyes of his allies, who refused to believe what was happening. The apostle is certain that this man's nature does not deserve such colossal power. He intends to strip away the dark power coursing through the hunter's veins and then turn him into a believer in Itlim. Suko cannot believe that they deserve such power, for he is the son of a legend. Minson had told him something similar. At the time, he had emphasized that true power belongs to the brave and uncompromising, not to the kind and just. In difficult moments, one's entire life flashes before one's eyes, and that's exactly what's happening to Suko right now. Lately, he hadn't been using his shadow weapon because he thought it wasn't very effective when combined with his other skills. Bear declared that a genius like Suko was capable of absolutely anything and should never doubt himself. A man born into a family of incredibly talented people had, for some reason, begun to limit himself. Long ago, he was completely free, but now he has succumbed to imposed illusions. He had developed a habit of compromising after failure, and this hadn't changed even after his awakening. People told him he didn't know what he wanted, and at that moment he remembered that he hadn't drawn a single thing since his awakening, even though he used to love it so much. He relied on the system to meet his father, and tried to become stronger to find his mother. All these reasons were imposed on him by the system itself. He began trying to follow in his father's footsteps, but the Shadow King doesn't need a copy of him. He needed to find what he was truly capable of, his own path and his own identity. When he began to feel his heartbeat weakening, he tried to activate his rebellion skill. Shadow soldiers are immortal, but right now Suko is so weak that these soldiers pose no threat to the apostle. At that moment, the shadow soldiers began to merge with one another. The apostle had never seen anything like this, not even during the war against darkness. A mighty chimera formed and fixed its gaze on its opponent. Even his allies didn't understand what was happening. Only Gray felt an irresistible thirst for death. Something was clearly wrong with his master, but he wasn't dying at all. Quite the opposite, in fact. He was reaching a new level. As a child, Suko dreamed of becoming a police officer, just like his father. He didn't yet know that in a past life, his father had been the savior of the world and the entire galaxy. The boy also wouldn't have minded becoming an athlete like his mother. It was important to him to be like his parents. When he was born, his parents decided they would never influence his dreams. He would always be free to make his own choices. If he wants to be as strong and cool as his mom and dad, he can confidently follow that path. In any case, he should ask himself more often what he really wants. Now, Suko is mentally analyzing his entire life and trying to figure out what his true goal is, because it seems like he's just blindly following in his father's footsteps. As a rule, people who focus on a single subject tend to box themselves in, but the more Suko drew ants, the freer he became. It's already clear that the system is adapting to his unique qualities, and he can no longer resist it. He shouldn't get hung up on form. It's better to develop his own style and his own shadow. His father was a legendary warrior, but now Suko must forge his own path. No one understands what's happening to him, but it feels as though the young lord is finally awakening. He has great potential hidden within him, which is why the apostle is so eager to crush him. The apostle was certain that hunters couldn't grow stronger, but the man standing right before him is reawakened. He has reached the pinnacle of his evolution and is now ready to finally discover his own path. Shadow transformation can turn shadows into weapons, and now they can be used in various ways. Not even the legendary son Jin Woo had used such tricks, but his son had managed to unlock this ability. The apostle was certain that the shadow soldiers posed no threat to him, but now everything is different. The demonic strike was activated. Now the apostle would finally face an insurmountable obstacle. The attack was as obvious as it could be, so the apostle managed not only to defend himself but also to land a precise counterattack. This did little to stop the Shadow Prince, as he continued to use his shadow shapeshifting. This allowed him to quickly heal his wounds and remain as dangerous as possible. The young hunter landed an incredibly powerful blow and finally demonstrated his strength. The apostle was shocked by what he saw. Not even the King of Darkness had ever used anything like it. His opponent's jaw was broken, so he decided to convert Minson's life force into mana. It was unlikely he would succeed, because now the Shadow Prince had reached a new level. After the final blow, Minson regained consciousness, and the subjugation effect was lifted. There are now two minds in Minson's head, his personal ego and his awareness as an apostle. An internal struggle has begun, one that will only hinder this young man in his battle against the Shadow Prince. Suko was just waiting for the very moment when he could take advantage of his opponent's lapse. He could see that Minson was struggling internally, and this was the very moment to destroy him. This guy had committed enough evil deeds to deserve death, so there should be no doubt about it. Up until this point, the young hunter Suho had only killed monsters. Now he had finally tasted human blood. Because of his broken jaw, Minson couldn't even utter his last words and began to regret his life. He thought he'd get the chance to change the world since his life had been a nightmare ever since the cataclysm began. Even now, when it's already clear that it's all over, for some reason he keeps thinking about that hunter, Tegi. It seemed to him that this hunter had looked down on him. Since Minson considered himself a superstar, he couldn't forgive his former driver for that. Looking at this man lost in his own mind, Tsuko felt genuine pity. He had earned a lot of experience points and leveled up. The quest had been successfully completed, and the hunter Minson had just breathed his last. The Shadow team was happy. It had seemed as though they were on the brink of disaster, but in the end, they had emerged victorious. At that moment, the Shadow Prince didn't look like a happy man. He understood that he had won. But to do so, he had had to push himself beyond his limits. It was the first time he'd ever had to kill a person, and now he looked a little shaken. When Tsuko first became a hunter, he immediately found his purpose: to find his parents. At that moment, he lost sight of his own purpose in life, which is precisely why Minson called him a character utterly devoid of personality. A little later, he realized all of this. He remembered fighting his father at the end of his training and felt a deep reverence for him. At the same time, he felt a fierce desire to win, and this only intensified his disappointment at the loss. His father had always seemed unattainable and incredible, which is why he had always wanted to measure up to him. His true goal was to make progress. He wanted to be the best, to feel special. Now Tsuko has finally found his true path. He must become stronger than the Apostle Italim and stronger than the monarchs, which means he'll have to surpass even his own father. Bear believes this goal is unattainable, but he'll still root for this guy and support him no matter what. Now he can focus on continuing his journey and devising a plan for victory. It won't be easy, because a guy like the Apostle Italima is a serious problem. Only now has he finally realized he made a mistake, for the hunter in the black mask has shown incredible potential. When the Apostle's various fragments merged into a single whole, he gained the ability to make an equal exchange. Now he can exchange his own powers for something special of equal value. He can exchange the life force of his closest followers for mana. Thanks to this, he will receive an unprecedented surge of energy and power that will allow him to bring his plans to fruition. Right now, he is desperate to make Tsuko turn to the dark side and become a believer in Italim. Meanwhile, Bear will try to analyze the memories of the deceased Minson and find within them memories of the Apostle. After the cataclysm, Minson came to hate the world and strayed from the true path. Tsuko let his guard down too soon. All this time, the Apostle had been very close by and finally struck with a shard of a star. His friends didn't have time to sense the threat or warn their master of the impending danger. It was a masterfully precise shot from a long distance. Even the best snipers would envy this guy. Now, an unprecedented battle will begin inside our hero. Forces from another dimension will try to lure him to their side. He can already feel something seeping into his mind, so he needs to activate the permanent longevity effect. This skill allows him to fight off poisons and diseases, but unfortunately, it's now failing to work. The system is unstable due to the foreign substance. The Apostle had hoped that the power of darkness would now come under his control, but his overconfidence had blinded him. Just now, the Shadow Prince's conversion of Itlim's followers has come to a halt. Finally, the longevity effect kicked in. Now he'll have to seal the wound with shadows. His health continues to plummet at a frantic rate. To survive, Tsuko activated the quest to change his class. The player must enter the quest gate. In the meantime, allies will be automatically sent to the Shadow Dungeon. Events unfolded as quickly as possible. No one could foresee what would happen next. Tsuko found himself in pitch darkness. He couldn't see a thing, and even thought he had died. He was in great pain. His whole face was burning, yet his wounded stomach didn't hurt at all, as if nothing had happened. He found himself in the very place where his long journey had once begun, long ago. After the Shadow Warriors vanished, the Apostle immediately arrived at the spot where Minson's body lay. He sensed no mana nearby. A portal that had appeared out of nowhere had taken the Black Mask and his soldiers away. Every time they met, the Black Mask pulled off some incredible trick and surprised the Apostle. After entering the dungeon, Tsuko felt much better. His wound disappeared immediately. It was right here that he had trained. His father had created the dungeon specifically for his son. He hadn't been here in a long time, but the memories still warmed his soul and heart. After all, this was where it all began. Now there are no knights here to fight, nor even any weapons to add to his inventory. There isn't even a quest description now, so climbing to the top of the tower without weapons or communication skills will be practically impossible. Now this dungeon resembles a maze. Some areas have been completely distorted. After walking a little further, he saw a large gate. Could the boss room really be right in the middle of the corridor? It's as if the class change quest was designed by some school kid. In any case, he needs to finish what he started and become much stronger for the battle against the Apostle. When Tsuko first entered this dungeon, he encountered a knight he couldn't defeat for a long time. Now he opened the doors again and stepped inside, instantly sensing a powerful aura there. The Shadow Prince was very surprised when he saw that standing before him was his doppelganger from his training days. So he'll have to fight his past self, but this battle is much more difficult than it seems. His clone immediately decided to show that he was very powerful and had no intention of going easy on his new version. This guy launched such a fast and powerful attack that the Shadow Prince had no chance of surviving. He didn't even have time to realize how his body had turned into a shredded mass. Now everything starts over. In this quest, he'll have to defeat his past self, and until he does, the cycle of rebirth awaits him. The system simply plans to turn him into a true warrior. There's definitely a way to win here. All he has to do is use his head and try to figure out how to do it. Unlike during training, many new passages have appeared in the dungeon, and you can also notice the strange layout of the boss room. This means there might be other gates here, which Tsuko soon managed to find. He has no idea what might be hiding here. He needs to think less and act more. He was sure that whatever happened here would be much better than facing his past self. It seems that the same thing awaits him here, a smaller version of himself from childhood, a child who lives in his own world. Now, it's completely unclear what's actually going on in this dungeon. You can encounter incredibly strange phenomena here. Fighting a child who is a younger version of yourself, that's some kind of anomaly. This little child turned out to be incredibly strong and forced Tsuko to freeze in place like a doll. All of this is possible thanks to the Lord's power skill, which caused the Shadow Prince to suffer. A second later, he woke up again in the very same spot where it all began, which means the child had also managed to defeat him. In his training, he was given only 3 lives. Here, everything is different because there are countless candles burning. He must defeat the entity on the other side of the gate before his allotted lives run out. Until then, it's impossible to leave the dungeon. The quest has become so difficult because of a glitch in the system, but there's also no guarantee that each torch counts as a separate life. In any case, you mustn't give up. You have to keep moving forward and keep trying. Boss rooms appear out of nowhere. The maze is very large, and it's even hard to guess how many rooms there are. You can take your time and examine everything carefully, but you can't be too careless. After walking through the maze, Tsuko saw that very same little child with toys in his hands right in front of him. A second later, the child vanished and began appearing in different places. To survive in this dungeon, he'll have to tap into his full potential and hidden abilities. If even the child turns out to be a real monster, it's hard to imagine what to expect in the future. The toy had just torn off the Shadow Prince's leg, and a second later, an older version of him appeared behind him. It all happened so fast that Tsuko didn't even have time to react. All he could do was accept the inevitability of death. Again and again, he starts all over from the very beginning and can't even explore the maze to the end. Apparently, the number of torches and the number of lives are indeed connected, but that doesn't make the task much easier. His opponents are too strong to defeat. So far, everything ends just as badly. Tsuko tried constantly to search for other rooms, but time and again he ran into the same opponents. Whereas before his copies stayed in their own rooms, now they venture beyond their territory and roam the maze. Our hero has died countless times and has already lost faith in his own abilities. It seems that due to a system error, no other portals have appeared. The enemies are so strong that these countless lives are pointless. At that moment, he recalls the Shadow Prince's recent promises that he would definitely become stronger. He cannot go back on his word. He must act and find a path to victory. And for starters, he can begin by mapping out the maze's route with his own blood. Meanwhile, the Hunters Association has banned the use of stardust, even though this stimulant was very well known and popular among warriors. It turned out that a large number of hunters had lost their memories because of the stimulant. It was also reported that the former vice president of the Reapers Guild had been found dead. This news shocked the entire world. The president of the Reapers Guild was deeply dissatisfied with his own actions. He believed that it was all his fault. If he had kept a constant eye on Minson, this wouldn't have happened. However, there are other oddities, since Minson looked a little different before his death. It was as if he had transformed. Perhaps all of this happened because of his use of stardust. A hunter wearing a black mask was fighting alongside him. He might be Minson's killer. It has already come to light that one of the members of the collection team went missing after the raid. His name is Tsuko. Officially, he is listed as a mid-rank hunter, but rumors suggest he may be a fake rank hunter. Another participant in the raid, the Hunter Pak, was summoned to the Hunters Association for a serious discussion. The president of the association quickly realized that Tsuko was the man in the black mask. We can only hope that he is safe and hasn't disappeared just like his legendary father did. In reality, things aren't going very well for the Shadow Prince, but he isn't giving up. Thanks to his bloodline, he has already managed to map out the labyrinth's route in as much detail as possible. This doesn't make him happy, but it at least helps him get a little closer to his goal. Meanwhile, his friends were spending time in the Shadow Dungeon, trying to figure out how to bring their master back. Aunt Bear had another falling out with Amut, because he was so worried that he couldn't even sleep due to his master's absence. His behavior is quite understandable. It had already been 2 weeks since the Shadow Prince disappeared into an unknown dungeon. Amut didn't know Tsuko very well. He'd heard that this guy was the son of the Shadow King, but the crocodile had never seen the Emperor of Death in person. At the same time, he had observed Tsuko and realized that even in the toughest moments, this guy never gives up. No matter what trials he faces, he'll definitely survive, even if he's pushed to his limits. Right now, Tsuko is truly fighting to finally get out of here and break free from the dungeon's chains. It's incredibly difficult for him after all, because he's fighting against his own duplicate. So far, the previous versions of our hero have proven to be much stronger than he is. A single touch is enough for the copies to tear Tsuko to pieces. He's trying his hardest to succeed, but so far it's all been in vain. He's lost count of how many times he's died, but amid these frustrating defeats, he's discovered that he can see his opponent's stats. The child is capable of activating telekinesis and tearing a person to pieces. He doesn't even have a level, but his Lord's Authority skill is maxed out. The version from the tutorial can destroy anyone with a single touch. His class is Soul Exterminator, and he's at level 99. You still have to keep trying and trying again, because if you stay stuck in one place, you'll never get out of here. In fact, these trials came at just the right time. This is the very moment when Tsuko has found his true path and must overcome an unprecedented obstacle in order to evolve. Step by step, he died, and through this, he grew accustomed to feeling fear. Such a feeling can only exist in this place. You can't take death too lightly. Thanks to endless deaths and constant battles, the player feels more resilient. Now he realized that he hadn't been to just one part of the labyrinth and that he needed to go there specifically. If there are no other gates there, he'll have to defeat his previous incarnations. To reach the unexplored areas of the labyrinth, they'll have to fight their way through their opponents. The ruler's power is an unseen force. He must envelop himself in this power and try to pierce right through his opponent. That is exactly what Tsuko would do if he were fighting a monster he was destined to defeat. Now things are different. He just needs to shake off his pursuers and head to a place he hasn't been yet. He absolutely must explore this area and find out if there's a gate there. Within a few minutes, it became clear that 30 Days had a chance to escape from here. His hunch turned out to be correct. There were 3 gates in this dungeon, and he needed to get inside as quickly as possible before the copies caught up with him. Right now, his counterpart from the training was already close by, and his fear of death began to rise instantly. This guy is not someone to mess with. If he doesn't go through the gate now, he'll destroy Tsuko again. By some miracle, the Shadow Prince managed to open the gate and keep his pursuers from following him inside. This isn't over yet. Now it's crucial to find out who's in this room, especially considering that his past versions were in the previous rooms. Several possibilities crossed Tsuko's mind, but he doesn't want to guess. He wants to see for himself who's here. Even now, he senses an unknown creature behind him, holding a weapon. He turned around, looked more closely, and realized that he would have to fight himself again. Perhaps that is the very essence of progress. His previous opponents had clearly been sent from the past. Now he'd have to fight a clone from the present. Before the battle, Tsuko decided to check his opponent's stats, and something made him smile. He was happy and said that he'd finally gotten a chance to taste the sweet victory. His stats today are head and shoulders above the rest. With his additional skills, he might finally have a chance to escape this dungeon. To do that, he'd have to win, but his opponent turned out to have too many buffs that weren't listed in the system's stats. He did everything he could to use his best skills and fight on equal terms. The problem is that his opponent copied all these abilities and did exactly the same thing. You have to go beyond the rules and act as freely as possible to overcome yourself. Only by letting go of everything can one find true freedom, the kind that allows one to break through the level's barrier. After each attack, memories began to surface. Memories that didn't belong to Tsuko, but had been fabricated by his opponent. At first, he thought he was imagining things, but then he clearly realized that there was a distinct sequence to it all. These memories aren't his own, but that doesn't matter much right now. His opponent's skills are too formidable, so defeating him will be extremely difficult. Previous fights had ended almost as soon as they began. Now the battle is on equal terms, but that doesn't make it any easier. To win, he'll still have to come up with something special. This isn't the kind of place where he can count on an easy victory. The dungeon was created to test Tsuko and finally force him to look deep within himself. When he finally finds the answers to his inner questions, who will be stronger than his past? The memories he saw during the battle belonged to another Tsuko from a parallel world. In that world, there was even a different bear. All his friends were different as well, although they had roughly the same characteristics. The Tsuko from the other reality solved problems just as easily, completed the system's tasks, and kept getting stronger. It's unclear what error led to the creation of this being, but the system seems to be deliberately assigning tasks that are far too difficult. The system is trying to box the player in. Even now, he's forced to fight an unknown entity and die hundreds of times in a row. Be that as it may, this doesn't mean it's a hopeless situation and that it's time to wave the white flag. For the Shadow Prince, there is no choice but to fight to the very end. Over all this time, Tsuko has come to realize that the situation never changes when a hunter decides to give up. Only when you push through sweat and tears, only when you overcome impossible obstacles can you reach incredible heights. From the very beginning, the Shadow Prince had been using the system incorrectly because it is not the system that should control him. He must use the system to his advantage. As soon as your view of the world changes, everything is immediately turned upside down. Now the future depends entirely on his choice, and Tsuko will decide for himself how the system should behave and what it should give him. He will no longer repeat his past mistakes and will finally be able to let go of his misguided illusions. The player has just completed his quest in the dungeon and earned the title of one who has overcome adversity. The system gave him the opportunity to choose a class and offered 3 options: Soul Slayer, Heir of the Shadows, and a mysterious class. He has endured hundreds of deaths, not just to make a choice. To him, this is some kind of joke. Tsuko will no longer let the system control him or impose its limits. Instead, he chooses all 3 classes at once. It had been nearly 3 weeks since anyone had heard anything about the Prince of Shadows, and during that time, Bear had nearly gone mad. At that moment, a portal opened right behind the Shadow team, and Tsuko finally emerged from it. They had waited a very long time for their hero to appear, and now they can finally be happy. After a long journey through an unknown dungeon, the young prince has finally returned home to the world of darkness and gloom. Meanwhile, a lot of interesting things were happening in the outside world as well. They're even looking for Tsuko here. His uncle is pacing nervously and has even turned to the president of the Hunters Association for help. Mr. Chol couldn't find Suho. The atmosphere at the association isn't very pleasant right now, and many even say that it was Suho who killed Minson. Jinhao will never believe that. He considers his nephew a saint and a very kind person. Just now, the association president's phone started ringing off the hook with urgent calls. He hates to admit it, but another dungeon has just burst open in the city center. The hunters have already arrived at the site of the breach. They're shocked that such a large underground passage has opened up in the center of Seoul. While the hunters try to focus and stop the threat, it becomes clear that Apostle Italima is behind it all. It takes certain achievements to get to the heart of the association. The more damage there is, the more people talk about the incident, and that's exactly how the Apostle plans to succeed. His tactics are strange, but he acts this way because he considers people to be remarkable creatures who only remember those who are shouted about the loudest. People forget those who arrived first and died trying to save their own lives. And it's worth acknowledging that he's absolutely right about this. The hunters are doing everything in their power to hold back the monsters and give ordinary people a chance to evacuate. The Apostle cannot allow the situation to remain under the association's control. He empowers the monsters so that they will stop at nothing and keep advancing. The hunters who were the first to arrive at the scene suffer the most because of this. The monsters' mana levels have suddenly skyrocketed, and it will now be extremely difficult to stop them. The hunters are openly starting to panic and don't know how to proceed. Just moments ago, the team's strongest hunter was destroyed right before their eyes. Now, no one wants to suffer the same fate. Everyone realizes that it's foolish for a hunter of this rank to try to protect ordinary people from monsters. Such a task requires true heroes with incredible abilities, and such a hero has already appeared on the battlefield. No one expected Tsuko to show up here, but it was as if he sensed the danger and arrived just in time to help crush the monsters. He put on his mask again to look even more impressive, and even the hunters trembled at his actions. The Shadow Prince's abilities have become much deeper and more formidable. Now he is expanding his Shadow Army even more actively. With his skills, he'll even be able to empower the hunters so they too can take part in the battle. This guy has finally found his own path and conquered the system. It's a pleasure to watch his progress. Tsuko has acquired 3 classes at once. Now he's truly incredible. The Apostle has been waiting for this guy to show up for a long time. Most likely all of this was planned specifically for Tsuko. It's always a pleasure to follow the Shadow Prince's moves, especially now that he's grown stronger yet again. His stats have improved significantly, and now, in a battle against the Apostle, he no longer looks like the underdog. It's really interesting in the center of Seoul, but the Isra Guild's headquarters is in India, and there's plenty to see there today. A massive explosion just went off there. A dying hunter named Ryo mentally apologized to Tsuko for not having had time to repay his debt. He was destroyed by a very formidable and powerful warrior who came here to avenge the members of his guild, known as the Scavengers. He doesn't forgive those who harm his warriors, and for that reason, he's heading to Korea to find Tsuko. Now is the time to really intrigue the viewer. Amazing things are happening somewhere at an incredible height. Here you can see a girl with incredible strength who radiates powerful energy. Beside her stands a massive dragon that has yet to reveal its true intentions. It's unknown who this woman in the mist is, and it's unknown whether the dragon is her friend, but we can't rule out the possibility that right now standing before us is the wife of the Emperor of Death.